it's about truth. It's about disclosure. It's about transparency. And if it means that I don't get my day in the spotlight, then that's okay, because it's not about that. It never was about that. I didn't leave the Department of Defense because I wanted my day in the spotlight. I left the Department of Defense, ironically enough, to finish the very mission they gave me in the first place. I didn't ask for it. I'm not a UFO guy. I'm not a ufologist. I never have been. I never will be. I'm a counterterrorism and counterespionage guy. I do counterintelligence, counterinsurgencies. That's what I do. And it just so happens that in 2008, I was asked to apply those same skill sets into the UFO community. But I'm not a UFO guy. And so for me, it's all about the truth. Whether I'm hunting a terrorist or a spy or a UFO, the bottom line is the truth is the truth. I'm a counterterrorism and counterespionage guy. I do counterintelligence, counterinsurgencies. That's what I do. And it just so happens that in 2008, I was asked to apply those same skill sets into the UFO community. The bottom line is the truth is the truth. I'm a counterterrorism and counterespionage guy. I do counterintelligence, counterinsurgencies.
About Lue Elizondo ultimately except as a pawn of the CIA threat motion. Otherwise, it's just drivel, right? So, and how, it could be anybody. They could have gotten someone else instead in that program and dressed them up for the part. I don't think, it's not a special kind of assignment that they got for Lue. I just think that he kind of fit what they were doing, and they felt this is a guy who can pull it off. He's done a lot of counterintelligence. But I think what's important is, what is counterintelligence? Just in a nutshell, I need to deceive another country about what my activities are, militarily, espionage-wise, etc. And I need them to believe that something is happening that's totally different from what is actually happening. So I need to create a counter-narrative to the truth. That's counterintelligence. I need to lie to get people to believe. So therefore, Elizondo has a lot of experience. He's a professional liar. That's just a fact. And expecting the truth from people like that, or the Central Intelligence Agency, counterintelligence agents in general, is craziness. Whoever thought of such a thing? And so the way they've rolled it out and packaged it up and put a lot of money behind it and the media behind it, yes. But I think we've come past a phase, we are all kind of graduating in our own awareness. And this is pretty obvious, so this one is getting pretty wobbly.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. So today I thought we'd take a sort of a strange trip down the rabbit hole because this has all happened before and it will probably happen again. The United States government has, some say, for some 70 years now, been hiding the truth about UFOs and aliens. And up until, I suppose, about 2016, most people interested in these subjects agreed that the government was the enemy. But suddenly, in 2016, along comes something called To the Stars Academy, a public benefit corporation. Now, it's been some time now, and I'd still like for somebody to show me what benefit the public got for all those investment dollars that they solicited. I don't see a public benefit. In fact, what I see is people profiteering off of specifically 3 videos that some say were leaked by the United States government. But that's not actually what happened, is it? No, what happened is that a one-time Pentagon employee in the form of Lue Elizondo somehow authorized the declassification of those 3 videos. And then somehow someone walked those videos out into the Pentagon parking lot where one Chris Mellon, who would also become an employee of this organization, this public benefit company, someone walked those 3 videos out to him waiting in the parking lot. And for one reason or another, he took those videos and took them to TTSA, who then profited from them for years. And I would just like for someone to explain to me how any of this is legal, because I'm confused. Were I a Pentagon employee, for example, and I declassified, let's say, drone videos of attacks in Iraq or Afghanistan, and then I snuck them out to the parking lot, or someone working with me snuck those videos out to the parking lot where someone was waiting to take them, and then that person took those videos to a for-profit company that claims to be a public benefit, I don't know, and then we profited from the release of those videos for years. I don't believe that that would be legal for me to do. Now, again, I'm not a lawyer or an expert in how declassification works or who's allowed to profit from these videos. Should Tom DeLonge, Lue Elizondo, Chris Mellon, Hal Puthoff, and others be allowed to profit from videos that were classified, then declassified, and then taken out of the Pentagon to a waiting Chris Mellon in the parking lot, and then taken to TTSA for them to slap their watermark on and broadcast them on YouTube? Should they be allowed to profit from that? I'm confused about why that is just okay. And I'm also confused, and I need someone to explain to me, did TTSA get paid for all of the news channels who transmitted or, used those videos during news reports? Friends, the 3 videos in question, FLIR, Gimbal, and Go Fast. Let's take a look here. The FLIR video received 10,000 views on YouTube. The Gimbal, 8.4 million views, and the Go Fast, 10 million views. That's 30 million views on YouTube. Now, I'm a little bit confused. Can anybody post their videos, those 3 videos, since they're essentially government property, or were, onto their YouTube channels. Now, it's important to note that I don't believe at this time that those videos are monetized on the To the Stars Academy YouTube page. However, those videos were shown on the History Channel, and they made money on this History Channel television show, largely based on the release of these 3 videos. Now, it's interesting that when we talk about misinformation, you know, I said at the beginning of this broadcast that this has happened before, and it's going to happen again, because the government has used misinformation agents and the cover of alien stories to cover for their top secret black projects. The most famous of these cases is perhaps the Benowitz case, in which Paul Benowitz was seeing some things off of an Air Force base that he lived near. So what did the government do? They sent a literal paid disinformation agent in the form of Richard Doty to convince that person that what he was seeing was not top secret drone technology being tested and developed at that nearby base, but rather aliens. The government and their misinformation agents literally drove that man crazy. It's a tragic story. And yet somehow some people get a pass for that. And now they can become the darlings of the UFO community. But I'm not here to judge past events. I'm here to talk about current events. If the government, and this can be verified, have sent literal misinformation agents into the so-called UFO community in the past, what's to say that they are not doing it now? Some other issues come up that are very important when we talk about these things. It's also been well established that a UFO researcher by the name of Bill Moore was, for a time, a paid government disinformation agent. And in fact, at a 1989 MUFON conference, Moore came clean and explained that he was providing the government with information about UFO researchers, conferences, and what's going on in the UFO community in exchange for information. Moore also claimed that he had been similarly engaged in disinformation activities against Paul Benowitz on behalf of the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. This has all happened before. It may be happening now, and it will happen again in the future. What better cover story could there be than people believing in aliens? And isn't it interesting that we get these stories like Bob Lazar, who claimed that he worked on aliens flying saucers at a top secret sub base of Area 51? Wouldn't it be easy for the government to come out and say, he never worked for us, this story is bull, this never happened? But instead of squashing this story, the United States government did nothing about it. Perhaps, just maybe, people looking for alien flying saucers off of Area 51 is exactly what the government wants. They don't want you to know what it is they're really working on. Much better to let people chase the alien hypothesis, the flying saucers that may or may not exist. So in 2016, along comes TTSA with a board filled with former CIA people, DIA people, and government workers. But this time, they were going to give us the real truth. They were going to bring us disclosure. And I got to say, what a disappointment, because first of all they brought us was a television show about largely about those 3 videos that somebody snuck out of the Pentagon. Rules were broken. Sorry, bent. They bent the rules. Chris Mellon said they had to bend the rules in order to get those videos out. they also sold books, Tom DeLonge's books, and a book by Bob Lazar. Those were for profit. The television show that they took part in with the History Channel, largely based on the 3 videos that were snuck out of the Pentagon or declassified and then taken out of the Pentagon and taken over to the TTSA. They profited from that. They profited from the book sales. They profited from investors claiming that they were going to build a, quote, quote, spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world, unquote, while they were soliciting public investor funds. Still haven't seen a spaceship, but I've seen Tom DeLonge do all kinds of, let's just call them accounting gymnastics to account where all the money goes. I don't know how any of this is legal. I don't know how the SEC hasn't swooped in and done something about what happened. And if you were unfortunate enough to have invested in TTSA, I'd like you to contact me and let me know how much money you got back on as a return on that investment if you invested in TTSA. Have the shareholders been paid any dividends? I don't know, but we're going to more fully explore that on a future episode here. And I can't wait to help bring that breakdown of the TTSA financial situation to you all, because that alone is an incredible story, a for-public benefit company. But I don't see any benefit to the public. I see plenty of benefit to Tom DeLonge and his buddies. They're all making money. But I don't see any benefit to the public, and I certainly don't see any benefit to the shareholders, the investors. Why can't I find anybody that invested that got their money, that got their money's worth? Why doesn't anybody who invested want to talk on air about what happened there? I have been asking for several years now for somebody who invested to contact me and let me know, what did you get back on your investment? How much did you invest? How did this all work out for you as an investor? So far, crickets. And that alone is curious. Now, the other issue that I have with TTSA and Lue Elizondo is this. They get everything wrong. They get a lot of things wrong. Tom DeLonge famously went on Joe Rogan, and he played for Joe Rogan a fake TR3B video, swearing that it was real. And Joe Rogan's like, no, this isn't real. That can't be real. Come on, this is a fake video, Tom. His performance on the Joe Rogan show as a representative of his To the Stars Academy was dismal. A terrible, terrible failure. And so what do we get here? We get a guy with a bunch of government people, former rock star Tom DeLonge, with a bunch of government people who say they're going to do stuff to benefit the public. And then they make a lot of money for themselves, apparently. But I don't know where all the money that the investors are supposed to get back is. And there's all kinds of shady accounting games with the TTSA. And we're going to break it down on a future episode, but that is beyond the beyond the scope of tonight's broadcast, which I'm hoping will be a short one, honestly, because I've got an awful lot of things to do. Let me check this out. No. You really shouldn't do that during a live broadcast. Somebody posted rest in peace, somebody, and I don't believe they're dead. So please don't do that. So back to misinformation and getting things wrong. I followed TTSA and I kept asking where the spaceship was. Nobody wanted to answer my questions. I even tried to contact TTSA multiple times, including their spokesperson. And did you know that their spokesperson, or media relations person, is Tom DeLonge's sister, who gets paid $150,000 a year, apparently from those investor funds. I'm not sure what she does that's worth $150,000, and I'd like somebody to explain that to me. How do you get paid $150,000? I emailed, called, no response. Great. But, there was a thread, and I don't usually want to cover a Twitter thread, but this one is so topical here and important that I thought we should. And that is a thread from John from the Black Vault, who broke down all of the misinformation that they have peddled since TTSA began, and Lue has peddled. Recently, Lue was on a radio show, the host of which we don't mention here, but many of you will know who I'm talking about. And he cites the Sun newspaper from England, which is a tabloid rag joke of a newspaper. Citing that as a source would be exactly like me citing the National Enquirer or the Globe newspaper in the United States and saying, see, Clinton met with aliens because it was in the Globe newspaper. It must be true. No, friends. Lue Elizondo has made multiple mistakes like this. And it just brings into question every other statement that he's made. He's using a trash rag tabloid newspaper as a source for a talking point. And what about those other talking points? Like, we have biological samples. We have exotic metals or things that may be recovered from flying saucers. If he can't even get things right and he's citing things like a tabloid rag newspaper, I think we can make some determination about his ability to vet accurate information or not. And, there is this concept here in ufology of these UFO messiahs. They come along and they claim they're going to bring about disclosure. The first that I can really say was one of the UFO messiahs was Stephen Greer, who in 2001 started the Disclosure Project and had a big press conference, and he's going to bring us disclosure. He's one of the UFO messiahs. And one of the things that you'll notice about the UFO messiahs is that they get this level of worship and respect in the UFO community because they're going to bring us the truth about these aliens, but they never do. No, they all make a lot of money, right? That's another hallmark of a UFO messiah. You're going to be a UFO messiah. You got to have lots of stories about UFOs and aliens. You got to do lots of conference appearances. You got to make lots of documentaries or make a lot of books to sell. And you got to make a lot of money. Okay? Buy my latest course. Buy my app. Buy my book. Buy my documentary. But they never give you any of the smoking gun evidence that they claim that they have. It's all maybe true, could be true, couldn't be anything other than aliens. I love that. I love that talking point they all use. Well, it couldn't have been a human-made craft for these reasons. Friends, the person who runs Lockheed Skunk Works once said, we have things out in the desert that would make George Lucas jealous. And I believe that. There's no way for any so-called UFO messiah to know what exactly is in the United States arsenal of weaponry and advanced aerial craft. But yet, they'll tell you, and I just heard Lue Elizondo today on a broadcast basically claiming, oh, these things it has to be aliens, right? But I'll leave the door open just a little bit that it might be foreign technology. What about United States technology? Because I don't care, Lue Elizondo, if you worked at the Pentagon, you had a certain level of access. You don't know. Even working at the Pentagon, you have no idea what is being developed by Lockheed Skunk Works, by Boeing, by other manufacturers and developers of advanced aerial aircraft. Now I'm hearing new claims from Lue Elizondo that he worked on special drone projects, and he mentioned some. So we're going to FOIA the government, and we're going to find out if he indeed worked on those projects or had any involvement in them. Because the real problem with Lue Elizondo is that he says a lot of stuff, but there's never any paperwork. There's never any proof to the things that he says. And let's not forget that all of this started in 2016 with the New York Times article in which somebody lied to the New York Times. And since Mr. Elizondo is cited as the major source of that article, I can only assume that he lied or misrepresented things to them. He claimed that the program that he worked for had a certain amount of budget. And now we know that that program he worked for had no budget. You see, the problem with Lue Elizondo is that he could not have worked full-time on a UFO project that had zero funding. No, friends. He did something else within the Pentagon. And does this story sound familiar? Kind of like Nick Pope, who claimed that he ran the British mod UFO program, but then we find out, no, he was just an administrative assistant. And what does that mean? He was a desk jockey. He did things like type letters and fax things for people more important than him. How is Lue Elizondo running a UFO program that has zero funding? And there's all of this murkiness and gray area, right? Was it ATIP or OSAP? No, OSAP got the funding, not ATIP. He claims he ran ATIP and had funding of $22 million, right? Oh, no. That's right. ATIP did not have the $22 million in funding. It was OSAP, a separate program that he did not run, that got that money. And it would appear, no matter what you call the program, that there's $22 million. And we got what? What do we get for the $22 million? Now, I'll give you that $22 million is a literal drop in the bucket to a government program. But what do we get? If he studied UFOs and ran a program, where are all the papers? Now, I don't know everything about how the government works and declassification and all these different things, but I know one thing. If there's a government program, there's an awful lot of papers. They love paperwork. And where is Lue Elizondo's paperwork? We get a few things. We get that request form for when he was trying to declassify those 3 videos so that he could go over to TTSA. Oh, and by the way, we now know from the Who's Lue documentary that he moved his wife right next to TTSA a year before he worked for them. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that these people planned this profiteering scheme this entire time. But that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. And, another really point of good news. I'm happy to say that Manny from Area 503 fought the false copyright strikes leveled against him by dickhead show host and TTSA. They copyright claimed his documentary so that they could get it taken off of YouTube, but it is now back. Just search for Area 503 in the YouTube search bar. You'll find the Who's Lue documentary, and I think you should watch it. And I think that you should start asking questions of Lue Elizondo, who apparently only goes on shows that aren't going to ask him the hard questions. But I'm still hopeful that someday a show host that doesn't know me well is going to let me co-host if they get Lue as a guest, right? That would be nice. And we could ask him these questions directly, like, why did you move your wife right next to TTSA where you would work a year later, a year before you took a job there? But then we do see a pattern of him moving his wife to wherever his next job is, always sometime before he moves to a new place of employment. Interesting, isn't that? Because TTSA claimed that they didn't know each other. They didn't even know each other till like a week before he took the job. Sure, Tom DeLonge. And why is Tom DeLonge copyright striking a channel with, less than 10,000 subscribers who made a documentary film? They don't want you to see it, friends. They do not want you to see that documentary. They don't want people to start asking these questions, especially not before the next Lue Elizondo cash in, which is his book, which he now claims is going to be game changing. It's going to change everything. They won't be able to put the cat back in the bag after his book. So we're expected to believe that this whole time he had some kind of smoking gun proof, right? But he held off so that what? He could write a book and make more money? He didn't make enough money on the television show. He didn't make enough money working for TTSA. Apparently, he's not making enough money speaking at online UFO conferences for, let's just say, less than credible people that he has decided to involve himself with. But to get a real education into why something's wrong here, we would have to detail all the fake information that TTSA and Lue Elizondo has pushed. They have, let's see, pushed fake pictures of balloons as UFOs. Tom DeLonge has pushed a fake video of a TR-3B on the biggest podcast on planet Earth. That was embarrassing for him. And I believe after that, they pulled him back and said, yo, you can't be the spokesperson for this thing anymore. Do public appearances if you're going to screw up that badly. The biggest podcast on planet Earth that gets some, I don't know, 10 or 15 million views for episode, and Tom DeLonge with his new organization that's going to bring about disclosure, him and all his CIA government friends, they're going to bring us disclosure. And the best that Tom DeLonge could do is show Joe Rogan a fake video of a TR-3B. And there's more. They pushed the fact that they have some kind of exotic materials, which may have come from an alien flying saucers, right? But they forget to tell you that most of the material they have was the so-called arts parts, which even Art Bell himself said, this is all regular material. There's nothing special about it. It's nonsense. But that doesn't stop UFO grifters. Not so fast. In swoops Linda Moulton Hale, who says, I'll get them scientifically tested. And then she did. And the scientist that she hired was able to reproduce those materials and told her these are regular earthly materials. There's nothing exotic here. She didn't like that guy, so she squashed his report, never gave his report that there was nothing extraordinary about those metal fragments and that he could reproduce them. She buried that, and then she hired new guys that would say there was something special about them. Fast forward years later, those arts parts been around forever. Linda Moulton Hale made a lot of money talking about how they were alien parts. They're not. Nobody's ever proved shit. Fast forward years later, Tom DeLonge swoops in and buys those parts, and suddenly he's telling everybody that TTSA is in possession of exotic material from UFOs. And what did they do? They used a stock image of a certain kind of a rock in their announcement about that. And it goes on and on and on. And now we have Lue Elizondo pushing well, there weren't fake documents. They were real documents, but it was about a training exercise. It wasn't what he purported it to be. And it certainly wasn't what the Sun newspaper purported it to be. And on we go with these fake people pushing fake nonsense. It's all about the money, friends. You know, if Lue Elizondo stands up and goes, all right, we've got some videos of UFOs, but they may be drones. It's quite likely that they're drones or unmanned aerial vehicles, whatever you want to call them. There's no money in that. There's no big story in that. But the fact that they may be aliens, that's where the money is. And I have seen this time and time again. You know, there are some very credible researchers that do not go straight to the alien explanation, almost ever. And they look at UFO, so-called UFO proof, and they try to get to the bottom of what it really is. And most of the time, there is a very simple explanation for what it is. Go look how much those people are making. Then contrast that with how much money the people pushing aliens constantly are making. Stephen Greer, Lue Elizondo, Tom DeLonge, and others have made literally millions of dollars. And there's others too, like Linda Moulton Hale. I'm sure she's made millions of dollars over the years pushing this. Richard Dolan and others. Everybody pushing the aliens is making the money. And while I would love to believe, I'm going to need something a little bit better than maybe proof. Could be. Maybe, could be's, and possibilities is not proof. It's maybes, possibilities, and could be's. I guess I've been here too long, and that's something else that we could talk about. You know, there is cycles to this stuff, right? Disclosure's going to come. You know, like that one, that report that we just got, that's going to be disclosure. No, it wasn't. It was a big fat nothing burger, and I predicted it would be a big fat nothing burger. But it didn't stop people like Jeremy Corbell and Lue Elizondo and everybody else from hyping that up for months and months and months, doing all these media appearances. We're going to get disclosure. Disclosure's coming with this report. They're going to have to tell us the truth. And then nothing burger. But I thought it would be good to go over this thread from John from the Black Vault. And, you know, kind of hesitant to do this, but we're going there because we're going to get a ridiculous amount of haters and people, you know, harassing me on Twitter. But, you know, I have a new attitude towards that, and that is block, 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 block. If you want to ask me a question or engage with me respectfully or disagree with me respectfully, we're all for that here. We believe in free speech and not censoring people and all of that. But when people are going to become abusive and nasty, I just don't have time for it anymore. I apologize to those who may not get to me or get an answer from me if you know, tweet at me or message me, because I'm getting busier and busier now, the bigger that this show is growing. But I also sometimes just check out after a show like this, because I just know that it's going to be a whole bunch of venomous, nasty people. And I hate that sometimes the good people get lost in there. But, you know, the good people know where to contact me, and they're always welcome here in the live chats. And, you know, I try not to miss you people, because I do the show for the good people, not for these nasty, negativist assholes, you know, who just want to harass me because I said something they disagreed with. Like, dude, there is so much more important things to worry about in this world than this stuff. And for people to get this angry, upset, and nasty about it. But, you know, recently I've been thinking about this. This is truly like a religion for some people. And it would, and me coming out and say, all this shit is fake, and all these people pushing it are fake. It's really akin to somebody telling, you know, I happen to be a Christian, and if somebody were to tell me, you know, all those saints and Jesus and those angels and all, that's all fake shit, and you're stupid for believing it, I would be equally upset probably. I wouldn't, you know, go on a 12-hour Twitter tirade harassing people who said that, but, you know, I can understand how some people may be upset about some of the things that we discuss here, because some of these people so desperately believe all this stuff that attacking it is akin to attacking their religion. They want to live in a delusion, right? And these people who I have mentioned here tonight are feeding their delusion, so they love them. And that's why we get these people up on a pedestal. You're not allowed to ask questions. You're not allowed to call these people when they get caught dead to rights selling completely and totally fake shit, like, I don't know, video game cover artwork that they claim is a real picture of an alien or whatever. Or Lue Elizondo pushing a goddamn Sun newspaper, the biggest rag in England, full of fake shit. They don't want to hear that their hero did that, but he did, and more. And I think that, you know, I saw this thread recently, and I would say that these people, especially Lue Elizondo and Tom DeLonge, they have a lot of questions to answer, but they keep kicking the can, right? They just keep kicking the can. Like, let's just keep going on friendly shows that will do the UFO circle jerk and not ask us hard questions. You know, the shows that we know they're friendly and they're fans of mine, let's just do those shows. And, it used to bother me because Lue Elizondo said, I'll go on anybody's show. He won't come here. He won't go on Goof On or a few other shows, or he won't go on Third Phase of Moon, of all things. Listen, despite whatever I feel about Third Phase of Moon, they do literally have the biggest channel about UFOs on YouTube. So him refusing to go on my show is one thing, even though I've seen him go on shows that have, half of my subscribers. It's not about subscribers to him. It's about who's going to be friendly to him, who's not going to challenge him. And I'm sorry, but that makes him a coward. And the fact that he won't go on Third Phase of Moon makes him a coward, because that's the biggest UFO channel. If you've really got a message or important information that you think people need to hear, why would you not go on a show that big? Unless you were scared of what they might ask you. Now I get it. There's these factions, the Third Phase of Moon aligned themselves with Stephen Greer and Goof On as well. And Stephen Greer's got a problem with Lue Elizondo. But I don't understand why Lue Elizondo won't just go on a show and have a conversation with Stephen Greer. I'd like to see that, wouldn't you? Those two are beefing big time. I think Stephen Greer says that Lue Elizondo is a CIA disinformation agent. And Lue Elizondo says a lot of stuff about Stephen Greer, like he's running a cult and things like that, which may be true, by the way. Look, I'm neutral in this. I think that they're both full of shit. I think they're both full of shit. Both Stephen Greer and Lue Elizondo, they're both full of shit. They just have different shit, right? But the fact that they're beefing, right? Because listen, there's only so much money in this UFO thing, and each of them wants to make the most of it that they can, right? So you gotta tear down the other guy because his stuff's bullshit, but mine's real. That's another thing. Lue Elizondo is going to tell us that Stephen Greer's full of shit, but I'm not. I'm not full of shit. Stephen Greer is. It's laughable because they both say absolutely fantastical things with no evidence, no proof, no backup, no sort of, even indication of evidence. Stephen Greer is showing people pictures of freaking moths, telling them they're aliens. And Lue Elizondo is running around telling everybody that the government has biological UFO samples, right? The government has what may be alien, samples of tissue or whatever. Okay, do you got any proof of that? Well, my NDA, we're getting a little dangerous here. I've got an NDA and I can't really. Well, why bring it up in the first place, Lue Elizondo, unless you've got proof of that fantastical claim you made, right? Trust me, dude. That's how this works. I believe the government may be in possession of some alien biological samples. Wow, that's amazing, Lue Elizondo. How do you know that? Well, I'm getting close to my NDA, so I can't really disclose how I know that or why I think that is true and accurate. But just trust me, dude. Just trust me. The government has them. Dude, just trust me. That's how this garbage works. Just like Stephen Greer. Dude, just trust me. You can buy an app for $10 and you can talk to the aliens too. By the way, I'm buying the app. We're going to do it, and we're going to report the results. But back to the misinformation that TTSA and Lue Elizondo has spread. John from the Black Vault, and I hope he's not going to be upset that I'm sharing this, but it is public Twitter post, so I think we're okay. But, here, I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. John from the Black Vault is a gentleman. He really is. He is who I should aspire to be more like, right? He's like a real journalist or something because he doesn't say, he's just not crude, okay? I'm like the bad, crude version of him sometimes because I do good research, but then I get upset and I say stuff like, that guy's full of shit, and here's why. This guy is a bullshitter. No, John from the Black Vault is very much more professional and diplomatic and what I would aspire to be more like, right? I could learn a lot from him and how he handles these things, but he's not afraid to go after the truth and ask hard questions, right? Or to show you why maybe, just maybe, somebody should not be trusted to tell us the truth about these UFOs and aliens. Because they have displayed their ability and willingness to push literal fake information as something more than it is. And that's the game that I believe Tom DeLonge and Lue Elizondo have been playing here. They take a little bit of something that may be true or could be true, and they hype it up. And I just heard him on a show today he said, I would rather under hype and over deliver than over hype. All he has is hype. He hasn't shown us proof of anything, nothing. He's gotten a couple of videos declassified out of the Pentagon, right? That's it. And what do those videos prove? Apparently those videos prove nothing, because it's not a smoking gun. It could be drones. It could be anything. But this is where we find ourselves. Let's get to this. So this is from John from the Black Vault. He says, I think my retweet about calling others out for inaccurate information was misconstrued by some. So let me explain further the frustration that sparks posts like that. This may be long but controversial, but it needs to be said. So here goes. Yeah, and listen, Lue also was called out by Stephen Greenstreet because he completely and totally mischaracterized documents on CNN, saying that they were recently declassified when they came from decades ago. That's just one of the Lue Elizondo fuck-ups. Pardon the French. All right, so John says, I truly mean no disrespect to any party. See that? He's so diplomatic and professional and nice. Goes on to say, but I think Middle of Mayhem, that's Stephen Greenstreet, I am not speaking for him, and his recent posts point out a trend that goes back to day one of visuals used to fit a narrative in the current UFO conversation, but they aren't accurately portrayed. Through 3, and I truly mean day one of this current conversation. In the original press conference in October 2017 that introduced Lue Elizondo to the world, a party balloon was shown to depict a Tic Tac as Chris Mellon talked. This, of course, was entirely inaccurate. Yeah, so to the Stars Academy, when they had their fake press conference, by the way, it wasn't a press conference. There was nobody there. They were in an empty room. To the Stars Academy live presentation on Nimitz UFO by Chris Mellon. What they showed was a picture of a party balloon. Nimitz UFO photo is of a party balloon taken in Manchester, UK in 2005 by Steve Mera. Next, we get Lue Elizondo on October 2018 lecture in Italy telling the world stage about UFOs. He talked about a series of events where in 1952, UFOs were seen buzzing the Capitol of the White House. He showed, quote, real photographs, unquote, that consisted of a CGI construct and a cartoon. So Lue Elizondo shows a CGI construct and a cartoon and says, these are real photographs of the time UFOs buzzed Washington, D.C. And now that event might be real, but why would you use completely and totally fake manufactured images and suggest that they were real photographs? And what kind of a counterintelligence officer is so bad at research like this? He mischaracterized documents on CNN. He's using fake photographs. He's quoting the Sun newspaper in England as a credible media source. Doesn't he know that's a rag? That's like, Biden met with aliens. That's the kind of stories that they have. Trump met with a secret council of galactic aliens. They posted that story too. Maybe Lue Elizondo can use that story as proof of his alien claims. Moving on, August 2018, a video was released by TTSA Academy saying Mr. Elizondo and the team were collecting UFO material samples. The conversation then shifted towards metamaterials and how these samples could blow the entire topic wide open. And this one I caught, honestly, and I believe I may have been the first person to catch it. A press release was sent out. That press release outlined numerous pieces were acquired by TTSA, which come from, quote, an advanced aerospace vehicle of unknown origin, unquote. In the announcement, they use a rock sample known as malachite from a stock photo house. And I was one of the people that caught that as soon as they made the press release, I just did a Google reverse image search because I said, that's a picture of like a mineral sample or something. That doesn't even look like metal to me. And it turns out, yeah, they used a picture of malachite, a special kind of rock from a stock photo house. Why would they misrepresent a photo of a rock as materials from, quote, an advanced aerospace vehicle of unknown origin, unquote? Why would they just not use a picture of the actual material? John goes on to say, I think a genuine question we all need to ask is, why would TTSA Academy show a black and white photograph of a mineral known as malachite, exact photo available from a stock house? And he gives the link for where that photo came from. I did back then too as well. Many people actually caught the fact that they were using a stock picture of a rock. All they did is buy it from a stock photo place and they turned it black and white. Yeah. So that's great. Next, in the television series Unidentified, Mr. Elizondo, Tom DeLonge, and 3 unidentified individuals are shown with the insinuation that they were the ones running the current ATIP UFO investigative efforts. One of the 3 individuals have come forward. According to him, he was entirely misrepresented and he was forced to file a report to his superiors within the DOD. And the story gets much weirder. He came forward and part of his story is here. And John found that individual that was shown on the TV show and misrepresented. And there's a whole story about how Lue Elizondo and Tom DeLonge completely and totally misrepresented that guy in their television show. Essentially, they lied about what the meeting was about, what he was there for, what they were talking about. Again, they misrepresent things in order to hype it up and sell it. Okay. Number 9, just this past week, Mr. Elizondo profiled, I saw profited. Yeah, because I'm always, when I hear Elizondo, the first thing I think of is profited or profit. Mr. Elizondo profiled, pardon me, Freudian slip there. Elizondo, profit, yeah. That's the way, yeah. Anyway, Mr. Elizondo profiled an article from The Sun, a commonly lambasted UK tabloid-style paper, which commonly runs over-embellished stories about aliens. Mr. Elizondo conveyed one of those false narratives on a certain radio show, which created a firestorm. Yeah, because it was fake. Number 10. But the firestorm of excitement was unneeded. Not only was the headline misleading, the declassified NSA material was nothing of the sort. The entire real history behind the document that has been talked about can be found here. Yeah, and it was a training exercise. It had nothing to do with what Lue Elizondo or the Sun newspaper or anybody else has been hyping. That people have been hyping that thing for years. It's not what it appears to be. 11, as people like Stephen Greenstreet, myself, and others are lambasted for bringing up stuff like the above. Where is the same criticism for the trend on inaccuracies? I am in no way even close to perfect. I make mistakes all the time. Where known, I correct them. Yes, and John's very good with that. 12, but why is there such a double standard when it comes to the heroes and the villains? And what has turned into a role-playing game for so many? Yes, this has become a LARP, a live-action role-playing game. Some can do no wrong while others can do no right. 13, there comes a time when there is enough misrepresentation of a material, questions should be asked. It doesn't mean there needs to be insults or public lashings or anything of the sort. 14, but if I continually used false imagery or misrepresented documents, I can assure you there's a handful of people that would make mega blogs about me, create memes, tweet obsessively about it, and then they would party right into the triumph with their secret clubs. 15, I yet again am reminded about the double standard that exists within the UFO conversation. I won't be afraid to call out, that isn't a call to arms, as some of you want to believe I meant, the inconsistencies. If they're resolved, great, we move on. If they aren't, then we should all continue to ask questions and press for answers from those who claim they are giving you the honest truth. I speak for only myself here, but I am not wanting to be in an echo chamber. Finally, he says, I encourage respectful dialogue, and if I make a mistake, call me out. All the above all applies to me too, and I've always said that. We are a team, and despite what some people think, we don't have to walk on eggshells as we pursue the truth. It's tougher than that. So there we have it, a very good, well thought out history of all of the things that TTSA and Tom DeLonge and Lue Elizondo have inaccurately misrepresented in order to sell their narrative. And I, for one, think that it's very problematic, right? That I think John is right. If I get something wrong, I get hammered over it. I mean hammered. If John gets something wrong, he gets hammered. Green Street and a few others get something wrong. We all get hammered. We get hammered for it. Even if we apologize and explain it and move forward, we all get hammered. But these UFO messiahs, they get a pass. So what if they used a fake picture of a party balloon? So what if they held a press conference and claimed it was a press conference, but there was not one member of the press there? They did it for an empty auditorium they rented. So what? So what if Tom DeLonge went on Joe Rogan and showed a video of a fake UFO that wasn't real, it was CGI, right? So what if Lue Elizondo got the fact that he is quoting from recently declassified documents that weren't recently declassified and had very little to do with what he was trying to use them as proof of? So what? So what if they use a fake picture of a rock while they're claiming to have exotic materials in their possession, which may be aliens? So what? And none of them ever explain this shit. All of these UFO circle jerk show hosts, I watched one today, terrible show, terrible interview, all this shit. And what do they ask them? Softball circle jerk questions. Tell us about your upcoming book, Lou. What we lick your asshole. Why isn't anybody asking Lue Elizondo these questions? The real questions that he should be answering. Or all the questions in that Who's Lou documentary. Why is nobody asking him those questions? Why isn't he stepping forward like a man, right? And saying, listen, I understand you made a documentary. There's a lot of questions in it. And I'm here. I'll answer some of those questions because it's not what you think or whatever. No, he didn't do that. You know what he did? He goes on a circle jerk show host show and threatens to take people behind the barn and teach them a lesson. This man threatened people with physical violence because they ask questions. Seems pretty weak to me, Lou. If you got to threaten people with violence because they asked you questions you don't like, and why does it get a pass for that? If I threaten people with physical violence, I would get hammered. I would get crucified for making violent threats against people. But this UFO Messiah just gets to tell people he's going to beat them up because they ask questions he doesn't like. And this is another thing. On this show today, Lue Elizondo says, I don't dox people. Well, that show that you were on told people, we're going after you for hosting a documentary filmmaker. We're going after you for going after Lou. And what did they do? They doxed me. They doxed the filmmaker. They try to get Rich's show deleted from YouTube. That's a whole nother issue. So while maybe Lue Elizondo doesn't directly dox people, he's never come out and said that he disagreed with that show host that licks his asshole constantly and their friends doing all that. Hey, Lou, I got doxed. I have a wife and children. Would you make a statement that you disavow, that you don't condone people doing that to people who disagree with you? Would you be a man and come forward and do that? Or what about the filmmaker? Do you think he should get doxxed, harassed, cyberstalked, and threatened for making that documentary? Or what about the other show hosts that hosted that filmmaker getting harassed, threatened, intimidated, talk shit on? Why don't you just answer the questions and stop using your ass lickers to defend yourself? But this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. So, look, there's not much more I could say about this, except that I'm tired of these UFO messiahs getting a pass. They shouldn't get a pass like this. Why don't they have to answer the hard questions especially when they themselves are the ones that are generating this misinformation, this fake information. Why don't they have to answer for that? And I want to thank Al Warrior for a kind and generous $3.33 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your continued support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. We're a viewer-supported show, so let me just tell you, there's some few things. If you're tired of the UFO circle jerk and you want people asking these UFO messiahs and other personalities the hard questions, then please support independent media like this. There's a few ways to support us. You can join our Patreon for as little as $1 a month. We'll be doing a Patreon-only stream this weekend. And we do sort of a backstage pass. You get all my music that I make before it's ever made public. You get a monthly show journal, some extra content, and more. The link to join my Patreon is in the description of this video. Or you can make a PayPal donation. And just be sure if you make a PayPal donation that you do add a note and include your chat room user ID, because we shout out every PayPal donator. We shout out every super chat. We read all the super chats. It's another way that you can help us. Wow. All right. We have a kind and generous $50 PayPal donation from Dennis. Thank you very much. And we're going to read all these when we come back. So the other way to help me is with the PayPal, or excuse me, with the super chat. There's a money button down there in the live chat. And all you do is hit that button and put in however much money. If you've never done it before, you might need to add a credit or a debit card in order to make it work, but then it'll just work forever. And you can throw money at me whenever you want after the first time. And we appreciate that. We read each and every single super chat. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take a short musical break. And when we come back, we're going to read every single super chat. So if you have some generosity in your heart, if you like the content we're producing and you want to see us continue producing it, hit that money button and throw a couple of bucks in our hat to keep us doing this good work that doesn't involve the circle jerk. Okay? There's enough. There's so many UFO circle jerk shows. We need people asking the hard questions, and I'd like to be one of them. So if you're feeling generous and you want to support the show, hit that money button, throw a couple bucks in our hat, and keep us moving forward, fighting the good fight. So we're going to take a short musical break, and when I come back, we're going to read each and every single super chat. We're going to read the PayPal donations, and then I will take comments and questions from the live chat. So if you have comments or questions, get those ready. Put them in all caps, please, so that I know that's a comment or question for me and you want me to share it on my screen and talk about it. Questions or comments for me in all caps. Money for me, hit that money button. PayPal donation, you can also, by the way, now send money to us through Cash App. It's Truth Seeker Show at Cash App. All right, so we're going to take a short musical break. I have a new musical guest tonight, the band Bong. Just hearing the band name was enough to sell me. Your band's called what? So my band's called Bong, B-O-N-G. And they sent me a couple of their songs. They are listeners to the show and supporters of the show. So we want to give back and support their artistic endeavors. This is a great song, actually. It's by this band called Bong, and it's called Those Who Pray. We'll be right back, friends.
Order
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be having a discussion here with the live chat. We will be reading each and every super chat, chat it at us, and every single PayPal donation, Cash App donation. You guys give me an attitude of gratitude. This is a viewer-supported show, and we are well supported by many kind and generous people who help us continue the show moving forward. I'm happy to say that I have literally, anybody that knows me knows that, I fix computers, but the problem with that is that I'm kind of like that mechanic who doesn't have time to work on his own. So mine are always like ripped apart and falling apart and messed up. And I've got a few of these old Xeon processor servers that I use for video editing machines. They're falling apart. They have memory parity problems and things that I probably can't even fix if I had the time or wanted to. So I've replaced one, and we're doing some other upgrades here in the studio. Always nice to have a couple of bucks in the till to just, let's just get it fixed. And I want to thank each and every one of you for that. So we're going to start with the super chats. Let me go way back. There was one a ways back here. Luckily now they let you go that far back. So we have Al Warrior with a kind and generous $3.33. Al Warrior 3. I don't know what happened to Al Warrior. Maybe he's got a new account, Al Warrior 3. Or there's 3 of them now, but $3.33. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Very kind of you. Lee Guy, Mr. Bacon, that's good because we're out. My wife gets that box bacon that comes pre-cooked sometimes. It's great for BLT sandwiches because it's just enough. It's more than enough bacon for 2 really nice BLT sandwiches. And we're out of that right now. So thank you, Lee Guy, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. And yes, the last time my wife made bacon, I didn't get up in time, so my son ate it all. That's his favorite thing in the world, Lee Guy, bacon. Andrew Masonette with a kind and generous $10 super chat says, thank you so much, Stephen. Buy your son some bacon. I will. And the next time, I got to learn how to make bacon, though. I drunk ate a burnt bacon sandwich last week because I somehow burnt the bacon. And it wasn't because I was drunk. It was because I can't cook bacon. I don't know how my wife does it. Hers always comes out perfect. Mine, I always burn it. But thank you, Andrew, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. And thank you very much there, Lee Guy and Al Warrior. And then we have Amy WC with a kind and generous $3 super chat. Thank you all for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Like I said, you guys give me an attitude of gratitude. And what can I say? Now we have Complizer. Now that I know, I'm sorry, Complizer. I'm making a note. And he is a long-time supporter of the show who uses PayPal. And by the way, if you have a larger donation to send, like boy Complizer gets the generosity gift or generosity award tonight. He sent a kind and generous $50, or I'm sorry, is it $48.27, or maybe it was 50 before they. Oh, it was $51. I apologize. Complizer with a kind and generous $51 PayPal donation. And he added a note, which we read every note that people send with their PayPal donation. His note says, and this is very topical for tonight, so I'm happy to read this. His note says, it's all just some Bigelow claims, Bigelow aims, Bigelow paid, Bigelow framed, Bigelow scale, Bigelow said, Bigelow would like to be real, but aerospace failed Bigelow. No. True, real, solid evidence ever raised. Bunch of wannabe woo-woo tales of paid Bigelow crew members, screwed up book deal preferring fakers, tales of lying saucers that, I'm going to steal that, lying saucers, that's a good term, that all of these so-called experiencers in love with aliens in their heads, abductees, fantastic Lou believers, Lulu lovers just love to hear in their UAP ET fairy tale lullabies so their normal anybody lives finally make sense to someone else. Trash retrieval for UFO dollars. Well, thank you, Complizer, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. Very, very generous of you. Very generous of all of you. Throwing a couple of bucks in the hat in order to keep the ball rolling here. And thank you all for that kindness, that generosity, and that support. It is much, much appreciated. Okay, let's get back to the comments, questions, or anybody have any comments or questions for me? Please put them in all capital letters so I know that you want me to share it. And there's Cult of Elizondo. He's got the emoji thing down, right? Oh, Al Warrior 3 says, I've been playing too much Gears of War 3 and decided to add the 3. Do you know how behind I am on games? I haven't played Gears of War 1 yet, Al Warrior. In fact, I just started playing like Red Dead Redemption 1. That's how behind on games I am. And of course, I only have an old Xbox 360 console. And I've been trying to get a new PlayStation, but you can't even get one still. So maybe someday, right? But then I thought I'd rather have a Quest VR. I don't have one of those either. I'd really like a Quest VR. And then I could just use a PC. I have a decent PC gaming rig, but I never have time to play games. I play old games on my PC. You know, one thing about playing 10-year-old games is they're free or mostly free. We have GOG.com, GOG.com. That's a great website. You get a great old game for like $5, and you still support the authors of those great old games. I love GOG. Wild Ascension, the mothership, with kind and generous $4.99 super chat. Have you ever seen any type of compelling evidence of possible ET life visiting Earth? If so, what would it be? Thank you for a great show. Well, I think there is some compelling evidence, but it's always got that tantalizing maybe true. You know, the Zimbabwe case with those children that all saw flying saucers and aliens. That's a great story. I like the Cash Landrum incident, and I've deep dived into Roswell many, many times, and I refuse to believe that what crashed at Roswell was just a weather balloon. Based on all the eyewitness testimony of people who claim they saw bodies or aliens or, you know, exotic materials, I think there's something to Roswell. And I'm hopeful that maybe Roswell is the key. And someday the key will go in the lock and unlock the mystery for all of us. Just too much. The volume of information about Roswell is really compelling to me. And also compelling to me is there's a book by Dom Schmidt and Tom Carey called Children of Roswell. And in the book, these children of people who were witnesses to the original Roswell event detail all the things their parents told them, and some of them didn't tell them until they were on their deathbed. I don't think that somebody in the midst of dying suddenly says, you know what, I'm going to make up stories about seeing ET alien bodies at Roswell in 1947 and tell my kids about that. No, I think that's very compelling evidence. But I'm still in the search for the smoking gun, as are most people. But thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. I'm still waiting for some new David Wilcock videos from you. I'm too lazy to go through and make them, right? Oh, yeah, the Holloman. That's another one. That's one of my favorites, too. Kepsa says, I like the Holloman Air Force Base landing with the chit-chat between the Army men and the aliens that allegedly had 3 different cameras rolling. Yeah, and there's some weird stuff about that. Truth Seekers, hey, Stephen, do you remember Amiga 500 Moonstone? Yes, I do. And I still have Complizer. I have my original, the first one I ever had, Amiga 1000. And now there's something called a Vampire Accelerator that you can put into it that brings it up to not exactly modern specs, but good enough to browse on it still and do a lot of more modern things with it. I keep saying I'm going to try to get one of those accelerators and set my old Amiga up. If not that, then I have a floppy emulator for that. I just have not set it up yet. I have 2 retro computers that I really like. The TRS-80 Color Computer 3, which was the first 8-bit computer that you could get, really, that multitasked, and also it had 512K RAM, but now you can get up to 2 megs of RAM in a Color Computer 3. I have one of those, but I'm always like waiting for parts, and I keep saying I'm going to set them up in the basement and play with them with my kid, but I haven't yet. So that Color Computer 3 and an original Amiga 1000. I also have a 500, Cult of Elizondo in my garage, but I prefer the 1000 because it has a separate keyboard and mouse, and it's just a little more what I came up with. I couldn't afford an Amiga 500, and it makes no sense, but Amiga came out with the 1000 first, then the 500, which was an all-in-one keyboard like a Commodore 64. It was cost reduced. I have the better Amiga 1000. I thought it was better anyway, but they're very, very similar in architecture and all that stuff. So, yeah. Yes, Amy Collins, the Amigas made graphics for television well into the 90s. Yeah, Babylon 5, all of the space fighting scenes and the CGI was all done. Babylon 5 was all done on Amiga 2000 computers, or maybe 4000 computers later, and render farms. They would have like 12 Amigas going at once rendering the scenes with a program called Lightwave, which I still have on my Linux box and use occasionally, but I'm terrible at it. And also, the Amiga had video toasters, which allowed you to edit video before anybody even knew that you could do that on a computer. Zaxonite says, I remember people being impressed by the graphics. Yes. I think it was something like 16 million colors in 1988 or something, or 4,096. 4,096 colors in 1988 when PCs had 16 color graphics. Amigas had 4,096 color graphics. Later pumped up to 16 million, of course, with upgrades, right? 12 Feet Tall says there will never be a disclosure because there is anything real to disclose. It's all BS. I'm still holding out hope. I don't want to let it go completely, but I'm getting to the point where I'm tired of so much nonsense and hype, and then it all falls apart, right? Hey, folks, it felt good to yell nerd at somebody for once instead of being yelled at me. Thanks for that. No, I'm a geek. There's a difference. Nerds are dorky, Pragmagic. Geeks were cool. I was always a geek, right? Still am, probably always still will be. In fact, tonight I have to go and set up another, I have a little audio workstation in the corner over here with a mixer and microphones and distortion boxes. And I'm going to be using that specifically for recording vocals, Pragmagic. I got all of these weird, Pragmagic will appreciate this. I have all of these weird, like, distortion pedals or delay pedals, and one of them is a Yamaha FX 550, which is really for a guitar, but I always used it on my voice because it's got distortion and overdrive and all these different things, and flange and echo and delay and reverb, and you can customize the patches. And I have had that box forever, Pragmagic. So I've got that over there and a bunch of other little boxes. I've got a harmonizer, voice harmonizer, and some other stuff. I'm going to be setting that up and recording some new stuff soon. True Seekers, will there be another episode with Cal Korff soon? Well, I hope so, but part of me hopes so, and then part of me hopes not, because I got to tell you, I get shit every day on Twitter from this from Mikey Horn. It's Mikey Horn, because nobody cares that much about Cal Korff and his work to be like busting my balls every day. So, but I'll take the slings and arrows. Sure, he's welcome back, but he's busy with his new show with his girlfriend, Melissa. They have a show called Wicked Truth. Look it up. Al Warrior, working at Geek Squad. Actually, my company is the anti-Geek Squad, Al Warrior, because instead of taking your computer to Geek Squad, you just call me and I go to the house. And luckily now with COVID winding down, let's hope it's winding down. Of course, World War III is ramping up. So that's the downside. Hopefully, Al Warrior, the medical situations are winding down and people won't mind me in their house again, and I'll be able to resume my pre-COVID business, which used to be pretty lucrative, but COVID killed me like everybody else's small business. Customizing patches. Is your harmonizer a TC Helion? No, I'm going to show you what it is, and you're going to laugh at me, Pragmagic, because it's actually a toy harmonizer, but it sounds amazing. And I did a special mod to it to get a line out on it. but it's really just this little box with a speaker on it, and it has echo, harmonization, auto tune, and something else. But it sounds amazing, and you're going to want one. Actually, I have 3 or 4 of them because I liked it so much, and I was afraid they would stop making them. I can't remember exactly what it's called. I'll get with you offline, Pragmagic. But it's basically a children's toy that included a harmonizer, and I couldn't afford a real harmonizer, so I hacked this thing together. The TC Helion is a hell of a thing, and I would love one of those, but I could never afford one. But this harmonizer gives you one or two voices above and 1 or 2 voices below. But unfortunately, it doesn't separate them out. But it's still a very, very useful little box. Because if you want like super thick backing vocals that sound like a choir behind something, left and right it, do 2 takes, and it comes out amazing. Toy harmonizer is music to my circuit bent ears. I'm going to bend one of these too. That's funny that you mentioned that. And you know what, Pragmagic? I came up with the idea that I want to do a whole album, and I want to use nothing but circuit bent instruments, and I'm just going to call it Bent. Isn't that a cool idea? Even if it's just a 4-song EP, because I'm not sure I could do 10 out of Toys and Trash like that. But I'm sure I could do, 3 or 4 songs, right? Frapsap says, don't you miss the good old days when the government used to dismiss UFOs as conventional aircraft, whereas now they try to convince the public that conventional aircraft are UAP? Yeah, you're right. It's like when they did a total 180. They say, oh, no, that's just a helicopter. Oh, that's just a small engine aircraft. No, now it is, those are aliens, right? Lue Elizondo. That's another thing. I'm going to have a new character for Lue Elizondo. I got the mask. I just have to spend some time doing the hair. And I guess I'm going to have to give him a beard. Now he's going to do the beard thing for a while. But if anybody has any suggestions for what the Lue Elizondo character could be called, the best I've come up with is Lue Elizondo. Lue Elizondo. If anybody has any more suggestions, I'm all ears. Absolutely all ears. And I want somebody, you know what? I'm going to do it right now. Listen, Free Speech won. And you can now finally see the Who's Lue documentary right on YouTube. They killed his momentum, though. So I would appreciate, here's what happens. I heard Ollie on Alien Addict saying this and encouraging people to go and support Manny at Area 503's documentary, because what happens when they take a video down is it screws with the algorithm. You lose all your momentum, and then you got to almost start all over again to get the video popping again. Calcorf says Lue Elizondo is a perfect name because he does. Yeah. So let me get over here and oh, wait a minute. Did I? No, I got that. Okay. So I'm going to put the link to the Who's Lue documentary. 1 second. Who's Lue? Oh, man. I always, you know what? I will spell Lue Elizondo's name wrong for the rest of my life. And the problem is because I had a friend, I still have a friend named Louis, Louis, and when I refer to him as Lou, it's Lou. I always do that. I did it tonight for the show. I had to fix it. All right, so there's the link for the Who's Lue documentary. Please do go over there, give it a thumbs up, give it a like, give it a comment. If you've seen it already, watch it again. Help Manny to get the momentum going on that thing again, because he should have gotten 50,000 views out of that. But they took it down, and now all the momentum is lost, and he has to start all over again to get the video popping again. And that's not fair. After all, even YouTube agreed with him that what he did was fair use and not a violation of copyright, so they had no rights to copyright claim and force his videos down with legal threat letters posted to YouTube. Lord Ludicrous Plaid says, great show tonight. Well, thank you for your kindness. So what can I say? And Manny's here, says thank you for all your support. My pleasure. And Manny did an excellent, also on his channel, is an excellent breakdown of the TTSA finances, but he's gotten into more. And I said, you got to come here and do that again, but with me. And I'm going to be looking into some things as well. And then we're going to be filing letters with the SEC and other government entities, asking them how any of this shit is legal. So Manny from Area 503 will be here to detail for us the accounting gymnastics that Tom DeLonge has done for his so-called, public benefit corporation. There's no benefit to the public. It only benefits Tom DeLonge and apparently his sister, who gets paid $150,000 a year to not return emails to anybody that asks questions, right? Out of investor funds. Must be nice. Yeah, and CalCorp says file with the SEC. Yeah, well, I hear there may be an investigation and some other media, large media outlets may be following that story. And we want to get on the right side of history and also detail it here before, before anything big breaks, right? But we'll see what happens. So, I think we've done our due diligence. We're trying to make the shows a little shorter. We're hitting the 90-minute mark. So I'm going to bounce on out of here. I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us tonight. Always happy when there's an audience. So glad you could come here tonight and be a part of mine. Always a pleasure to spend some time here with you. And I want to thank each and every one of you kind and generous benefactors, you PayPal donators, you Super Chatters, you Patreon supporters, you people sending money through Cash App. Yeah, Steve S. says, hey, Steve, with you on this one. Lue is in the military, once in the military, always in the military. The same military that has been hiding shit from its citizens for 75 years. Yeah, I agree. And Wild Ascension says, Manny, I wasn't able to save that long of a video. Too much space, so I came up with an idea to create a trailer for Who's Lue. Is that okay with you? Trailer will link to the movie in my description. Yeah, do it. I think he'd like you to do that, right? So thanks to all you kind and generous benefactors. Thanks to all of you kind supporters who come here to live chat. And I want to remind everybody, I got to do this every time. I got to make a bumper for this. If you are listening in audio podcast land, we appreciate you and we're glad you're there. However, you're listening to a replay. If you want to come and support us here, go on over to YouTube, youtube.com, and put Truth Seekers, one word, in the search bar. Just look for me, the strange guy with the sunglasses. That would be the Truth Seekers channel. We're the first one that pops up. Smash that subscribe button. Hit that notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a live taping for the podcast. And you can come over here and be a part of the live broadcast. And more importantly, the live chat. You are most welcome here. We take comments, questions. We don't have an echo chamber here. We let people disagree. You could disagree with me even, as long, and oftentimes people do. But you are most welcome. Please do, we love you listening to the audio podcast because, and some people are driving a truck or doing things and they need the audio podcast. That's why we provide it. But you're missing half the fun. Really, come over to Truth Seeker's YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button and the notification bell, and then you'll know when we're doing a live taping. You can come over here and be a part of the live taping and the live chat. Also, we have a Discord that you can join. The description to do that, or the link to do that, is in the description of this video. And you are most welcome here. We want to invite you to be a part of the Truth Seekers community. It's more than just me here. And like I said, this isn't an echo chamber. You could be a believer. You could be a skeptic. You could be on the fence. You could be in the middle. Everybody is welcome here. And we would like to have you. So what else can I say, friends? Tonight we showed up and did our due diligence, try to present something good for you. Oh, I do one little bit of show business that I have to get out of the way. Number one, Kari Spooky will no longer be working with us. Now, there's a whole lot of reasons for that, and I'm not getting into any of the drama reasons. But, I think I'll just remain positive and say this. About people that work with me, sometimes throughout my lifetime, whatever I have endeavored to do, I've had what I call a good side man. And what a good sideman does is I'd be the guy in the spotlight. They're a good sideman, and they help me to be better at what I do. I've had that in music. You've got a guitar player next to you. I've had that in magic, doing magic shows. I had an excellent sideman there that always went out of his way to make my shows as best that they could be. And here we've had Kari as a side person, not exactly in the spotlight, but behind the scenes, helping me to make the show look better, sound better, do better. But one of the things with a sideman is you don't want a sideman that has other aspirations, really. Like if that's all they want to do is be the side person, that's when it works the best. Not to say that Kari did an amazing job, but Kari has other aspirations. So she went and was co-hosting with the girls from This One Time I Got Abducted by Aliens, then doing some paper bag news, like live news broadcast, then maybe starting a UFO show. Then she's still doing this out of context CW Channer thing. It's very busy. And especially having other aspirations, like if she wants to host a show, she's not going to have time for this. And also said that she's taking a break from the whole subject. So I think she's even taking a break from the One Time I Was Abducted by Aliens. I'm not exactly sure of the exact details of when she's coming back with her new show, but she's going to do her own show. And we wish her the best of success with all her future endeavors. I'll miss her, and I'll certainly miss her help here. But, like I said, if somebody has other aspirations, I don't want to feel like I'm holding them back. If they want to be a show host, they should go be a show host. They shouldn't be, doing dumb shit for me, like making thumbnails or whatever. And you'll notice the thumbnails have sucked. But I just haven't had time. I'm going to make some templates and things, so they'll improve again. I'm not terrible at graphics. I just don't have time, so I'll throw something up for these next couple of shows in the meantime. So, if you see her, wish her the best of success from all of us. And she's tremendous at video and editing and all those things. I'm sure she'll be very successful with whatever she plans to do in the future. And I'll certainly miss her, and especially miss the help, because it's not easy doing all this stuff yourself. But I'm back to being a one-man army here, and I'm okay with it. I'm going to adjust some things. I'm going to figure out how to do the thumbnails better. I just haven't had time this week. And another final bit of business for the show is that you'll notice there was no Midnight Hour Show episode today, because we used to do them every Thursday, and there's a whole nother drama reason for that. And I don't feel the need to go into that, but I wanted to just dump all the Midnight Hour Show episodes at once. But Kari and others that run shows were like, no, that's a bad idea. It's too much at once. But I want to get them out of the way. So what we're going to do going forward is we're going to host those on Saturday and Sunday evening at midnight. That's right, midnight on Saturday night and on Sunday. So there'll be 2 Midnight Hour shows a week, and you are all most welcome. This weekend, on Saturday night at midnight, we'll have one. On Sunday night at midnight, we'll have one. This will mean that every day going forward, there should be a video from us here, whether it's a live Truth Seekers taping or a production video or something else. We should have something new on this YouTube channel every day going forward, doing it that way. You'll know that we take Truth Seekers off for the weekend, but I will always have time to render a few of those and put them up and participate in the live chat. So all around, mostly good news. And you are all most welcome to come and join us for those. So that's what I got for you tonight. And what else can I say? I hope you'll join us tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We will have an interview with L.A. Marzulli, who you may know has been looking into these Paraka skulls and the Nephilim and the fallen angels and their connections or possible connections to aliens and ancient aliens. Very, very interesting guy. Tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Please do come and join us and support us hosting a great interview here. So that's what I got for you tonight, folks. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night.
I'm an intel guy. If I call your mother a hooker, if I call your mother a hooker, consciousness. I'm an intel guy. Consciousness. I'm an intel guy. If I call your mother a hooker, if I call your mother a hooker, consciousness. I'm an intel guy. Consciousness. I'm an intel guy. If I call your mother a hooker, if I call your mother a hooker, if I were to call your mother a prostitute, if I were to call your mother a prostitute, if I were to call your mother a prostitute, 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 prostitute. Tell me.
It's clear to me now that Lue Elizondo is deceiving and manipulating the community. I mean, 100%. He admitted to that on our interview Friday by using sock puppet accounts to manipulate and deceive us. Which, I mean, so how can you trust someone who is going to go and create a secret account? Not only just create a secret account and post on it, but he creates these in-groups and out-groups of people who are in on the secret. And then he, shares this special knowledge with them and really gets them to go out and attack his critics. We can't see what the tweets that he posted under these sock puppets anymore because they've been deleted. But, he made it seem like on the interview that he was just responding to people who are doing personal attacks on his family. That's a load of BS. There wasn't really any attacks on his family before this whole Who's Lou documentary started. And that was after he deleted his sock puppet account. He was using that account to attack people like Mick West and Stephen Greenstreet and, rile people up and sow division. And to what end is really my question now. Why he says that his audience isn't UFO Twitter. If his audience isn't UFO Twitter, why does he have multiple sock puppet accounts engaging with UFO Twitter and doing all of this nonsense? Like it just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm at a loss, really.
Lue Elizondo resigned in protest from the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. Number 1, anti-gravity. Number 2, sudden and instantaneous acceleration.
You have told me before that you've had your own sighting. Do you believe they're real?
You know what? Phenomena is indeed real.
With all due respect, I'd like to answer that question.
Hello, I'm Tom DeLong, and thanks for joining us live today.
Well, thanks, Tom, for that very special introduction. And I'm excited, frankly, like hell, to be part of this effort with you. Thank you sincerely for your time. Tom, over to you. The phenomenon is indeed real. Chris?
Thank you. For those of you who are just joining us from around the world, I want to welcome you. Today we're announcing To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science, a company dedicated to pushing the outer edges of science and understanding of aerial phenomena. We have a plan to bring the unimaginable, the stuff of dreams, to the world.
Pineapple on pizza, yes or no? Oh, really?
No. Pizza's not made for vitamins and minerals. Like,
They should actually have
Don't
a
put
process.
fruit on it, right?
No,
Who
they
puts fruit on pizza.
They should have a process to extract vitamins and minerals from a pizza
It's
rather than add
not
them on
healthy.
it.
Yeah, no, keep your pineapples on ice cream and things like that, not on
Yeah.
pizza. It's not American. It's
It's
anti-American.
I believe, honestly, it's communist.
Look what we can achieve if we decide to do it.
Yes.
Right? And so that's kind of my hope.
Now, the last couple of months, there's a slow drip of information about whatever the phenomenon is. I've noticed there's much more hinting towards extraterrestrial.
This story that the New York Times wrote day before yesterday has it's got a bit viral. So I guess I'm looking right now at the Hill.
Question, Jeff, where are you? Right there.
Yeah. I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it. I mean, thank you.
Man.
Thank y'all guys. Y'all are awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Funk, for saying what needed to be said. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
Trans medium travel. My gosh. The 5 observables. The 5 observables. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Number 5, trans medium travel.
My gosh. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are back on track and ready to move forward with our investigation into the strange, the mysterious, the bizarre. And so, of course, we've been covering some of these well-known figures in the world of aliens and UFOs. And recently, a Mr. Sean Cahill, right-hand man of Lue Elizondo, released a video that he decided was a UAP, a term which I don't like because that's a CIA term. It's a UFO. But for one reason or another, the CIA PSYOP came in and we changed the term from UFO to UAP. And unidentified aerial phenomenon. Now they're saying it's unidentified anomalous phenomenon. So the video was released on a little known, brand new sort of YouTube show. And what's interesting is that the video gets released with absolutely no context, no date, no location, no time it was recorded, no details about the so-called UAP encounter that Sean Cahill had, and also no audio on the video, which to me is a certain indicator of intended deception. Now, the real controversial part of this comes in when some Reddit posters realized that Sean Cahill filmed this UFO essentially in Lue Elizondo's backyard. And some previous posts of Lue Elizondo holding up Ross Coulthard, the Big Bluffers book. You remember that guy, the guy who said that he had, quote, conclusive proof of alien technology, right? And then he didn't have shit. The disgraced Australian journalist. Well, he's buddies with Lue Elizondo. So Lue Elizondo was holding up his book and, helping him sell his book of lies and garbage. And in the background was the same exact mountain that this so-called UAP video that Sean Cahill releases. And it's interesting with that Reddit post that has been deleted, restored, edited, deleted, edited, some more, edit, over concerns about doxing of all things, which is interesting because nobody posted Mr. Elizondo's address or anything like that. Unlike when Elizondo's goon squad, well, I don't know if it was his goon squad, but, acting in retaliation or something to me, doxed my family and put my name and address out there, right? But apparently, we can't dox Lue Elizondo, even though it's enough to say that the video was filmed in Lue Elizondo's backyard by Sean Cahill. But when he released the video, he forgot to tell us that. And there's an awful lot to unpack here with that. Because if we are to believe that Lue Elizondo really did run a $22 million Pentagon UFO program, and there's unidentified aerial phenomenon in his backyard, and he can't identify them, and he didn't think that was relevant, like maybe he should tweet like, oh, my friend Sean, we got UFOs in my backyard, right? No, this was all a purposeful deception, in my opinion. Why would you don't think it's relevant that you filmed a UFO or UAP in the backyard of the guy that you clowns that are his friends claim ran a government UFO program? And there's a UFO in his backyard that you filmed, but you don't think it's relevant to include that it was filmed in his backyard. Great. And see, this opens this whole can of worms now, because here we go. There's so many problems here with this, not the least of which is, okay, but first, we should play the video because Reddit posts are disappearing. People want to see the video. It's only about 45 seconds long. I'm going to put my fair use banner up because this is a transformative work and we're educating the public. We're going to be critiquing the video that we are sharing. And certainly Sean Cahill is a public figure, and so is Lue Elizondo. And if they're saying that they're filming unidentified flying objects or unidentified aerial phenomenon or anomalous phenomenon in their backyard, then that is newsworthy, and it's certainly worthy of discussion and critique, and it's worth talking about and educating the public about. Wow, what a guy who ran a government program in the Pentagon has got UFOs, and they're right in his backyard. This is beautiful. This is third phase of moon kind of shit right here. Did you know that third phase of moon got caught hoaxing 10 videos all within 2 miles of their house? Did somebody take notes in that third phase of moon documentary when they got caught filming UFOs right near their house, right? By the way, all of third phases of moon's UFOs that they filmed right near their house were all fake and hoaxes, and they were nothing mysterious or strange. So this is fair use. We're going to play the video, which he only released to some virtually brand new UFO channel, or YouTube channel, I should say, not so focused solely. I don't know, another CIA mouthpiece. Hey, let's put out this video. And by the way, the original Reddit post and others said that this video was taken recently. That's a lie. That's a lie, because Sean Cahill was showing this video to people a little more than a year ago on his phone. That super secret, that inner circle club where Lue Elizondo and Sean Cahill and all their UFO dork butt buddies get together and they'll show people videos that they don't release to the public on the phone. This is what we get. This is what they're showing, this secret club. UFOs filmed in their backyard. Oh, it's beautiful. They're showing their inner circle UFOs that they filmed in their backyard. Nothing suspicious about that. Nothing to see here. And these layers upon layers of deception, we will peel apart. We will peel them apart. This entire controlled CIA disclosure is falling apart. It's all over. Look at what they're doing. No, you shall know him by his fruits. And what do you get? Even if you're in the inner circle, you get a video with no sound, no context. They don't tell you that it was filmed in Lue Elizondo's backyard when they're showing the inner circle clowns this shit, right? That's what you get. That's what you get for your loyalty, right? Go dox some more show hosts that are critical of these clowns. Go threaten some more people's families, their children, their wives. You bunch of clown inner circle. This is what you're getting? UFOs filmed in his goddamn backyard? That's what you get for your loyalty? For literally, people have literally committed crimes in the name of this crusade. And what do they get? Apparently, they get to see videos on a phone that Sean Cahill filmed in Luis Elizondo's backyard. Then they lie about it all. They lie about where it was filmed. Oh, sorry, lie by omission. Let's just forget to tell everybody that this was filmed in Luis Elizondo's backyard. That's not relevant, right? It's laughable that they would think to just leave that out. You know, great UAP sighting, but let's not let everybody know that we filmed it in Luis Elizondo's backyard. Nothing suspicious about that, right? Nothing deceptive. Then Sean Cahill comes out today and he makes some statements where he verifiably, provably lied. And we're going to break it down for you. So let's just get to the statements, right? We'll get to the statements that, oh, I forgot. We're just going to watch this incredible mystery here, right? But before you watch this, number one thing you should know is there's no sound. Number two thing you should know is that he gives this to a podcaster and just doesn't tell him that this was filmed in Luis Elizondo's backyard. It took Reddit people to put the pieces together and catch him, right? I believe if they didn't get caught, they never would have told the truth that this was filmed in Elizondo's backyard, and that's relevant. So much for always telling the truth, Mr. Elizondo. Let's watch this video. Call me a little bit underwhelmed. And let me just say that you have to remember that Sean Cahill and Lue Elizondo, they're the top of the disclosure food chain. This is the best that they got, and they're the top of the disclosure food chain, right? Either that or videos, borrowed out of the Pentagon that they made millions of dollars on, Elizondo and his buddies at TTSA, which, again, some were debunked, some and they proved nothing. Top of the food chain, the best they got is taking UFO photos or videos in their backyard with no time, no date, no location. There's a reason they do that. It's so they can't get caught. No sound, right? So we can't hear any engine noise, right? And I'm just going to share this. Cahill comes out and starts lying about the whole thing. First, I'm just going to share this real quickly. This is the Reddit post, which has been taken down and put back up and taken down and put back up. Shot on Lue's property. Yeah. So it's a match. And Sean Cahill has admitted that he filmed this UAP in Lue Elizondo's backyard, basically. But here's where it gets more interesting, because, you know, the layers of deception here are interesting, but it gets better, because today Sean Cahill came out and made a statement. He said, at no time was it claimed to be anything other than interesting and unidentified. Well, in fact, in the actual podcast that he let release this, they didn't even talk about it, where it was filmed, what it was, that it was interesting or unidentified, right? But here's where it gets important. Sean Cahill says, post-sighting, it was verified that there was nothing on flight radar. Great. So Sean Cahill will have no problem releasing the original file with the metadata, right? So that we can verify that statement, right? Because the metadata on the original video file will have the date and time it was taken. And then we can verify that Sean Cahill's not just lying to cover a hoax, right? He checked the flight radar, so he can verify for everybody that he checked the flight radar, right? Right, Mr. Cahill? You wouldn't lie to everybody to cover a stupid hoax, would you? Now, here's where it gets really interesting. It's in a no-fly area. It's in a no-fly area. So apparently he's claiming that airplanes are not allowed to fly in that area and perpendicular to any approach path. Further, we visited the area and we found it too low and too slow. Great. But I'm really mostly interested in the metadata and the original file with the audio. So Sean Cahill is going to release that to prove that this is not a hoax. Well, he hasn't said that, but, you know, come on, Sean. Is this really what we're going to do here? We're going to, you know, withhold data and information that will either prove or disprove that you hoaxed this shitty video in Lue Elizondo's backyard. Certainly, you don't want people thinking that you and the $22 million ATIP director were somehow colluding to make a fake UFO video together, right? You could show us the flight radar. Oh, and that whole it's in a no-fly area. Yeah, that's a lie. That's a lie. Because if you check publicly available databases, you will find airplanes flying right through that area all the time. So Sean Cahill, you just got caught lying to cover a hoax. You're lying to cover a hoax. No fly area. By the way, this is just one example. I got 100 more. And we found airplanes flying in that exact, it looked to me like the exact flight path of your so-called UAP. So can we get the original video so that we can once and for all know that you didn't just film a plane from a distance and pretend that there was no flight data and pretend and that you didn't just lie when you said it was a no-fly area? Why would you lie and say it's a no-fly area? It's not a no-fly area. I could show you 300 examples of planes flying right over that area. No-fly area. That's a new one. Could be an airplane, kind of like Corbell's. Couldn't be a rocket or a missile. Couldn't be. Trust me, dude. This is some bullshit. Grade A. Grade A. Congratulations. The top of the food chain just tried to fool you with a third phase of moon level stupid hoax. And that which can be presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. Can I prove 100% it's a hoax? Maybe not. But I could if he gave me the original data. Why would he withhold that data? He's a man of honor, right? A military guy. So is Elizondo. He's not going to give out the original file with the metadata. He's not going to allow any other independent review or researcher to look into this, because this is a stupid, stupid hoax. And they have layered lie upon lie. Hey, let's lie by omission, lie by omission. It's not relevant that it was in Elizondo's backyard, right? And, you know, look, either way, something's not right here, because if we buy the lie that Luis Elizondo, if we buy this lie that he ran a $22 million Pentagon program and there's unidentified, possibly alien, oh, they didn't say alien, they never do, that's just the implication, but if there's these things in his backyard, remember, He was the director of a UFO program, and he's saying that he cannot identify that object. Sean Cahill. So did Lue Elizondo look at the data? Can we have his take on this unidentified aerial phenomenon video taken in his backyard? What a coincidence. This is stupid nonsense. And where's the data? Where's the audio from the file? Why would you purposefully delete the audio from the file or not allow the audio to be shown? Because we can enhance it, see if we hear any engine noise there, Mr. Cahill. And if we have the date and time, we can verify that that wasn't an airplane. And until you release that, this is a hoax. This is a hoax. All that's required for a hoax is deception and trickery. Lie by omission, that's trickery. You didn't think it was relevant? You took it in your buddy's backyard? All right. And, we need military experts, more military experts, and we need more good researchers to kind of tell it like it is. So, yeah, I thought it'd be a good idea if I'm not the only, opinion here. So we've invited several other people. We're going to be having a panel and a discussion about it. And here we have Mr. Strange Recon is here. I should have told you that we're going to get started a little late. I apologize.
What's going on, everyone? How's it going, Steve?
Good. I'm disgusted at the level of bullshittery because, and what's really frustrating is that people are defending this. People are saying, well, what's the big controversy here? What do you think about this?
I think you summed it up pretty good, but yeah, the controversy is that I think, well, you already said it, but I mean, the people that are spearheading something shouldn't have evidence so terrible, and the evidence so terrible is filmed out of the backyard or near the guy running the entire show. I mean, it's like, to me, it screams.
It's amateur hour circus time, man. That's what it is. Yeah.
Is it, or are they tricking people to even the less likely to analyze what they're looking at are going to latch on even more? And I don't even know. I really can't tell, but it's so bad. It's confusing.
Yeah. And this is and I am just like, look, if we believe that this guy ran a $22 million program and now he's saying that he can't identify something flying right in his backyard, then that's a problem, right? Some UFO expert, right? Or they didn't identify it on purpose because the mystery sells. And listen, they were showing this to that inner circle crowd. Like they would show people this on their phone. The loyal UFO circle jerkers that are helping them spread their message of deception. They would show them this and other videos of this kind of particular crap, right?
I've seen
how many other of those inner circle videos may have been filmed in Lue Elizondo's backyard, and they didn't tell the inner circle that.
If that's the case, that'd be pretty wild. I have heard though, for now, the last at least 2 years, that they have a bunch of videos they show people that some of them are clearer than others, and obviously we've heard some claims all the way up to like the 23-minute video and whatnot. But yeah, I mean, it was like 2 years ago. I remember hearing that they have a handful of stuff that
I heard the same thing, but I've never seen it, and nobody I know has ever been able to get me copies of it. And,
yep, just a rumor. But that's one of them. That's why I guess that the rumor is true.
It's like that rumor. There's a 23-minute super clear video of a flying triangle. Who has it? Can we see it? Can we all see it? And then that begs a question too. Like, if you have such great evidence, why are you putting out garbage like this? This is garbage. It's garbage.
That's why I'm so confused with the whole entire disclosure TTSA thing in the first place, because they started out with garbage evidence. Remember how it was so bad? It was a balloon
pictures and stuff. Yeah.
I mean, so like, and for me, I don't know how you feel, but at this point, I don't really have hope that they'll show something one day that's going to be really amazing or even, revelations at all. It's just going to be this.
It's like kick the can. That's what they're doing. They're just kicking the can, No big things are coming though, Jeff. Come on, big things are coming.
I am internally disappointed with everything.
We're moving the ball down the field. We're moving the ball down the field with garbage videos that we took in our backyard.
Yeah, but I can't. The thing is that I cannot believe I can't believe they're dumb. I just can't. I can't. It doesn't compute with me that these two people would put it out on accident or be really that mistaken. I just, unless of course they checked the flight data radar based off of what they think the date was or something, you know, and there was like, well, there's nothing there at 1 p.m. Well, I don't know, you know, and they just went like that, because I can't for the life of me believe that they would be that bad, because I mean, the video is not the video. The observables.
I'm having trouble to make sure that I'm clear enough. It's also very important to note, Jeff, that there's an airport for small engine aircraft right behind that mountain. There's and here's what I did find out. I started doing some historical, just looking for planes going through the flight path of that so-called UAP or around that mountain, and I found tons and tons of examples. And then if you track whose plane that is, guess what? And somebody else on Twitter suggested this as well. There are like tourism scene airplanes all around that area. It's a big national park and there's mountains. And so they take you up, fly around the mountains, and then they land. And, you know, this is a business there, you know, like, you know, to go right to unidentified or, you know, an unknown. Maybe it was a small engine aircraft or something, but and then the deception too. Like, this is third phase of moon shit. Delete the audio so they don't hear the helicopter. Delete the audio so they don't hear it's an airplane. Third phase of moon have done that kind of stuff. We have Jeremy Corbell now and Lue Elizondo both employing third phase of moon tactics. Jeremy Corbell puts up this Baghdad thing, and he's like, we're not sure what it is. Can you help us identify it? That's a third phase of moon. We're not saying it's aliens, but it's probably.
Oh my God, it's heartbreaking to everyone who's ever come here with hopes of finding something cool out about UFOs. It's real heartbreaking, real quick.
I know. We're the big letdown.
The first part, the plane though, you know. I really can't understand why they would do that. But furthermore, if you have that, do you still have that image you just showed a minute ago of like his tweets where it shows like what he said, what the little investigation? Because if they actually push to going closer, I mean, anyone can go to Google Maps right now and see that. I can't tell if he's trying to walk his way out of it or if he's trying to test the faith of his inner circle. You know what I mean?
Well, the big one that stood out to me is that he said it's in a no-fly area. Because, listen, I didn't know he posted this stuff, and I've been all day gathering historical data to show that there's airplanes flying all over that area. And I was kind of trying to see if I could find a recent one, because at first this morning, that's the other thing. He told everybody that this was a recent video. He was showing this to people more than a year ago. So it wasn't a recent video. That's lie number one. Lie number two is this is a no-fly zone. There's no-fly zones in the state of Wyoming. None. There's no-fly zones. You can fly anywhere you want in the state of Wyoming. There's no-fly zones. I checked 3 times today. We're good. There's no-fly zones there. So, and as far as perpendicular any approach path, you know, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that it looks exactly like what it is, but it's really not like all of this is just to back up what seems to be obvious to a few people and to some people, I guess, but that it flies just like a plane. For no reason should have they recorded that in the first place and posted it or said anything to anyone if Lue Elizondo is following the strict regimented observables in which you know you can decide something's a UAP. Did that look like was that the UAP? The slow moving like an airplane? You know, I to me it's just an unfortunate series of events where we see once again that the lowest hanging piece of evidence can be used, and people still will look at it like it's something amazing. And I don't know what they're looking at that I don't see. I'm like that guy in Seinfeld who couldn't see the damn 3D image. I can't see the damn sailboat, the spaceship, or whatever it was. It's annoying.
I don't even know, but I know for a fact that he showed several people this more than a year ago. So why, if it was so good, why wait on it for more than a year? And again, for them to not think that it's relevant or not, that they tell everybody this was, this was filmed in Lue Elizondo's backyard. Come on, guys. It's not relevant where you filmed it. Or did they not want the date and time, location, and where it was filmed to be known because they know what this object is, right? If Luis Elizondo lives there, he's probably seen those tourist planes all over that mountain many, many times, right?
I can't believe he couldn't. He wouldn't.
Yeah. I mean, you could hear him from his house. It's only a few miles from there, from that mountain base. So, until we get more data, though, we're kind of at an impasse. Like, I think this thing has zero value, but it does have a value in showing that they're willing to deceive you, the general public. A lie by omission is still a lie, and they can't lie their way out of this one point. Where this was filmed is even more relevant. Look, the guy who runs the UFO program's got UFOs in his backyard. Like, this is so stupid, I'm going to go get a helium tank and start filming shit in my backyard. Because if the top of the food chain here, that's the best they got. Like, come on, man.
That you have to ask yourself or everyone out there, like, what they're willing to do to this whole storyline of this narrative if that's a video that is released. And then him saying at no time was it claimed to be other than interesting or unidentified post sighting. It was verified something with flight radar, blah, blah, blah. It just seems like that. I cannot. First off, I'm such a weirdo now that I see patterns, everything. I still cannot believe that they would put that out there without a reason behind it. I mean, honestly, you're right. I can't, for the life of me, I can't say to myself that there is this robust amount of data or evidence out there that suggests that all this, what they're claiming, is real, and that they choose to put this out. It just doesn't work in my mind. I just don't get it because it's so bad and useless. What point is it? What point is it to continuously dangle something like this in front of people? I don't.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's a carrot on the stick, dude. Keep chasing. This is one. You know what I think, though? I think that I could get into the mind of them. They're like, we don't have anything good. We got to give them something every once in a while. So we'll give them the shitty, whatever we can come up with in our backyard.
I really don't understand that one either. Did he just I'm thinking like, back in the McGowan time, right? When McGowan was there with him over in Lou's place in what they were doing there, filming stuff going around in the early Osiris vehicle and whatnot. But it's like, do you think that maybe at the time it was just like the energy was capture whatever was in the sky, no matter how, if it, whatever, and if it looks like a plane kind of, but you can't tell through the phone, just grab it anyways. And so from that time they had all this stuff, because if it's anything else, then I guess that adds a little conspiracy to it. But like, I don't really get the significance of why he would record. Like, it just doesn't. All right, I'm sorry. My brain does not make sense. Why?
No, you know what? You and I are having the same like brain schism, because I'm going like, none of this makes sense. Why would they put this out? And then I thought the same as you. Like, they had to have reasons for it. I mean, but what's interesting too is that he gives this to like a show host, and they play it while they're talking about something completely different. They you know what I mean? So it's not like, if you're releasing this, wouldn't you show the show host the video and then tell him about where you saw it, how you recorded it, what was going on? They didn't do that. They were talking about something completely different and just sort of flashed that on the screen. And then this video gets, captured by people and shared on Reddit and Twitter and everywhere else like it's a UFO. And a new release from Sean Cahill with no context, no date, no time, no location, none of that stuff.
What were they talking about right after, though, when it came on the show? I don't know what channel you're talking about.
Yeah, it was talking about something completely unrelated. Like, I don't know. He may have been talking about that time he claims he saw like a 3 football sized flying triangle or something.
I don't think Lue and him work like in tandem where they approve each other's posts or what they're saying or whatever, but I do have to ask and question any type of integrity they have for what they're claiming. But then again, most people that watch my program know that I think they're all just on about how dangerous drones are and stuff and whatnot. So, and they're just calling it something else, so they're raising attention for it whilst not really ever saying what it is, because UAP isn't UFO. UAP is It's a term the intelligence community uses, you know. So
yeah, that's what I say. That's the CIA word. I don't even want to say it anymore.
So
I don't even want to say it. I feel dirty. You need a shower. For the CIA terminology now.
For that, I can say that Lue, you know, is doing some sort of job I can see is somewhat makes sense, but then at the same time, if you're making money off it on the side as like your side gig, I don't know if that's very honorable. It seems, in fact, that you're just lying, having people do crazy, not having people do, but inspiring people to act irrational in their defense. And it's been pretty wild time
here that he talked suggestive about a Tic Tac in that moment that they played it. So
so they cut the audio out so that you couldn't hear him say, that's a Tic Tac?
No, they played the UAP video with no audio. And then
I see what you're saying.
The audio was them talking that wasn't really related to the video, I thought, but people are saying that he was talking about Tic Tacs and, you know, things like that while they showed that video. So
that's
is this
actually interesting.
Another Tic Tac sighting in Wyoming, apparently, where he was trying to suggest that's part of the game. Don't say it, but imply it, suggest it, you know.
Well, that's a perfect example right there, though, of what I've always thought exactly was the point of saying something's a Tic Tac. You know, listen, folks, there could be Lodgian-looking things living under our ocean flying around. I don't know. I've never seen one. I don't really believe it, so I don't see any evidence for it either. But there's a reason why you say something looks like a propane tank or a flying a bottle or whatever, because
you relate it to something, I guess.
It looks like an airplane through a bad camera sensor from multiple angles. It looks like an airplane, looks like a Tic Tac. So there's a great chance that a large number of people will be suddenly spotting. So it's a great call to use that ambiguous kind of shape, and often confused all the time. Look at someone who takes a video of a plane from like an angle at the wing. It's almost like there is no wing. It's like, how could this tube be flying through the air? Is it one of those Tic Tacs?
Yeah, and I think I've always thought it was a little funny that, you know, a Tic Tac shape and a missile shape aren't too far off, or a Tic Tac shape and a rocket shape aren't too far off, and from a distance, you know.
Well, yeah. But how about just Steve? How about just a rocket or missile development and a flying saucer? From the side, they don't look too crazy. In a wind tunnel test, they are the exact same shape you'd want them to be. Not to mention all the lenticular craft we created, but back to this though. That's just like if they were showing this to people back in the day and in their little inner circle as possible stuff, and if they played it on that show whilst talking about Tic Tacs and like this ambiguous like pop up and it just plays, that seems to me almost like they were hoping people to
connect the dots. Just connect the dots.
It's just, oh man, it's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate because we all had at one point, let's admit it, we all at one point in the last like 6 years were like, there is something happening. I don't know what. There's something up. Now it screams it's all a big load of nonsense. But I don't actually think, I truly though, deep down, I don't think Lue or anyone is actually working on behalf of anyone in some degree. I think that he recognized a private company could be put together and hired to do something, and he saw that gap in the work. But if there's a top-down conspiracy, boy, they got so many things wrong. I mean, how many people could be working on it? They got so many things wrong.
You're right.
I hope
my favorite part of this whole thing is that he puts out this statement in an effort to damage control this whole situation, and then he just steps in it more, saying that this is a no-fly zone. Because, you know, anybody can go to the public radar and you can see that, Jeff, there's planes all over that mountain all over every day. They're all over. They're like swarming it. It's so stupid. Did he think that nobody would check? You know,
I'll flip on my flight radar once in a while to look at something if I see it, if I'm ever in that mode of ever doing that. And it usually starts off scaled all the way up before you get to zoom in, and the entire country is covered in little planes, little in commercial.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see how much is up there at once. You know?
Yeah, and it's
a lot.
That area, obviously, everywhere sliced through that area is known in the missing 411 world, and of course, Medicine Bow has a bunch of famous UFO cases there, and that have changed over time, and so yeah, you can always add to that and lean on it. It'll instantly be connected. You can sell it. It's ambiguous video of something, and it's right where things have been flying for thousands of years, they'll say. or whatever. And it's just that's perfect for it. It's just that's it. In the audience that will follow it will be the ones that stick with, hey, this video came from someone with credentials, bigger credentials than you, Steve. So they can't be lying. They used to run a government program. And so
that's the game. That's the whole game.
Who are you going to believe?
It's a whole game. Oh, and by the way, it just in full disclosure, pardon the pun, I did send Sean a message both publicly and privately, and I asked him for a copy of the original video, and and I asked him about the no-fly zone. No reply. So I said, I tweeted a public request for the original video with metadata intact and sound. You've made completely false statements today. You could prove that your statements are true by providing the original video with metadata intact and sound. I, like many, know how to check flight and radar data. I also could enhance the sound to show engine noise or no engine noise. This is a hoax, in my opinion. You purposefully withheld data to obscure what the object is. Congratulations, you are now on the same level as third phase of Moon. They have done hoaxes very similar to this with those exact methods. Tonight at 9 p.m., I'm doing a story on this. You're welcome to join the show and tell your side of the story. And then I sent him that graphic of the plane flying right over that area saying, what's that plane and hundreds more on similar flight paths doing in your so-called no-fly zone? And no reply.
They never reply to me either. But, I always remain open for redemption for a lot of these people.
Me too. Listen.
But I just never get it. It never comes. Why?
Yeah, what if he just filmed it and, it looks cool from this distance and you can't really tell what it is, or, I don't know, just screwing around, right?
I don't know. I don't know the Sean Cahill thing because I've met many people in the military that really aren't that, whatever, their job is their job. It's not like they specialize in certain things and they'll get out and be talking about it later. And that's why I try to make people, it's clear I was just some grunt. But I would automatically assume that Sean, being a person that's worked in the military for a long enough time, he would have been able to recognize the standard characteristics, and his brain would have instantly twitched right to aircraft, like light wing aircraft flying. He would have known right away based off of everything he's looking at, not just for the military in general, his age. He's a human on planet Earth.
I guess, yeah.
And it's just I just am kind of blown away by the amount of time we've seen just an ambiguous nonsense, or just outright things like that are wrong. Like, of course, the Mylar balloon in the beginning of the TTSA launch, all the way to this is a still from the video of the DC flyover and all the stuff from the it's like whatever they're saying is always just off. And I don't know if that's purposeful or whatnot. And if it is, that'd be ridiculously good of an op. But it does, to me, it ultimately feels like an information op at best. And I've said before, my show, I don't know for what, of course, but everyone has to remember that we live in a different time. Aerospace has changed. It's extremely dangerous. Weapons have become extremely cheap for a lot of dangerous people out there, sick people that should be locked up. And these people now have access to the, to things that essentially militaries are using. And if you look at what's happening in Ukraine right now, you've got basically duct tape holding things to DJI Mavics, flying them over Russian bunkers or whatever. And it's like, so you can see how crazy things are. If you raise awareness, right, for a phenomena, of course, and something else, you're honing in the attention on CUAS systems, or CUAS rather, countering unmanned aerial system, and a bunch of other things, and of course, getting rid of Chinese spy balloons and other stuff like that. So, and you get to do all that without ever really saying it. To be fair, because we end up saying those balloons are UAP. We called DJI Mavics UAP. We, whatever it is, we're or radar reflectors, calling them UAP. So you do achieve something, and for that, I've got to say, wow, I stand in marvel for how crafty of a son of a gun that move that would be. And but at the same time, I've also seen the result of it. I've been on the end of a few of the harsher folks out there who believe that they're defending some sort of righteous crusade. I'm like a weirdo who's had weird experiences in my life. That's what got me to talk about this stuff. So how does it make any sense for someone who believes there's probably stuff happening out there that's unreconciled and unexplained with science, but also this is wrong. So we exist. We recognize that doesn't make sense. This isn't what we're talking about. This is talking about military tech, and under the guise it's UFOs from like outer space or something. And the best thing that could ever happen for that side is, of course, they actually do bring up some sort of weird anomalous craft that flies from outside the solar system or something, because that would actually defend what they're saying. But it's so far all they've presented is on the unfortunate truth that we've been screaming, like with many others, for long enough that for a while now, which is just, guys, this is clearly a Chinese militia, fishing militia using drones. This is clearly, balloons. This is our own technology, of course, being misidentified or recorded and with a high contrast gun system, and everyone says it's hard to tell what that is.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate though. Because I still stay a little bit. Part of me, Steve, is like the aliens are coming one day.
Maybe one day, but don't you think it's interesting that like I'm kind of shocked and amazed that people don't see through like the opportunistic part of some of these people that release this stuff, like Corbell releasing some of this stuff. It's like this has no value. Like you're just saying, well, it's unidentified and it was over an active war zone, so could it be military technology? Can you eliminate that before you release this? And they don't. There's a reason. It's just like the same reason like Third Phase of Moon sits there and pretends they don't know what a rocket plume exhaust looks like, and they've been doing this for 20 years because they can sell a rocket plume exhaust as a UFO, but they can't if they say it's a rocket plume exhaust. It's so stupid. And this Sean Cahill, like, oh, there's something flying over those mountains over there. Let me put this out. I had a profound religious experience here. And,
no.
And remember that this dude basically has superpowers too. So we always have to remember both of them. Both Cahill and Elizondo have superpowers too.
I don't mean to laugh. What if they really do? Don't
I
shoot
know,
me with
I know. They might remote like kill you. Remember, like those psychic spies? They like make your heart stop from a distance.
I've been having chest pains.
We better shut up. They're gonna get us, man. They're gonna get us.
I thought I was in trouble. No, I do. Yeah, I also I say this kind of a lot. I don't mean to repeat information for everyone that's come over from your show to watch me once in a while. Is like and I don't mean to use these words because I'm not calling Lou or Sean this. Someone else can. I won't say it, but I'll just say that like a con man or woman will put out a letter with grammar mistakes all through it, not by mistake. The person speaks and can type with perfect English. They do that on purpose because the first people that notice the grammar, that's like, yeah, right, I'm falling for this scam, I'm out of here. And it just rids the chance that someone's gonna go after you almost instantaneously, because everyone knows, well, then I'm not going to donate to. You think I believe some prince from Lagos can't spell? And so all that's left is the people that don't really care, and so they'll actually stay focused and actually get closer to the topic and give money to it. And to me, that, like, when I see stuff like this, I'm not saying that's what's happening, but it does seem that when a bunch of people is like, this is a plane, at this point, I'm getting pretty annoyed. And he shot it from Elizondo's backyard. What's going on here? And then all of a sudden you start to see people shed away from that audience, and all that's left is the ones that are already there thinking that Lou was representing the next coming of Christ. And so to me,
and you're right, there's this manipulation, which is exactly something that a con man does. They manipulate people. They manipulate people by controlling the data. Oh, that we've got this secret group and we'll show the good stuff to them behind closed doors. Or a lot of what they were doing was like Lou would be in some Zoom session and show little groups of people on his phone, which is another, to me, attempt to obscure the data. Like, if you have anything and it's that good, drop it. Let's look at it. I'll help analyze it and enhance it. But this whole thing is a manipulation. They're all manipulative, all of them, these people that put this stuff out, and opportunistic and manipulative. Like, oh, we can use this. to deceive, essentially, without the
I hope that's
data,
not
the
what they're
time
doing.
and date. Well, he has put his foot in his mouth now, because now he has said that they checked the flight radar and there was no flights. But, quite honestly, even if he were to tell me the date and time he took that, I don't trust him. I want to see the metadata on the original file, and I might not even trust that. I'd have to triple check that to make sure it wasn't altered or changed, and I have to do that. My point is that these guys, they back themselves in a corner, though, because he just said that's not a no-fly zone. Why would you lie and say it's not a no-fly zone? Dude, that was a bluff. I think that he bluffed, thinking nobody will know if I just say you can't fly there, right? Couldn't be an airplane.
Yeah, I don't get that at all.
He essentially said it couldn't be an airplane without saying it couldn't be an airplane. And in typical magician fashion, you misdirect away from that which you don't want them to see. So I kind of analyzed my analysis, my expert analysis tells me he doesn't want you to know it's a plane. So he says you can't fly there. It's a no-fly zone. It couldn't be a plane. He's misdirecting away from ordinary aircraft here.
They're actually teaching a whole group of people to do that. I don't know if anyone else has noticed that. Have you noticed? There's like all the people, Steve, that follow these guys will start doing that now. They're like, I never said it was I never said alien. I never said we're talking about ET. Like, what is this thing they're all doing now? We know exactly what everyone wants it to be. Like, we're not. Who's confused?
That's another. I hate to keep saying it, but this is the influence of third phase of moon. You just say, like, what could this be? We don't know. It's a mystery. You're selling the mystery of what it is. You're not saying it's alien. You're just sort of imply. Could this be something from another place? Like, it's so stupid. I am like, and then the whole thing is too, the time drops. It's not a coincidence that these guys hold on to things for a year and then they drop them right before that big UFO convention, or at that big UFO convention that just so happens to be called Alien Con.
I know.
No coincidence there.
That was a little.
The timed releases show these people are not here for disclosure. They're not looking for the truth. They're looking for money. They drop the stuff when they can make the most money out of it. And Cahill's got some big appearances coming up, right? So he's going to need something to show and talk about. Maybe he was going to talk about this at the conventions. And so it would be interesting, would he have said at the conventions, I filmed this in Lue Elizondo's backyard? Or would he have kept his mouth shut about where he filmed it? And that's a whole nother thing. Maybe he didn't say anything because Lue knows this is bullshit and told him, don't say it's my house.
Well, I was going to ask you. I'm sorry to cut you off. I was going to ask you, you brought that up and I forgot to ask you earlier. Why do you think, what's the significance, other than the fact that it's probably bullcrap, that it shot it from Lue's house? Because that's now people are saying all the time, like, well, why does that matter? Well, what do you think?
Well, it matters because there is an absolute verifiable history of UFO hoaxers filming UFOs right near their house. I can show you 10 times that third phase of moon filmed a UFO within 2 miles of their house. Proven, absolutely no, with GPS coordinates and everything. We got it all in that one documentary. 10 times they filmed a fake UFO right 2 miles from their house. Then they claimed that somebody sent it to them. So we're supposed to believe that a UFO channel has, people just filming UFOs all within 10 times, all within 2 miles of their house and sending it to them. And then they're putting it out. And also Adamski, Billy Meyer, and others have all hoaxed UFOs literally right in their backyard or right on their own property or very close to their property. So the reason it's relevant, I think, is because there is a long and verifiable history of UFO hoaxers creating fake UFO videos and still images literally in their backyard, just like this one. So my mind went to that history as soon as I heard this. It went right to the history of just how many of these people have been caught filming stuff literally in their backyard. It's the most comfortable place to fake something,
Most comfortable place. Yeah, that's a good. Actually, Steve. You got to. That's a good perspective they have there. I didn't think.
And
about that
if
at
he
all.
wants to prove that they didn't hoax it, it's very simple. Give us the metadata. Give us the original video with the audio in it, and we'll verify that you're not lying to everybody. Am I going to hold my breath? No, I'd be dead. You know, like they're gonna try to slink away and hope everybody forgets this, and then they'll be on to the next drop. You know, that's what I think is going to happen here next.
I wonder the no-fly zone thing. What was his point of saying that? Because I know there's like 11 places in the United States where there's restricted on paths, but other than that, you can fly over. But I can't remember exactly.
Yeah, and none of them are in Wyoming, though. I have an article on that if you want me to share it, where those restricted flight zones are, and none of them are in Wyoming. You can fly anywhere, apparently, over the state of Wyoming. So, you know, I believe, like I said, that he said it's a no-fly zone or no-fly area to detract away from it being an airplane.
That's wild.
Misdirecting. Like, it could be an airplane. It's a no-fly zone. But the no-fly zone is a lie. He lied. There is no-fly zone there. You know? Sometimes I wish I was like Iron Man and had my own satellites because I could just like, you know, show you planes fly. I can from the flight data, but it's just a graph, you know, of planes going right over that mountain, right in line on one side, in line on the other side, flying left to right, right to left, over it. They're just everywhere over there. So, you know, interesting, you know, if you lie and then you lie again to cover the first lie, it becomes pretty clear. You know, why would you lie if this was just, this is something I don't understand or mysterious or whatever, but it couldn't be a plane. No, it can of course be a plane. This is stupid.
I don't know. You tagged it with this is stupid.
It's just stupid.
This is
stupid.
And
I'm hanging out in the former Pentagon UFO program's backyard, and I see an unidentified craft. Like, really? Come on, what are the odds, dude? And then, you know, think about the world of statistics. How many times does this guy claim to see UFOs in his life, right? That's pretty significant that he's just seeing UFOs everywhere. And I think he's one of those CE5 clowns too. Like, he can meditate and, you know, summon the spaceships maybe. I don't know.
The spaceships. I don't know. I just don't get how I can't, like, so are we actually to believe that he posted that video for any other reason because it was and then he backs it up with that statement? I mean, I feel like the best thing you could do now is pretend his account was hacked because there's
that's another fun thing. Yeah, maybe he could sell some IMAX for $600. Yeah. For those unaware, Lue Elizondo, former intelligence officer, everybody was claiming that his Twitter account got hacked, and that's not the correct term. His Twitter account got phished. And he gave he clicked on a malware link, and then he gave his Twitter handle and password or permissions to some malicious app that then started posting IMAX scams all over his Twitter. And this guy's an intelligence expert.
Yeah, which makes me worried. But you know, the craziest part is that, well, for maybe someone else in his family was handling his account. I don't know, but I keep giving these guys the benefit of the doubt. But like Steve, I'm still stuck at like point A in this one. I don't even understand. Like Cahill actually thinks that video is important in some way, and so we're at the people that were on CNN, on Fox News. They were on all these legacy media now, posting videos like that. Has it come to an end? Has the movement come to an end? Is it finally?
Yeah, it could be. It's like they're running on fumes. They're running on empty. They don't have Lue in the Pentagon to borrow UFO videos anymore. So they got to make them in the backyard. Like, if you think about it from that perspective, right? Lue was once like, look at these UFO videos. They came out of the Pentagon and I declassified them. And now, what do they got? They got they got this shit that they filmed in their backyard, dude. How far the mighty have fallen, right?
I can't. Yeah. I still like, I mean, because I'm like trying my ass off. I consider myself a pretty good, well, I have a pretty good mind for like putting myself in the place of people and try to like think of like what they were thinking when they made these decisions. But I just like, when I really, really, really think about it, I am struck just absolutely confused as to why they would bother. But then again, I think oftentimes I've already gone over the true answer, because it's like, you know, Occam's razor. I just feel like I've said it to myself, but then I'm like, there's no way it could be that simple. And I think we've both said it, and it's just unfortunate. But the scariest part is that the people that now will continue to follow down the line of listening to you know what, I don't even know, I don't want to say anything further because it only brings trouble. But I just, for the love of God, do not understand why anyone would care about an individual that thinks this is important. Not like he's a bad guy, they shouldn't care about him, but I mean, like, it's a effing ambiguous video of a slow moving white object near airports with planes fly.
I think it's a fair. Yeah, I think it's fair to say, like, come on, dude, like, you know, this is your heroes, like, that you know, these guys are bringing us disclosure, and they don't know the difference between this and a, you know, something important. That you're right, like, they should know better, I would think, you know.
I'll say it. I don't know. I guess I think that anyone who would post that, or anyone who would involve them, who would misidentify that and use it or hold on to it for any reason for that long, and then just to release it, like Corbell or Knapp or something, when they got, like, you know, all these videos released, you find out they got them like all at once, and they've been just like dropping them little by little. It just seems manipulative to achieve something, and I think I know what they're trying to achieve, but I don't think even Cahill. I think Cahill's like actually believes what these things, and that Lue's telling him. I truly don't think Lue's talking about aliens at all, and so therefore, I think Cahill still might be like, I don't even want to say it. I'm giving him too much benefit of doubt. The whole thing's bull crap. The video sucks. The people that are supporting it suck. It's a freaking white object moving towards an airport. I mean, anyone who would even waste their time saying it's anything other than that just by looking at it in the first place, doesn't understand the time and people have spent in ufology looking at.
Yeah, and here you go, Jeff. This is the ridge, and here's the Johnson County Airport right here. So, you know, for all we know, this object was flying by the mountains and then turned when it went out of frame, and it landed right here. I mean, this is literally like a mile or two from this so-called UFO. It's like a few miles from the sighting. It's so stupid.
Sean Cahill's watching this right now with a Smurf account. You know it? Sock puppet account. Sean, get on here, man. Get on here and speak up, dude. Come on. You know he's out there. There's no way he's not. He's heard your name.
You the link, you know.
Come on. Just for the love of God, because
don't you know, Jeff? I don't know if I ever told you, but I think that there's an unwritten rule in Griffland. Did you know about this? They all pretend they don't know who I am. Like, people I know have asked some of these guys, like Jimmy Church I got mentioned on his show like 3 times, and he pretended he didn't know who I was all 3 times. That fucker copyright claimed me falsely. He knows exactly who I am, the liars. But anyway, they all do that. They all pretend they don't know who I am or what my show is, you know. I guess then they don't have to talk about it, you know.
I don't even want, you know, I would like, the last thing I want to do is have some sort of an argument with these folks. But I tell you what, right now, I feel like it's just, after years of putting out next to nothing but demanding so much belief in what they're claiming, and then as well what has been achieved within our Congress,
so much money, dude. Look at the greed, dude. So much money they want for this level of garbage. Like, how much money is Sean Cahill getting paid to speak at UFO conferences? And he's putting out this garbage filmed in somebody's backyard right next to a goddamn airport, and we're not supposed to say something about it? No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Oftentimes I look at what these guys
here we go. That area has many RC playing clubs. Oh, there's another.
Pretty big
no, they're not allowed to fly in that area, Birchwood. It's a no-fly zone. Was there a version of the video released with sound? No, there wasn't, and there's a reason for that. The funny thing is, Jeff, that one third phase of moon hoax, all you had to do to tell it was a helicopter was take the audio and crank it up, enhance it a little bit, and you could clearly hear helicopter rotor and engine in the audio. So they purposefully don't want you to see the audio for a reason, right?
Yeah, it's obviously one of the telltale signs that something's going on. The second anything's even, it's like the oldest thing in ufology is like just the video that's cut off. There's nothing to it. It's just this one like what happened before, what happened after. It's because if you left it on longer, it's when you slowly realize
see what it is. Yeah. And Birchwood says, why haven't Stephen published the Corbell interactions? I'm blocked by him on all social media, so if there has been any interactions, I wouldn't know it. I don't even know what you're talking about. I could check into that, I guess. Or you can email me the Twitter threads, and I'll look at them in a, incognito window. Because these people, I love it when they block you and then they talk shit, right? Like, come on, dude. Like, that's not fair. You're gonna talk shit on me, like unblock me.
The block thing. I feel like the only time I block people on Twitter now is when I recognize the person is a broken system and I can't do anything about it. Like that's the only time I block people. Is when I recognize that these people are like they're on their way up. They got like 10,000 followers on Twitter and they're just broken, and you can't change anything. So you just stop. I'm impressed by the people that have a ton of followers that actually engage in those conversations. Twitter's a nightmare.
Yeah, who has the time to do all that, right?
Twitter's a nightmare, though. It's absolutely the Wild West. No one takes anyone seriously, and honestly, they perpetuate the same nonsense over and over and over again, and they re-report on the stuff that they pushed. It's shit. Social media. I'm starting to get tired of it. I think I might get off. I'm at that age. I might go become an archivist and just never show up again at a UFO meet.
Yeah, and I did find that there's a lot of RC airplane clubs right in that area. That's interesting. This one's the Hill Hoppers, right? Right in that area. So could be,
Could be
interesting that there's so many right there.
It just goes to show that you can fly stuff around in the area because you can't fly RC planes in a no-fly zone either.
And Jewel Chicky Arlene says Wyoming has planes and drones in the air constantly to monitor pipelines, oil rigs, cattle mines, and more. Yeah, but that doesn't sell alien stuff, man.
As much as I love drones, I'm just so tired of drones. But no, I actually think that thing they recorded looked just like a normal plane. I mean, it just looked like a plane flying into a landing. I think you called it.
That's what I think too.
Steve said it in the chat.
It's unfortunate though that. Well, 1 second here. Yeah, I don't even. I just at a loss. I just think if this is the best that they got, that, and then we're the assholes if we question it, right? There's people calling for mass bans of anybody skeptical of these people's claims. So they want to live in a delusion bubble of garbage, I guess.
Mass ban of people that are skeptical? What does that even mean?
Yeah.
I'm going to have a war on math.
I don't know, but Mick West tweeted about he retweeted somebody that was saying we have to ban all of these skeptics. They're ruining this for everybody. Sorry, we're ruining it. That it's nonsense. Am I ruining your delusion bubble? Then good. Pop, motherfucker. Like, come on.
I just don't see, I can't think of any good reason. This whole drip fed thing is perpetuated off of someone's opinion and idea. It has nothing to do with any factual basis. And certainly there wasn't any increased incursion that narrative of increased incursions was debunked. So I'm wondering, if, why do these followers of these individuals just don't say, please, just data drop it all at once, blow everyone's minds right now, and whatever you have, just drop it. But
and then we get, did you know Corbell, he was posting this nonsense. Like before he dropped that missile picture. And I'm sorry, I'm calling a rocket picture a missile picture. I'm not even calling it a UFO until he proves that it's not. And that's the thing. Isn't there some burden of, proof or evidence that they said it's not a rocket? Can you prove that? Like, how do you prove it's not a rocket? Research by proclamation, Jeff. They're doing research by proclamation. I declare it is not a rocket. Where it's not. No evidence, but proclamation.
It's obviously it's pretty it's low. I don't even know. It's the best way I can look at it is that they're trying to do something patriotic. The worst way I can look at it is they're con artists. And in the middle there, I see people trying to do both. But at the same time, like the Corbell thing, that guy has nothing. He's not working for anyone. I think he's just like Bill Moore or whatever. He sees that there's a chance he's getting complete bullcrap information. So he's just going to make as much money off that as possible. He's taking the risk. He knows it. He could be completely hewed up one day by the evidence that he was lied to entirely with like a Doty scenario. So he has to make money, or else what's the whole point of this? What is this, like a social justice person? It's not the same. So him, I get why he's the other one, but the other guys, I feel like that there's just no way in my mind Lue and all these guys could put their military or their service on the line like that with their reputation if they were if it's like a grift, but I just don't. It don't compute. I don't know. My mind is broken.
But isn't it funny that a lot of guys sort of retire from the military or the Pentagon or the CIA and they think, you know what? I can make a lot of money talking about UFOs because I was military or I was CIA or whatever. It's like they use that perception of credibility that they once had to sell garbage,
Seen that quite a few times throughout ufology. Even like they'll even go after each other. I mean, I won't say who specifically, but there's been plenty of times where credible military people or have latched on to very bullcrap cases, but then they'll go after another military person that comes in and is like, I served 20 years, I was slaying Viet Cong and by the thousands, whatever they're saying, and it's just all it gets destroyed. It happened over and over and over again. I see it still to this day. I mean, God, I don't want to say any names, but I just was talking to someone, an author recently, and how the person was feeding him all this information. I was like, did you know this person was running like his own drone company? Did you know this person was developing stealth drones? And like, there we go. Another person working on some sort of UAS tech in one way or another.
And deceiving people or lying by omission. Let's just not mention that I run a drone company while I'm feeding you information.
And it seems to be in one way or another, even if the person isn't the one creating the object or the inventor or the owner of the company, if they even know about it, they can figure out a way around it, like the UAP thing. And you can achieve a goal as well, which is, again, I stand impressed with what they're doing now under the guise like they're talking about aliens when it's clearly not. So, there's so much is going on. I mean, literally, there's a money National Defense Authorization Act, and there's just all this stuff happening, and it's all happening under the guise that it's aliens, and it's not. Well, to the public, public's reaction.
And there's people that are actively, dude. The UFO profiteering whoreism is getting a little crazy because you got guys that are literally forming companies to make money off of UFOs. Those are the same people that are promoting the alien stuff. And
well, here's where we get a very fishy
people trying to get defense contracts while they are promoting the UFO threat narrative, and they're trying to get defense contracts to study or work on or research UFOs from the United States government. That's a little bit more than a conflict of interest.
I'll tell you right now, it happens a lot in a lot of areas and avenues. I mean, or areas in defense, and has nothing to do with UFOs or what this current problem is. For one, look at the counter UAS thing in itself. The idea of countering a drone. There was someone at one point, whether they were on a Navy ship training and the drone accidentally came back and hurt someone on the ship or something, or it was someone operating off in some terrible jungle somewhere and an adversary used the drone against them. Someone recognized that there was a gap out there and stuff the military was using. And so what they did was they tried to create that. We have entire markets depending on that. This UAP thing reminds me very much of that. For me, it was some ranger at one point recognized, all soldiers should have a GPS, a beacon, and a satellite uplink, and they created something called Land Warrior, and I wore that in combat, and this screams people getting funding for a problem put into our military budget, and then because they got that money put there, they're able to now take the money out of there to support the company for the problem that they say exists. And in this case, the problem is something very prosaic and human, but it falls under that.
Yeah, but listen, how much money do you think you would get for a drone defense system versus an alien vehicle defense system, right? Like those guys got supersonic capability, and they have titanium, adamantium hulls that we can't penetrate with normal ordnance. So we're going to need lots of money to develop new ordnances and. I could see that as a possibility.
It will never stop if it goes that way.
Hey, we've got Chinese drones off of the Pacific coast and East Coast sometimes from likely spy vessels disguised as fishing vessels from China, and we don't want them snooping around. So we need to develop a defense system to just blow them out of the sky or get rid of them or EMP them. I like the EMP thing. Small scale pulse EMP. Your own drone that puts out a small scale pulse weapon EMP at the swarm of drones, they all drop like dead flies. But the amount of money that you could get for that is minuscule in funding compared to there's a space threat of aliens,
Well, there's a lot of money in some of that, but yeah, I think we've seen a perfect example be the last 5 years that if you go the ambiguous route, it seems that would imply that there's kind of an avenue. They understand how to get the money. And then you get kind of specific after. It's like the scientist who works for the corporation who really wants to make, I don't know, some special invention, but instead they have to make something else. But on the secret, when they're not working, they're using the lab equipment to do whatever they want. Kind of sounds like Nolan in certain ways. But when it comes to other people, there are certain companies out there today, even that have $1 billion contract for 10 years of CUAS in the Air Force and Navy. So there's some money going around. But having said that, I do agree. It's just the idea, though, of or for instance, Graves. We see this guy Graves, right? The pilot that's out there quite a bit right now. He saw a UFO. He didn't see a UAP.
He's got all kinds of UFO related business.
Oh yeah, he's got business going all over the place. But one of the companies he was first involved with before, I think he might have stepped away from, I'm not sure. I can't even remember the name of it now. I'm forgetting. But the mission statement, I'm paraphrasing, was something along the line of replicating nature, being indistinguishable from nature, or something like that. And that's what we can say the phenomena, the ambiguous nature of that is. I mean, a lot of drones out there and a lot of these things out there get through our radar, best awareness systems. Oftentimes, those are birds. Something as simple as a bird can fly through our radar system relatively easy because we've kind of made it so we've mostly adjusted to be aware
you turn
of
the dials back to not detect a bird
certain ways.
You're not worried about a bird. But now with drones the size of birds or smaller,
even shaped like them, even that materials that absorb all these different avenues to shrink your signature. And it's gone so crazy because we think of signature reduction in just a few ways that you can come off with the top of your head of how to we know of stealth. We know of certain other aspects of it, but when it comes down to a signature reduction in aerospace is an entire a market in itself or a industry in itself. And that company, among others, fall under how UAP operate. You can create materials, or you can create covers for fuselage, paints that absorb IR. You can do all types of stuff that reduce signature, and it's being like nature. It's like UAP, UAP flies through, gets into our radar, gets, through our nuclear systems. It's, and all it really is these techniques that we've been developing for decades now that other countries are finally adapting. And it's just, instead of like waiting for those other countries to make it public to the point where even people in the United States are somehow getting their hands on it, we're talking about it being alien. We're talking about needing to stop it, needing to stop this. Because if you stop it first, before the public gets it, there's no threat. So you gotta stop it. And
it's gotta be a threat. And they've been pushing the threat for a while. And Lord Ludicrous says ufology is one big marketing firm. Great show. Thank you. I know I missed some, so I'll read them at the end of the show. I appreciate everybody's kindness, generosity, and support. Did you hear what Eric Weinstein said? Because this is an issue I wanted to ask you about. He was talking about the fact that like everybody says these things defy the laws of physics, but we never get the data to support that, and we never hear a reputable or real physicist agree with the people who say that. And that seems to be a long-term talking point for quite some time now, has been these things defy the laws of physics.
Yeah.
Or we hear variations of that, like we don't have anything in our arsenal that could do 90-degree turns. And I just laugh at that one because I got drones that can do 90-degree turns all day. It's such a stupid statement,
Yeah.
Or we hear about these tremendous speeds, but we never seem to get like the radar tapes that confirm that those speeds were real. We get people saying it,
And even at that, you couldn't trust it anyways, because you can most nations have the
spoof
ability
it,
to
yeah.
spoof radar really well. I mean, obviously they're not really spoofing US systems or allied systems as much as they probably, but I don't doubt it that they eventually can. But yeah, it's
Yeah, and Eric Weinstein knows it's a psyop. He's been waiting 3 years to get a sample briefing. They kept telling him things like, "Oh, all the stuff that you see in public is downsampled, and we've got the good stuff, and we're going to meet with you and show it to you." But they never, ever seem to show it to you. And LR asks, "Is it a truck driving? Everyone know if there's a road there?" I looked at it very detailed today in Google Earth and Google Maps. To the nearest that I can tell, there's no road in that area or on that ridge. In some nearby mountains there was, but I don't believe that it's a truck based on what I've seen on Google Maps and Google Earth. There being no discernible road there. Looks like a wilderness
truck.
Looks like a wilderness area because it is. It's a state park. It's a Wyoming state park, that mountain.
They're out of flying objects, Steve. They're now down to driving ones. They've got no more actual unidentified flying objects. It's trucks. That would be hilarious. Unfortunately.
Well, no, that's actually very common. Somebody in Las Vegas was filming trucks' headlights and claiming it was UFOs flying around the mountain, but it turned out to be just, trucks or vehicles on the road and their headlights crossing the mountain on a mountain path road, So that was a possibility, but I don't believe that it's that.
I still have hopes. Come on, Sean Cahill, you in the chat right now? Come on the show. I still have hopes he comes on and defends himself because I have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
No, I'm sure he wouldn't. But it's just unfortunate because there is no one else. And there was really no evidence in the first place. And when it comes down to it, I just don't think there was anything at the heart of the disclosure movement anyways, other than to use UAP and all the stuff that's actually the real problem that's very human and raise funds for in different ways. And why are we even mincing words here when it comes to raising money to do something? The very first effort where TTSA, remember the vault?
Yeah, that we're going to get the vault full of alien materials. Where's that shit at?
Well, what about the metadata for people's phones and stuff from recording UFOs always going to cycle through, and there's a clear pattern of setting up businesses in order, like you were saying with UAP stuff. So that must mean there is something to the UAP topic. And when you see what these businesses are focusing on, it isn't this ambiguous, unknown, mysterious, phantom-like thing. It is a very real problem, a dangerous one, as dangerous, I guess you could say, in some way, as like maybe even more is like, well, maybe not, but some have compared the upcoming epidemic or the upcoming problem with UAS as like a nuclear bomb style thing, because it's just how many you can produce with,
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Here's another confirmation that there's no-fly zone over that area. Local 556 says, I know exactly where Lou lives in Buffalo, Wyoming. He's literally a 45-minute drive from Sheridan County Airport, which has flight paths directly over his house. That's a larger airport.
Well, that looks like a large plane.
Yeah, I verified with Sky Vector. Sean Cahill is completely full of it. So there you go. Interesting. And also, there were people on Twitter who verified that there are.
I mean, small plane.
Yeah, there is these. There are so many airports. We have another person, Lime Green 1491, on Twitter saying, just checked out Flight Radar 24. There are so many little airports in Wyoming right in that area. Sean Cahill and Lue Elizondo are scamming you. So there has been. I have been pleased to see. There we have. I'm going to read these because these are good. I have been pleased to see that there is some reaction here that is worthy of mentioning. Sean should no longer be trusted. I don't care how positive or negative disclosing information. You're still concealing truth and playing with the general public, hiding behind semantics as well. I believe most people have had enough. Discredit Lou and Sean. And here's Funkwell S. I frequently hike in the mountains in an area with lots of small plane traffic, and I see things like that all the time. It's a small airplane. At best, your judgment is questionable as hell. At worst, you knew it was a plane, and you're a complete fraud. People are asking if he wrote a report. There has been no report. Oh,
what the heck?
Yeah, this tweet doesn't quell anything. You're a fraud. What happened to the 5 observables?
So wait, did Lou speak up on this at all? He didn't say anything, did he?
Not that I'm aware of. No, we don't get anything, right? If you still believe what the goofy tells you, you're probably a lost cause.
What the goofy tells you. Yeah, I just can't believe Sean Cahill. But that's the thing. I tell you what, I don't like keep repeating this, but I'm gonna say it again because honestly, I don't like just being in like constant disputes, which is pretty rough. And as you know, Steve, when you challenge anyone that's adored by a bunch of people, you get instant hate by a lot of people, and everyone thinks that like you're the majority. No, the people that are critical of this topic are the vast minority.
I think of that meme. I think of that meme of 2 guys getting hung, and the one guy goes to the like I'm the guy saying first time, huh? Yeah, I get that a lot. When people don't like it when you burst the delusion bubbles,
When Sean
and
Cahill
Chris on Twitter said, no, nothing weird at all about the former director of ATIP, a program that didn't exist, having a UFO, a plane, filmed in his backyard by another grifter who didn't disclose that fact. So, there are people that are woke to this and saying that this is unacceptable, but I kind of think they're just going to roll with the new grift,
Probably.
Everybody forgets. Oh, I didn't realize Dave Scott is here.
Hey, guys.
Here.
How's it going, Dave?
Good. How you guys doing?
I forgot to mention real quick about Sean before we go on real quick is that I called in Martin Willis's show while he was live with Sean, and I asked Sean what he thought about Mr. Kevin Day, and I'm not trying to hurt anyone's feelings, but what he thought about Mr. Kevin Day saying that he saw blips on radar, and he started thinking later on at the VA, hey, maybe that day, those days at the Nimitz encounter, that's why I've been physically affected. That's why I need disability. And I said to Sean, hey, do you think that's right? Do you think it's normal, like, for a veteran to say that, or for someone to say that you deserve full disability for seeing blips on a radar and having this event affect you? And he said, yeah, I think you should get that. Not only that, I think all veterans should get it. So Sean Cahill literally announced like what we in the Army infantry would say like is like openly being one of like the worst types of people. Like you just want the benefits. There's a reason why I wait like 8 months for a colonoscopy, because everyone just needs the benefits from the VA. Let's all just like bleed them. And that I just recognize a pattern of person that is like that. And it cut to me real deep. And I've really never really looked at Sean ever since then. Even when my co-host was talking to Lou and those guys, I think about that all the time. Like, I forever called those people, and excuse my language, shitbags. We were just like, those people were the bad guys. Like they didn't care. They just
I'm sorry. I'm getting everything's breaking up on my end here.
Oh, sorry.
Shut everything down.
Probably going to cut me off.
There is to shut down. Like, yeah, I'm sorry about that. And welcome, Dave Scott.
Thank you for having me. And
can you hear me, Dave?
I can. Can you hear me?
Freezing up. There we go. Yeah.
Come on. How you doing, bud?
Good.
How's it going?
Good. How you doing? I'm Dave.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I'm just going to refresh my screen here. So if I bounce out for a second, it'll only be for a second.
What is happening here?
There we go.
Uh-oh, I'm freezing now.
Yeah.
I tried to switch over to a DSLR camera as my it's my main thing, and I forgot to take it off the every like 5 minutes it goes to like auto shut off. So it just goes like rolling.
So welcome, Dave Scott. I think we're unstuck. Good to see you.
Thank you for inviting me in.
Yeah, and I'm sure that you have a different perspective, and I think that's good. Like, what do you think of this whole thing?
Well, for me, I saw that video just around a year ago. It'll be a year next month when
were you aware that it was first said when they released it that it was taken recently?
No.
Yeah, that was from the Reddit post.
I read that after you and I talked earlier today, I read that post, and I just for the record, I don't speak with Sean. Okay. And I haven't talked to Sean in probably 9-10 months. But that's okay. I still admire him and have respect for him. But just we had different ideas on things, and we just kind of went our separate ways. But I do want to say that I had seen the video in Las Vegas last year. Him and I were having a private conversation, and he showed me the video. At the time, he asked me to keep our conversation quiet, which I will still do today, because it was off the record that he was showing it to me.
No, I understand that. You can't betray that promise.
And
so
there,
I won't ask you to.
A little bit more reasoning to it, I think. But that's Sean's story to tell if he chooses to tell it, but I did see the video a year ago in Las Vegas, and at that time, I can say this now because he put it out there that it was taken from Lue Elizondo's porch. Lue was inside the house when this happened. It was a morning time, and Sean ended up going outside looking towards the mountains, and all of a sudden he saw the object and started filming. So that's what I can say. Okay, and like
you left out, he was meditating. Sorry.
He was probably meditating. Yeah,
I apologize.
There's nothing wrong with meditating. It's
no, I know, but
soul.
Then if he sees the plane right after he's doing the work, the CE5 stuff, what do you think he's going? All right,
you know what? If that was the case, it opens up a lot of doors that a lot of people don't believe in regards to summoning UFOs or whatever. If that's indeed what it was. And it's something that that's Sean's story to tell. It's not my story to tell, and it's something that I hate being the guy right now, Steve, who has to walk the fine line.
No, I get that, but listen, come on, you can be honest. Like, don't you think it's deceptive to put this out with no audio, no context, no location, as if none of that is important?
I think he should have put out a little bit more context. I haven't seen the interview. I mean, this all came down last night, and when I saw it finally released, I kind of chuckled to myself and went, "Wow!" He told me he was never going to release that, and I was actually quite surprised that he did. He knew the barrage was coming, whether it was from, the UFO Twitter, whether it was from podcast hosts, whether it was from Green Street or whoever. He knew it was coming, and he knew that it would cause a lot of backlash. And the one thing I do know about Sean is Sean really doesn't care, right? He's into his own thing. He does his own projects, and he's not a fan of ufology. And I don't think he pays a lot of attention to the negative conversations until it kind of blows over, That's pretty much
I mean, I guess I can understand that, but it just seemed to me to be that there's a lot of layers of deception here, whether it was intentional, and listen, because Dave is right. Like, maybe I should give him the benefit of the doubt, and none of this was intentional, but it looks intentional. But I'm just a suspicious person by nature. And then to say that there's no fly zone, several people have found and commented that there's a big airport right near this home of Lue Elizondo that puts his home right in the flight path of a major airport. So to say that it's a no-fly area or no-fly zone is very deceptive, or he's just incredibly misinformed, which is equally troubling to me, because remember, him and Lue Elizondo are supposed to be UFO experts. That would be one thing you check. Is this an ordinary earthly object? Is this an airplane? And he said he did, but we have no proof that he did.
But we don't have any proof that he didn't, right? We don't know. Here's the thing. We don't know if he submitted that video to anyone, if he submitted it to whatever the acronym is now. I mean, now we're using ARROW, but back then it could have been ATIP. It could have been UAPTF. I don't want to defend the guy because I don't know. But on the flip side, it does, my question is, why release it now? Why do that? Why be secretive that it was at Lue's?
Dave, he's got UFO conference appearances coming up.
Could be.
Why release it now? No, but I'm glad you're here, because I sometimes I feel like we're not fair enough, and maybe we should have Dave Scott be the voice of reason and be the fair one and say, give him the benefit of the doubt. And by the way, I invited him here, but I guess I know if he's a busy guy or whatever. I would love to hear the story of how he filmed it and how he believes that's not an ordinary earthly object.
Mm-hmm.
And see the data. I want to see the data. Show me the metadata on the original video, so I know that the date and time are correct, and I'll check the flight radar data.
Yeah,
and I'll check the audio of the video. Someone suggested that he didn't want anybody to hear Lue Elizondo talking on the video, so he muted the audio. That's a possibility too. Like, there's just too many possibilities for deception in my view here. And, if you want transparency, and I always think it's funny, like, you want disclosure, but you won't disclose to us the time, date, and location. You just put this out and talk in vague terms about Tic Tac UFOs over it with a brand new show host, which I think is a new mouthpiece for them. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I make no bones about it. I give as an experiencer, Steve, I try and give the benefit of the doubt to the experiencer. I really do.
No, I know you're a shining example of how I should be more, things I should be more of. I will say that, because, I joke around and say wackadoo a lot and stuff, but if people are having genuine experiences, I should be more respectful of that.
Yeah, I need to, we all need to be skeptical. Let's be honest. We all need to be skeptical. And when you're in front, your show has a shtick. My show has a shtick. I mean, we all have a way.
Dave, I heard you described as the conductor of the Woo train.
Oh, Oh, hell yeah. Oh,
and
hell yeah.
and they didn't mean that in a negative way. They mean that you're the conductor of the Woo train. Yeah.
I don't take that negatively. You know, when I designed Spaced Out Radio, and a lot of people may not like it, and if you're not a fan, that's quite okay, right? But part of my job, like when I designed Spaced Out Radio, what I really missed, Steve, was I missed that late night Art Bell type sound.
Me too. I had the Midnight Hour show.
Strange,
we were both inspired. Yeah,
of those strange, silly stories. I mean, who can't forget? I mean, we can all remember the sounds of hell from Russia, or the guy allegedly flying into Area 51, which we know is a hoax, you know, and I kind of wanted to, because I was trending more towards terrestrial radio with the show. I really wanted to kind of take it down that road a little bit more. You know, as an experiencer, if I put my experiencer's hat on, it's more of a selfishness where I just want to find out what happened to me.
Yeah, I think a lot of us have that.
If the government came around to me tomorrow and said, we'll give you all the answers that you want, we'll pay off your mortgage, and you got to
take $2 billion for you. Is that what you're saying? Because
hey, if I had your money,
even Greer turned down that $2 billion. You know,
if I had your money, I'd have a butler, my friend.
I think there is this idea that the experiencer in a whole, as a community, I guess you could say, somehow feels their best bet is to put their chips or put their belief in anyone driving something in the government or pushing a narrative like a disclosure narrative. In doing so, their hopes are like almost or like their skeptical eye is kind of nullified because they'll ignore evidence like UAP being balloons, UAP being drones, UAP being radar reflectors or ECMs and stuff like that. And when that happens so often, and you try to let the quote unquote experiencer know, like every time, excuse me, every time that they've misidentified things and they're putting their faith in something that probably isn't talking about the same thing they're talking about, and they ignore it, you see that there's something clearly happening that really isn't about aliens one day or about anything or whatever the phenomena is being. It's the military and the intelligence communities are clearly using these initialisms for something very different. So I always wonder why the experiencer community, because I myself have reported and openly lost my objectivity on a lot of things. I've said all the weird stuff that's happened to me. I've thoroughly tried to debunk. I couldn't. But I like, how is a DJI Mavic out of a fishing vessel related to like experiences or whatever? And why would anyone keep putting their support in people that would push cases like swarming of the Navy and stuff like that as alien when it wasn't? Or the increased incursions as like they're trying to make their presence known. They weren't. They were using cases that were debunked. And it's the same 90% of all these cases are misidentified prosaic answers.
Right.
And that's really never changed. We still are at the same thing. And so I wonder, like, why? What's the connection? Why would anyone?
Well, I think if I may answer, I think, at least in my opinion, I have really tried to draw, especially over like the last 6-7 months, I've really tried to draw a line between UAP and UFOs. I don't use the term UAP.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I don't like that CIA term. I don't want to use it anymore. I agree with you.
Yeah, and that's all it's done is UAP to me is about the narrative. It's the government narrative. It's like disclosure. I try not to use the word disclosure anymore because to me, disclosure means you're opening up that Pandora's box of UFO stories and information that you don't want to release to us. So therefore, we're in a confirmation movement. We're not in a disclosure movement. And I've really tried to be steadfast on that, on both terms. And I think you're right. In regards to that, there is a lot of people who are willing to accept anything that they feel moves the ball forward. I don't agree with that. I was never a fan
Right.
of the Stars Academy right from the beginning, when I was the first one to point out about the pressless press conference that they had. And that was on day one.
Oh yeah,
Then,
the TTSA
then
thing.
when you go look on their website, and the word UFO or UAP was nowhere to be found, and yet we're supposed to be trusting these guys with disclosure. And I have always maintained that. And it's a difficult time. We have to be able to be skeptical regarding this subject. But on the flip side, I think our skepticism sometimes goes a little too far, that if you had the smoking gun video, or I had the smoking gun video of a UFO, would you really release it?
I would.
Knowing what's coming? I don't know if I would.
Especially if it displayed the 5 observables. We hear that term all the time. And I would ask, like, really, where in this video did we see any of the 5 observables? Why is this video even important or a thing,
Yeah, personally, I'm not a 5 observables kind of guy. I really am not. What do you
I don't know about the whole 5 observables thing, but the song sucks. That's for sure.
No, but I guess
played some of his
in one of my experiences where I saw a UFO on the ground 150 yards away from me, and I didn't see any of the 5 observables. It's on the ground, and when it turned its lights off for the final time, there was no sound. We didn't hear it leave. There was no trees moving. It was just gone. It disappeared. Right? So
that's interesting.
I mean, I don't know what the 5 in my situation. I don't know what the 5 observables mean.
Yeah, they have the whole list, but instantaneous acceleration is one of them. And all of these different qualifiers. But the point is, if that's your big push, that these UFOs exhibit all of these things, and then the only UFOs that you have evidence of don't exhibit any of them, it calls into question their whole hypothesis then. And also, well, then why are you releasing this? This doesn't display any of those observables.
Yeah, could be.
I want to say real quick that I apologize for the meditation joke. I should have said CE5 to be more specific. People are gonna remember that. Jesus.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, guys. I've given them benefit of the doubt for so long now, but I see that the connections between all these other fellas. We don't want to give. Maybe some people don't want to give Lue Elizondo a chance, but they'll hang out with and keep talking about Jim Semivan. And maybe some people say they don't like Jim Semivan, but they'll put all their faith in someone Jim's hanging out with all the time. And so then you see this thing where it's like it's all the same people, though. They're all the same. This movement that's taken over of it's to manipulate for a greater good, and I don't like it. I think it's fair that I can say that, and everyone else should be able to say it as well, that they have a belief in something that is so radically different than the classic UFO story that the public knows, but they're using that narrative, even though they're not using UFO, they're using a very intelligence term, military intelligence term, but it's clear. And I don't think that's cool, because Melinda Leslie and Tom DeLonge out in the desert posting videos of their capture just recently. They literally put up satellites that people were able to match up point, like literally the satellite and the direction was flying in a matter of moments after their post. And of course that's some of the more special stuff that they're capturing, as they said. And it's not to just specifically call Melinda out or Tom out, but it's that same community and that same type of belief. If they've just attached themselves credibility by proximity and taken videos of ambiguous things in the sky, is what goes for quality stuff around here. I think we're in a whole lot of trouble, and we're not more credible than ever. We're in fact I don't even know. We literally have people celebrating recording satellites, and they got all the money in the world.
DeLonge doesn't know the difference between fake things and real things, or things that are important. He's showing Joe Rogan fake TR3B videos. He's posting fake long debunked things. He's posting satellites as something extraordinary or motherships. It's just disappointing, especially if this is supposed to be the top of the food chain here, because I have that cabin and I see things all the time. And then occasionally I get a little excited, and then I have the satellite tracking app right next to me. And then I go, oh, and I don't know. Hopefully I'll do better. I have a new telescope now that allows photos and videos. That's very, very good. So now at least I'll get close-up images of satellites, maybe.
Could be. And I hope you do. Right. And I do have to cut out in a couple minutes because I have to start prepping for my show. But, as long as I guess what I'm saying is in my opinion, I just try to keep the door open. I want to keep that door open for just in case, but I do understand where, and trust me when I say this, I do understand the frustration that a lot of people have. Okay. We've heard the same stories with the same evidence. It's like the Bigfoot crowd where you get sent an ultimate blurry picture.
The Bigfoot crowd's a good example. Yeah.
And all I see is pixelation. I'm like, yeah, that's it. And I understand where people are pissed off. I mean, this community especially has had the wool pulled over their eyes for the last 50 plus years. Okay.
Yeah, but was it pulled over our eyes by the government or the people selling us the aliens, or both?
I would say
I think a little bit of both. Yeah, a little bit of both. See, we can agree on something, Scott.
I think it's a little bit of both for sure. I think we're seeing it happen right now. I think we see Jeremy Corbell literally get something, then he goes, "There's no way this is really alien," then turn around and say, "No, it's flying pyramids." I think it's happening in front of us, like it happened in 1979 to 1984-ish. It's happening again right now, like it happened during the X-Files time, when every person with any type of credential came out of the woodwork and started crawling towards the disclosure movement. It's happening right now in front of us, and everyone that had a critical eye is faded away because they know better, and we're still stuck here all talking about it every day. 300 episodes of my show out. I just can't. Where is the damn evidence, Sean Cahill? You've been hanging out with Steve. I know you're in the chat right now. Where's the evidence, buddy? You've been hanging out with Elizondo every day. Come on. Not every day. Not literally every day. Obviously, they have lives. But it's been enough time. It's been ridiculous. It's been, what is it now? 5.5 years?
Dave, you won't speak to somebody's asking, you won't speak to Stephen Greenstreet?
I never said that.
Oh, there you go. That's good. We dispelled some rumors.
I've had Stephen Greenstreet on my show before. He took part in one of our panels, and I like Steve. Okay.
I like him too.
I try and like everybody, it's too much negativity in this field, and I try and like everybody, and I mean, that may sound like
if me and the conductor of the Wu train can get along, then that should be a shining example. Like, you and I are fine. Like, we're fine, just so everybody knows, because I hear a lot of rumors sometimes, and then people try to point me at a missile at some show host they don't like, and then I go, I don't have anything against that guy. I don't know, like, we're fine. Like, but we should have more conversations where people meet in the middle, somewhere, and see what we can agree on, and instead of just all this, back and forth, or the delusion bubbles. It seems like the believer side sticks with the believer side, and the people who are more skeptical stay with more skeptical shows. And I don't think that's healthy in the long run. Why can't we just all talk about it and come to some kind of a agreement about what's really going on?
Oh, I fully agree. And when I saw the invite come in, that's why I jumped on it, and I sent you a message, said, "Hey man, I'm just getting my son settled down for the night, and I'll be right with you." And that's why I hopped on in, because I wanted to make sure that I didn't miss an opportunity in chatting with you and your audience. Your audience is much different.
Hey, I'll come on yours too. But somebody's never invited me to be a guest on his show. So
maybe what I'll do. I'll do is I'll do the panel. If you want that panel, I'll do the panel. right?
Yeah, we'll do that sometime. Sure. No, I'm just saying that I'm open to it as well. Like I will go on anybody's show that ask me if there were, like it's fine. I like having those conversations, especially with people that have differing views, because it's pretty boring talking to people that you agree with constantly. We try not to here, but you know what I mean, Dave.
Oh yeah. You know what? We'll set that up. I would like to bring you on. And I think it's important that you get all points of view, right? I may not agree with you. You may not agree with me. I may not agree with a lot of what Stephen Greenstreet does. I may agree with what the Black Vault does, and a lot of people don't. Okay, I may agree with the.
Oh yeah, somebody asked what you thought about that. Did you see this? George Knapp is spreading those rumors about Black Vault and dildos and stuff, and
I did read that today.
Yeah,
I'll be honest with you. I don't show a lot of my own sense of humor on the show, but I'm going to be honest with you. I laughed. I laughed at that. I didn't take that. If it was a cheap shot, it was a pretty poor one. But I mean, I think we all have to lighten up a little bit and just let people spar every now and again.
Yeah. I stayed out of it. I didn't say anything. I was going to post something, but then I was like, let them do. But it is interesting. Like, I don't understand those kind of personal attacks though. Like, why don't you attack his evidence? Is it because you can't? Like some people are just inconvenient to the grift, in my opinion.
I just
trying to ruin my grift. Stop selling dildos. What? I sell dildos? What? Where'd you get this at?
So could you put yourself and try to visualize where Knapp was when he was tweeting that? I like to think.
Office, probably.
No, I shouldn't say. No. I want to be careful all the time. I got to be careful what I'm saying. But I can picture maybe Jeremy under the influence of something about 4 feet in front of George as he's kicked back with his New Balances on, with a cocktail in his hand, and Corbell's pacing back and forth under the influence of something.
We gotta get this guy. He's ruining the grift.
What to say?
Tell everybody he sells dildos, George. Go ahead.
Take this, Danny Silva. Take this, you. I don't know. I think it's kind of funny because he went after Danny Silva's obviously a staunch supporter of everything these guys are doing. So it's he didn't go after so much, but I do think it's kind of telling though that he did use that guy's meme he made. I don't know though. Is this the end of Corbell's time as a credible journalist? Now he's relinquishing his career off to Knapp's empire off to Corbell. Yeah. Is he at the end, or is this a new Knapp? I keep mixing them up, but I
think we have to realize that Jeremy Corbell is a movie maker. He's not a journalist.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's call a spade right there. Okay. Jeremy Corbell has never been a journalist, and there are a lot of people in this field, people who help run Enigma Labs and people like that who have self-titled themselves and they have named themselves journalists when they're not. George, I mean, let's face it, George has been at KLAS TV for 40 plus years. And, the UFO story, there was one comment from Chuck Bam who said that I'm a fanboy of George. I like George Knapp, but when you've worked in a newsroom like I have, and you look at other journalists, and I'll use George as an example here, we know him for the UFO side of the story. We don't know him for the other stories that he has broken in the Las Vegas area, whether it's about crime or anything along those lines. We don't know that because we're not in that area. But I have a very fun thought of George Knapp outside of the UFO world. And I think
he's done some incredibly good crime stories and investigative journalism into local corruption and officials that were corrupt in Las Vegas. And I admire that kind of courageous reporting. You start digging in on city officials that are on the take or have mob or go start doing stories on the mob. That takes some balls. So I admire and respect that part of him. I just don't like the lie by omission selling of tales. You know,
I like to stay specific, man. Sorry to cut you off.
yeah.
I mean,
We get the Bob Lazar. We get the Bob Lazar story, but we only get half of it. He leaves out that he's a convicted pimp fake scientist. You know, like that's not good journalism. If you're going to call yourself a journalist, you got to give everybody all the facts, not just the ones that help sell the story.
But if you listen to Knapp, as much as he has told the Bob Lazar story, he always says if about the education. He has questions about his education or where he worked.
No, because it's fake. Yeah, he has to acknowledge that it's fake because he knows it's ridiculous.
And he, he has just gone along with it. He's never said that he supported it. He hasn't gone like Corbell, where Corbell has come out saying that Bob Lazar is the be all and end all, and he is the syrup on our pancakes.
Yeah, but there's a lot of information that I'm always disappointed, Dave. You know, like I would be respectful, but he, you know, we've broken all this stuff here and shared all this information. We've got an on the record Area 51 security guard that said Bob never stepped foot on the base. We've got interviews with his former supervisors at Los Alamos, and they all said he was never a scientist there. He was a technician. And now we've got the fact that his wife, his first wife was a convicted murderer. She got arrested for murdering somebody with the Hells Angels and had a deep affiliation with the Hells Angels. All these drug arrests for methamphetamines and a lifelong drug addiction while Bob was supposed to be getting a top secret clearance. No way on earth would he get a clearance with a wife like that.
So
George won't address any of this stuff. He won't talk about any of this stuff that, just in my opinion, destroys the story.
So if you look at it the other way, though, Steve, what if he's a plant?
I've heard that kind of explanation before, but I think that's a lot of mental gymnastics. And what I would say is, show me one other person whose wife had ties to organized crime that was a convicted murderer and a lifelong drug addict that got a top secret clearance. Show me one other person on earth.
It's impossible.
Yeah. So then why do we believe Bob Lazar did then?
Exactly. You know, and I have a source who has worked in that area before as well. And
real people that work at Area 51, Bob is a big joke, right?
The Lazar story is a huge joke. It's a huge joke. And you got to realize, there's people who've worked there 40 plus years, 30, 40 years. They know this story left, right, and center. I mean, my question to my source, or we have this other guy called Random Guy on our show. Okay. My question to him last night was, okay, how would he, if with the element 115 and the isotopes, how would he have smuggled them out when they literally, it's like going through the highest level of security to get on one of those Janet jets to get in and out. How would he have smuggled?
And he's not on the Janet jet logs. And also, interestingly, about the 115, I always say this just blows it to shit. He said they did every conceivable test on the element 115. So he would know the isotopic ratios then, because he would have tested it for isotopic ratios. He did every conceivable test. He should be able to show us or create for us a stable form of it, and he can't. The guy said he had particle accelerators in his bedroom. That's impossible. Ask any physicist. The guy, it's just science fiction fantasy. I love that story growing up. If I could pick one story to be true, it'd probably be that one. But it's just, it all falls apart. And then they've already made the money, so they don't want to talk about, it's just the same thing as these people who put up fake UFO videos. After they get the money from the clicks and the views, they don't want to talk about it being fake. Same thing with Knapp and Corbell. They don't want to talk about the story's fake. They've already made their money, They're on to the next thing that they're selling. Baghdad Phantoms.
Could be. What cruise missiles?
Some of those things George Knapp is in my head for a long time because of obviously the work he did, and his Audible book on Hunt for the Skinwalker is pretty awesome. But I'll tell you, the worst part though is to look at some of the things that he's been involved with in ufology, and I'm trying to be as nice as possible, I guess, as open as possible when I say it, but it's like, did George Knapp work for Robert Bigelow in any way? Was he contracted? Yeah. He did.
Yes.
So is he a journalist?
He was hired. So yes, he was. Okay, because he still was employed by KLAS, and then Robert Bigelow, Art Bell, and was it Leslie Keene? Were hired to do, or Linda Moulton Howe, was it? One of the two, were hired to do a radio talk show called Area 2000 back in the early 1990s. And
that's interesting.
They started off hosting it. The show really didn't take off the way Coast to Coast did. So when Art went over to Coast, he started very politically, and then he started kind of throwing in some UFO stories. And as soon as he saw the numbers starting to jump on the ratings every time he did a UFO story, that's when he started converting the show from politics over to the strange of what we loved about him and what we remember about him.
Yeah.
So was he
back.
I don't think he was an employee per se, but I think you could logically say that he was contracted to do a radio show for whatever it lasted, 4 or 5 months, 6 months.
Yeah, and UFO John Doe, thank you for your kindness and generosity and support. I don't think they'll ever come clean now. And but if Bob Lazar wants one more big payout, if he came out with and told the truth about how they faked it all and then made up the story, that would be a good way to get one more last big payoff. Thanks for helping us praise the cash. Praise the cash. Steve Long mentioned, and he's right, there's a big conflict of interest with Knapp because he was an early investor in TTSA, and he did a lot of pro TTSA fluff pieces, I think, to help them pump up the stock, and he did not disclose that he was a TTSA early investor. That was disappointing for me to hear, because you can't be pumping up stock or doing promo pieces for a company that you're invested in and not disclose that. That's a problem. And TTSA, we know now, or little bit scammy.
When I interviewed Knapp in 2019, I asked him that question if he invested in TTSA. And I believe that was the first time he admitted publicly on any show that he had put $10,000 in or whatever the amount was. And he said, hey, if he has $10,000 to kiss goodbye, God bless him for it. Because I know I don't have 10 grand to kiss goodbye.
Dave, Dave, can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
You obviously know I have way more connections in the paranormal than I would in my little tiny thing. But do you think that it's normal for there to be like secret clubs of these people to be involved with? Like they're in these secret types of clubs, and then they're like reporters on the outside telling UFO stories. Like if I like everyone from like Eric Davis and George Knapp, John Davies, and every other person between, they're running a little program or a little group like Sufon, all the way up to like a Bigelow type of character, not Bigelow himself, but others with him, being in these groups, all talking about things. And first off, is that normal that all these people from all?
Yes.
I mean, maybe normal here, but is it normal that you would see that happen in an industry? Because this is what it kind of is an industry, and then also see those people act almost independent elsewhere.
Yes. Yeah.
I feel it's a little suspicious that they don't allow everyone in. They don't allow everyone in. It's a big club,
and I ain't in it. I say it all the time.
I was in it when I was friends with Grant Cameron. I was in it, but then suddenly I started saying things that they didn't like, and suddenly I wasn't friends with everyone anymore. And so I have to wonder if it's strange that that these people almost act like independent actors, but really they all belong. They're all the original conference crew. They used to just conference around together. And
well, that's the kind of thing, though, is I've talked about this. They have that unwritten rule. You don't talk about my grift, and I won't talk about yours. And they all want to get along and get that conference money, you know?
Well, the conferences really aren't paying that much unless you're at like Alien Con or
Contact in the Desert.
What's the big one? Contact in the Desert, right? I mean, those are really the only two. Apparently, I'm a member of a circle jerk club, according to Kepsa. That's cool. Thank you.
Hey, Kepsa. Kepsa's actually no. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Kepsa's my ringleader, if you know what I'm talking about.
Hey, that's Robert Salas, everyone. No, never mind.
Oh man, a UFO circle jerk club. That's terrible. That's terrible.
No,
how many cameras do you have?
I don't know, 8 or 10. Hold on, wait. Here, look at this. Here we go. UFO circle jerkers.
I love it.
It's available on our merchandise store, and the link is in the description. I'm going to send Dave a UFO circle jerker shirt.
I'll send you a Wu Train shirt.
There you go. Conductor of the Wu Train. Yes. You know, I just don't know, like, you know, I respect Dave for like being so open-minded. Maybe I've just gotten too cynical. But yeah, the UFO Circle Jerker Club is like those people who softball interview these people and don't hold them to account for their previous lies or fake stuff that they've sold. And that's kind of our thing here, the Circle Jerkers. We don't like circle jerkers, you know?
I guess my question about that earlier is because the people making the claims and oftentimes businesses based off claims, and oftentimes, you know, like we talked about, like sometimes experiences something so weird and unexplainable, it really doesn't fall into any type of category. So I can understand they just want some sort of reconciliation with what happened to them to some degree. But a lot of people out there would be concerned with if they recognize that, like, if all these individuals are friends in a group that's quite private, oftentimes the group is involved with magic and even things like just reporting their own experiences or capturing photos of drone sightings or when the next group is or next whatever. If they're the ones making the claims and making money off those claims, doesn't it seem a little bit strange that they're all like securing the future of this field in one way or another? Like
I think. In my opinion, it's not about securing anything as much as you think it is. I think what it is it's a matter of sharing information. I'm in a couple of those groups. One of them, I maybe post in there once every 2-3 weeks because I don't have the level of knowledge and smarts as the scientists in that group. I'm like, oh, look, a balloon, right? So, I think they keep me in there strictly because of the stuff that I'm following with the Canadian government. And you
go. But it's a big club, and he's in it. He's in the club, everybody. Just he admitted it. You heard it here first.
I
club, and I ain't in it. But he's in it.
I don't want to cut anyone off.
But listen, there are private like Discord groups, and once somebody took a vote. This is a funny thing. Like somebody took a vote of whether to allow me in a private Discord server or not. And I lost by one vote for whatever reason. And then when I found out who was in that group, I was so pissed off. I'm like, I can't be in your little club, but these assholes can, you know. It's a weird clicky
there's a ton of
thing,
them.
You know.
There's a ton of them. And you know what? I will be honest with you. There's a lot of politics that goes on in these groups. I'm not in one group because Jimmy Ando doesn't allow me in there, right? Because I called him out for monetizing part of my show, and I YouTube struck him, and then after a couple people came at me about saying, hey, do you mind just do me a favor on this? I released the copyright strike, and then he still went on everywhere calling me an asshole. And so, I mean, there's all sorts of groups out there that include these people. Most of them are on Facebook Messenger. A lot of them are via email. I've been in a couple of email clubs, or I shouldn't say I'm involved. I've had a couple of email clubs where somebody all of a sudden will secretly send me an email saying, you got to see this shit. Right. And it kind of blows you away, because when you go and you backtrack the emails, you're like, oh, well, this person's a CEO of a big company, and that person's a CEO. Really? I didn't know that person was interested in UFOs.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of that goes on. And some of it's crazy, man. Some of it's crazy.
I've seen some crazy stuff from the groups that I once was in. I'm just like surprised to see that these groups are now like on these messengers and these other apps and whatnot, because before they were just kind of friends from conferences and stuff. Like some of these friendships go back, like, you know, Christopher Mellon and Leslie Keane were friends for a long time.
Oh yeah.
Like, you know, a long time. And so you know, sometimes when you know, it's not necessarily, you know, like you see Mellon like celebrating, not like celebrating, but saying it's good to see them communicating over balloons getting destroyed. You have to ask yourself, what are some of these narratives all about after all these years? And I wonder if, yes, there are some weird things going on, of course, like a lot of us have experienced, but what are they willing to do and use that community for? And it seems like that's exactly where we fell. And these people that are celebrating all these relationships in these groups is the people that would like love to listen to the Falcons and the Falcon and the Hawk or whoever talk in shadowy background.
Aviary. Yeah, you know, that's the original secret group of guys that were going to work together to bring disclosure. Yeah,
absolutely.
That's a fascinating story. So I'm going to do a show on that.
I could honestly speak with you guys all night. I've had a lot of fun the last 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, I know you got to go. It's Spaced Out Radio. Search it on YouTube or Google him, and you'll find him. Hit that search bar. I'll put the link to your show in the description of this video, and Jeff's too.
Let's do this again. I'll set it up. I want both of you guys there, and I'll bring in some of my people, and let's just have a candid conversation about,
that'd be great.
About the UFO world. We could do that.
That'd be great. All right, great. You have a good night, Dave.
Nice talking to you.
Thank you for your time. And with my Illuminati, thanks to B. Baker, all hail Illuminati thing, or whatever the hand sign is, or whatever.
That's another big club. You have a good night, Dave Scott. Have a good show tonight.
Good night, guys.
Bye-bye. All right, there's Dave Scott. We can file that under things that people thought would never, ever happen.
Only over here on Truth Seeker.
We got the conductor of the Woo train with us here, Jeff. That's crazy. You know, listen, I kind of like, I understand where he's coming from, though, because he kind of just, you know, he explained it like he wanted to do the Art Bell, just listen to people's stories and, you know, not be so critical, I guess, you know. I tried to do that and I couldn't do it. Like I interviewed some people and I just lost it in the middle of it. Like, you're telling me these aliens come and get you every night, but you never set up a camera? Come on.
You can literally see that. The evolution of all my videos goes from me saying, all right, I'll start a podcast, but I'm willing to give this subject one more chance, the spear tip of all that's happening. And it goes from me talking to people like Mr. Scott and all these other people to me being like I am today in the middle of like last year. I just exploded and it just changed and I never went back. But I appreciate having me on, Steve, for real. And
I'm gonna let you go and read my super chats and check up with the live chat and things like that. I appreciate you being here. And and I want to thank you because did you know that we had like 3 no-shows? So I apologize. There were supposed to be a couple more people, and I don't know what happened, but you were the one that showed up. So yeah, thank you for doing that. Or I would have been sitting here waiting for a panel for.
I actually was going to go on that one time I was abducted by aliens earlier, but someone came to me. 2 people came to me after my yesterday's episode I had on Strange Recon with Chris Bartell from Skinwalker Ranch in Area 51. I had 2 people on or talk to me about how they know Bigelow and they just started getting really skeptical at everything they've done and contributed. And I just was so fascinated by what they were saying. And some of them we've heard their names because they were involved in some things that have happened recently. And I'm just like, okay, so the people are recognizing that maybe this guy is not necessarily just this person seeking, answers about the woo stuff. He might be, he might be up to something else on behalf of someone else, or maybe even either way. All right, guy, I appreciate you having me on.
Oh, don't be a stranger. Thank you. I'll put the link to your show in the description of the video so people can find you. Or just search for Strange Recon in the YouTube search bar. You'll find them.
I'll put that live tab. Stupid live tab. What's that about, YouTube? Anyways, all right. Thank you very much.
You really got to get that straightened out, like from the customized page, I think.
Oh,
right?
Is that how it goes? Okay, I gotta. I'll do that.
I can help you with that off air.
Must be
because and listen, your views will thank you. They changed things, and then I'll help you fix it. Not a problem.
I'll check it out. Thank you very much.
We'll talk to you soon, Jeff from Strange Recon. Thank you very much. All right, there we go. Well, I think a strange and weird and rare conversation just happened. It's not often that people cross lines from the woo side to the skeptical side, or vice versa. I think it's good. So I realized that I missed a few super chats, and I apologize for that. So we're going to get caught up, and then and I will take comments and questions from the live chat. But first things first, I want to recognize the kind and generous supporters of the show. We read every single super chat, but I didn't realize at the beginning of the show that we missed a few. So I'm going to read those now, and thank you. We want to thank UFO John Doe for kind and generous $4.99, and he asked about Nap Lazar and Cornhole ever coming clean, or will they take their last breath or do it like John Lear? I don't think they'll ever come clean. Lord Ludicrous Plaid with a kind and generous $1.99 says ufology is one big marketing firm. Great show. Spooky paying $2 to give out Jeff's link because I'm a terrible show host. I'm going to put it in the description of the video. And Zizix with a kind and generous $2 super sticker. And Richard Crawley with a kind and generous $2.79 Canadian says killer and a fist bump. And Richard Crawley again, kind and generous $6.99 Canadian. No message. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Thank you all, you Patreon supporters and you channel members and you Twitch subscribers for helping us to praise the cash and continue the show.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
And we'll take some comments and questions from the great live chat. We had excellent numbers tonight. Just a whole lot of people in there in the live chat. And we want to welcome and thank you Rumble people as well, watching in the Rumble live stream. Mega Briarpatch says, hi, Steve. Great to see you here, bro. Oh, maybe they're talking to Steve Long, maybe, right? Mega Briarpatch says, Strange Recon is a great show. Jeff is a very sharp dude. Yeah, I like him. And a former military guy. He's real brave. Like, he went and, was a soldier. And that takes some balls. I always respect guys that have the balls to do that. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Yeah. Steve Nicholson, too bad the Decepticon name is copyrighted. It would have been the perfect phrase to describe some of the UFO grifters, Decepticons. Yeah, well, we could call them Deceptive Cons. How about that? Deceptive Cons. No, it doesn't have quite the same ring, right? Jay says, USA in the fog of fifth generation unrestricted warfare. Yeah, multi-generational warfare, right? New members, please consider subscribing Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, and I'm still unsure if I'm going to the cabin this weekend. And if not, we'll do another show tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern, and maybe Saturday. We'll see. If I'm home, I might as well work. And we've got a lot more shows to share with you, and I'm actually backed up with shows. We've got a bunch that were prepped and got sort of bumped because there was something a little more pressing that we wanted to do a show on or talk about. So those got bumped, but they're prepped and ready to go. And some of those are those data-rich shows. Changed my name for the dog I lost. Sorry to hear about that, Foxy's friends. Mike lost his dog, so we all say a prayer. Hope the dog gets over that rainbow bridge. And I hate losing a dog. The times in my life where I've had to deal with that have been really, really rough. You know, it's like your best friend. It's like losing a family member. It's terrible. So we'll keep you in our thoughts and prayers. Sorry to hear that, Mike. Foxy's friend says, Steve Long, you turned me on to Recon. It might have been Steve Long who turned me on to Recon, too. I don't remember who originally told me about him. I don't. I could take that lie to my grave. I'd come clean. That's just me. Yeah, I don't know. If you've been lying to people for 35 years, maybe before you die, it's a good idea to come clean. Tell people the truth, right? Will there be a viewers call-in show this month? Yes, we'll do that. Panel show on the weekend. If I'm not at the cabin, we'll do it. The problem has been that even if I wanted to do a show from the cabin now, I can't because there's these ice storms. And for some reason, I don't know if it freezes the internet boxes or something out in the woods. Remember, I'm out in the woods. So if it's real snowy or we're having an ice storm, the internet barely works or it just doesn't work. And the power has been going off at the cabin as well. So without power, no router, unless I fire up this old solar backup system. And yeah, Operation Shutdown said, would be great to see Stephen and Jeff on Dave Scott's show. Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to do that. He's got a hell of a lot of viewers. So, yet another great show, Stephen. It's obvious you're doing the right thing when you're bringing both sides of the UFO aisle together. The truth will indeed set us free. Yeah, I think we should do more of that. I would like to talk to this guy, Sean, and, really hear why this video was even released. Why is it important? And let's see the data. Where's the data that proves that you didn't just lie about it flying by, an airplane flying by? And, either way, this is a story. Like, if there's aliens in Lue Elizondo's backyard, I think the public needs to know about it. Maybe the aliens are surveilling him because he ran the government's UFO program. Oh, wait a minute. They would know that program was imaginary, didn't have any funding, and they just made it up, right? It wasn't an official program. There's not a single piece of paper, right? No reports, no UFO investigation reports or anything. Yeah. No, I think this story is stupid because, again, if there's really aliens in his backyard, you would want people to know, right? Why would you purposefully conceal where you took that UFO video? It's just so stupid. And this is what we've gone to. We've gone from these guys getting videos out of the Pentagon to making UFO videos that are most likely fake in their backyard to keep the con going, right? Who is? He's like the Walmart greeter over in live chat. PSYOP. What? Did I check out the John? No, I didn't yet. I've got a huge reading list, but it's on my reading list. And you know what I do is I've been taking piles of books to the cabin because there I have time to, at night anyway, catch up on reading. Next minute, Elizondo is an experiencer in his backyard. Patty says the land of make-believe, right? Twitch viewers call-in show so we could use cuss words. Yeah. If we do a call-in show, it has to be on Twitch as Truth Seekers Uncensored, because when you just open the lines, people come in and curse, and it'll ruin our YouTube situation now, right? This week on Backyard UFO Wrestling. Yes. And I'm supposed to remind you, so we'll take a moment to remind you that we are a viewer-supported show. We read every single super chat and thank every single person that offers any support to the show, however they do that, whether that be being a Patreon supporter. If you become a member during the live show, we can, call you out and shout you out and thank you. If you send a super chat, we read it. Super sticker, we show it. And I'll be showing any of them for the remainder of the show on screen. I'm sorry I missed those. We haven't missed them in a while. I've been showing them as they come in. So I apologize they weren't bigger on the screen, but thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. And the show is not over. We're still taking comments and questions. Still got some things to share. So the show is not over. We're just going to play this bumper to let you know how you can support the show if you choose to.
Strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat room during the
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight, I'm excited for tonight because we have a friend of the show, Manny from Area 503. He has been a panel member here a few times and talked about how he was developing a documentary all about Lue Elizondo, so-called disclosure advocate. And like many people, I have an incredible amount of questions about Lue Elizondo, questions that I would have loved to ask him in an interview, but despite Mr. Elizondo claiming that he will go on anyone's show after repeated attempts to get him to do an interview here, we never got a reply. Now, Mr. Elizondo has been on tiny podcasts and channels, so I'm not quite sure why he has so far not accepted our invitation. I have asked some questions to him while he was on another show, and that didn't go too well. Others within the so-called UFO community have a lot of questions for Mr. Lue Elizondo as well. I began to plan doing some sort of deep dive into Mr. Elizondo's history, the statements that he has made, maybe his work history, his military history, but I found the task to be overwhelming. There's so much information, it's almost information overload to be able to do a really thorough job at answering a singular question, which I think is very important, and that is, who's Lue? Who is this man that came virtually out of nowhere and became a media star? He's been on Fox News and CNN and all of these other programs, and as now starting to appear at conferences. He's got a book deal. He was on a History Channel show, of course. I still have a lot of questions. And I was thankful to find that somebody else was working very diligently to answer a lot of my questions. Just so happens to be a fortunate event that I met this person, Manny, from Area 503. I started talking about some of his revelations and some of the things that he was finding out in researching this documentary, Who's Lue? And I'm happy to say that we have an exclusive sneak peek. We're the first ones. And I want to thank Manny from Area 503 for letting us do this. We are going to be the first people who get to share a portion of the new film. So get yourself a cold beverage, relax. We've got a sort of 10 or 12 minute preview. And rather than try to talk over it or anything like that, I think that this work is important enough and that people are interested enough in Lue Elizondo and this new upcoming documentary, Who's Lue, that we're just going to give you the promo for it, the preview that Manny has provided. So we're going to cite fair use. This is transformative work, and we are educating the public about this new. One second, let me do that one more time. About this new documentary from Manny in Area 503. Okay, we got it now. All right, friends. So, one second. All right, so I'm told that the actual documentary is several hours long, but we're fortunate to get a 10 or 12 minute, it looks like 12-minute preview of the documentary so that you can get some sense of what questions will be asked and maybe what answers we will get from this exciting new documentary. I, for one, cannot wait for this. I've been waiting for a while, hearing various bits and pieces of what Manny has been working on, but I'm very excited that we could share with you this Truth Seekers first look at the film, Who's Lue?
We have tackled many strange stories on 60 Minutes, but perhaps none like this.
Here to discuss, Lue Elizondo, former director of the Pentagon's Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program.
UFOs have captivated the public interest for decades, but they've always been dismissed, including by me, as the province of wackos.
Lue Elizondo is a former military intelligence official and currently works with the Stars Academy and the History Channel, and he joins us now.
My name is Lue Elizondo. For nearly the last decade, I ran a sensitive aerospace threat identification program. It was in this position I learned that the phenomena is indeed real.
And somehow managed to leapfrog
and now, as a member of
or
to the
is
Stars
something
Academy,
completely
None of them
new
have
in
obvious
this, and I think it's
explanations.
important.
These are aircraft, apparently, that are moving in ways that appear to violate physics, that are flying very differently from any aircraft ever
That
observed,
demonstrates that
and
the U.S.
way
government has
faster than
actually
any
indeed been
plane
dealing with this
we know
issue for over 70 years.
What is this?
And that's a little
Well,
bit
we don't know.
problematic,
For some
because if we
reason,
say this is foreign adversarial technology, we know that the Russians
On October 14th, 2017, Lue Daniel Elizondo IV stepped on stage in Seattle, Washington, announcing to the world that the UFO phenomenon was real.
It was in this position I learned that the phenomena is indeed real.
Lue would instantly rise to the top of the UFO subculture, being backed by a global media campaign labeling him as a Pentagon UFO whistleblower. Previous to this day, no one outside of the military intelligence community, a few politicians, and a close-knit circle of defense industry contractors had ever heard of the name Lue Elizondo. Very little is known about Mr. Elizondo beyond the biography that is listed on his website at luiselizondoofficial.com. There remain to this day some very serious and alarming unanswered questions about Lue, his background, and his claims. Every piece of evidence obtained in the making of this documentary was located during a thorough search of public records available on the internet. While such information is considered public, I have gone to great lengths to protect the privacy of every individual mentioned in this piece, while only including information that is entirely relevant in an attempt to answer the question of, who's Lue?
Hello, I'm Tom DeLong, and thanks for joining us live today. So I want you to all meet Lue Elizondo.
Well, thanks, Tom, for that very special introduction. My name is Lue Elizondo, and as a career intelligence officer, I am accustomed to being involved in close-hold, nuanced programs involving national security. This includes being a counterintelligence special agent, a case officer, and an intelligence practitioner. However, by far the most interesting effort I was involved with was the topic of advanced aerial threats. For nearly the last decade, I ran a sensitive aerospace threat identification program focusing on unidentified aerial technologies. It was in this position I learned that the phenomenon is indeed real.
Navigating to Luiselizondoofficial.com. Lue Elizondo, former senior intelligence official, disclosure advocate, national security expert, former director of the Pentagon's UFO UAP program, ATIP. In 3 years, we have achieved the unimaginable together, and this is just the beginning. My mission is to challenge the status quo of the past 75 years of UFO UAP secrecy and champion its disclosure in a meaningful way that ultimately leads to a better, more comprehensive understanding of this great enigma. My approach is a deliberate and calculated effort to challenge current mindsets and policies in order to enable collaboration across all governments, people, institutions, academia, and scientific communities.
Lue plainly states that his mission is to challenge the status quo of the past 75 years of UFO and UAP secrecy. And he states, quote, "In 3 years we have achieved the unimaginable together, and this is just the beginning," end quote. However, it is unclear what, if anything, Lue has actually achieved on the topic of disclosure. Some people credit Lue with the supposed recent involvement of Congress in the UFO and UAP phenomenon.
In June, the United States government is set to release a public report on everything it knows about UFOs.
Others counter that Congress has been interested in the phenomenon for a very long time, resulting in such programs as ATIP and its predecessor OSAP in the first place, going all the way back to Project Blue Book, Sign, and Grudge in the 1940s. Some people have speculated that the mainstream media attention brought to the subject of ufology by Mr. Elizondo is a benefit for UFO disclosure, while others feel that the one-sided media attention is a detriment and is suspect as no one truly knows who paid for it. Some people believe that Lue is truly a champion for UFO disclosure, while others believe that his actions benefit only himself and the defense industry, which stands to profit out of a partial disclosure of weapons technology. And so I must ask this question. What exactly has Lue Elizondo contributed to the disclosure process, and whose interest is he truly representing? These will be the first of many unanswered questions and contradictions that arise when we look at the public image and statements made by Mr. Elizondo and then compare them to the evidence and facts, and then we ask the question of, who's Lue?
Career Intelligence Officer with the United States Army, the United States Department of Defense, the United States Office of National Counterintelligence Executive, the United States Office of the Director of National Intelligence.
From the images and statements on the Lue Elizondo official webpage, you get an idea of how Lue portrays himself to the world. His image is one of a stoic soldier that has an impressive list of credentials, including the title of director of the Pentagon's UFO and UAP program called ATIP, or the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. But before we get into all that, let's start at the beginning. Let's go back to Lue's childhood.
I'm the son of a Cuban immigrant father who was a dissident of the Castro regimen. My father spent time as a political prisoner for his involvement in the Bay of Pigs. I grew up in South Florida, and as a young man, I was often exposed to my father's efforts in helping change the political situation in Cuba.
Who's Lue? Just like in his early years, there is significantly more to the story of Lue in college and his years leading into the Army than the official webpage suggests.
This could be the most consequential thing to happen to this country, to this world, maybe ever.
In February of 2001, Lue filed for the right to claim a patent for his first invention. And I have to admit that when I discovered that Lue was an inventor, I was very curious to see what sort of an invention that a guy with a double degree in microbiology and immunology and a minor in chemistry, plus a few years of military experience, could come up with. However, just like in the case of Lue's previous Army experience, the only verifiable information that I could find about his career up to this point was his own statement on his official webpage and the single accompanying photo that Lue had titled Korea 1. There is zero verifiable evidence to support Lue's statement here beyond his own words and a photo that he has provided. Just like every other portrayal of Lue's life, the source is Lue Elizondo himself. So here we have yet another unanswered question. Is this all true, or is it simply an embellished war story? If you Google the term ATIP, you will see that there are thousands of news articles about the program. The first piece that we have are the leaked ATIP slides that were located on Christopher Mellon's official website. October 4th, 2017. Lue Elizondo tendered his resignation from the Department of Defense. Lue cited a myriad of vague, unsubstantiated allegations at the Pentagon as the cause and then quit. Who's Lue? This documentary was an investigation into the public records of a public figure. Any inclusion of personal information was to illustrate the contradictory nature of Mr. Elizondo's public words and the public records, and solely for that purpose. All of the information contained in this documentary was found in the public record. The information contained in this film is for educational purposes only. Who's Lue?
Sorry, there we have it, friends. An exclusive first peek at the new documentary film by Manny from Area 503 titled Who's Lue? And I got to tell you, I am already interested in seeing the entire thing. And I can't wait to see what other little bits of information this film is going to include. I know that the filmmaker has been hard at work on this thing for quite some time, trying to find every bit of information that he could to answer the question, who's Lue? And in another Truth Seekers exclusive, we have the filmmaker himself here, Manny from Area 503. Welcome, Manny.
Hello out there, everybody.
I want to thank you for giving us the first crack at this to see a good chunk of this, because you ask a lot of interesting questions in this, and there's a lot of things that just don't make sense about this man, in my view.
Yeah, you know, one of the quotes that I used in the promo there, you'll hear in the movie, is that there's unanswered questions and contradictions around Lue. And that's really what it comes down to is, when are we ever going to get an answer to these questions? And how long can we wait before we say they're never going to come? And we just move on and say the guy's just not going to explain himself. He's just going to do what he wants to do. And, you know, you can either, as he puts it, get on board the train or get off. But
yeah, and I find it interesting that there's this sort of, I guess, you know, like he's very up on doing interviews for very friendly people that are sort of fans. Do you know what I mean? And it seems like I have yet to see one hardball interview of him in years now. Like, I, for one, would like to know why nobody asks him where the TTSA money went and his involvement with them. They promised us a spaceship. He was in that organization when they promised investors a spaceship. We haven't seen a spaceship. Nobody knows. $34 million pretty much vanished, right? I don't know. Why is it, do you think, that it just seems that this is like a carefully crafted media narrative, right?
That's kind of my feeling, and that's what it feels like. You know, when you have a one-sided narrative and, you know, it's just shoved down your throat everywhere you look, it kind of, it overwhelms any contradictory statements from people or questions. When people say, hey, you know, what's going on here? It overwhelms you, you know, because for every guy like me who's going to question his story, there's 1,000 people out there who will just accept it and repeat it and retweet it and, you know, go on and have the guy on his lives on their streams and let him say whatever he wants. But I have yet to really see anybody hold him to task as far as having him prove anything. You know, he hasn't shown his DD, you know, 214. I saw somebody in the chat had asked about that. So far as I know, other people, including myself, have filed for it and just not received them. But that was something I wanted to get for this film. Unfortunately, the office that processes those forms was at a, you know, marginal amount of capacity because of the recent pandemic and whatnot. So they were only processing emergency requests, which I understand, you know. So at some point I'll get it. Maybe, or they'll tell me they won't give it to me, you know, but I'll get an answer.
I think near as I can tell, that I think that you have to be a family member to get the DD-214. I don't think that the DD-214s are public.
I don't know. I filed for 2 different versions on the website, and I told them I was an investigator and that it was a public information request. So, you know, we'll see what they do.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Let me know. Let me know if you ever come back with an answer, because if it was just possible to file some forms and get his DD-214, I would hope that somebody already did that. But
yeah, I think people have maybe tried. You know, I filed for a excuse me. There's a censored version that you can get, a redacted version, and then the full version. So we'll see if they give me one or the other. But you know, it might come out at someday. You know, a lot of stuff has come out, you know, like John Greenwald at the Black Vault has a lot of documents about Lue that people don't really know about, or they don't really understand what they mean, you know, and he's been
a little confusing.
Oh, it's extremely confusing. Yeah. I mean, especially like if you separate the question of ATIP from who's Lue completely, which I tried to do in this film. And I have to talk about ATIP a little bit, but that literally could be its own documentary on its own. You know, it doesn't, you know, that whole issue is just so clouded with lies and misinformation and partial truths and just everything. So it's hard to really
I can't understand why we can't get a straight answer. It's like, I ran the program. The Pentagon says, no, you didn't. I was in the program. The Pentagon says, no, you weren't, or you had no responsibility. Then they said, yes, you did. And then we have this book with George Knapp, and we find out that the ATIP program that he claimed was funded to the tune of 20-something million had no funding. And that was another program that really got that funding. And it's like never a straight answer. We get this circle of like obfuscation. It seems like, you know, and like you said, misinformation, disinformation. It's like they're trying on purpose to cloud the waters, you know, to muddy the waters somehow.
They are, and
But
meanwhile,
I just want to say thank you. Thank
sorry.
you, Andy Kurtz, for your kind and generous $4.99 super chat. Love, Stephen, and Truth Seekers family. Thank you, Andy Kurtz, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. We appreciate that. We're a viewer-supported show. So how long is the finished documentary? You're still tweaking the final for. I know that, but
yeah, I've requested to, like, you know, like you said, I requested that Lue would be interviewed for this because there's a lot of information in here that I would honestly prefer to leave out of the documentary. If he can exclude himself from it or say, yeah, that isn't me, or no, that's not right, or whatever, I would love to give him that chance, because I don't want to put this out. You know, if there's information in there that's going to make the dang guy, you know, like personal information that's going to make him look bad or embarrass him, that's not what this is about. But this is about proving, as I said in the promo, the contradictory nature between what he says and what the records show, you know. And so we really in this are just looking at the records. We're isolating the stories because those are just stories, and we're looking at the facts, you know. So yeah, that's where I go here. But everywhere you turn, you find contradictions, like you said, and it's not just ATIP. It's like that with Lue in his life too. You find contradictions. You read the webpage, and it reads like a book or a novel or a, you know, a super soldier spy film or something. But when you start diving into it, you see a life of, ordinary life. The guy's just a dude. I took him down off the pedestal by researching him. He used to be this mythical guy, Lue Elizondo, and he's not anymore. He's now Luis Daniel Elizondo IV, and he's a man who can't be trusted because he will say whatever he wants to get what he wants. You know, that's my opinion at the end of the day of looking at all of the evidence, you know. So
I've been fascinated with his ability to make claims and then scurry away when people ask for proof of the claims that he makes. You know, so far we've got him saying that there was crash retrievals, and they have, you know, portions of crash retrievals, and even up to saying that they have biological samples. But again, when pressed for proof, he doesn't have any proof of any of the stuff that he's claiming. I guess we're supposed to just believe based on his, you know, his own claims or his reported history running these programs, and I don't buy it if you don't have, you know, some kind of backup for the claims as well.
Yeah,
and also,
yeah, you know, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
He rubber stamped the approval, right, of getting some of these videos out of the Pentagon, and then he profited from those videos for the next bunch of years. So that's problematic for me. And I want to thank Lee Guy for kind of generous $4.99 saying Lue Kardashian. Yeah, it becomes like a soap opera for some, doesn't it, Manny? Like it's like a soap opera. Like what did Lue say this week? And people follow him from appearance to appearance and talk about him on Twitter. And some people believe that he's like the disclosure savior. He's going to bring us the truth about aliens. And I'm still suspect, especially because, you know, in the UFO world, it has been accepted mythology or belief or whatever that the government has been lying to us for 70 years. And now we're supposed to believe that some guy that worked at the Pentagon quit in a huff, and he's going to come and give us the truth about the aliens and the UFOs. And
okay,
I'm not convinced, right?
There's a few questions people are going to have about that story, and his tendency to just ignore those questions and roll on with his narrative, which is what he does, is catching up to him, because he's just kicked the can so far down the road with all of these questions that they're all piling up now. And people are saying, what's going on, man? You have to slow your roll down a little bit. You know, we've all heard the UFO stories. What possibly new could that guy say that he hasn't said over the last 4 years? unless something new becomes unclassified that he can speak about, he's really come to the end of the road. And so if you look at his recent appearances, he's talking about things like Einstein's theory of relativity, and he's talking about things like higher psychic vibrations and things that the guy has no clue what he's talking about. He just, read a book.
There's new promises. There's new promises too that, he's going to have this book and it's going to have never before heard revelations in it. It's going to have a bombshell in it. And, and again, I'm setting up myself for it. I'll buy the book. But
I'm sure it will.
Set myself up for a nothing burger. Because you're right, he's had 4 years. Why would he wait? What was he waiting for, a book deal to tell us?
No, I mean, if you want a Whopper, go buy a book by Dean Koontz or Stephen King. If you want to, the guy's not creative and he's not going to come up with some cool story. It'll be some BS. It'll read like The Day After Roswell, like by Colonel Corso. It'll be every UFO rumor that he ever heard in the military, but he was there. And that's just what the guy does, man. He puts himself in the middle of it all because of, I don't know, ego. I don't know. I mean, why would a career intelligence officer quit the Pentagon and throw his pension away 3 years before he could retire and then go with TTSA? He's probably going to make more money. He's definitely got more fame now. He's not just going to retire into obscurity and be some intelligence guy who hangs around Langley and talks with people. And, although that, nothing wrong with that. That sounds like a cool life to me, man. I'd like to hang around Langley and talk to people. Hang out at the water cooler and listen to all the BS and the rumors, man. Are you freaking kidding me? But, I think he really didn't want to just disappear into obscurity, so he made his play, but there's some very, very serious evidence that shows he had been planning to do this for a long time. And so when he sits there and says, I never heard of Tom DeLonge before I left the Pentagon. I was never a part of anything before that. I would go so far as to say that those are lies. There's enough evidence that he needs to provide some counter evidence to show that what he says is true, because there's enough evidence that shows that that statement isn't true and that he had been planning his move from the Department of Defense to the TTSA for a very long time.
He quit and he was on TTSA like the very next week, right?
7 days. 7 days after he tendered his resignation was the press conference, which the day that when they first came out, I thought was suspect. I was like, how did they put this together in 7 days? Man, a full-on press conference? Like, that's a lot of production work to put together.
That's another thing, though. It wasn't a true press conference because I don't believe there was any press there. It was just a media. It was them making a video and putting it on YouTube. So that's partially, and that's the press conference where they promised everybody a spaceship, Manny. I want to ride on the spaceship with Lue Elizondo and Tom DeLonge, but nobody's allowed to play Tom DeLonge music on our ride.
Oh, you don't want to jam the Angels and Airwaves on there? I mean,
no. And that's another suspect part of this whole thing. It's like people
I talk about all that in the movie. I definitely
was crazy. Because people are like, well, Tom DeLonge doesn't need the money. Yeah, he did. And yes, he does, apparently. And I tried to follow the money, right? I tried to read these financial reports that they were filing. And it's a maze of like mirrors. And nothing makes any sense. Like how much money's coming in? What's going out? Like, where is all this investor money being spent? And Lue never answers any questions about that, and he quit TTSA, and I guess he feels like, well, now I don't have to answer for anything TTSA did or said. And it's like a reboot for him.
He refers everything to any TTSA question he gets, he refers back to them, which is kind of interesting because, like you said, they promised us not only a spaceship, they promised us the TTSA would also have an entertainment division, which it now does in the form of Angels versus Airwaves. But there's some really interesting points about Angels versus Airwaves, TTSA, and all that. I cover a little bit of it in the movie, but I don't talk.
So they collected investor money so that Tom DeLonge could pay his band. Like this doesn't make sense.
I don't know if that's why they did it, but that's what he did with it. I mean,
that's what he did with some of it. He's paying. Listen, I was a rock guy, and I was in rock bands for 20 years. Let me tell you something. Touring even is expensive. It's expensive. Hotel rooms and
I imagine
meals for everybody. It's expensive as shit. This is my personal opinion. I don't think that Tom DeLonge is selling enough records to cover his own nut with his band Angels and Airwaves. Now, that's my opinion, but I do have 20 years in that world, so I think I have an informed, bit of knowledge on how this works. And it's even worse now because there's very little money now. There's no money for records. All the money now is only in the fee you get for performing. There's almost no money in selling records anymore. So I don't think that he's covering his nut with that band. I think that he's subsidizing it with some of this TTSA investor money.
He definitely is.
Crazy.
No, he definitely is. That's on the public record in those public filings that you talked about. I went through those as well.
From what I read,
I spent a good, week on the corporation wikis, going through different things and tracking down how the thing was set up. And actually, way back when TTS started, there's a YouTube channel called UFO Seekers that did a expose on the finances.
Yeah,
he destroyed them. He showed them that what Tom DeLonge had done was balled up about, I think it was $240,000 of his own personal debt, dumped that into TTSA, and then gone public, so that the company started in the hole with this personal debt. But since then, I've realized he's done far more things with that business to leverage everything in his favor. And I want to be careful how I say this, because I'm not trying to misrepresent what happened in these papers. But if you look at the public statements, it does show that basically he loaned personal money from Tom DeLonge to the company under I'm not sure if shell company is the right way of putting it, but it is. It's a company that he owns, that he loaned to another company money that he owns, and secured that loan with all of the TTSA intellectual property, which includes Angels versus Airwaves. So if the whole thing goes, bang my mic there. If the whole thing goes belly
and that's
up,
why I said it gets confusing, because it's like
he owns all that
from this company gives money to this company, and this company is loaning money to this company, and it becomes somehow mixed in.
Yeah, there's some tools out there you can use to help visualize it. The corporation wiki is the best because it'll show you the corporations with the different links. And it works best with small, people who only have a few businesses. If you go in there and put in Lockheed Martin, it'll like crash your computer because there's so many, subsidiaries and owned companies and whatever. But, On the Rise says something about that. TTSA has been quiet. I imagine we'll never hear anything from TTSA again, other than Angels versus Airwaves, and they'll probably ride that as far as they can go.
Or there might be, I think there might be a couple of new books or maybe another documentary.
Oh yeah, sure. There could be something like that, but we're not going to see anything like from Lue for certain. He has no reason to give them anything, and I question whether he has anything to give them or could get anything to give them. I'm not sure what sort of contacts he might still have inside the Pentagon, but I'm guessing after all of the theatrics over the last few years, and with the 180-day report, all the pressure he put on them, they're probably not too happy with him. So I doubt he's got anything more, and that's kind of why he shifted his role from a like a celebrity influencer into more of a lobbyist. And so you'll see him now, we're going to pressure Congress into all this. Well, I'm not impressed, because the same people that they're pressuring in Congress are, I hate to say it, but all these junior people who are just getting in that are like, I'm happy to get put on this committee, like, woo, give me a break, man. Like, it's so transparent.
Well, and the other thing is this, the other thing is this effort, like, call your congressman, call your senator.
That's what I mean.
Like, they give a shit.
Cool.
They give a shit about this subject. They don't care. Most of them. They have, unless you're a lobbyist with a big fat bankroll that will get that senator or that congressman's attention, they don't care what you're calling them about. They don't care.
No, you're lucky if you get like a form letter response, like an automated response or anything. Every time I've ever written into a senator about anything, I've just been ignored. So, and I wrote in about Lue Elizondo to Ron Wyden here in Oregon, who's a senator who's on the Senate Intelligence Committee. And I said, Ron, what the hell is going on with this guy? Who is he? Is he legit? Is he crickets, man? He didn't want to say anything, so, but he did have me do his mailing list. Thanks.
Yeah. So, donate to my campaign, right? You start getting those emails, right?
Right. I'm like, well, do something for me. Maybe I will, but I think you're right. So, there's a lot of money, and there's a lot of money in this,
besides the TTSA, his time at TTSA, there's also this sort of media blitz that he almost went on after leaving TTSA. Became suddenly a lot more accessible, but again, only to very friendly interviewers, I would say.
Yeah, he would pre-screen just like he does now. If you reach out to him, he'll ignore you. He'll go out and look at your work. If you're friendly on him, then he'll contact you back. If you're not, if you're questioning in any way, you get nothing. He just ignores you, and it's just,
that's what happened
honestly,
to me. Yeah.
it's childish and it's rude, and it just shows how he wants to pretend like he's someone that he's not, like he's some big celebutante, like he's some big, like there was somebody in the chat who was like, Elizondo 2024, like, give me a break. This guy's a poser, man. I'm sorry. In his own words, he is, and I'll prove that in the film. Watch my movie. You'll hear how in his own words he admits to you all that he's full of crap. But whatever, people will still believe him either. Like you can lead a horse to water, you can't make him drink. So here's the proof in this. And the reason I did this was because, I would question Lue on social media, and some of his more, how do you call this? Like devout followers will just not listen to reason. And I got tired of repeating myself to these people. So now I could just point myself at this film and say, there's the evidence, go look at it. And if you have some piece of evidence to counter what I've displayed, I'd love to talk to you about it. Other than that, what more?
Somebody's mentioning Lue attacking you with a sock account. That's another thing that I found extremely suspect, is that the man has gotten, for sure, a few verifiable sock accounts, didn't he? I think he's posted
weird,
something.
Man. He's such an actor,
but he posted something on one of the sock accounts. I think it was the one that he used the most by accident as Lue. So we know that, that he's using sock accounts.
I didn't know that.
The sock accounts will come and defend Lue Elizondo, but we know in at least one case that it's him.
But all Lue's posts are all I'm a nice guy.
Yeah, defending himself on Twitter,
Oh,
and
wow.
that kind of games. It's like, what are we, 12 here? Like, I don't understand those kind of games.
That's interesting. That's the thing.
The
with
other
him,
thing is the troll accounts. We talked about this. If you say something questioning, or God forbid, even outright derogatory towards Lue on Twitter, all of these brand new accounts on Twitter, they just joined last month, will all start arguing with you about what a great guy he is and how much he's done for disclosure, and you don't know what you're talking about. And I just find it suspect that there's an army of, like nameless, faceless, brand new Twitter accounts that will defend him to the death. It's weird. It's strange.
Yeah.
It feels like a psyop to me, but
or just marketing. I mean, anyone can pay for that kind of support. If you want to drop $2,000 or $3,000 on some Twitter bots, I mean, you can Google it right now and find it. Anyone can do that. And the type of money that this guy's got behind him, he can. Like he's clearly got money behind him, or he wouldn't be in all of the news outlets that he is. He wouldn't have the sway that he has. You don't have to look too far to see who it is. I mean, it's right now it's Christopher Mellon. Those two guys are just like fused at the hip. They're not going anywhere, because as soon as Lue and Elizondo or Lue and Mellon part ways, Lue no longer has the protection of Mellon for all of the sketchy things that he'd done that may be considered illegal in a new prosecutor's eyes. You know what I mean? Like there could be some real serious repercussions for him. If he conspired to declassify footage so that somebody else could steal it from the Pentagon, that sounds to me like a federal or a military crime, if not a federal one. It's definitely
I've always had a problem. I've always had a problem with the fact that he was in charge of something, and apparently he could rubber stamp the release of these videos, and then he gets a television deal based on the fact that he released those videos from the Pentagon. Then he gets a book deal, he gets a job at TTSA based on, like, what gave him the authority to release these 3 videos? Not that they shouldn't have been. I don't think they're that spectacular, but,
they're not.
Gave him the authority to release those videos and then go profit from them for the next 3 or 4 years?
I do raise that question in the film for sure. And I show some other, I dive into that detail with more enthusiasm. I go into it pretty hard because that needs to be discussed, because it is important, how he left the Pentagon, when he left the Pentagon, and what he was doing for the year before that is very important. because according to him, he left the Pentagon. He had filed to get those videos declassified and then left the Pentagon completely independent of each other. It had nothing to do with anything else. And then somebody else gave those videos and leaked them. He had nothing to do with that, but they couldn't have got them if they weren't declassified. But then he's gone on and said contradictory things too. He's also said, no, they weren't leaked. They were released in the proper form. The DOD gave us a proper authority to do this. But the Pentagon has clearly stated that's not true. It would never be true because people like TTSA that are called industry partners are never allowed to release statements or information on behalf of the government. Only an official U.S. government office can do that. End of story. So his claims have been refuted, but it's just a matter of what people want to believe. I mean, do they want to continue to follow the Pied Piper off the pier, who's just going to bolt when he gets what he wants? Maybe not. Maybe he feels
this is the problem. This is the problem that I have is we've only been talking for a very short time, but we've already brought up all of these issues and problems that nobody wants to talk about. And by the way, I'm glad that you could come here. And I'm a villain to some people because we're here having a discussion about these things, and it's an open discussion. It's an honest discussion. It feels like Lue and Lue supporters don't want to do that. They don't want to answer these questions. They don't want to have these things addressed so we can all move forward. It's just you're the bad guy if you bring this up. So I have a feeling that you're going to be a new villain here, Manny, because from what I've seen and heard, I don't think that your film is going to cast him in a very nice light. And I think it's going to force him maybe to answer hard questions. But I love that about you because that's what real investigative journalism is. You force people to have to answer for whatever,
Yeah, Lue has said that he's no stranger to criticism, and he has nothing to hide and nothing to fear from the truth. So let's talk about some truth. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to hear stories about him saving a unit in Afghanistan with his psychic, remote viewing powers. I don't want to hear other war stories about, events and aircrafts and things that just don't. I'm not interested in that. I'll go by the day after Roswell if I want to hear that kind of stuff, and it's far more entertaining, it's far more articulate, and it's far more well written than anything that Lue comes up with. He's not creative. He's not creative at all.
I'm amazed at his ability to say nothing in a 2-hour interview, or almost nothing, or just repeat things that he's already said in yet another 2-hour video, which I did a little bit of an analysis of some of, let's say, his riffs, like the stories that he tells. And it appears to me that he's very scripted, going on these shows and repeating some of the same sort of stories, almost word for word in some cases. It's eerie. And that made me believe that this might be some sort of psyop, or he might be involved in some kind of disinformation campaign. That's another rumor. People say, well, first of all, he is an admitted counterintelligence officer, which, so he's trained in counterintelligence, and suddenly he shows up telling us all these stories. Can't verify a lot of things. The waters are all muddied and unclear. Can't answer hard questions, and it just seems like it just is snowballing, right? But to what? What's his goal here? The end game just making money? Or is it?
In my opinion, yeah, it's all about money. It's all about money. It seems like, and somebody said something in the chat earlier about how he's Bigelow's man. And that's really my kind of final conclusion at the end of the day, is that he's currently working for Bigelow to try to get technology declassified so that Bigelow can use it, because Bigelow's upset that Lockheed, Boeing, Northrop, these guys have had it for all these many years and he doesn't get it. You know what I'm saying? And that's just my gut based upon everything that I've looked at. However, and I'll mention this a lot in the film, the name of the Lockheed Martin Corporation comes up significantly in the history of Lue, going back to 2001, I believe.
Maybe that's why people call him Lockheed Lue, right?
Well, yeah. And the reason that I think I can't prove that he ever got any kind of money or has any direct connection to Lockheed Martin. It almost feels like he was attempting to do things to dangle pieces in front of them, like his patents, his nautical patents. You look at these patents and you're like, who would use these but a Lockheed Martin corporation or a big boat building corporation or whatever. And so I feel like he was trying to put a carrot in front of them, hoping they'd bite, but I don't think they did. I think he got jaded, man. And when he got close to retiring into obscurity, like I said, with a military pension at whatever rank he was at when he was, you know, he was only 3 years away from retiring when he pulled this stunt. And I don't think it's, you know, a coincidence, all the other moves that were in play at the same time. You know, there was, you know, some very important
So just to be clear,
things like that we got let out of, and geopolitical what? Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Just to be clear, because I'm a little unclear on this. If he resigned 3 years before hitting his pension, does that mean he doesn't get a pension then?
I believe he'd still get a partial pension. I don't think he might have to wait till those 3 years are up and then get a partial pension. But
maybe he was
I don't
3 years
forfeit all of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I believe 25 years is
all of it.
Right. So he quit at 23 years and or 22 years, I believe, and could have retired, you know, at 25. But again, I think it was more, and you know, it's interesting. I think it was more about the, you know, retire into obscurity and go fishing and ride my ATVs all day, or become a, you know, UFO Lue Elizondo. And so now he just rather do that. But, you know, when you really look at it, none of it holds up. I mean, none of it. There's nothing that he says that holds up, because the source, like I said in the promo, is always Lue himself, you know, and it comes back to him and his word. So if you trust Lue at his word, cool. But somebody who I've caught in, you know, 3 hours worth of lies, pretty much, I have a hard time taking at their word unless they build trust back up. You know, like when somebody lies to you, it takes a while till you trust them again, right? Like, isn't that how it goes? But
yeah,
Lue doesn't care what I think.
Some people have suggested to me, some people have suggested to me, like, well, why would he do that? Why would he quit a good government job to make money? There's not that much money to, you know, he can't make that much money doing this. And I'm like, you go talk to like the people who run Contact in the Desert and find out what some of the people get to go to a conference and talk for 2 hours. Some of those people get $15,000 for one conference appearance. One.
Maybe it doesn't need to be a lot of money. Maybe it can be just enough so that he doesn't have to go get a job at a supermarket like he likes to throw around when the, you know, government threatens his security clearance. He's like, I'm going to have to go work at a supermarket just to pay my bills. Yeah.
Is there any proof that the government threatened his security clearance, or is it, or again, are we just taking his word for it?
It's his words, just like everything else. Yeah.
We didn't see like a letter threatening him from the government to shut up, or
no.
And that could be
on
part
TMZ,
of the
he said
too, you know.
Yeah, on TMZ, he said it was an old commander of his or something that had called him up and said, hey, you know, we need to talk about this. This is crazy. What are you doing? Come talk to me, or it'll threaten your security clearance. And then, you know, but this is, you know, Lue doesn't ever just say the sky is blue. He'll be like, I went outside today and it was a meanderish sort of a bluish, greenish, orangish, purplish water that fell on my face. And you're like, Lue, the sky's blue. Just say it, you know, like, but he doesn't, you know, like he just never. Anyways, you know how he talks. Yeah.
Do you think that the tides? Some people have suggested that the tides for him are turning, and that a lot less people are going to just, even UFO believers, are going to just be on his side and believe him, because more and more things are not adding up with him.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think that it's going to be harder for him going forward, or is he just going to keep rolling on with?
I would encourage those people to go out and do their own independent research. You know, if you really care, then go and do your own independent research, you know, and figure it out for yourself. You know, the reason I put the video together the way that I did was so that people could see the research that I have done, because I do care enough to figure this stuff out. I do care about it. And I want to be educated when I speak. And I want to make sure that if I say something about the guy, that it's true to the best of my research and knowledge, which is substantial. You know, I've done the legwork and I stand behind everything that I've said. And if people want to argue with me, that's fine. But I'd like some proof, not arguments and opinions. You know, like you might not, you know, I want some proof. Show me something I haven't seen.
Some people are big on that. And, you know, I have a little bit of a pet peeve lately, a new pet peeve is we had this, let's just call it a disagreement with another show host. And they said, you can't do this. And then we provided screenshots of people doing that thing. Films. We've got videos of people doing exactly what they said nobody could do except the government. Then we got 2 on the record Google employees to say that we were right and they were wrong about what the disagreement is about. But they're still going to argue with me, and they have nothing but opinion. They have no evidence to counter our evidence. So I'm with you, Manny. At some point you say, here's my evidence. Where's yours to counter this? Prove me wrong with more than words. And most people won't do that. And that's unfortunate,
Yeah, then we just write them off, like, and I hate to say that because, a lot of people I want to reach are these hardcore Lue followers. I want to tell them like, hey guys, you're being manipulated. You're being led astray. You're being used. You're being used by a guy so that he can get some money or so that he doesn't have to get a job at a supermarket or whatever. I don't know what his intentions are. I used to have a mind reading cap, but I sold it for a beer, a long time ago. So we'll never know, like the guy won't.
Yeah. And the other thing I want to make sure that I express to you is that I have tremendous respect that you just said, I'm going to put it all in a film. I don't want to argue with people on Twitter anymore. I'm going to have one link with 3 hours of evidence and you come back to me. That's a great idea, first of all. Yeah. And it's also inspiring to me because I would sure like to get into making documentaries. Always wanted to do it. And, when I see somebody else doing it, I go, well, if he can pull this off, no offense. You know what I mean? Though it's great when you have a friend that did it, you go, and maybe I can pick your brain about some things.
Oh yeah, man.
It's not an easy process. All that editing and all of that,
I can't explain, man. And I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to tell people this. Like this has been a project that's really been in the work for years. It's been in the work since Lue stepped on stage with TTSA. I've been watching him, and the very first video that I put out about that guy, I said, I don't think we can trust Lue as far as I can throw him. And he looks like a husky boy, so I couldn't pitch him very far, and I think that's true. Like I stand by that.
Boy.
He is, man. The guy's built like a brick house, like you could probably just, but the thing is, and people think that I hate Lue. I don't hate Lue. I don't hate Lue. I don't know Lue. He seems like a really charismatic, nice guy. I'd probably love having a beer and a slice of pizza with him and bullshitting and listen to all his stories. Like it'd be fun. It's not about that, but it is about something that's important in this field, and that's truth. When did we lose sight of that? It's about the truth. Yeah. It's not about stories or what you can manipulate the people to believe or what you can argue someone into believing. It's about the damn truth. And, that's what this is. There's some hardcore truth here based on fact, not opinion, fact. So I hope people really want that. If you're a hardcore Lue fan, don't watch my movie. It'll piss you off because I'm going to prove to you and you're going to have some kind of cognitive dissonance. There's going to be a conflict in you because I'm going to provide you with evidence that the guy is not, you can't trust him for anything that he says. The question is, will you believe it? Or are you going to continue believing that the world is flat? It's up to you, Yeah.
Now you mentioned his connections or seeming involvement with Lockheed, which is interesting because, I've got my own theories about what some of these so-called UFOs are. And in my theory states that they are advanced aircraft that are ours. And who would be producing those aircraft would be Lockheed. And even one of the drone bases, right where one of these films was made, mere miles from it, is a Lockheed installation. And many people have sort of theorized that Lue's role is to fill the space with disinformation, tell people, no, these are aliens. They must be aliens. And people make hyperbolic statements like, this made right angle turns. We have nothing that can make right angle turns. Any drone you buy at Walmart can make a right angle turn. So there seems to be a theory that he may be out there to take the heat off of these top secret drone projects that the government doesn't want people to know they possess yet.
Right.
What do you think of that? What do you think of that theory?
I definitely tend to agree with you. And the Nimitz UFO footage, I believe, was one of probably a Lockheed piece that was filmed. And here's something else that I discovered actually while researching Who's Lue, is that Aguadilla, Puerto Rico, right next to Rafael Hernandez Airport, where the Aguadilla UFO was spotted. There's a hotel that's down shore a few miles. It's actually the hotel where Mick West thought that the, Chinese paper lanterns that he thought were, the Aguadilla UFO were launched from. But less than a quarter mile away from that hotel, behind it is a massive Lockheed Martin office. And I said, well, what the hell? What are the odds that those guys might have been flying something out that day and didn't know that there was a CBP plane up there that tracked them and caught them, and maybe that is what happens, like maybe the Nimitz maybe Lockheed was out there flying it, because I've heard statements from people that, at least I think it was the Princeton was sent out there to find this thing. Like they went out there looking for this thing because it crossed their path. And who would fly something over the staging area where our Pacific Fleet always goes? Like if you're going to try to, the only reason you would do that is to see how our military responds to an unknown intruder, right? Like,
or if you want to, or what if they wanted to test the capabilities of their?
I think they did. I think that they did
against others. Let's see what happens. Let's see if they can catch it. Let's see if they can keep up with it. Let's see if what they perceive it to be, even, because that might tell them something about what our adversaries would do when encountering one of these top secret
It makes perfect sense that you would test our own for it. In fact, I know that they do that because it was T.D. Barnes who said that they used to do it out at Area 51, that they would fly the SR-71 over there or some of their other test planes, or that they would take it over another Air Force location, and they would have like an Air Force radar technician on the ground who would be like, hey, something's going to fly over. If you catch anything of it, send the intel here. But if you don't, cool, because you're not supposed to. So they do that stuff, and they've always done that stuff, and it wouldn't surprise me if they were doing that out there, either to test the next generation drone or whatever they're testing, or to be testing our next generation radars. They might be testing both. They might be testing foreign response. They might be testing to see what shows up on satellite while they're doing that, But the question is, was it legitimate tests, or are these people that have this technology using it without the military knowing? It kind of worries me that type of technology is in the hands of private citizens, like who don't have an oath and haven't sworn an oath.
They got their own Air Force apparently that could smoke ours, which is scary,
Right. I mean, if they, that's scary.
Sharis Lue is here in the live chat, and that's a very good question. I was gonna get to that, but can you tell people when your film is going to be finished and where people will be able to find it?
You'll be able to find it on my YouTube channel, unless I have some problems on YouTube with it, which, I might. It will also be on my Odyssey backup channel as well. And I do plan to have a web page dedicated to it, which I will put the movie on the web page along with some documents from the movie so that people can go and look at the documents without having to pause the film and look at the screen. You can just go look at the dang documents on the web page and pull them up and see them, along with links of where I found them, so you can go and find them yourself. Like if you think I'm made them up or faked them, like they're out there. So, this is a research video, and it is, and there's going to be a lot of research in it. And I really do, if Lou's watching this, man, please get a hold of me. It'll be a civil interview, but there's some stuff I would really rather not put out if you can exclude it. And I'd like to ask you some of this stuff, but there are going to be some hard questions. So, tit for tat, it's not going to be one of those walkover interviews. But I hope he does.
You're not going to do a UFO circle jerk. You know how much I love those.
The thing is, I wouldn't even ask him about UFOs. I wouldn't ask him about UFOs. I'm more interested in who's Lue, his personal life. I want to know when he met his wife. I want to know, like, he says he has 2 kids. Who are they? Like, is he a good father? Is he a cool guy? Like, is he cool to hang out with, or do his friends think he's a jerk? I want to know, I have a lot of really tough questions for Lue. Like, Lue, when did your business Never Ship Empty get incorporated, and in what state? What a deal breaker. What a hard question to ask a man. Like, I should be ignored for wanting to know when his business was started. Give me a break. Like, I'm not going to ask the guy about his work at Guantanamo Bay because, for one, I wouldn't believe a word he said. And there's plenty of footage of him out there saying that. I'd ask him about real stuff that he has no reason not to answer, and he probably wouldn't want to answer it. So, I mean, what are you going to say? I mean, I'll just put it out there. If he ever wants to respond to it, he can make a, FU video, Manny, a response video or whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I won't
some
strike him. I don't care.
Some people have gone a lot further in their sort of assertions about Lue. We have Kate Schneider in the live chat. That's Dark Journalist's girlfriend. And she says, Dark Journalist was just showing me an interview Lue did the other day on a smaller channel, and he was lamenting about his haters. But it's interesting that Dark Journalist is calling him a CIA disinformation agent from the very beginning, from the very start. So interesting if that turns out to be the case. Maybe
I went that gambit. I thought that at one
maybe
point.
Maybe he got it right, and maybe he's been right all the time, because Dark Journalist is convinced that this is a CIA psyop and all this stuff.
It might be. It might be. T.D. Barnes also talked about the Aurora project and about how that was just a big con to get more money to build the B-2 Spirit. It was basically the Central Intelligence Agency and the defense industry creating this hoax project to get more funding from Congress to finish the B-2, which had run over budget and time allotment and all that. So it wouldn't surprise me if this is something similar to that. Dark Journalist might look into, God, talk to me, man. I want to talk to you off the record, definitely off camera sometime. But yeah, maybe I'll go reach out to him, and then we should talk.
I'm trying to get him to come and do an interview here as well. I've been catching up with him in these talks he does with Joseph Farrell and a few other people that I like, whose books I enjoy. Good show. When do you think that the film will be finished and available for everybody?
It really depends. I've got one more interview, phone interview scheduled for tomorrow, and then I'm really just waiting back to hear from Lue, and that's why I've been kind of publicly pressuring him. I'm like, hey man, God, I want to tell your side of the story. This story is who's Lue? How can I tell it without his side of the story? But he won't give it to me. So all I got is his stinking webpage, which has got about as much truth in it as I don't know, a Campbell's soup ad or something. I don't know, but what can I do? If he doesn't get back to me, I'll release it in the next few weeks once I get the webpage ready and get the final touches put on it. But what can I do? I can't wait forever, Lue. So you don't get in touch with me. I'm just going to put it out. I don't want to hear him or his sock puppets or anybody else crying about it later. And I didn't give him a chance to speak his mind, man. You can't just ignore people and be like, oh, I don't have to answer you. Well, fine. After this movie comes out, maybe I'll just ignore Lue. I'll just be like, you know what? I'm beyond you, man. I'm over giving you a chance to speak your point of view. I'm just going to publish my information, and you can pucker up and kiss me where the sun don't shine. But I don't know, whatever.
So we'll you think it's going to be you're going to give a release date in the next couple of weeks, though, or
maybe 2 to 3 weeks. Maybe 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, so we'll get the full film in 2 to 3 weeks. Maybe we could have a watch party here.
Yeah,
get the popcorn ready.
Anybody can watch it.
Popcorn ready, Manny.
Yeah, in fact, I say in the movie, share this movie in its entirety. Go ahead. Anywhere that people want to share it, go ahead. I don't care. I paid for it out of my pocket. I paid for all of the research costs. I paid for the web hosting. I paid for it, the subscriptions for the different sites to get the information that I needed. It's all paid for my being, and I don't care. Use it. Take it. I prefer people to leave it intact, but whatever. If you want to cut it apart and tell me what a jerk I am, you can do that too. I don't copyright strike people, and I don't have anything to hide. I don't care. Let's talk about it. That's what I want, is a dialogue. I want to talk about these questions. There's legitimate questions in this film about Lue Elizondo, his history, and his statements. And if he wants to ignore them, fine. That'll just leave it up to us to figure out who's Lue.
Well, thank you, Ash Dobbs, for a kind and generous $5 super chat saying, great show. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. We appreciate it. Viewer-supported show here. And V brought up a good point. You want to interview someone, step one, don't call them names and make wild, baseless accusations across the interwebs. I don't think anybody's making baseless accusations, but we are raising important questions. But I don't know if she's directing that to me.
I'm sure that's I've been pretty vocal against Lue. That's fine. Yeah. I've called him a bullshitter. He is a bullshitter. That's my opinion. I thought, and if you go, I'm glad you brought that up, V, because when Lue first came out, I was very civil to him and tried to communicate with them and was ignored. I would ask hard questions. I wouldn't pretend to sugarcoat them. I tried sarcasm with Lue. I created a character called Tommy the Troll to try to get him to respond. He wouldn't respond. So let's try some facts. I really don't care if Lue doesn't want to be interviewed for this. I really don't care. He can say what he wants.
No, but when you've said, wouldn't you prefer that you get the interview?
Absolutely. I want to hear his side of you, but
just so we're sure that you're going to be fair, will you let him watch what you got first and take notes or keep a copy?
If Lue Elizondo
and then
wants
do
to
the
sit down
interview.
with me, if he wants to sit down with me and watch the whole thing, I'll stop at any time he wants so he can make a comment, and I'll put it in the film. I'll put it right in there.
I think that's a fair way to do it.
I won't even censor it. I'm about the damn truth, man. He's the one who wants to manipulate everything. He's the one who wants to pretend that he's someone that he's not. He's the one who wants to portray himself as a whistleblower and a UFO hunter and a super soldier. I'm a guy from Portland who sees through bullshit. That's all I am. I don't care. I'm not a big YouTuber. I'm not a celebutante. I'm not one of these people. I'm just a guy like you, like everybody who's watching this. I'm a guy who's done months of research on this. If you want to see what I got, watch it. If you don't. It's just that simple.
No, I, for one, am glad that you did it, because then a lot of the information that you have is sort of stuff that, inconsistencies that have been adding up over the years, and this little point that's important that people miss, and this point that's important that people miss about Mr. Elizondo. But I for one, am happy that it's all gonna be jammed into one thing here, and there's gonna be a definitive sort of resource for people that do have important questions, right?
I have been watching him and his story and collecting information for years, so I have a bunch of information, and I don't know that I have anything that that somebody else hasn't already found out there, but I do have a lot of stuff that I haven't seen anywhere else. So that's all I can say about it. I don't want to give away too much, and honestly, it's all in there, but it's still just a set of facts, and it's still subject to interpretation. But what do you do when you ask these questions and you present these hard, this concrete evidence, and people ignore you? I mean, you got to at some point move on and say, well, we have to judge them, even though we don't want to. I'd rather hear his side of the story and hear what he has to say, but I want to see some additional evidence to back up his story too. Because the guy has been found in many different contradictions that would, in my opinion, he doesn't have any credibility. If he told me the sky was blue, I'd walk outside to check. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, and my side of it is that he outwardly, if you just trust everything he says about his background, he appears to be credible. But then when we start getting these problems, like him giving inaccurate information to reporters in the form of it, like he was the source of this New York Times original article, and he gave them completely and totally inaccurate information, saying that his program had $23 million in funding or whatever it was. And that turns out that wasn't the case, saying that he ran the program. The Pentagon later said, no, he didn't. Then maybe he did. Senator Reid said he did. And, all this gets confusing real fast. And I've often wondered if this was just a personal project of his and Harry Reid and a few other people, well, let's create a program and use our influence to get some information. But what's interesting is there's no papers. There's no papers. In other words, if he's investigating all these UFO reports and doing all this stuff, where's all the reports? Where's the papers? What do we get for the 23 million? But wait, that wasn't his 23 million. That was somebody else's 23 million. So here we go with the confusion again. But I can't find a report, a piece of paper, something that he did studying UFOs for the years that he claims that he was doing that. And that's just not how the government works. There would be papers. There'd be a paper trail behind him, I would think a mile long, but John Greenwald has tried to find information and come up real short, and me, and I know
I've got one piece in here that I'm going to show in the film that shows it's about ATIP, and it does show that ATIP had funding from 2009 through 2010 with provisional or whatever funding. So there was a little bit of money, but it doesn't show how much it was. But it does show that there was a program at least through that time frame. And it does list Elizondo working there actually, as well as Hal Putoff from Bigelow Advanced Aerospace Scientific Studies, whatever.
Anytime there's a program with government money, Putoff is right there with his hand out. He is always right there with his hand out for government money.
I don't trust him. I found one piece that showed that there was only a single bid on the contract for ATIP, and it came from Bass. So the 22 million I don't think it came from ATIP. I think it actually came from OSAP, and it was applied towards ATIP, and they did have approximately 10 or 12 reports that they put out. It was about, that's where, if you remember, there was a little blip on the radar in the media about it, and it was the traversable wormholes and cloaking devices that the U.S. military was studying. Those were the
this
reports.
was that was part of the crackpot research, and I'll call it crackpot research. I don't care what anybody says.
I think that was all
Eric Davis. That was Eric Davis involved with that as well.
Yeah, and they were kicking that from ATIP or OSAP to Bass. You know, that was just Terry Reid scratching Bigelow's back, who was a contributor of his. You know, they're buddies. They live in Vegas together. Blah blah blah. Whatever.
A lot of people say that that's a no bid.
I want to
contract.
talk about Harry Reid.
It was a sweetheart deal, though, for sure, for somebody that nobody else got to bid. Nobody else even knew that you could bid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe MUFON would have bid, or some other UFO organization would have bid to do that for the money. But nobody got an opportunity to except Bigelow.
So no bid contracts are kind of sketchy always, you know, because you could charge $25,000 for a hammer and there's no one there to bid on you to compete, you know.
That's why people do,
Yeah, it's exactly why they do it. It's no strange game, you know, and that's why I say, you know, like that's not a game that Lue would play. That's the game that somebody else plays. That's above his pay grade. The guy's not, you know, he's not that. You know, I thought, like Dark Journalist, I went through the CIA bit at one point, and you know, I was seriously like, I had backed up all my files on Dropbox. I was like, man, someone's going to come in and take me out. Like, this is not good. You know, I need to get some public exposure on this. And then I woke up one morning, I was like, you're a freaking moron, man. There's some pieces that I saw, and I was like, no, Lue wants to be, but he's not. You know, he does. So
but paranoia is part of conspiracy land. You know what's so funny? I have this cabin in the middle of nowhere in the woods, and there's a dirt road leading to it. And I kept seeing, and it's a throughway, like it'll go to another dirt road at the end of the road that you can turn right or left on. But I kept seeing this dark SUV with tinted out windows and everything. And I couldn't catch the plate. Every time I would see it, it would go down the dirt. I was convinced. I was like, there's feds. My neighbors were convinced. Feds are watching you for some reason, Steve. There's a freaking, they got to be FBI or something. Look at this SUV. A bunch of us were convinced it was feds. No, my neighbor down the road got a brand new SUV, black SUV with tinted out windows. So, but for like 2 months, we kept seeing it going, the fucking feds again. Is that the feds? You know?
Who is it?
And what are they doing here in the middle of nowhere? How did they find me? Yeah, that's all bullshit.
Well, that's funny. You know, you bring that up, and that reminds me of an article one of the first articles about Lue that I found, because when I started this research, I went back to Google and started to find the first time that Lue had ever been mentioned, and went in reverse order, you know, from you know, chronologically. But one of the old articles, one of the first journalists that he tried to kind of solicit with this TTSA story with all the footage and whatnot, basically was like, they said, you know, when I first left the interview, I was like, holy crap, what is this guy? What am I in? You know? And then they said, like, at the, you know, on the subway home, I realized this guy was completely full of it. You know, like he was sitting with his back to the corner, pretending like there might be someone walking in the door to shoot him, or, you know, like he had this weird, it was this weird conspiratorial man with a Billy Goat goatee. The article was just amazing. I was like, wow, this guy saw right through him. And what was interesting is that was, you know, right at the beginning of Lue coming out. So, you know, like it seems like he just shopped around until they found reporters, you know, like, you know, Knapp was there from day one, but the media didn't bite to Leslie Kean. Yeah.
Leslie Kean is into some wacky stuff, and she has straight covered absolute now proven and provable hoaxes as real and genuine in the past. So I don't really have much trust for her. She's, of course, would be friendly to any narrative that he was telling her.
Well, that explains a lot. Yeah.
She's done a lot of wild stuff and hoaxes she's covered and things like that.
Yeah, so that's what it really sparked.
People keep asking where they're going to be able to see your new film. It's going to be on the Area 503 YouTube channel. That's where he'll be hosting it there. Due out in 2 to 3 weeks. Check his YouTube channel, Area 503. I'm going to find that and put it in the live chat. You should also go over there and subscribe to him, because he's doing some excellent work besides this over there. And if you like my channel, you would probably like his, because Manny's kind of a no bullshit guy too.
Right.
And I love it. There needs to be more of us, right?
Yeah, for sure, man. Like, and we just got to call it how we see it, man. And that's what we both do. We look at things and you're like, hey, man, this is how I see it. That ain't right. That's all we can do with the information that we have, and I've got all the information that I've got that I can collect pretty much on Lue right now, unless he wants to give me some more. That's where I'm at. So that's where we're at. We're at in this, like it's moving ahead. So let's do it. We have nothing to fear from the truth. This is a quote that Lewis said. So let's talk about some truth. We have nothing to hide.
Yeah, well, a wiser man than me once said, the only people who fear questions are people with something to hide.
Yeah.
That's concerning to me too. Like, why not just do a hardball interview, get this stuff all out of the way? But it doesn't seem like it ever
I don't
happens.
think he could survive it. I think it would cripple his image, and he's now a public figure, so it's all about image. It's not about reality, it's about image. So as long as people are cool signing on with that, but you might as well be signing on with the latest loudmouth politician, because that's pretty much what he's doing. It's the same kind of thing. It's just like, like we're gonna change everything. He's not changing nothing, man. He's gonna tell you what you want to hear to get your vote. He's gonna do what he wants. It's what they all do. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. Did you happen to see this letter too that Chris Mellon put out, like basically saying that the government should give Lue his job back if they start a new UFO program? How would you feel about that? Like,
I'd be shocked. I want to know why he hasn't lost security clearance for his role in the leak of those videos. I mean, Christopher Mellon in the the Phenomenon movie admits that he bent the rules a little bit to get those videos out of the Pentagon. Well, I'm not sure that national security things are really kind of bending the rules. Those are kind of felonies, so I don't know. The only thing I could put up with, and I do talk about this in the film, is that there is some strong political connections there. And when you add Christopher Mellon into the equation, it makes perfect sense, because the guy's connected back to his, I think, great-grandfather who founded the Mellon Bank of Pittsburgh and was like a judge, and they've been politically connected for 4 generations. I think that's part of why Lue's connected at the hip with him, because that's his political connections. Like, that's going to keep him protected. That's why he's probably not in jail. But who knows, man? I'm not inside the Pentagon. I'm not inside of the NCIS office that would investigate a leak in the Navy footage like this. I'm not inside of the federal prosecutor's office. Those are the people who should be looking at this and saying, why didn't they investigate this? There was clearly a leak from the Pentagon. Why were they allowed to profit from this substantially? Why are they allowed to continue to profit from it? And then snub their nose, and for Mellon to ask for Lue to have his job back, that's fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry. That is the most absurd thing I've heard in my life. Those two, Lue should be in prison, not getting his job back, in my opinion. I think he broke many laws, but we'll see. Will he ever be prosecuted? Probably not. He's got political.
Yeah, I've mentioned I have a real problem with him somehow getting those videos out and leaking them and then profiting from them for years.
Yeah.
And the other thing that gets me is if that's the best that he could get while working in the Pentagon, these grainy ass videos that may or may not have been manipulated, video added, sound added.
Yeah.
The videos were not pristine data, is what I'm saying, though. They were manipulated or purposefully downsampled so that they would be grainy as shit. I just don't understand that that's the best that the Pentagon has as far as UFO videos. I don't believe it, because I know people
data. Where's the other sensor data?
Sensor data. Yeah.
Where's
Why don't we get the corroborating evidence? We never do. He says it exists. Why didn't he release that with this stuff if it existed? Why didn't
I think that they might have caught on to him if he asked for all that to be declassified. You see, the thing is, in October 2017, when he quit, he had filed, I think, a month before that to release those videos. He filed that document request. And if he'd have gone on the radar as requesting all this other stuff, they wouldn't have done it. They'd have been like, oh no, you're up to no good. You shouldn't have that stuff. ATIP's closed. You're part of the Special Access Projects management staff now. ATIP's been closed since 2012. Why are you wanting UFO videos? Funny thing about the UFO videos, though, the Nimitz footage, in Lue's own words, was an ATIP dog and pony video. Whenever they brought somebody by the ATIP office to show them what the program was about, that's the video that they showed to the politicians, to the to the junior military.
To get some more funding,
whoever.
yeah.
Yeah. That was there's probably thousands of people who have seen that. That was nothing good. That was garbage. It was junk. Show us the good stuff, like you said earlier. Don't come out with 3 pieces of sketchy video. Promise us a dozen more that never showed up. Promise us a UFO with Tom DeLonge that never shows up. Promise us a UFO tracking app that we can put on our phone that never shows up with Tom DeLonge. And then quit when things don't go your way. Yeah.
What do you think about the separation between him and TTSA? I think that he kind of figured he could make more money as a solo.
If you want to know my opinion, and I speak about this in the film, it's my opinion that it was larger than that, and it was geopolitical, and it really had to do with the 2020 election. Because if you'll notice, there was, and I talk about it in the book, right in the last 70 days of Trump's presidency, he gutted the Pentagon. He cut a bunch of people out of there and left a hole for Lue's buddies to come flying in and do whatever the hell they're doing now. And that was his last ditch effort, basically, because they thought that if they were going to keep Trump, and they probably would have dropped us out of a few more missile treaties or something like that. But I don't know what they were up to. And I do talk about that in the movie because it's you don't know. We're not a fly in the wall at TTSA with Tom DeLonge, Chris Mellon, and Lue Elizondo. And to be honest with you, I doubt Lue even knows what the plan is. He's not a king. He's rook. I won't say he's a pawn. He's a rook, but he's not a king. There's somebody else bigger than him putting this together. You can figure out for yourselves how far it goes. Does it go to the CIA? Does it go to Bob Bigelow? Does it just go to Lue and Mellon and, a couple of people sitting around a bar going, yeah, we're getting rich. I don't think so. Mellon doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who needs any money, so I think his motives are more for an industry that he's, his family's been ingrained in for years, maybe a defense industry or something. I don't know.
Yeah. And I see V in the live chat. No, we just did 3 shows that were like on just regular enduring mysteries. I'm trying to be kinder and gentler, but sometimes I got to speak up. Okay.
I like the controlled opposition, because that's really where Lue has placed himself, is really right at the top of the ufology subculture. He's put himself there to control the narrative, and he does it with a minority of followers, but a majority of vocal voices, if that makes sense. The numbers are against
very
him.
Small minority, but they're very loud.
Loud.
The supporters are very loud. They attack everyone mercilessly that asks questions. You just get hammered, I asked one question: why didn't he release his tax returns? And I clipped that video out of that show and I put it on. Oh man, did I get? I couldn't believe it. And again, mostly brand new Twitter accounts, nameless, faceless people. Tell me how wrong I am. And
that's like an old Stan Friedman thing. Like, let me see your taxes so I can prove what military rank you were. Let me see your DD-214. Let me see your discharge papers. Where's your reports? Where's your where are you going to prove your story? And it seems like a lot of people have lost sight of that, man. Like, there's not many people like you and me that say, hey, where's the proof in this? Where's the evidence, man? Because all the evidence that I've seen shows something else. But again, I don't think he's interested in truth, man, which is funny for a guy whose number one promise on Twitter is, I will always tell you the truth. I will always push for full disclosure. I will always respect anyone, no matter what their opinion. Well, Lue, it's pretty disrespectful to ignore people. To ignore people who ask you legitimate questions is rude, so whatever. If he wants to be a guy who says one thing and does another, that's fine. But it's pretty clear what he's about. And his staunch followers will follow him right off the cliffs like the lemmings that they are, unfortunately. But
yeah, it does seem that way. It seems like he's the Pied Piper, and everybody's following him right off the cliff. Maybe you're right.
They are, man.
I don't know. I just don't understand, and I don't understand the cult atmosphere that's sort of grown around him. Again. But I've seen this before, and Grant Cameron talks about this. It's like this phenomenon of the UFO savior. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is the disclosure saint of disclosure who's going to bring it and it's going to make it happen. And people truly believe that about Lue. Like, he's going to bring us disclosure. And
he doesn't have it. He doesn't have
4 years. And what has he got?
Yeah, if you had it, he'd have brought it. If he's using it for his own machine now. And you'll notice how his agenda kind of changes every 2 years, depending on how the congressional votes go or the presidential elections. It's like this, man. And so you understand that there's really only there's a few industries that kind of follow that cycle, but there's one that follows it like religiously, and that's the defense industry, because that's where they get all their money, every penny of it. That's where they get it. They don't have any other customers other than foreign people who they can sell money to, So there's been a lot. And, like we could talk about the geopolitics, the taxes, there were some other plays made in 2017 that around this where international arms sales were taxed a little differently, from like a 35% to a 0% maybe, which is kind of messed up because arms sales on advanced technology is supposed to go back to the taxpayers who paid for that technology to be created in the first place. That's why they tax these arms companies. They're like, hey, you could sell it abroad to our allies, but we're going to take a chunk back for the taxpayers. They're not doing that anymore.
Yeah. Gunner65 is asking how long you waited for a response to your FOIA from the National Personnel Records Center. Still waiting.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I did get a response within 24 hours that the office was closed. I've got my confirmation numbers, and they said it'll be handled when the office opens back up again to full capacity. They'll be doing a FIFO, I think, first in, first out type thing. So I'm in the queue, and I've got numbers to check when the office opens back up again. But during the lockdown time, they were only doing emergency requests for, like vets who need homes, and stuff. And I was like, shit, dude, that's more important than anything I'm talking about with this guy. Like, let's get some vets and some houses, man. Like, they don't need to be got it. To hell with Lue and his lies, but yeah. So yeah, I don't know when I'll get an answer, but when I do, it'll go up on the page. If I get it, it'll go up on the webpage. Any additional information I get as after the movie comes out, I'll be putting on the webpage. So people can check that out, and I'll be advertising that in the movie once it's live. The webpage is live. I'll be putting it live right before that. So
yeah, so you're gonna have a website to go for this specific project, which is great.
Yep.
Everybody should be able to find it, no problem.
Yeah. And like I said, I'll advertise it. I don't want to push it till it goes live, but
yeah, you still got a little bit of hair pulling to get through, right? That final render.
It is. It's big
part.
Yeah. The way I've structured my stuff, the final one isn't too bad, but it's all the ones leading up to that with the subparts. Because one of these projects was an hour long, and it was so big, man. I had a few setbacks here. Like my damned film editor decided to update on me halfway through the project, so half of the project files had to be converted to the new program. And they completely redid the layout in my editor with this new version, and I didn't know where anything was, which slowed down my workflow to a crawl, because I'm trying to learn the new layout, and things that used to only take a certain now take 3 clicks.
My editor, I turn it off. I'm like, I have it on a DVD install. It's a couple of years old. I put it into a workstation, and the first thing I do is turn off online updates. I like it the way it came out the box.
Yeah.
Don't mess with it, because they do. That kind of stuff happens. Drives me nuts.
Yeah, definitely. I had resisted the urge to click the update, but I'd gone in and out of the editor so many times that I just kind of reflexively clicked to update at one time, and it started updating. I was like, oh God, here we go. Like, what am I in for? So, yeah. Hey, I need a quick break real quick, just a minute or two. Is that all right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me knock you out. Let me know when you're back. Oh, wait a minute.
Or make me big screen.
Wrong one. There you go. So tonight we're talking with filmmaker and I, for one, can't wait to see the whole thing. Tonight we got an exclusive preview right at the beginning of our broadcast here, in case you're just joining us, 10 or 12 minutes of it. And I think that Manny has raised a lot of important questions that should be asked and, in my view, should be answered, right? Vinny Coxis with a kind and generous $4.99 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. We're a viewer-supported show. There's a few ways you could do that. You could join our Patreon for as little as $1 a month. We give extra content, Patreon-only streams, a monthly show journal, as well as all my music gets posted there. Sometimes we post previews of upcoming production videos there, all for as little as $1 a month, or you could send a PayPal donation. And the instructions to do that are in the description of this video. You can also send a super chat if we're broadcasting live. That would be that money button down there, which we just got a kind and generous super chat from Venny Coxis for $4.99. You can send any amount you wish, any denominations, any kind of money. Don't worry about it. Whatever money you have, YouTube will convert it for us. Great. So I want to thank David for a kind and generous PayPal donation of $10. And I want to thank Warren for a kind and generous PayPal donation of $25. And also want to thank Alan for a kind and generous $5. Thank you guys for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. Much, much appreciated. We are a viewer-supported show, so throwing a few bucks in the hat really does help us to keep the show continuing forward. And we want to thank and recognize each and every one of you. Unlike some shows, we read every single super chat, So I think that's important to recognize people that are supporting you. I don't understand some of these shows, and especially bothers me when it's a show that's getting like, hundreds or thousands of dollars in super chats, and they don't even bother to thank the viewers. So here is... those are the 3 ways to support us by throwing money at us, but there is one more way, and that is to like, comment, subscribe, and share. And if you happen to be listening in audio podcast land, please remember that you're missing half the fun. Go on over to YouTube, put Truth Seekers in the search bar. Look for me, the strange guy with the sunglasses, your host, Stephen Cambion. Smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you'll get a notification when we're doing the next live show. And you too can come here and be a part of the live tapings of the Truth Seekers podcast. That's part of the fun. You hear we're taking comments, questions, suggestions from the audience. We love that interaction. So please come here and be a part of it. The other way to help, make sure you leave a comment. Let us know what you think of this show. Like, comment, subscribe, and share these on your social media. It really does help us to continue. There we go. Manny's back. It really helps us to continue the show. So sorry about that. Usually we have a musical break, but I didn't have anything queued up. We're going to wrap things up, though. I don't want to keep you too long. I appreciate you taking the time to do this and especially for giving us the preview, the 10-minute preview of the film, so everybody gets a sneak peek here. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, definitely. You're welcome, Stephen. You've been a great help to me through this project, man. Just having a sounding board to talk to and bounce things off of and whatnot. And I'm glad to come here, man. I'm glad to talk with you about this. And we'll talk more after the film comes out, because I'll be a little bit more open about what I'm talking about. Everything will be out. I don't want to give away the spoilers right now, and there's a few spoilers. There's a few really good pieces, including a whopper right at the end. So I hope everyone out there gets a chance to check out the movie when it comes out. And if you want to help try to put some pressure on Lue, go out to my Twitter and follow me on Twitter. And when I make my requests, and use the hashtag Who's Lue and ask him to, be interviewed, like that post, retweet it, get it. The only way that he will ever respond to people like us is if we get some pressure on him, because he's proven time and time again, like you said earlier, Stephen, he won't come on shows that are questioning. In the film, I call it a scratch and sniff tactic, where you scratch them and see what they're made of. And then, okay, I like this one. I'll go over there. I won't go there, and that's exactly what he does to people like us. He'll go on a show that's got 10 people watching it and, 300 subscribers, but he won't come on your show and answer some hard questions. And that's probably why.
And you know what? I just wanted to say in clarity, I have made it my policy that we will always be respectful. We might ask hard questions, but I've had some people here that were like, I didn't vet enough, and I just shouldn't even have interviewed them because some of their stories were just too wackadoo and wild and out there and no evidence. But we were very respectful, and we always are, to everybody that comes here as a guest. we try
Oh,
to
yeah.
be, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, like you know, people have been downright just nasty to me on social media in responses to Lue, you know, defending him, some of those people you were talking about. And then they sit there and say that I'm a jerk for the way I talk to him. And I'm like, I just don't get some of the hypocrisy that's out there, but I don't care. I'm just like, whatever. People are just people. They can do what they want. You know, but
And also, Manny, it has something to do with a little bit it has to do with just how men are, right? Like, you know, I like men that I can talk to like men. You know, some of these kind of people that are like, you know, really easily offended, or, you know, like, I want to be able to look, I'm a man. I can talk like a man. You're a man. We can talk like men together. Luke can take it. Military guys are, you know, they can take a little bit of a ball busting. They, you know, they can talk like men. Military guys talk like men behind closed doors. So I don't understand people getting so offended when you just ask some questions, right?
Right. You know, and it's a debate tactic to feign, you know, that kind of, to fake that sort of offense. You know, you're like, oh, I don't like what you're going to talk about. I'm going to twist it into make it seem like you said this. And it's just, it's so basic and draining. And people just love to do that to you on social media, tie you up in circles. And meanwhile, where's Elizondo? Why he says his number 4 promise is to treat people respectfully, but you know, he lets people do this to other people all the time, and he doesn't tell them, hey guys, don't do that. And that really kind of makes me mad. You know, like if those were people who watch my channel doing that to someone, I'd say, don't you do that. You know, don't be harassing someone, don't be bullying someone. Don't
And by the way,
you know,
I have to,
don't do it in my name.
Yeah, I just had to do that this week because some people were tweeting at people that I cover, like David Wilcock or Jimmy Church or whoever, Emery Smith, and referencing me, like, hey, you know, and I had to tell people, like, don't do that. I don't want you to
be
do
cool,
that.
man.
Don't
Like,
include my name, and especially don't include my name, because the other thing is that people could take that as a form of me directing people to harass people, and we don't condone anybody doing anything like that here. So yeah,
No.
he should come forward and say, hey guys, people are allowed to ask questions. People are allowed to doubt me. It's okay.
I tell people that all the time. I say, let the man answer for himself, man. He's on Twitter. He knows how to type, clearly. You know, like why does the guy have to hide behind all these people who act like jerks for him and then not disavow their actions? You know, like not say, hey man, I distance myself. That ain't me. You know, like, and that is a message to everyone out there. If you're that kind of person, don't come around me and my channel. I don't want that crap. I don't want that negativity. I want to have a real conversation, and it'll be respectful. You know, like I can ask someone a hard question respectfully. I'm not gonna be like, oh, you're a freaking liar, Lou. You're a POS. You're a jerk.
And
come on,
you
man.
know what? I have to say though, I've lost my shit a few times. And it's even recently, like, you know, we had these certain content creators come on here, and I let loose on them, and I shouldn't have done that. I realized later, and I apologized, but I realized later, if somebody comes here, they're doing me a favor, and they're doing my audience a favor.
Yeah.
So I should be more respectful and certainly not yell and scream at people. You know, but I'm a passionate guy, so I got pissed off, and then I
feel you there.
And then I thought I may never get another crack at this egg, so I'm cracking it. I do not, you know. I just said I'm cracking this one. I'm going to ask these 3 most important questions or make the points I want to make, and they can say whatever. And you know, it got pretty heated, but at the end of the day, everybody was okay because we talk like men and we work it out, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, there's no reason to be disrespectful or to be rude or whatever, you know. And I don't, honestly, I hate to say it, but calling somebody a bullshitter isn't really disrespectful. I mean, is it? After 4 years of being ignored by the guy, is it? I mean, add a little context to it, and maybe it might be a little different. But yeah, I don't know. If people want to take 1 or 2 of my tweets out of context and, you know, say, oh, this is what you always do, Manny, I let them. I don't care. I really don't care what people think. You know, like I'm just going to do me, and they can do them.
Yeah. Well, I, for one, am glad that you're making this film, and I can't wait to see it. So hopefully you'll let us know as soon as it's done, because I could do a review of the whole thing here and give people the link, try to amplify your voice, because unfortunately that's another problem in this sphere, which is sometimes the guy with the biggest bullhorn just wins, and then they don't have to answer questions. And they don't have to, because they have a bigger bullhorn, and they could just say nothing to see here into their big bullhorn. And guys like you and me, with a smaller bighorn, bullhorn, I think it's important. And I'm going to ask other people that I know to try to post your link and amplify it, your voice too, because I think this is important work. People need to see it. They need to hear it. They need to think about it. And I'm glad you're doing that work, Manny.
Yeah, thanks, man. I'm just, like I said, I'm just trying to put it all together because I've spent a lot of time on this, and I've tried to get people to understand why I feel the way I do, but it's so hard sometimes. And hopefully this film will do that. It'll just, here it is. It's a mountain of evidence to counteract the mountain of stories that are on the other side. Because I wanted to say evidence, but there's no evidence on the other side. I mean, there's none. There really isn't anything to back up all of the grandiose stories. I mean, it's just they're just war stories. So if that's what people if you want those, go for it, but if you want any form of truth, I'd recommend not really listening to what he has to say, because he's got his own agenda, and that's the truth. I mean, he does have an agenda. It might shift every 2 years with the election cycles, but it's still an agenda, so.
Yeah, maybe people are suggesting that he might get into politics too and run to be a senator or congressman.
He had said so in one of his interviews that he might run in the state that he lives in. And I laughed because in the state he lives in, you can get elected for like 20,000 votes, it's kind of a joke. And then that's why we're talking about all these new senators in Congress who are fighting the Pentagon and the UAP issue. I'm like, you fucking nimrods. No, they're not. They're a bunch of rookies who are just being led along by their money. These kids don't know any better. They're just getting these committee assignments because they know that they'll do what they're told when they go in there. That's, I mean, what do you say? Like, it's serious. Like, he might run. I don't know. I doubt, that he could win in any sort of real fair election where people look at facts, but I don't know. I mean, other people have won politics by being lying, to say whatever you want. So maybe he sure acts like a politician. I mean, ignoring people who question him, only going on select channels that will, cast him in a favorable light. Isolating himself from critiques and reviews, blindly claiming wins when they're evident failures, like his 180-day report. That was a huge win.
Nothing. Yeah, it was a big nothing burger. I want to thank Anonymous Rex with a kind and generous $4.99 super chat. He says, great guest tonight. Manny, your work looks great. I sent you an email. Thank you. Well, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show, Anonymous Rex, and I'm sure Manny will look out for your email. Maybe some people, once in a while, somebody will be in the live chat with a very nice nugget of information to share. So maybe that's what that's about. I'm hopeful that you'll get some more useful nuggets.
And along those lines, if anybody out there watching this has got some information that they feel would be relevant for this, send it in to me at my email address, realarea503@gmail.com. And, I will look at it, but I do want evidence. I'm not interested in rumors and opinions and thoughts and feelings, really. I want evidence. So let's have something to back it up. I mean, I guess rumors are cool, but, I'd still like to see a document to support something,
I get an awful lot of both in my inbox personally, I get a lot of both. So, well, I want to thank you for joining us. I'm going to throw you out of here, and then I am going to take a quick musical break. And then I'm just going to take questions and comments from the live chat for a little while. But I appreciate you being here tonight. I hope you'll come back once the film is done, especially if I give you a terrible review. This film sucks.
Oh, for sure, man. I'll definitely come back when it's out.
And we're going to have Manny come and explain why this film sucks so bad. No, I think
I'd love it. I'd love it.
I can tell already I'm going to like it. So I can't wait to see it. Thank you for doing this important work. And thanks for coming here and giving us this exclusive first peek at it. I appreciate that.
Yeah, my pleasure. Looks like there's some people I want to say hi to real quick, man. I see Lee at First Floor Audio's here, and Captain Corrosive was here earlier. Jessica's here. Lord Ludicrous Plaid, all kinds of cool people, man, you guys are the ones who I sit and talk to. So I'm glad to see you guys here and give you guys all a shout out and say, hey, it's good to be seen for once instead of just hanging out in the chat.
Well, you are most welcome here, friend. You have a great night.
All right. Take care out there, everyone.
All right, boy, there we go. What a great guest with some important work to share. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. I am broadcasting live from the Apocalypse Cabin. And ordinarily, I try to keep my cabin time and show time separately. But events this weekend have made it necessary for me to broadcast anyway. I should caution you that we have an entire cabin full of guests. So if you should hear some rumblings in the background, that would be some children and family members here that are not far from me outside here in front of the campfire where I should be, and I hope to be soon. So we're going to try to get through what I have to share quickly, and that is that recent revelations about Lue Elizondo and his sock puppet accounts. You know, it's not just one. And by the way, I have a new plan and policy, and that is that for those unaware, if you're critical of Lue Elizondo or one of these other UFO celebrity hucksters who are profiteering fools, if you ask me, anybody charging you money for information they have is probably feeding you false information. After all, they have a built-in motive, a profit motive for you to want to buy whatever it is they're selling. And one thing I'm getting real tired of is all you idiots that want to say that Lue Elizondo did all these things for disclosure. All that man has done is fill his pockets with money from victims. Go ask the victims of the TTSA techno scam. How many of them got their money back? How much money did Lue Elizondo make from that? Right? And hey, you too can lie to the New York Times or pretend, or let's just say lie by omission, or conflate two separate things or programs. You know, I'm sorry, but a director of an official Pentagon program that was funded to the tune of $22 million and some guy who just did UFO stuff for a hobby when it wasn't even his job is two vastly different things. Who lied to the New York Times? Somebody had to lie to Leslie Keane and Sidney Blumenthal. Somebody lied to them. And who was the primary source for that original New York Times article that started this whole media blitz calling this man the director of a $22 million Pentagon program? We all know now that that program he claimed to run doesn't exist. It wasn't an official program. So what we have is some hobbyist idiot who thinks, I want to play secret agent. I ran a secret program. No, you didn't. You didn't run an official government program. You even called it an activity in your IG complaint. And this cult-like behavior around this guy is absolutely ridiculous. And by the way, we're working on a huge story. And I'm going to have some big questions for some of these UFO celebrities, including Chris Mellon and Lue Elizondo and Tom DeLonge and others. People are being seriously hurt by this UFO cultism that's going on. And I, for one, am tired of it. And back to the sock puppet accounts. Lue Elizondo used sock puppet accounts, and it's very clear that he did, because while using the sock puppet accounts, he screwed up several times while using the faceless bureaucrat account. Maybe he forgot he was logged in to the sock puppet account, so he used the sock puppet account to reply to people asking Lue Elizondo questions, right? For example, somebody suggested that he should get a pair of very good wireless headphones, and faceless bureaucrat chimed in and said, that's a good idea. I'm paraphrasing. We'll see the screenshots tonight. That's a good idea. What kind of wireless headphones do you suggest? Faceless bureaucrat, all evidence points to the fact that that was Lue Elizondo. And it makes sense, because all faceless bureaucrat did is spend hours and hours on Twitter every day arguing with Lue Elizondo's critics, arguing with people who dared to ask questions or question his narrative. And now we know that those people who were questioning his narratives were the people who were right. It was right to question his narrative because his narrative was fake. His narrative was false. He wasn't who he said he was. He was not now, he is not now, nor will he ever be who he claimed to be to the New York Times. And don't you love how he used to claim director of ATIP as his title, and then it changed to UAP portfolio manager. Now we're back to director of ATIP, and Todd McMurtry is tweeting at people like John from the Black Vault, threatening them with lawsuits if they say he was not the director of ATIP, an imaginary program or a nickname for another program that lost all its funding and went belly up. But this is where we're at. Because if you want to live in a delusional world of these Lue Elizondo ass lickers, you have to forget about facts. You have to forget about evidence. You have to forget that somebody lied to Leslie Keene and Blumenthal of the New York Times. Somebody continually lied, and let that lie keep going. And who had a profit motive to let that lie keep going? Lue Elizondo had a profit motive. How much money has he made from UFOs so far? Let's see, he made money from the TTSA techno scam, right? Was he sitting there on a stage when TTSA promised investors while they were soliciting public investment money that they were going to build a spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world? Where is the SEC in this? Where are the people who, deal with stock fraud in all of this? Why was that allowed to happen, that TTSA and its officers could stand up and promise everybody investing a spaceship and then not deliver shit? Nobody's been prosecuted yet, but if you look into the finances, and now TTSA is soliciting new investors. They already fucked all the first investors. Now they're going to fuck the second investors? Why is this? Why is this allowed to happen? Well, I've been asking that question for years now. And the only answer that I can come up with is this is a government op. Why would you let people defraud the public in an investment scam? And Lue Elizondo was up to his eyeballs in that. How much money did he make with TTSA? Did he ever apologize to the investors of TTSA who all got screwed out of their investment money? Did he apologize for misleading the New York Times, stretching the truth a little bit about what he actually did at the Pentagon? He didn't tell the Pentagon, well, my full-time job was something entirely unrelated to UFOs, but in my spare time, I looked into UFOs. That's the truth, friends. That's what happened here. And then this man lies to the New York Times. He lies to the whole UFO community, but then he screws up and tells the truth. Well, I'm a counterintelligence agent. That's what I do, counterintelligence. And I was asked to apply those counterintelligence skills into the UFO community. That actually came out of his mouth in a rare moment of clarity and truth. I think he slipped, right? Or maybe he forgot that he wasn't talking to those inner circle people, those cult members that get invited to those private chats where he shares the real secrets. This is such cult-like behavior. So tonight we're going to detail all these faceless bureaucrat tweets. And now, when you read them, knowing with, I believe, a high degree of certainty, I'm certain that faceless bureaucrat was Lue Elizondo. And him and Todd McMurtry, hey, sue me if I'm wrong. I'm stating an opinion. Based on available evidence, I believe that the faceless bureaucrat account on Twitter was clearly Lue Elizondo. And if they want to sue me, they can, but then I'm going to get subpoena rights, which means we'll all get, if I get subpoena rights, if me or anybody else, if they're stupid enough to sue, especially a researcher like me, or God forbid they do that to John from the Black Vault, you get subpoena power. People will be able to subpoena Lue Elizondo's IP records, his family's IP records, because maybe he was using a family member's computer with the SOC accounts, and we'll find out with 100% certainty who posted all these tweets under the name Faceless Bureaucrat. I don't think they want to do that, but stranger things have happened, and people are throwing around threats of lawsuits to researchers that are simply asking questions that should be asked. These questions need to be answered. And Lue Elizondo continued to be a coward and hide behind sock puppet accounts. And by the way, yesterday we get the revelation, and this is according to Lue from Unidentified Celebrity Review, he believes based on the evidence that he has available, that the Richard Budd account was Lue Elizondo's wife. That's great. It's great. And Lue Elizondo, though, however, I should mention, just for the make sure the record is clear, Lue Elizondo has tweeted today that neither he or his wife was the Richard Budd account. But the problem is that somebody very close to Lue Elizondo is using that Richard Budd account. It has to be somebody close to Lue Elizondo. After all, who else other than somebody very close to Lue Elizondo would Lue Elizondo give screen captures of private text messages between him and show hosts to, who then release those screenshots saying that they're doing so with his permission to clear his name? Well, great. If Lue Elizondo's going to sit there and say that Richard Budd account's not me or my wife, then tell us who it is, you coward. Tell us who it is, you coward of a man, you bitter, angry little man. What a bitter, angry little man, right? You couldn't take the heat of people asking you questions on Twitter, so you have to make fake accounts or employ friends using nameless, faceless accounts in order to defend your bullshit position. That's what you have to do? Some military man. Listen, I've known a lot of military men. This guy strikes me not as a military man. Military men have, some degree of honor, right? They have some degree of balls too, right? They don't hide behind fake accounts and, I'm going to get you with my sock puppet account. And that's what this guy's been doing, either through the faceless bureaucrat account, other accounts, the Richard Budd account. Why is it all nameless, faceless accounts that come to Lue Elizondo's defense, except for the cult of idiots he has around him, like Rob Heatherly and this Ack and the Fister idiot that doxed other people, that threatened and harassed people's family because they dared to question this Lue Elizondo narrative? And by the way, I have one wish for the Fessler idiot. All of the truth is going to come out, you dummy. And when it does, you will be banished from this thing for being one of the butt-licking assholes that doxed people, threatened people, intimidate people, condoned intimidating people, condoned threatening people's family or wives because they dared to question the narrative that you jumped right on, you dummy. So before we get into the actual screenshots, here's what we're going to do. I have a new plan, and I think that this is a very important plan. You see, there's a huge problem, and by the way, I saw a few super chats. We're going to do a short presentation. I'd be happy to read and thank every one of you after this short presentation. So it says, these faceless, nameless Twitter accounts, those are the ones that are defending Lue Elizondo. And in many cases, those are the ones that are harassing researchers, harassing show hosts, threatening people, doxing people, constantly threatening people who dare to question this Lue Elizondo narrative. This is how we take that away from them. Going forward, every one of us that have been critical of this narrative, and feel free, this is on my Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. This wonderfully beautiful graphic made by Spooky. Thank you, Spooky. And by the way, thanks, Spooky, for that wonderful edit of the video we saw earlier today. This is how we stop this. I believe it's a CIA psyop. Call me kooky. TTSA had, how many CIA members did it have on its board? It had a combined experience of CIA experience of over 100 years of CIA experience on the board of TTSA. Who else was involved with that? Lue Elizondo. So pardon me if I think that this is all an op. And I think that people are being employed full-time. You can check the Twitters of some of these nameless, faceless accounts and find out that for 8 or more hours a day, some of them are arguing with Lue Elizondo critics, are harassing people who dare question Lue Elizondo. That's not normal, friends. That's a normal person doesn't sit there for 8 or 10 hours a day arguing with some UFO celebrities critics on Twitter. This is an op, in my opinion. Based on all the available evidence, it looks like an op to me. And so this, my friends, This is how we stop the op. We take away their ability to muddy the waters. We take away their ability to harass people questioning the narrative. All they're going to be left with after we take away the fake sock puppet accounts is a few stupid idiots that are stupid enough to literally do illegal things publicly. Rob Heatherly, What is this? I don't even want to mention a few of their other names, right? You know, UAP people. They have literally done illegal things right out in the open on Twitter. Doxing people is illegal, you dummies. So after we stop the op and take away Lue Elizondo's ability to employ nameless, faceless Twitter accounts to harass people into silence, intimidate people into silence, dox people into silence, threaten people into silence, after we take away his ability to do that and all of these UFO celebrities' ability to do that, we will have stopped the op. All you do going forward, I'm doing this, and I encourage each and every one of you to do the same. When a nameless, faceless, especially nameless, faceless, brand new Twitter account starts arguing with you, threatening you, harassing you, belittling you, making fun of you for questioning Lue Elizondo's narrative, don't reply. Oh, no, do reply, but just reply with this graphic or a similar one if you want to make your own. This one says, I have adopted a policy of not engaging with nameless, faceless Twitter accounts. And there's a reason we're all going to do this. We're all going to do this because Lue Elizondo has admitted to using sock accounts on Twitter. Well, I'm an intelligence. I gather intelligence. No, you're not gathering intelligence, you coward. You're fighting with your critics because you're not man enough to do it with your real name and real face, coward. So this is what we do. This, my friends, is how we stop the op. It's simple. It's so simple. I don't know how it didn't occur to me before. It's probably because it is too simple. All we do when one of the nameless, faceless sock puppet accounts, which for all we know could be Lue Elizondo himself defending his defrauding of investors in TTSA along with his CIA buddies and Tom DeLonge, or defending him lying to the New York Times, or defending him, I don't know, suggesting to a show host, what if somebody called your mother a hooker, right? Whenever one of these nameless, faceless accounts pop up, don't engage with them. Do not engage with them. Don't give them any information. I just stupidly, one of these nameless, faceless accounts was on a thread with John Greenwald, arguing with me and John Greenwald. We have to give him evidence. We have to give him evidence. I don't have to give you shit. Why doesn't Lue Elizondo, coward that he is, stand up and dispute whatever is in dispute? He doesn't do that. He sends his troll army of idiots out to harass everybody because that's the kind of pussy this man is. He is a pussy, military man. You're a pussy, Lue Elizondo. So this is what we do. We post this graphic that says, I have adopted a policy of not engaging with nameless, faceless Twitter accounts. Because for all we know, that nameless, faceless Twitter account is Lue Elizondo, the pussy, the coward. That's what we do. We take away their ability to harass people with nameless, faceless accounts. We take away their ability to dox people, to threaten people, to demand that we provide more proof when we're the ones that have the facts and the evidence. We're not muddying the waters. We're not lying to the New York Times. We're not lying to investors that we're going to build a goddamn spaceship. You asshole, Lue Elizondo. All right, I'm getting upset. Let's get to, so I really encourage every single one of us should do this, because think about it for a moment. If all these nameless, faceless Twitter accounts that start harassing people, demanding evidence, saying you're wrong about Lue and all this nonsense, if all they get is this reply, then we, my friends, you can join the resistance to this UFO cult-like toxic behavior, and you and me and all of us can stop this op. All right, now we're going to get into the faceless bureaucrat accounts because by chance, they do exist. And I should apologize both to my audience and to the entire everybody, because I'm supposed to be an IT guy. And I swear, after Lue Elizondo deleted, I believe Lue Elizondo deleted that faceless bureaucrat account, I tried through various methods to get the screenshots, and I wasn't able to do it, but other people were. And boy, that's lucky. It's lucky that we can go and look through the history of those faceless bureaucrat accounts. And now I want to dedicate tonight's show to Pussy Lue Elizondo. You pussy. What are you going to do? Are you going to threaten to take me behind the barn and beat me up too? I'll meet you anywhere you want. And in fact, if you want to do it like a legal way, right? If you really want to beat me up, we can do it a legal way. I'll pay for whatever you want. I'll pay for an MMA ring or a boxing ring, whatever you want. I'll pay for it, right? Because I think you're a pussy. I do. And I'm allowed to say that. You're a public figure, and I think you're a pussy, Lue Elizondo, because look at this behavior. This is the behavior of a pussy. A pussy hides behind nameless, faceless Twitter accounts. A pussy sends out an army of idiots. A pussy does these things, Lue Elizondo. You're no hero. You're a pussy. So what we're going to do now is we're going to get into the, I guess I can say goodbye to that 27 cents of YouTube ad revenue that we were going to get from this broadcast, but that's okay. I'd rather call Lue Elizondo a pussy and lose the ad pennies. I'm quite okay with it. So faceless bureaucrat, an account that many people besides me have said is Lue Elizondo. Lue Elizondo had a chance to deny that was his account when he was on a show with Unidentified Celebrity Review. He didn't really deny that was his account. And in fact, he confirmed that he does use sock puppet accounts because he's an intelligence guy. And that's what intelligence guys do. And by the way, in my belief and estimation, that's also what pussies do. But, okay. So we're gonna go through these in no particular order. And actually, give me one moment because I'm going to have to make this a little bigger so that I can see it. So please bear with me. And then we're going to get to the other idiot. Oh, there's idiots all around. It's wonderful. All right. Okay. Yeah, well, we're going to skip that one. We'll go to the next one. Hold on one second, friends, and I'm going to begin to share my screen here. By the way, these were public Twitter posts. Public Twitter posts from the faceless bureaucrat, right? UFO Detective Dogbert. Okay, so why did they set up a consulting firm? To give money to charity? Come on now. These dudes are pushing for alien disclosures so they can position themselves to profit from increased government spending on UAP issue. And yet, we don't even have evidence of even what UAPs are. And here is faceless bureaucrat jumping to the defense of coward Lue Elizondo. Dude, you seriously have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. You must be a Mick West fake account. You are speaking complete nonsense. Once it comes out what Skyfort is, and it will, you will have to change your Twitter handle to something different. What has Skyfort done? Does anybody know? What has Skyfort done for us? Except attempt to fill all their pockets with money from UFO dollars. That's what all these people are doing. They're just filling their pockets full of UFO money. It's wonderful. Boy. Oh, that one's small. We're gonna have to skip that. But that's engaging with here. Lue Elizondo says, friends, sorry for being radio silent last week. Catching up on some dues, finishing another frank dialogue with the journalist too. We'll send link when posted. And somebody busts on him and says, a journalist, wow, sounds awesome. I bet you're asked a pointed question about providing evidence or needing a direct answer. You'll fall back on the NDA excuse. And here along comes faceless bureaucrat to defend the honor. And isn't it great that it's always nameless, faceless accounts that are defending the honor of these cowardly UFO celebrities? They're afraid of questions, afraid of criticism. Faceless bureaucrat says, yeah, or perhaps he doesn't want to go to jail for the rest of his life. Or maybe he is a man of his word and won't betray his oath to his country or the American people, something you wouldn't understand. Why don't you just meet him at TTSA if you feel so bold? Again, this is a threat. He's threatening people under this faceless bureaucrat accounts. This isn't just, trolling. This is a threat. Meet him at the address. Come on, Lue Elizondo, you coward. The God Emperor, replying to none other than UFO Jesus, says, and isn't it great that another great Lue Elizondo supporter is UFO Jesus? Look at that guy's stupid predictions. Ooh, disclosure. It's the first week of disclosure. Disclosure's going to happen soon, like next week. He posted that 5 years ago, that dummy. Another UFO celebrity ass licker that should be stricken from this whole world. Defined seriously. They all write the same article, more or less. If you read one of them, you've read them all. There's zero new worthwhile information being broken by any of these media outlets. And again, along comes faceless bureaucrat. And what precisely have you done as far as accomplishments other than sit in your armchair? And here's where you can tell this is Lue Elizondo, because he said almost this exact phrase on another show. As Lue Elizondo. You sit in your armchair in your mom's basement, probably in your underwear. Oh, okay, I see nothing. Thanks for the comments. Right? And here we go. More faceless bureaucrat defending the honor of Lue Elizondo. And this goes back to 2020. I believe the result of the analysis simply indicated it could have been manipulated due to pixelation issues, but not definitive. So here we have Lue Elizondo using a sock puppet account to muddy the waters. Somebody found pixelation issues in the videos, but he's got to muddy the waters. No, it could have been manipulated, but it's not definitive that it was manipulated. This is Lue Elizondo, the coward, using a sock puppet account to muddy the waters when people are finding evidence counter to his statements. I think the purpose of this tweet is to inform the public of the necessary steps to be undertaken for phase 2. And don't be surprised when they start hearing about the conversation in these other areas and forums. After all, this is a multifaceted issue. And then he questions somebody's credentials that is questioning so-called evidence, right? You got to muddy the waters. If you're a coward like Lue Elizondo, you put on your fake pants and your fake UFO Twitter account, faceless bureaucrat, and you go argue with your critics like a coward. Right? And he's talking about people sitting in their basement, in their mom's basement in their underwear. I bet you he was sitting around in his basement in his underwear. I'll get you. I'm the faceless bureaucrat. I'm Pussy Lue Elizondo. It's ridiculous. So all you do here is heckle. Why do you follow Lue? Seems to me like you are a carnival barker or the lonely kid in the back of the classroom itching for attention. Don't you have anything better to do? Like get a job, hug your kids, or read a book. And again, these are just all people that are asking questions, right? Adrian Perta, as much as I disagree with Mick West at times, I'd want him on the boat too. We need diehard skeptics just to keep a balance. And faceless bureaucrat, skeptics aren't necessarily wrong, just means we have to work harder to explain, prove our perspectives. The boat should be big enough for all to fit. Unless you're a purposeful agitator, in that case, there are some hungry sharks to feed. Is he implying we should feed Mick West to the sharks, right? This is so sickening and disgusting. This guy sits around with his fake account saying shit like that. And I guess, yeah, you don't want to say shit like that with your real name because then people will know what a cowardly slime ball you are. It's awesome. Just use a fake account, right? Lue, I love you and I hate to be negative, but there's some real kooks on here. Yeah, but we Faceless Bureaucrat says, we are all kooks. That's why mutual respect is important and why most of all, communication between camps. One moment, friends. Let me just make sure. So we will continue here in our journey. Lots more to go through. This is fun, right? We get to all see the man behind the nameless, faceless crap, right? One second, friends. All right, we're going to move along here. Let me get back to that. Somebody just messaged me. Are you messaging me a screenshot of a video that person took down or one he just took back up? Communication between camps. Yeah, the sock puppet wants communication between camps. If there wasn't enough room for you, Lou, because you're a man who puts others before yourself and lets everyone on before you, I would give up my seat to you. Please let me hang off the side of the boat like Jack did in the Titanic. Well, that's cringeworthy. Joe, I bet you $1 million that Lou would scoop you up and give you a warm blanket and his seat, just a hunch. So it wasn't just attacking his critics that Faceless Bureaucrat was doing. It was thanking and encouraging these stupid cult-like disciples. Forced transparency in the way that the public gets to see the date over the secrecy can't be used to hide the truth. I must ask, do you see a professional to help you through your issues? Yeah, implying somebody's mentally ill. Great. Colton, I recommend you go back to playing your Xbox and change your Twitter name because soon you will be the butt of many, many jokes. And again, this is something that Lue Elizondo has said as himself on shows, that these people that are critical of Lue Elizondo are people sitting in their mom's basement in their underwear playing Xbox, right? Even the language patterns match Lue Elizondo and the stories that he uses. For an overview of current UAP monitoring capabilities, here's a memo I wrote from Christopher K. Mellon. Excellent, Chris. Thanks for sharing. Concur 100%, but you already knew that. Yeah, of course Lue Elizondo concurs with Christopher Mellon, the guy who helped him get those videos out of the Pentagon and possibly illegally use them to profit for 5 years now, right? Of course he's going to agree with them. He's got to agree with them on the sock puppet. The phenomenon is indeed real. Ever wondered what face would be Lue Elizondo? Look better than Lou. And I could say that with love. I assure you, I bet you anything. Again. And here he is busting on Mick, right? A lot of what Faceless Bureaucrat did was argue with John from the Black Vault and Mick West. Mick, seriously, please stop the BS speculation and nonsense. You have no clue what you're talking about here. Seriously, you are being absurd and completely uninformed. Why couldn't he say that as himself, as Lue Elizondo? Is it because he's a coward? Why did he have to use a nameless, faceless Twitter account, a sock puppet account, to say these things? I'm just going to read the second part because I'm no fan of this idiot. Faceless Bureaucrat says, for the record, I think he just did a small podcast with David Marceau. Just an FYI, you may want to revise your statement. So again, arguing with another critic, UFO Satan. Thanking UFO Satan. And by the way, Faceless Bureaucrat also thanked all the Lue Elizondo ass lickers. That's again an indicator that this account belonged to Lue Elizondo. Definitely not true. Pence had nothing to do with it. It was other folks who shall remain nameless for now. But I assure you, not Pence. Okay, I'm not sure what that one. Such a witty response to someone's sincere idea. Haven't heard from you in a while. Have you been ruminating on a clever response for this long? Well, it shows. So you reject all three categories, obviously. Again, Lue Elizondo says something. Somebody tells him to shut up. Along comes nameless, faceless bureaucrat to defend Lue Elizondo's honor. Because Lue Elizondo is apparently too much of a coward to do it himself under his real name, right? Oh, James Fox is thanking Lue Elizondo. And here's Faceless Bureaucrat again to thank a supporter of Lue Elizondo. One team, one fight. You are all doing great. Great. I bet Lue will do any media that is willing to take a risk and talk about the subject. He is apolitical, remember? No different than a liberal doing an interview on a conservative show or a conservative doing an interview on a liberal show. Good grief, people. Yeah. And by the way, Lue Elizondo only went on friendly shows. He would not go on any show that asked him hard questions. And the one time somebody did ask him a hard question, he had a hissy fit. And you know what happened, right? Rather Be Squidding asked him one hard question, which was, by the way, about this, about the sock puppet accounts he uses. Here we go again. All right. Again, arguing with Mick West. Again, arguing with Mick West. Because Lue Elizondo doesn't want to directly engage with Mick West because Mick West has facts and evidence that makes Lue Elizondo look like what he is, a fraud. Yeah. Again, thanking supporters, right? Thanking those friendly. I think Lue is pretty blue collar himself, according to his recent interview, right? Lue Elizondo with a fake account telling everybody how blue collar and a good person Lue Elizondo is. What kind of an egomaniac has to compliment himself on a fake Twitter account where somebody is talking about him? Deception or not, that is the question. I don't trust the guy since I caught him lying. Anyway, whatever the plan is, it will unfold. Lying about what? Again, anytime somebody questioned whether Lue Elizondo was telling the truth, here's faceless bureaucrat. TTSA is fake news. That is a bit much. They just screwed up and can't figure out a way to correct it. Maybe they should just science up. You mean like you? 5x5? As in use the same scientific methods you do? Oh, wait, you haven't listed any. So I guess TTA will just have to use the ones real scientists use. And again, this is Lue Elizondo defending TTSA back when he was, I suppose, still involved with TTSA. And people were being critical of TTSA and all the promises they've made, right? 5x5 is smarter than the DOD and the IC. He should run for president. You know, how childish is this? This is so stupid and childish that this grown man sat around his house ruminating on the fact that people were being critical of him. So he said, you know what? I'm going to log on as faceless bureaucrat and give him a piece of my mind in secret because I'm a coward and I can't do it for real under my real name because I'm a coward. So I'll use this fake account. I'll get these kids. I almost got, it's like Scooby-Doo, right? I almost got away with this con. Telling everybody I was the director of a $22 million program. I almost got away with it. If not for you meddling kids and Scooby-Doo, right? It's so childish and stupid. Hire you and Mick West so we can prove that all aircraft are just big seagulls flying thousands of miles from any land. And again, here's faceless bureaucrat defending somebody. So this has been the pattern that I saw for years. And we can talk about the pattern in general terms. And here was the pattern. Lue Elizondo would post something, somebody would ask a critical question, or somebody would, be critical of something he posted. And here's 5x5 News pointing out problems with TTSA. That the videos that Lue Elizondo was responsible for the release for, well, he doesn't want you to think he's actually responsible for the release. He authorized their release within the Pentagon, and then somehow those videos just magically made it out to the parking lot to Christopher Mellon, his co-employee in the To the Stars Academy techno scam, right? And then they all went over to TTSA and profited for years off of those videos that have been debunked. And so back to the pattern, though. Lue posts something, somebody is critical of him, and along comes faceless bureaucrat to defend Lue Elizondo. It was a pattern for a long, long time. That's why they created a UAP task force to figure out the difference between a balloon, a drone, and a plane. Bravo. You figured it out. And this is somebody being critical of people posting balloons and drones and things and claiming they're UFOs. They're not. And again, more accolades and thank yous to supporters, right? And again, talking to the supporters. Lue Elizondo was too arrogant, I suppose, to talk to his supporters directly. So instead, he had a nameless, faceless bureaucrat account to thank his supporters, because that makes a lot of sense. Actually, none of this makes any sense. And he hell yeah'd his own posts, right? Lue Elizondo posts something. That was another pattern. Lue Elizondo would post something. Faceless bureaucrat would retweet it and talk about what a great guy he is. Here he is, hell yeahing Lue Elizondo's posts. So if Lue Elizondo is faceless bureaucrat, he's hell yeahing his own posts. Isn't that awesome? Who does that? What kind of an egomaniac has to log on with his real account, post something that he likes, and then log off his real account, log back on with his fake account, and hell yeah himself? An egomaniac. That's who does this kind of thing. So now there is a crystal clear photo of a triangle UAP that is disseminated across the IC and possibly coming out of the water. I guess it's a cormorant and not a seagull. Yes, that's it. A cormorant? Mick, you are brilliant. Again, harassing a critic of Lue Elizondo. And by the way, this is from December 2nd, 2020. Where's that crystal clear photo of a triangle UAP? Nope. He was talking about that garbage video from Jeremy Corbell, Pyramid Triangle UAP. It turned out to be drones and bokeh effect. And by the way, Mick West correctly debunked that too. So, you know, no offense, but Mick West makes people like Lue Elizondo and Jeremy Corbell look like foolish idiots. That's why they harass Mick West. That's why they go after him. And that's why Lue Elizondo, under a fake account, had to go over and harass, belittle Mick West, make fun of Mick West. Must have stung, didn't it, Lue Elizondo? Must have stung having Mick West blow apart your garbage narrative and your garbage videos. See his short response of why you were overthinking things. But of course, it isn't because of the great Mick West, the self-delusions that people are astounding. You know, again, harassing Mick West. Again, harassing Mick West. If I were Mick West, I would consult an attorney. I would consult an attorney, because you can't just let somebody harass you under a fake account for literally years and get away with it. But I'm sure Mick West has better things to do than to worry about a coward that had to hide behind a fake account for 2 years to harass him, right? And make fun of him. You hang out in UFO Twitter, spending time spinning alternate theories about seagulls. I get that that makes you a UFO fan too. Again, this is a form of harassment, because look how much. Oh, and here's Stina Maria. So Stina's just talking about losing her mother, and somehow Faceless Bureaucrat is responding to that. That's interesting. And here's Butt Liquor, UFO Jesus. We're all deluding ourselves. More, much more is certainly to come, says Faceless Bureaucrat. Yeah, anytime somebody doubted the disclosure narrative, along comes Faceless Bureaucrat to tell everybody, don't worry, right? We're still going to get disclosure. Don't worry. It's not over by any stretch. Sometimes a crab, what the hell is this? Sometimes a crab must shed its old in order to grow into something much, much bigger and better, right? Do you think other countries will successfully make changes similar to how our military government has in relations to reporting, etc.? I suspect Lue will keep you all updated. Just a hunch. Yeah, it's just a hunch because that's Lue posting this. Great. Great. Lue appreciates your comment. In fact, I guarantee it. Change will be for the betterment of all. Just hang in there. Right? Again, people question the disclosure narrative. Don't worry. Disclosure's still coming, according to a faceless bureaucrat, a nameless, faceless account. Great. You are 100% correct on this, UFO Jesus, right? The emergence of UFO disclosure activists and strategies. And of course, when UFO Jesus licks the butthole of Lue Elizondo, here's faceless bureaucrat to tell him he's 100% right. Great. And then we have Jack Sarfati. Lue Elizondo recently mentioned my idea of Tic Tac Warp Drive without giving me credit. And faceless bureaucrat is here to defend Lue Elizondo. He mentioned it back in 2018 at the SCU conference, and before that, at the MUFON conference. Nice try. So apparently, CIA Lue even argues with other CIA guys like Sarfati. Great. The problem is they're never going to admit there are aliens. Faceless bureaucrat. Well, don't look now, but they just admitted UFOs were real. Not a bad start. And here he is again. I guarantee you, both Chris and Lue would say it's a team effort. And you, all on UFO Twitter, deserve equal credit for your continued push on the topic. Yeah. Yeah. All you dummy, useful idiots, keep pushing this disclosure narrative so people keep investing in our techno scam, TTSA. That's what this op was about. Partially, I believe. If UAP, the UAP report that's due in 180 days, is that a binding obligation of the Director of National Intelligence? And here is faceless bureaucrat answering a question that Lue would know the answer of. But Lue didn't want to answer, so I guess faceless bureaucrat answers. Great. And here's faceless bureaucrat again. He doesn't care about controversy. He knows no matter what he provides, it will never satisfy his critics. The solicitation was generated in 2007, implemented in 2008, still before his time. And again, Lue Elizondo faceless bureaucrat defending Lue's voting choices, right? More faceless bureaucrat reaching out to people, and I believe recruiting cult members to the disclosure cult, right? And here somebody's asking, were you really a director at ATIP, though? And I would submit to you that you can't be the director of a program that doesn't exist. But Lue Elizondo is going to keep claiming that he was the director of ATIP, a program that never officially existed and had no funding. Why don't you ask Senator Harry Reid? You mean the guy that was in on giving $22 million to research such important things as werewolves, poltergeists, ghosts, right? And dino beavers? That guy who helped his friend get a $22 million no-bid contract? You mean ask that guy for proof or evidence, right? That guy who provably lied multiple times? I mean, he's a politician. Politicians lie. Please read and inform yourself, right? Mick, you are killing us. Please stop your nonsense. Really tried hard to find something I respect about your work. The search continues. Again, harassing Mick West, one of his critics, one of Lue Elizondo's critics. What is your sport? And faceless bureaucrat says, I think it's boxing. Yeah, because he would know, right? Lue has your back. I'm certain Lue would say the same about you. Again, the faceless bureaucrat account was an op to manage perceptions, control the flow of information, and harass, intimidate, and criticize people who were critical of Lue Elizondo. Vault and Scout are alive and well under a new contract. Again, he's answering questions. People, faceless bureaucrat constantly answered questions that people ask to Lue Elizondo, right? these two are behind you, all of us. Yeah, you got to keep the disclosure cult narrative going so people keep investing, right? People keep buying, whatever you're selling. Wrong according to who? You? Will you pay for his lawyer and legal fees? Again, defending somebody who is critical of Lue Elizondo. That's all this account did. That's all I asked Lue Elizondo. How about producing some physical evidence already? Faceless bureaucrat. How about you stop being a troll? Now you have videos, briefings to Congress, a UAP task force, a report due to Congress, mainstream media taking it seriously, foreign government involvement, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How much more can you expect in just 3 years? Again, people are being critical of Lue Elizondo, and we get the faceless bureaucrat espousing how much Lue Elizondo has done for us. In my view, all Lue Elizondo has done is fill his pockets with money, and those were ill-gotten gains. Does he have a legal right to take taxpayer-funded videos out of the Pentagon and profit from them for 3 years, 5 years? I mean, how long does he get to make money from videos that the taxpayers paid for and should own, not him, right? Is he allowed to make money while being a part of an organization that's promising people a spaceship to investors and soliciting public investment money? Why is this taking so long? Yeah, disclosure's taking a long time, but don't worry. Faceless bureaucrat says all is on track. Yeah, and again, espousing the virtues of Lue Elizondo. And he's got a like. It's great. Imagine having that kind of an ego that you have to like posts about yourself on a separate fake account. Here he is again, arguing with Mick West. Pseudoscience, you mean like you, Nick? Because Putoff has more qualifications in his left pinky finger than you will ever have. Yeah, Hal Putoff, the guy who spent how many tens of thousands of dollars did idiot Hal Putoff spend on stupid nonsense like Uri Geller's psychic powers? By the way, Hal Putoff is such an idiot, a Scientologist and believer in anything paranormal, that Uri Geller literally used children's magic tricks on Hal Putoff and fooled him into spending tens of thousands of dollars on psychic research. And then he declared Uri Geller had genuine superpowers while Uri Geller was using children's magic tricks. And friends, we could share a lot more, but I do have a great number of guests tonight. So that will have to do it for now.
happens that in 2008, I was asked to apply those same skill sets into the UFO community. The bottom line is the truth.
Elizondo ultimately accept as a pawn of the CIA threat motion. Otherwise, it's just drivel, right? So, and how, it could be anybody. They could have gotten someone else instead in that program and dressed them up for the part. I don't think, it's not a special kind of assignment that they got for Lue. I just think that he kind of fit what they were doing, and they felt this is a guy who can pull it off. He's done a lot of counterintelligence. But I think what's important is, what is counterintelligence? Just in a nutshell, I need to deceive another country about what my activities are, militarily, espionage-wise, etc. And I need them to believe that something is happening that's totally different from what is actually happening. So I need to create a counter narrative to the truth. That's counterintelligence. I need to lie to get people to believe. So therefore, Elizondo has a lot of experience. He's a professional liar. That's just a fact. And expecting the truth from people like that, or the Central Intelligence Agency, counterintelligence agents in general, is craziness. Whoever thought of such a thing? And so the way they've rolled it out and packaged it up and put a lot of money behind it and the media behind it, yes. But I think we've come past a phase, we are all kind of graduating in our own awareness. And this is pretty obvious, so this one is getting pretty wobbly.
It's clear to me now that Lue Elizondo is deceiving and manipulating the community. I mean, 100%. He admitted to that on our interview Friday by using sock puppet accounts to manipulate and deceive us, which, so how can you trust someone who is going to go and create a secret account, not only just create a secret account and post on it, but he creates these in-groups and out-groups of people who are in on the secret. And then he, shares this special knowledge with them and really gets them to go out and attack his critics. We can't see what the tweets that he posted under these sock puppets anymore because they've been deleted. But, he made it seem like on the interview that he was just responding to people who were doing personal attacks on his family. That's a load of BS. There wasn't really any attacks on his family before this whole Who's Lue documentary started. And that was after he deleted his sock puppet account. He was using that account to attack people like Mick West and Stephen Greenstreet and, rile people up and sow division. And to what end is really my question now. Why he says that his audience isn't UFO Twitter. If his audience isn't UFO Twitter, why does he have multiple sock puppet accounts engaging with UFO Twitter and doing all of this nonsense? It just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm at a loss, really.
Thank you very much. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to the cabin. I am broadcasting live from the Apocalypse Cabin. Some of you are aware that I generally don't like it when I am sort of forced to do a broadcast from the cabin. The internet here tends to be somewhat wonky, and I apologize. StreamYard has been buggy very much lately, and usually when you add yourself to the stream, it unmutes your microphone, but lately it doesn't do that. You have to do it manually. So thank you to a kind viewer who's calling my cell phone to let me know. Hey, we're improving here. At least I didn't talk for a full 10 minutes before realizing that. So there are some things going on, and I thought it was important enough to interrupt my cabin time here. It also just so happens that I'm supposed to be building a porch onto the cabin today. Finally got rid of a big stump right in the way of the porch. We burned it for a full-on 3 weekends, and it's gone. But as luck would have it, there was no one at the stone quarry place today to purchase the stone to make the patio for the porch. So, and I thought that these issues that have been raised last night on Twitter were important enough that I wanted to address them right away. For those unaware, yesterday, John Greenwald Jr. from the Black Vault did an excellent report, a deep dive into Mr. Lue Elizondo's IG complaint. For those unaware, Lue Elizondo felt that he was being treated unfairly or defamed or slandered, or people were issuing incorrect statements about him from the Pentagon. Some of you may recall that the Pentagon issued a statement saying that Lue Elizondo was not the director of a program called ATIP. And additionally, there was a statement that Lue Elizondo had no responsibilities related to this. And again, I'm paraphrasing. I don't want to get sued, so I got to say that. So John from the Black Vault did an excellent presentation. By the way, I'm a terrible show host. I will add it to the description of the video if Sixth Sense could help me in the live chat. Sixth Sense holding the peanut gallery down. We got to think of a better name for our live chat here. Please do put a link to John Greenwald's excellent reporting on and deep dive into that IG report. Now, there are some things that are very troubling to me in John Greenwald's report, specifically related to the number, and there are many of them, of very inconsistent things between Lue Elizondo's public statements on podcasts or wherever in the media and his statements made in this IG complaint letter. Some things just don't add up. And so recently, last night, in fact, I noticed that there was a statement from Lue Elizondo, and I have it right here. Lue Elizondo is now saying on Twitter, and here, I'm going to share my screen. This is his public Twitter, but we're still going to cite fair use. This is transformative work. We're educating the public about this former Pentagon official claiming to run a UFO program, Lue Elizondo. And here is his statement on Twitter. Lue Elizondo, and I think this was made in response to the report and show of John Greenwald from the Black Vault. He says, quote, "I was the director of ATIP. It has been well documented. I have been the subject of a campaign of defamatory disinformation by multiple parties." And he says again, thanks to Todd McMurtry. Now, some of you may not be aware of that name, Todd McMurtry, but I was well aware of that name because I had closely followed the story of one Kyle Rittenhouse. Todd McMurtry is actually the attorney who is representing Kyle Rittenhouse in suing all of those media outlets who, I don't even want to use the term, I don't know what the proper term is, slandered him, reported factually inaccurate information on Kyle Rittenhouse, whatever you're, and by the way, we don't do politics here, so before anybody starts thinking that I'm a MAGA hat wearing right-wing, supporter here, I am an independent. I believe that both sides of the political aisle are filled with criminals, and you don't get extra points for picking one side that is less criminal, in your opinion, than the other side that is criminal. They're all criminals. That's my personal opinion. We stay out of politics here. But it should be noted and for sure understood that Todd McMurtry is sort of known to be a very right-wing conservative, sort of a person. And he has made many statements that some people have claimed. Now, he's a lawyer, so I have to be very careful here. Some people have claimed that Todd McMurtry has made statements that could be considered either racist or transphobic, etc. I'm not going to comment on that. It's just enough to say that people are saying that. In fact, I got three separate messages from people before our current broadcast right now who said, you have to share this tweet. You have to share that tweet. You have to share this that he said. You have to share that he said. So Todd McMurtry is sort of a very controversial character and has taken an awful lot of criticism for taking on cases like Kyle Rittenhouse. Now, I do have to say that I don't believe that journalists should be sued unless they show malice and get things 100% factually wrong. And then they create harm by getting things factually wrong or damage somebody's reputation, cause them emotional distress because they're literally lying. In the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, it is well established that multiple major media outlets reported completely factually inaccurate information about that young man. Regardless of what you think, I don't want to get into the Kyle Rittenhouse thing. So Lue Elizondo, directly after John's broadcast about the IG, the deep dive, says, I was the director of ATIP. It has been well documented. I've been the subject of a campaign of defamatory disinformation by multiple parties. And that is in line with the claims that he makes in his IG complaint letter. So Todd McMurtry says this, and he is replying to Black Vault's post about his broadcast. He says, surely hope you don't defame Lue Elizondo. It is well documented that he was the director of ATIP, and any participation in a plan to cast doubt on that truth is a knowing effort to defame and sow disinformation. It's legally actionable. And immediately Twitter went nuts with this guy, Todd McMurtry, saying this directly to John from the Black Vault. And there is quite the Twitter flurry threads going on right now about this. Now, I thought in first seeing this that this is very troubling. All of you know that I am a big believer in free speech. And also the fact that a lawyer apparently, and we'll get into more details of that, a lawyer apparently under the employment of Lue Elizondo, at least to many people, including me here, this looked like a legal threat. He's warning him. One can argue, whether this could be considered a legal threat or not. I'm not a lawyer. Haven't had the opportunity to send this to any other lawyers to say, what do you think of this? But people on Twitter, it should be said, are saying this is a threat, myself included. Originally, I thought this is sort of a legal threat. And that's very troubling, especially considering that the person that this statement is directed at, or this warning is directed at, is John from the Black Vault. Now, many of you know that I'm not one to heap praise on anyone, but anybody that's been involved in UFOs or listened to John from the Black Vault will understand that John is one of the most, he's somebody that I could learn a lot from. He doesn't yell and scream. He doesn't make statements without, some sort of evidence. And it's important also that I would say this about John from the Black Vault. There was a man much wiser than me that I got to know before his death, a UFO investigator that we all know and loved by the name of Stanton Friedman. And Stanton Friedman had an excellent saying, and he impressed upon me the importance of this. Stanton Friedman would say, be sure, Stephen, that you have facts in hand before putting mouth in gear. Such an important thing. I'm going to say it again. Stanton Friedman's statement is, be sure to have facts in hand before putting mouth in gear. Now, some people will know that I didn't always, follow that advice very well. There's been several times where I go popping off and yelling or like getting upset, making statements without having facts in hand. But if you go and listen to John from the Black Vault, he's very professional. He's very matter of fact. He's very fact-based, evidence-based, research-based. And he's calm as a cucumber as he's doing a presentation. And like I said, I could learn, I for one at least, could learn a lot about how the proper way you should do things is from John from the Black Vault. So personally, you guys know, everybody knows this. Truth Seekers has been threatened to be sued many, many times, mostly due to our coverage of what I call the UFO cosmic con artists. We've covered fake psychics, we've covered fake UFO whistleblowers, we've covered all of these sort of less than scrupulous people that I believe are running a con on the general public in order to make money. So we here, I have been threatened to be sued a lot. In fact, I've sort of made it a joke now that when I get an angry lawyer letter threatening to sue me or the show, I hang it up in my office. And there's a bunch of them now. So to be very honest, my first thought was, if Lue Elizondo or Lue Elizondo's lawyer had said that to me, I would understand it. And so would most people, because we do some nutty things here. Let's just be honest. Dressing up like Nick Pope and taking a lie detector test is just one recent example of that, of some of the things that we do here. And by the way, I have consulted with attorneys on that issue. That's considered a comedic parody, and it's very difficult to sue somebody for that. Maybe, just maybe, I'm not as crazy as some people think, and I do that for a reason. But my point here is that the first thought when I read this was, if Lue Elizondo or his lawyer had threatened me, or let's not even call it a threat, had made that statement towards me and my show, I would understand it. We do nutty things here. I go off half-cocked and say things that I probably shouldn't say. I'm not a trained journalist or trained researcher. It's taken me years to figure out the proper way to do things, and that is to say things like, in my opinion, based on the facts that we have shown you, I believe this. That's the proper way to do things. And what is so striking and shocking to me about what just happened is that John from the Black Vault is the guy that we should all emulate. He does it the right way. He shows you the facts, he shows you the evidence, and then he offers his opinion based on the facts and the evidence that he has shown you. And certainly there should be no claims of, slander or defamation based on a guy doing it like John does it, which I think he does it better than most people, the right way. I mean, even in our introduction, as much as I like Dark Journalist is essentially claiming that Lue Elizondo is a CIA disinformation agent. And there's no verifiable facts to prove that, so that's just somebody offering their opinion. That could be considered actionable, I guess, or suit-worthy, more so than what John from the Black Vault just did. And while we're on this subject, maybe, just maybe, the second thing I thought is that this report put out by John from the Black Vault must have sincerely struck a nerve for Lue Elizondo to have to go to Twitter and, I suppose, alert his lawyer to make a statement or issue some sort of warning to John from the Black Vault. By the way, I want to thank oh geez, gosh, Impersonator Sominium, kind and generous $5 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. So, this also made me ask some questions. The first question I had was, all right, I have to explain why I thought this first. My first thought was, is this guy even Lue Elizondo's lawyer, or is just some fan that happens to be a lawyer? Because, by the way, some of the people that have threatened to sue me here, even going so far as to send me, it's called a cease and desist letter, but I call it an angry lawyer letter. You know, the lawyer will send you a letter, says, how dare you say this about my client, in legalese though, and cease and desist from your defamatory actions. And, you know, they word it to be very aggressive, warning you that if you don't shut up about their client, there may be legal consequences. However, most of the people that have threatened to sue me, even in writing, in one case, it turned out to be a very close friend of a fake psychic. In other words, this lawyer, who did have a law degree, but he was not even legally licensed to practice law in the state that he lived in. He just happened to have a law degree and be friends with a fake psychic that we busted here. So, you know, my first thought was, is this a real lawyer? Of course, yeah. So not only is he a real lawyer, this man is a very well accomplished lawyer, and takes on big cases like Kyle Rittenhouse. So my next question was, has Lue Elizondo actually paid him or retained him to represent him? And so I reached out to this lawyer, Todd V. McMurtry, and I just want to thank him because he did have the courtesy to call me back. I let him know I was on a deadline. He gave me a statement, and this is the only on the record statement that he was willing to share with me. And I'm going to share my screen. Some people, when I do these things, sometimes when I don't share the email, somebody says, how do we know you really got that email? Or, you know, it is what it is, friends. So I don't think he'll mind me. He says, for quotation, Lue Elizondo has retained me to provide legal advice about various commentators and public officials making false and defamatory statements. This was the only thing that he would give me an on-the-record comment on. So what does this mean? This means that we do know now that this isn't just some random friend or UFO fan of Lue Elizondo. This is a real attorney with a real office. He's a well-known attorney that handles mostly, I believe he told me 80% of his work is defamation lawsuits. So what this means is that Lue Elizondo has employed an attorney who specializes in defamation to provide him with legal advice about various commentators and public officials making false and defamatory statements. Now, what else I can say is that some of you may recall that Corey Goode, well-known secret space program, quote, whistleblower, who I believe is a fraud and a phony, famously more than 2 years ago, Corey Goode began suing everybody that had anything negative to say about him on the internet. And by the way, that case has still not been to court. It's been slowly winding its way through the court system for 2+ years, with motions and things. No one has been to court over Corey Goode suing everybody. But I wanted to talk about the Corey Goode situation because Corey Goode sued all of his critics, commentators, people making videos about how ridiculous the things that he talked about were, or the statements that he made. And whether Corey Goode's claims have any basis in reality or not, his legal claims, I mean, Corey Goode suing a bunch of people had a chilling effect on free speech, absolutely chilling effect on free speech. And it's interesting to note that of all of Corey Good's critics that were sued, I was one of them that was not sued. And to be honest with you, I was amazed that we weren't included in those lawsuits. I was happy because some of you may be aware of a man called C.W. Chanter, who was Corey Good's biggest critic. And even a baseless, lawsuit that is garbage costs you money to defend. And C.W. Chanter, so far in the Corey Good lawsuit, last I heard, has spent upwards of $15,000 to defend against a frivolous lawsuit claiming that he somehow damaged the reputation of a guy that's running around telling everybody that he time traveled and fought reptilian aliens in space. Somehow, this lawyer from New Jersey gets sued because Corey Good said that him talking about him on the internet and how ridiculous and stupid and childish Corey Good's stories were somehow damaged him. And now that guy is out $15,000 to defend himself from a lawsuit brought by Corey Good. And that lawsuit had a chilling effect on free speech, because there used to be many, many people that would be very, very critical of Corey Good. But for the past few years, since he launched his lawsuits on everyone, including his former business partners, the point is that since Corey Good started suing everybody, a lot of people, most people, stopped talking about Corey Good. Why? They don't want to get dragged into a frivolous lawsuit that they're going to have to spend $15,000 defending, even though it's bull. And I suppose that some people are already comparing Lue Elizondo now. This is what's very problematic for Lue Elizondo, that people are now comparing Lue Elizondo to Corey Good. And I don't think that that's a comparison, or, I don't believe that Lue Elizondo wants to be lumped in with somebody like Corey Good. But what we see here is that Lue Elizondo has retained legal counsel. At least in Lue Elizondo, he's got a really good real lawyer that specializes in defamation cases. Corey Good has a cult member friend of his who is representing him. Take from that what you will. Is she a real lawyer? Yeah, but she doesn't specialize in defamation cases. She certainly doesn't specialize in RICO cases. And I don't know, Corey Good made some ridiculous RICO argument that there was some grand conspiracy against him to, damage his reputation. I want to thank Madam Two Swords for a kind and generous, what is that, 249 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. Much, much appreciated. So what we get here is, I believe this is going to backfire. But do I, I'm kind of torn here, because does Lue Elizondo have the right to defend himself if people are, damaging his reputation by saying factually inaccurate things? Yes, I believe he does have that right. However, in the case of this John from the Black Vault, all John from the Black Vault did was read from his own, Lue Elizondo's own words, and then point out that there was many, many inconsistencies between the written IG complaint and past statements that Lue Elizondo has made on podcasts and media appearances. That certainly, to me, is not suit-worthy. That, to me, is not, slander or defamation. It is John simply reading from Lue Elizondo's own words and then showing largely what he did is he read from the IG complaint, and then he showed some other source of Lue Elizondo saying something that contradicts what's in the IG report. And it's also important to note that Lue Elizondo is a public figure. He made himself a public figure. Public figures, you're allowed to talk about them. You're allowed to have an opinion on them. You're allowed to scrutinize their statements. It is certainly newsworthy. It is certainly allowable that, I can talk about any public figure. When you become a public figure, the media may talk about you. And I just don't understand some, big burly tough guy, Lue Elizondo, getting upset because people are pointing out that he's made many inconsistent statements. Now, insofar as these statements, I'm going to offer my opinion and say that I have a problem. I have a problem with Lue Elizondo saying it is well documented. We'll go back to that statement because both the lawyer and he have said it is well documented. This is the statement. I was the director of ATIP. It has been well documented. I have been the subject of a campaign of defamatory disinformation by multiple parties. And then the lawyer goes on to say, it is well documented that he was the director of ATIP. But here's the problem. The Pentagon says he was not the director of ATIP. The Pentagon says that he had no responsibilities related to UFOs. And even in Elizondo's own words lately, that would seem to be a true statement. Because in his IG complaint, he basically admits, okay, don't call it it wasn't a program, it was an activity. And I'm going to be very careful here now that I know Lue Elizondo's got a crackpot lawyer, not crackpot, a bulldog. I really meant bulldog. Please don't sue me. This guy, Todd McGurtry, regardless of what you think about his politics, he's a bulldog of a lawyer, this guy. So what I will say is that my sense of what is really happening here is based on Lue Elizondo's own statements, based on facts released by the Pentagon, based on facts released in the book by Lukatsky, the director of OSAP. I believe that Lue Elizondo had no assigned responsibilities insofar as UFOs. He's even said that. In his IG report, he basically says, okay, I was told I was allowed to continue these activities as long as they didn't interfere with my primary activities. So what we get here is, what we get here is, how do we get here? We got here because of, I believe, because of factually inaccurate statements that were offered to media personalities like Leslie Kean and Blumenthal and others. Who was the primary source of the New York Times article that we now know was filled with a lot of factually inaccurate statements? Well, the source was Lue Elizondo. So, Lue Elizondo getting upset because people saying he wasn't the director of ATIP, his own statements seem to indicate that there was no program and there was no funding for the program. And this was sort of a hobby, an extracurricular activity that he did that was not his primary or assigned responsibility. In other words, it wasn't Lue Elizondo's full-time job or responsibility to investigate UFOs for the Pentagon. I think even he would admit that. It was not his full-time job or responsibility to investigate UFOs. He had other responsibilities, and this leads to, other things that we can talk about and think about. Let's forget about UFOs for a moment, and let's use, the JFK assassination for an example. Is it okay that somebody within the Pentagon who is being paid to perform one job just suddenly starts using Pentagon time and resources and their time and resources to investigate the murder of JFK if that's not their assigned job or responsibility? I don't think so. I have a problem with that. I'm a taxpayer. And if somebody's a government employee for the Pentagon and they're being paid to do a job, they shouldn't be spending their time while they're being paid to do a certain job to do something else. And it appears to me, based on statements made by the Pentagon and others, including Elizondo, that he took it upon himself, I suppose, to start investigating UFOs, or he was asked by somebody else, according to the IG report, to become the director of a program that didn't exist. And this is where things get very, very murky, right? Why is everything so murky? Why can't we get a straight answer? Why can't somebody from the Pentagon sit down with somebody, preferably somebody like John from the Black Vault, who was familiar with the intergovernment workings, and give us straight answers. Was there a program called ATIP? According to some statements, no, there wasn't. According to the letter from Senator Harry Reid, yes, there was. And by the way, on that subject of well documented, the only document that Lue Elizondo can offer us saying that he was the director of a program called ATIP is from Senator Harry Reid, who nobody trusts because, well, for several reasons, nobody trusts Harry Reid. One of the big reasons you can't trust Harry Reid is he's been caught lying before. Senators are not immune to lying. You know, there's so many problems here with this story, and it gets so murky. You know, Senator Harry Reid got caught lying about Mitt Romney and his tax returns. He got caught dead to rights issuing factually inaccurate statements about Mitt Romney. This is very, very problematic. So and by the way, Harry Reid was deeply involved in the creation of OSAP and giving $22 million to his close friend and political donor, Bob Bigelow. So pardon me if I need a little more proof than somebody that's involved in what I believe is some sort of scam to defraud the government out of $22 million. I'm talking specifically about OSAP. Do me or any other taxpayer want $22 million of our money going to investigate dino beavers, stargates, werewolves, ghosts, goblins, and demons on some ranch in the middle of nowhere? No. And in my opinion, that's a waste of $22 million of taxpayer dollars. Harry Reid is the person that initiated that and was in on that. So for Lue Elizondo to say it's well documented, I was the leader of ATIP. And, you know, people on Twitter are saying congratulations, including me. We're saying congratulations. You were the director of an imaginary program in the Pentagon. It's not a real program. And, you know, I think one of the other things that's very problematic here for Lue Elizondo is that he has a British counterpart, and that would be Nick Pope. And his British counterpart, Nick Pope, claimed the same thing, that he ran a British government UFO program. Now, in the case of Nick Pope, we can clearly establish that Nick Pope highly embellished or just lied. Nick Pope did not run any British UFO program. No, he was a secretary who worked for the Ministry of Defense. So part of me thinks that Lue Elizondo may be getting an unfair bias placed against him, partially due to Nick Pope, his British counterpart, pulling what many think are the same thing, lying about a government job that you never had in order to profit from the UFO community. Many people think that Lue Elizondo did the same thing that Nick Pope has been pretty much dead to rights caught doing, which is to over embellish, make things up, claim that you were more important than you were, claim you ran or were. Nick Pope said he was the director of a British UFO program. We know that to be 100% factually false right now. I'm going to share some of the things from Twitter as well. Facts are facts. Don't worry about him. Carry on. My fish with a kind and generous. Is that $2? Yes, I believe so. You guys know this. I hate doing shows on a laptop. I'm a bit visually impaired, so you'll have to forgive me and excuse me if I can't read everything. We're going to go to Twitter, but before we do, actually, I have a statement from John Greenwald, because I reached out to him saying, hey, you know, what's going on here and what do you think about this? And I have a statement from John Greenwald. 1 second. Let's kind of make this bigger here. Okay. All right. So in a statement, John Greenwald said, in my view, I did not defame anyone, and to float those words is not only telling, but incredibly damaged to the entire investigative process. We are all on an individual journey, our own, each of us, to discover the truth. Whatever that may be, my path took me to vet the claims of a former taxpayer-paid government employee who made claims about a taxpayer-funded program or effort. John Greenwald goes on to say, what country do I live in if I can't question those claims? What country do I live in where it is wrong to use verifiable evidence vetting the claims of someone I once paid for through my taxes to have a job? What country do I live in where my efforts to bring as much verifiable evidence to the table, along with properly labeling and expressing my opinion, is illegal, threat-worthy, veiled or otherwise, to be thrown at me on Twitter? The tweets from an attorney and Lue Elizondo were posted online to rile up a digital mob before my video was even done playing. Okay, so they did post it during his broadcast. The result was a digital lynching by a small but noisy group of Mr. Elizondo's supporters. Anyone that has a following and has followers should be careful when posting such legal jargon and veiled accusations. The result is much more damaging than one might think, but sadly, maybe that was the intent. Bottom line, I did nothing wrong. I exercised my freedom to information. I exercised my right to express my opinion. I vetted taxpayer-paid people and taxpayer-funded programs and posed questions that I would 100% defend under oath in a courtroom. None of that is in the legal definition of defamation or sue-worthy. It's not even threat-worthy. Anyone who decides to talk that defamation talk about what I did is telling the general public more about themselves than they are about me. And again, I think even that is very well said and well spoken. So what we have here is Lue Elizondo. I think he's just butthurt, and he doesn't like people digging into his claims and pointing out the inconsistencies. But that, to me, I agree with John. That's not defamation. You know, one can argue that people should be allowed. If you're making fantastical claims like you were the director of a $22 million taxpayer-funded program, and then it turns out, no, you weren't, people are allowed to talk about that. And by the way, I still think it's murky. Did he run a program? Well, apparently there was no program. There was no employees. There was no people at the Pentagon with the assigned responsibilities of this program. There was no funding, but then later we see in the IG complaint, I believe that there was no funding, but in the IG complaint, Lue Elizondo claims that they got $10 million in funding, but then somebody else sucked away that funding somehow, apparently. Like I said, all of this is very murky, and I don't understand why we can't get a straight answer. I also don't understand why Lue Elizondo can't, tell us the truth about what government agency he now works for. And I get it, maybe he has an NDA, but he should be able to tell us who he's a government contractor for. I believe that he's claiming that he's a government contractor for Space Force, but I've reached out for comment to Space Force, and so has John Greenwald from the Black Vault, and they won't comment on whether Lue Elizondo works for Space Force or not. Why? We can't know if he's telling the truth about being a contractor for Space Force. I don't understand any of this. And like I said, when you get into the situation with these former government people, everything gets incredibly murky. Why is it so murky? Why can't we get a straight answer from the government? Is Lue Elizondo employed by you as a contractor? And if so, what agency is he working for? And we can get into some of the other things too. And by the way, again, because this guy's got a lawyer, I have to say this is my opinion. In my opinion, Lue Elizondo, he filled out those forms to get those 3 videos released, but those 3 videos were supposed to be for internal use only. They were never supposed to go to the media. They were in his, care or possession, and somehow they get blasted all over the media. There's a whole investigation going on about how those materials that were never intended to be released to the public were released to the media. And we know how they were released. Somebody met Chris Mellon in the Pentagon parking lot and gave them to him, and then he leaked them to the New York Times. This is extremely problematic. And Hal is a guy who was involved in that situation, not understanding that there's going to be investigation about that. It doesn't make any sense. And it also doesn't make any sense that Lue Elizondo would be able to continue employment with the government after being involved in something like that. But again, I'm no lawyer and I'm no expert in the declassification of classified information, including videos. UFO John Doe is here and says, "Hey, Stephen, great to catch a show this week. As good show, keep kicking down the doors," right? Yeah, Greenwald should come on sometime. Lue is desperate and making noise. That's what a lot of people think. This is an act of desperation. You know, originally, I believe that his book was supposed to come out in April, but it would appear that that was delayed. And I don't know why that is. And some people are speculating that he's just trying to salvage whatever he can and muddy these waters so that he can continue to make money from the UFO community. I'm not sure what I think about that. You know, would I hire him to? No, I wouldn't hire him to speak about UFOs because of his inconsistent statements. And we don't really know what he actually did that involved UFOs at the Pentagon. We know what he says he did. Get us some documents. And I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. That, you know, if you investigate, if you're the director of an entire program for the Pentagon, there would be a mountain of paperwork about the program, about you, about your employees, about the funding, about oversight, about classification processes, about the reports you're generating, the investigations you're underway, the witnesses that you interviewed. There is nothing. There is nothing. There's one page, a page from Harry Reid saying that this guy ran a government program. That's it. And Harry Reid was in on it. So pardon me if I don't trust Harry Reid. You know, but I want to be sure that we're very clear in that. You know, I did talk to this lawyer who basically said, yes, I've been retained, and that's the only comment officially that he will give me. Mr. Fish, with a kind and generous £2, says he wants them UFO dollars and he has UFO disease. Yeah, a lot of people think he wants the UFO money. You know, what can we say? There's a lot of money. People don't understand. There's a ton of money to be made. You know, and also, one of the troubling things about Lue Elizondo still being a government contractor is he was also involved in TTSA. TTSA literally promised investors that they were going to build a revolutionary spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world. They basically promised investors hover cars and then didn't deliver on any of that, spent all the investors' money. No investor, to my knowledge, has ever gotten any money back. That's problematic. And, you know, again, we get this cult-like atmosphere surrounding this guy. Why is there such a cult-like atmosphere? Why are you not allowed to question this situation, right? You can't question him about TTSA. You can't, he brings the NDA around, right? I just don't get it, right? 50 cents. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, and my phone keeps ringing, and I'm not quite sure why, because I'm sure I'm not muted. I hope that's not anything important. It's in the other room. So, look, this is all I've really got for you, but I did want to share, interestingly, John Greenwald and others have, or I'm sorry, Stephen Greenstreet and others have taken to Twitter in defense, and I'm glad to see that there's so much defense of John Greenwald. What I do see is we've gotten, let's see, Stephen Greenstreet in defense of him. People are also saying that they're willing to contribute to a GoFundMe or a PayPal, you know, to crowdfund a legal defense for John from the Blackvault, and that's very good to see. People are actually willing to put their money where their mouth is and defend John Greenwald's right to report on this stuff. Again, you know, most of me is just surprised that it's John Greenwald that's getting this stuff leveled at him. Okay, so we have who is Axelrod. I'm sorry, I got to make this bigger. I can't read this. Who is Axelrod? Go kick rocks on Twitter. By the way, she's been running some spaces that I hear are fire lately. Says, dude, you came out as the head of a DoD UFO program. People are going to ask questions and pick you apart. You're a big burly military guy, so don't play the victim. Maybe answer questions, including the timeline that is broken. People aren't against you. They want answers. Yeah, I think that's very fair. Stephen Greenstreet says, former Pentagon intelligence agent and current DoD contractor, uses lawyer to threaten legal action against U.S. citizens who disagree with him. If this was about election results or the China-Taiwan conflict, it would be a big deal. But it's about UFOs, so it's just stupid. A lot of people know Stephen Greenstreet is not a big fan of Lue Elizondo lately. Alien Scientist says Greenstreet doubles down on Lue Elizondo and ATIP. I just want to know who the quintessential theoretical physicist was who brought Lue into the program, whatever the program was in the first place. That's from Alien Scientist. Stephen Greenstreet also says there is no evidence Elizondo was the director of an official Pentagon program called ATIP. There is also no evidence an official Pentagon program called ATIP beyond just a nickname for OSAP ever existed. And he offers his mini documentary as proof. Tom Mellett is one of the people who were sending me statements about McMurtry and some of the statements that he's made in the past. I don't know. Let's see them start telling the truth about transsexualism being a mental illness or about the implication of IQ disparities between different racial groups. So this lawyer is very, very controversial, apparently. And, it is what it is. Rather Be Squidding from Unidentified Celebrity Review. And by the way, good luck to those guys. I know maybe I shouldn't even be broadcasting today because everybody's tuning into that Big Phone Home 3. And even though I wasn't invited, I support that effort. Though I am somewhat of a bitter person when it comes to the government. I don't believe that writing a bunch of letters to the senators is effective. I don't think they care. If you really want to get a senator's attention, you need a couple $1 million. That's how to get their attention. But good luck to them. Rather Be Squidding says you're defaming him by reading the IG complaint he wrote. Must have struck a nerve. Thanks for speaking truth to power, Blackfall. If the frivolous lawsuits happen, I'll up my Patreon support, and I'm sure I'm not alone. And John Greenwald says, do you feel we should be able to question the claims of a former U.S. government employee using as much evidence as we can and properly labeling opinions when they are? Me too. But some rather label it defamation and retweet their attorney to scare anyone who does. Why? Yeah. Area 503, who is, of course, the filmmaker behind the film Who's Lue? Lue Elizondo says he has tons of documentation to support his claims, then holds up the Harry Reid deathbed letter that has been on his website for years. That's like claiming you are a billionaire and then holding up a dollar bill to prove it. Yeah, this claim of it being well documented, there's one document. That's not well documented. If he had 3 documents saying that he was the director of ATIP, I may believe that, right? Rather Be Squidding, again, chiming in saying, where's the documentation? Where's the defamation? Or is this just more claims without any evidence to back it up? Yeah, so I think that this is going to be a hot issue going forward. We'll take some comments or questions from the live chat. Otherwise, I'm going to wrap it up here and go build a cabin. That's what I'm supposed to be here doing, Yeah. And The Sixth Sense is kindly sharing the Who's Lue documentary. You may want to look into that if you're interested in whether Lue's claims are accurate. And I highly recommend there we go. I was able to make the chat bigger. I would also highly recommend Stephen Greenstreet's Basement Office episode where he breaks down a lot of information that would seem to indicate that there is something not right about Lue Elizondo's story, and that his public statements don't match the facts and evidence at hand, right? Calling it the tip. Oh. I have no doubt Lue worked mushroom caps hard, nicknamed A-Tip. Yes, and B. Baker is saying that John Greenwald is by far the most credible person in the UFO community. And an incredible amount of respect for him. Lue Elizondo is a scumbag counter-intel agent. Yeah, people don't like former government people, by the way. Everybody's free to express their opinion here, but please try to steer away from personal attacks or ad hominem attacks. Spooky says, follow John for years. He's the real deal. Well, I'm glad that we could lend our support to him. I support John and his right. I watched that entire thing, and I didn't find anything that he did to be really the wrong thing to do, either morally, ethically, or legally. I think he's doing his job. It's somebody, listen, it's his job to dig, and it's his job to question things. Since when are we, especially people here in the UFO community, just supposed to, take what a government employee tells us as truth? We're supposed to question these people. And for anybody, look too, that's another point that I wanted to make. There is a cult-like group of Lue Elizondo followers who are right now cheering that, threatening John Greenwald with the lawyer, right? But as in this case, just as in the case of the Trump raid on Mar-a-Lago, you have to remember that if they can do that to people you don't like, right, they can do it to people you like, and the same thing can happen. So, I think we have to be very careful. Wow, I didn't know that happened. Stephen, I just wanted to know that before the show ends, that Sidvich gave out 10 memberships to your channel today. Congrats to your new members. And to Stephen, wow, Sidvich, so generous of you. Thank you so much. I can't believe you did that. So we've got 10 new channel members, courtesy of Sidvich. He sponsored 10 new channel members. Wow. Great thing to do, Sidvich. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Lord Ludicrous says the people attacking John are crazy. Yeah. It's really a problem, losing audio. Really. It's happened on and off. Yeah. You guys should be aware that I am here at the cabin and there is wonky audio. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to wrap things up here. Mark says, we're going to see some interesting stuff. I'm making popcorn with lots of homemade butter. This is going to get good. Who has bigger members? We'll see Lue's. We will see. My bet is Lue's lawyer. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, great stuff, Sidvich. Thank you very much. It is much, much appreciated. Oh, I'm sorry for the audio issues. It's probably due to our wonky connection. For those that aren't aware, I'm broadcasting live from my apocalypse cabin, which is in the middle of nowhere. And there is a mile-long cable behind the cabin going to the nearest internet. Mark says John Greenwald is a hero, and I agree with that. Look, this kid, he was a 14-year-old kid starting to challenge the government. You got to have respect for that guy. But back to my point, if we allow people that are questioning people's stories to be threatened with lawsuits, then it can happen to anybody. And by the way, I do want to say that I think that some people have treated Lue Elizondo unfairly, but I certainly would never include John or Stephen Greenstreet even, or me in that category. There are some people who are just like, Lue's a liar and a CIA agent, and this is all a psyop, and Lue lied about everything. I don't think he lied about everything. I think he over embellished and maybe, he overstated his involvement in UFOs while he worked for the Pentagon in order to make some money. I mean, we know that this, even the television show he was on, the opening has factually inaccurate statements in it. We can say that now, but at the time nobody knew that was factually inaccurate. Just like, I wish I had it with me. Somebody's asking where the Lue mask is. I wish I had it with me. It's at home in the studio. Somebody gave inaccurate information to the New York Times, and since Lue was the major source for that story, I would have to believe it was him who gave inaccurate information to the reporters and started this whole media frenzy, right? So listen, this is all I got for you. I thought it important enough, and I want to be sure. Go and express your support for John from the Black Vault. He does good work, and he deserves better than this. He really does. Like I said, if Lue had sicked a lawyer on me, I would go, yeah, I'm an asshole. I say a lot of stupid things, but not John. John really is so factual and calm and matter of fact that I was shocked that it was him. Somebody texted me and said Lue Elizondo is threatening journalists with a lawyer on Twitter, and then they sent me the link, and then it went, what journalists, right? And then when I heard it was John, I was just shocked. I was like, oh my gosh, right? Yeah. It can cause a lot of money, right? Yes, he did say he wanted to destroy ufology. I guess it's working. And I can't, I don't know what else to say about this situation. And I'm sorry for the audio issues. It really must be the wonky internet connection. So we're gonna Spooky, who always makes me work, right? It's the weekend, Spooky, and I'm supposed to be on vacation or building a cabin. But yes, I believe, listen, here's what I'll say. I'm not sure if my children and my wife are coming here tonight. If they're not, there'll be another show today. We have an interesting piece on UFOs and the bubble, the echo chamber. And we can do that later this evening if things pan out. Mark said, my lawyer suggested I participate cautiously in discussing that lawyer's client, and I'm a nobody. Yeah, well, listen, here's what I will say. Points for Lue Elizondo. That lawyer that he hired is an absolute bulldog of a lawyer. Like, if I had somebody talking smack on me or defaming me or slandering me, that guy might be on my list to hire to back off my critics, right? That guy's a hell of a lawyer. That's all I'm going to say. You can look into his history. I did a little bit. And what I said to myself is I got to be a lot more careful when discussing Lue Elizondo based on this bulldog lawyer that he has. And by the way, I've been threatened by a lot of so-called lawyers, but most of them were jokes. If I got a letter from that guy, I would take it very, very seriously and hire an attorney right away. I wouldn't even talk to him. So there's some levels to this situation. This is not some podunk small town lawyer that doesn't have, a lot of experience or whatever. This guy is a bulldog. That's what I'll say. This guy is a bulldog. He is a hell of an attack dog lawyer. And maybe that's what Lue Elizondo wants, is he wants a hell of a bulldog to back off the people that he believes are defaming him or slandering him or being unfair, right? Yes, and somebody is suggesting, this is Space Exposure is suggesting that bulldog lawyer is simply using his reputation to intimidate. Yeah, maybe, but again, I want to be very clear in that if somebody is making factually inaccurate statements about Lue Elizondo, he has a right to execute legal action against them, and he has a right to hire a bulldog attorney and defend his reputation. The problem here is that Lue Elizondo's own statements contradict, his previous statements contradict his other statements. And the Pentagon statements contradict what he said. And, this whole thing is so murky and problematic. It's like a hall. It's like what's that one phrase that I do like from Linda Moulton Howe? It is a hall of mirrors with a quicksand floor. That's what this situation is. It's smoke, it's mirrors, it's obfuscation, it's misdirection. Did he really run a program? Did he not run a program? Did it have $2 million in funding? Did it not? Was that $22 million programs really investigating werewolves? Was that information that they were investigating werewolves as well as UFOs left out of the New York Times article on purpose? This whole thing is a smoke and mirrors mess. And, I would much prefer to never speak about Lue Elizondo again. In fact, I'd be happy if he just, rode off into the sunset and wasn't around anymore. And that's another thing, this cult-like atmosphere around him. These people, they just ignore facts, right? They just ignore the facts, and they viciously attack anybody. They viciously attack anybody that doesn't speak positively about Lue Elizondo. And I find that very, very troubling. And I also find troubling the fact that Lue Elizondo used sock puppet accounts to argue with his critics. Why is a grown man using fake accounts? I don't know. Like I said, all this is very murky. It's a bunch of smoke and mirrors. And that's what you get into when you get into intelligence agents. They're trained to do this stuff, to muddy the waters, right? And the waters with Lue Elizondo have gotten so muddy that even professional journalists don't know how to report on him. Did he run that program that he said he ran, or was there no program? Was it funded or wasn't it funded? Why is the Pentagon saying he had no assigned responsibilities? But then he all but admitted he had no assigned responsibilities. And like I said, I can say that I run a program. I could just make up a program and say I'm the director of it. Doesn't mean it's a real program or that people should respect me for running my imaginary program. None of this makes any sense. I am up to my eyeballs in conflicting statements about Lue Elizondo, but I will say this. I am going to make it a point, not just because of the Bulldog Lawyer, but I have thought, what if I've been unfair to him, to Lue Elizondo? What if I have not been fair enough? I think I have, but I'm going to make it a point to do an extra effort to be fairer to Lue Elizondo. And I'm going to reach out to him for an interview for the 100th time. Do I think he's going to come here? No, because he knows I'm going to ask him about Guantanamo Bay, and I'm going to ask him about what contractor he works for. I'm going to ask him if it was legal or ethical for him to be involved in this situation whereby 3 videos somehow made its way out of the Pentagon, and then he profited from those 3 videos for 5 years now. And he's the guy who filled out the forms. I have a lot of questions that I don't think he wants to answer. And UFO John Doe says, dude's listening for sure. Well, let's hope it's him listening and not the Bulldog Lawyer who may come after me. I got enough problems, and I don't need a lawyer like that on my ass. That's for sure. And again, I just want to say that guy is a hell of a lawyer. So one thing I will say is that Lue Elizondo is very smart. He's a very intelligent man. If you're going to have an attack dog lawyer, get a good one, and he certainly did. Here we have some of the clearly. Why is everyone still confused about things? Maybe because the Pentagon said he had no assigned responsibilities around UFOs. Maybe because the Pentagon said that he was not the director of a program. And even he said it wasn't a program, it was an activity. And maybe because somebody lied to the New York Times and said that they ran a $22 million UFO program. That's not the case. The facts don't line up with that, right? Maybe people are still confused because Lue Elizondo keeps making conflicting statements. wasn't long ago that apparently people stopped calling him the director of ATIP and started calling him the Pentagon UAP portfolio manager. And that was for a while now, the last couple of months. And now we're back to him saying that he was the director of ATIP, not the Pentagon UFO portfolio manager. I don't understand any of this myself. It's very, very murky. B. Baker says, Lue Elizondo, could you please show us a pay stub for your work as UAP portfolio manager? Yeah, UAP portfolio manager is just another made-up title. And I think they're backing off of that now because that plan to retcon his story didn't work, you know? Yeah, good thing I have an apocalypse cabin to escape to, UFO John Doe, for sure. Good thing I have a cabin. So, look, friends, that's all we got for you. We'll call it a short one today, but I'm glad that I was able to come here, and certainly I want to be sure that everybody understands that I give my full support to John from the Black Vault. And by the way, should he happen to be sued by this lawyer, I will give as hefty a donation that I can to John from the Black Vault's legal defense fund. I'm hearing that the sound is bad. I apologize for that. It's probably due to my wonky internet connection. So we're going to bounce on out of here, friends. We may be returning later tonight after all their other UFO show hosts who've decided that I'm lazy or I don't work hard enough because I don't do enough shows. We only do shows if we have something worthwhile to talk about, just for your own information. I don't just ramble every day about nothing to grift super chats or whatever, but it is what it is. So that's all I got for you. I do want to thank Rather Be Squidding because I stole that clip from him, and I want to thank Lue Elizondo because I stole that clip from of him talking about being a counterintelligence agent, and also want to thank Dark Journalist because I stole a clip. He really explains what counterintelligence officers do better than I ever could, and so we stole a clip from him as well. We certainly want to thank Spooky and Sixth Sense and B. Baker and the others who helped make this show possible, and certainly thank all you kind and generous benefactors. There's instructions on how to help us if you're feeling generous in the description of the video. Also, how to go subscribe to Spooky's show as well. Some Pentagon officials to form this thing called OSAP so that we could learn that there is a disease that is transmitted by ghosts, by poltergeists. Now, I know that's ridiculous, and I for one, think that whoever decided it was okay to spend $22 million on this should testify before Congress under oath. Where did the money go? All I've been able to tell from OSAP and ATIP is that we got a bunch of reports written about things like werewolves, dino beavers, poltergeists, portals. You know, if you listen to George Knapp, you also get some stories about, you know, dogs that were smoking, and it's so ridiculous and stupid that, you know, I used to think this had to be some kind of a psyop that the government was running. And then I go, even they're not stupid enough to make it this ridiculous and this stupid, but this is where we're at. And this is where we find ourselves. That's what happened to our money. They spent it on ridiculous nonsense, apparently, like studying reports of werewolves, ghosts, and Skinwalker Ranch. And by the way, it's important to note that, you know, George Knapp, who is, I guess, considered the expert on Skinwalker Ranch, he's been reporting on it the longest. You know, he's got a lot of stories about werewolves and bulls being jammed into some little containment, shed, and they couldn't have got there. And you know, there was a werewolf, and they shot it with a shotgun, and it didn't die. All this stuff from George Knapp. But on Joe Rogan asked him, is there evidence for this? Well, no, not, you know, George Knapp says, no, there's not really, you know, evidence. Yet in his book, he claims that the book that he put out with Lukatsky is based on all of this evidence. But in the book, I have it. It doesn't appear to me that they have actual physical evidence that is presented. Maybe I missed it. You know, I'm human. I don't know. But lately, let's fast forward a while, and we get these recent revelations from the Pentagon statements which essentially say, hey, Lue Elizondo had no responsibilities with ATIP. That's what we heard. It's very, things get murky here then. So who's telling the truth? And here's what's incredibly interesting to me. Recently, The Intercept came out with an article, or excuse me, Liberation Times, right? Came out with an article confirming that Lue Elizondo did tell the truth when he said that he worked for Space Force, but apparently he works as a contractor and advises them on classified things. Great. It gets so murky, friends, and I'm going to try to get to the Discord here too. We have a lot of information to share with you tonight, and there's some very troubling things that just happened right before broadcast, and so I'm having a real hard time here trying to get myself organized and going here, but we're half there. Okay, so gee, if Sixth Sense, if you could message me, or Kari, message me the Intercept statement. It's in the Discord a little ways back. That would be helpful. Somehow I'm logged into another Discord and can't get out. Yeah, live show, friends. So we'll move on then to other things and come back to that. But in this article, it said former head of ATIP in it, but that wasn't in quotes. But somehow the Lue Elizondo believers are taking that Susan Goff retracts her statement that he didn't run ATIP and is now saying he did run ATIP and he also works for Space Force. But that is yet to be determined. I don't believe that portion of the article which calls Lue Elizondo the director of ATIP came from Susan Goff. And this, again, is the muddying of the waters. The conflation of different facts, different statements from different people. Who made the statement that Lue Elizondo was the director of ATIP? It's deceptive. In the article, it may appear to many people that Susan Goff made that statement. And then the very next line is an actual statement from Susan Goff saying that he does work for Space Force as a contractor on classified projects. And to these Lue Elizondo believers, they're all going nuts. This proves he was right about everything and he didn't lie. Well, no, it proves that he told the truth once. But my friends, if you've been caught lying multiple times and then it's proven that you told the truth once, it doesn't excuse the other times where you were not truthful. And again, I don't want to get sued by the Kyle Rittenhouse bulldog lawyer, who also now happens to be representing Lue Elizondo. And by the way, in full disclosure, I did have a short conversation with that guy off the record. And I can't talk about what he said, but then I can say this. After our conversation, it seemed to me that he told me something, and then he made conflicting statements on Twitter saying that he would be, he identified, I suppose, Black Vault and the New York Post as targets. And we all know that who he was talking about, well, those of us informed of all of this drama, people outside of UFO land, they don't know about any of this shit. But it would appear that the lawyer is confirming that two of his targets is John from the Black Vault, which I have a real problem with. We can get into, and Stephen Greenstreet, which again I have a real problem with. I support free speech and I support journalists discussing evidence, and that's all those two media personalities were doing. I don't know if they should, how do you term it? Is John a journalist? I guess you would call Stephen Greenstreet a journalist and John a researcher journalist, investigative journalist. I don't know what they prefer for titles, but those guys are doing good work. They're showing people the evidence and they're talking about it. They're not slandering anybody. They're not doing anything that qualifies under the definition of defamation. But welcome to America. You can sue anybody for anything in the United States of America. It doesn't matter if they actually, there's frivolous lawsuits filed all the time. It happens. And even if somebody files a frivolous lawsuit against you, I know one case, Corey Good filed frivolous lawsuits against all his critics. And one of those critics, one C.W. Channer, some of you may be aware of, has had $15,000 plus in lawyer fees to fight a completely ridiculous, frivolous lawsuit because C.W. Channer had the audacity to go on YouTube and talk about the things that Corey Good was saying and talk about how ridiculous and stupid and childish and implausible it is and how there was no evidence. He got sued for that. But welcome. This is not the, this is, I agree with what John from the Black Vault, he made a statement like, is this the country that I live in, that I'm not allowed to discuss evidence? I'm not allowed to show people what I found after digging for evidence for months? And to his credit, you know, listen, I said it before, I'm going to say it again. If Lue Elizondo's lawyer threatens to sue me, I understand it. I would kind of understand it because I say stupid things and I'm not a trained journalist. I'm learning as I go to say things like alleged and in my opinion and based on available evidence, I believe. You know, there's these statements and in journalism, they train you to say those things so that you are properly sharing the information that you have and not defaming somebody, even if what you're sharing casts the subject, the person in a bad light. You frame things a certain way. Language is important. You have to speak a certain way. Up until recently, I didn't speak that way. I just said what I thought, you know? So I'm learning. I would understand it if they threaten to sue somebody like me. But I always think that like John from the Black Vault is kind of like the Walter Cronkite of UFOs. He's so serious and so matter of fact and so fair and so balanced, right? And he says when it's his opinion, he says, this is my opinion based on this evidence or whatever. I don't think there's anything wrong with what these people are doing. Now, the subject of tonight is the cult of Lue Elizondo. Now, some people instantly attacked me when they saw the title of tonight's show, but we're simply exploring and comparing known cult-like behavior, known cult dynamics. And this is a very common thing in psychology. Get any psychology book, almost any psychology book, especially Psychology 101, if you're taking a college course, there will be a section in there about cults and cult dynamics. And if you go through some of the cult dynamics and the ways to spot a cult and the characteristics of a cult, and we apply them to Luis Elizondo and all of the people around him and some of his supporters, you see an incredible amount of parallels between those two. And we're going to get into it tonight. Before we do, in full disclosure, some people, I got a message and I'm not going to share it, but because the person doesn't, well, I don't know if they care if I share it. But in this email, someone said, Stephen, you are not qualified to judge Luis Elizondo or his efforts. You are obviously biased based on the attacks that you have suffered from some of his supporters. It is not clear that he directed those supporters to do those things to you. Therefore, you are biased against Luis Elizondo based on the attacks made in his name by his supporters. He may have had no idea that his supporters did those things to you or condoned or supported those actions. Great. So somebody thinks I'm biased against Luis Elizondo. And let's talk about this. In full disclosure, I'm going to say ass lickers. All right? I'm going to put away my let's be a professional journalist hat for a moment, because that's what those people are. Some people who lick his asshole, big, huge supporters, would do anything for him, another show, and the show's co-hosts, who apparently, love Luis Elizondo so much, they could not stand any dissenting voices, anybody asking questions. And what was my sin? I hosted a filmmaker who made a film who, I'll admit, this film, Who's Lou, was very, very critical of Luis Elizondo and all of the claims that Luis Elizondo has made, and has made many in the film. asked a lot of hard questions that none of the UFO circle jerk crowd is asking. Who's the UFO circle jerk crowd? Almost every show that Lue Elizondo has gone on have been huge fans of his and done nothing but softball him through the entire interview and not asked hard questions. So somebody made a documentary, put all the hard questions in. This other show, who hosted Lue Elizondo and are huge fans of his, they got so offended that I hosted and talked about that film with the filmmaker here that they began harassing me. Some would call it cyberbullying, cyberstalking, intimidating, threatening. They doxed me. And for those unaware, doxing means that they, or let me be very, very clear, because this is probably going to a legal situation, in my case anyway, so I have to be very precise. They made an attempt to dox me by releasing my legal name. And I'll freely admit, Stephen Cambion is someone called a stage name. When I was 14 years old, I got into punk rock bands, and we were going to have a first show at 15 years old. I don't remember how old I was, a teenager. And I have a big, long, hard to spell, impossible to pronounce Polish last name. And I went to rock shows, and in many of the rock shows, people would introduce the band, right? On guitar, Johnny Shreds, and whatever. And so I used a stage name, okay? So in full disclosure, great, now you know. A lot of people do that, you know, and they try to make that something nefarious. But I would challenge you to ask some of my oldest and closest friends, people who have known me for 20 or more years, what my legal last name is. Most of them don't know. Everybody knows me as that. My business, you know, anyway, everybody knows me as that name. They try to make that into a big issue. He's lying to everyone. No, I'm not. I'll tell you the truth. I'll even give you my real legal last name if you really want to know. I'm not going to do it live on air, but, you know, what they did is they published my legal last name and my street name in the same tweet. And then they said they didn't dox me. But I'm here to tell you, friends, and what is doxing? We can go into the definition of that. It's really essentially sharing personal information about somebody on the internet in order so that others can attack them, right? And it's a form of threat and intimidation and harassment. People don't release your legal name and the street you live on for fun. They do it so that people can come to your house and threaten you or intimidate you or harass you. And that's what this other show host did. And then they go, technically, we didn't dox him because we didn't give his address. We just gave the name of his street and his legal name. But I'm here to tell you, friends, if you Google my legal name and the name of the street I live on, the first thing that comes up is my street address. So yes, I believe that they did dox me. They did so intentionally. And by the way, that show host, I believe, condoned it. I messaged him and said, look at these tweets. I screenshotted it all. This is what your co-host and your so-called producer are doing to me right now. Do you condone this? You're going to let your co-host and your producer do that? He laughed about it. He laughed about it on his show, went on to dox me again live on his show, giving everybody my legal last name and more information about me. And most recently, that show host has slandered and defamed me, telling people that I'm a convicted felon with no evidence, no court records, no documents, no arrest history, no mugshot. He has no evidence of that. And I'm here to tell you, friends, I said I'm not going to talk about this, but I will again. For the benefit of the stupid people, I am not a convicted felon. Before I started my business, I worked in corporate America where I had access. I was a corporate credit manager and later an IT person. In both capacities, at both of those jobs, I had access to tens of thousands of customers' credit card numbers and the CV security number on the back. I had access to checking account numbers. I had the ability to direct draft right out of customers' accounts money with their authorization, of course. wire transfers in and out of bank accounts with millions of dollars in them. Friends, if I was a convicted felon, no one would give me a job like that. They background check you. And John has made the offer that John from the Black Vault told somebody, hey, if you're unsure if I'm one of the felon 5, then we will. John offered to pay for a background check. Now, I'm not going to do that, but here's what I will do. I will make a public offer that anybody is free to get a background check of me and find out if I'm a convicted felon. And if you find proof that I'm a convicted felon, then I will pay whatever you paid for the background check, as long as you give me a receipt and the so-called evidence that you found. It's not going to happen, friends. I pass background checks routinely because I volunteer for children's charities. That's another thing you probably can't do as a convicted felon. But it didn't stop this idiot show host from just saying it, right? Lo, he's a convicted felon, right? The clip is on my Twitter. I'm not going to share that. He wants the attention, this clown. And by the way, if I were a failure of a father who abandoned his own children to go be somebody's gay houseboy, not that there's anything wrong with that, I would probably stop trying to make enemies on, YouTube. I would probably not try to damage somebody else's reputation when I'm a failure at life, right? But this is where we're at. So, and again, in full disclosure, this is what happened to me. And this is just part of it, because the attacks, the slandering, the harassment, the people trying to damage my reputation has continued up till today. This stuff happened months ago that we're talking about, me getting doxxed, etc. Then people started threatening my family by name, including some of you were witness to this. Someone came in our live chat here, said they were outside my house, and my wife sure looks good tonight. Be a shame if something happened to her, and named her by name. Does this sound like cult-like behavior to you? Because it does to me. Now, again, I don't have any evidence or proof that Lue Elizondo wanted them to do that, but he did appear on their show. And then on Twitter, I shared all the screenshots of everything that happened to me with Lue Elizondo. And then right after that, and all this happened to me, Lue Elizondo goes on that same show again. And I'm entitled to my opinion. I believe he was doing that to reward them for what they did to me. That's my opinion based on what I've seen, based on what happened. I don't think it's a coincidence that he goes on their show unannounced, last minute, I suppose, right after I got doxxed, threatened, intimidated, harassed. People are threatening my family. People come in my live chat and threaten my wife. And for what? Because I asked questions about a public servant who made all kinds of fantastical claims. I'm the director of a $22 million program. No, you're not. No, you're not. You never were. You lied. Somebody lied to the New York Times, Luis. Somebody lied to the New York Times. And since you were the primary source for that original article, again, based on available evidence, I'm going to assume it was you who lied to the New York Times and gave, let's just say, misleading information, inaccurate information, or not the entire story. Imagine if that article came out and it just said, Lue Elizondo, a guy who had no assigned responsibilities about UFOs, wasn't his full-time job to investigate UFOs, wasn't the director of any official Pentagon program, didn't have the funding of $22 million, had no funding apparently, in his spare time, while he was working at the Pentagon in a completely, totally unrelated, in a role completely and totally unrelated to UFOs, in his spare time, looked into some UFO stuff. Would that have been a little bit underwhelming and not have gotten the attention that article with the inaccurate, misleading, false information got? That article created a firestorm of publicity. And it helped launch To the Stars Academy. And that's another issue that I have. To the Stars Academy. I'm calling it a techno scam. They stood there on a stage and promised people a spaceship with a revolutionary power source that would change the world while they were soliciting public investment money from people. And I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. I've reached out. I keep on asking. I'm going to ask again. If you invested in TTSA and you made a single penny on your investment or got a single penny of the original money that you invested in TTSA back, please contact me at truthseekershow@gmail.com, because so far I've been unable to find anybody that made a single penny off their investment or even got their money back that they originally invested. I've talked to several people who told me they lost their entire investment, never saw anything from it, but they won't go on the record. Maybe they don't want to get doxxed, threatened, intimidated, harassed, or have their wives threatened either. You know? So this cult-like behavior that has been going on is absolutely ridiculous. And I, for one, am sick of it. And, you know, I have reached the point now where, you know, I am considering what I should do. You know, do I just let all that go? I have all the evidence and proof of all that stuff that happened to me. I have an incredible amount of media clips from this show host that's such an idiot that he says things on his show that are completely and totally factually correct, and then he laughs right after he says it. I have the screenshots where I informed him I'm not a felon. I have no criminal record, previous to him, again, making that statement on his show. He's been informed. He knows I'm not a convicted felon. He knows I have no criminal record, yet he still continues on YouTube live streams to publicly tell people I am a criminal. I am a convicted felon. This shows forethought, a complete disregard for facts, and malice. That's what that shows. He's been informed. He keeps saying it anyway, and he laughs about it. Then he puts, you know, all right, so we're going to get off of that. But now I do want to take the time to tell you that the cult is crumbling. That's my belief and speculation based on available evidence. And you would be amazed, my friends. You would be surprised and amazed at the number of people who have contacted me lately with stories surrounding this. I'm going to call it cult. That's my opinion. It's a cult. People are contacting me, and some people are making public statements right on Twitter, confirming much of what I have been saying has been taking place, confirming it. So we have a statement from one of the people who doxed me and threatened my family, right? Awesome. And here, you know, and it's great that, to me, a lot of these people are doing what they do because they're sucking up to their UFO celebrity heroes. And it would appear to me that they're willing to do anything to get closer, to get friendly, to become buddy-buddy with their UFO celebrity heroes, including doing completely and totally illegal things. These things are illegal. You can't dox someone. You can't threaten someone's family. That's illegal. It's called a terroristic threat. Look it up. So these people are so intent on getting in the good graces, and again, this is my opinion and speculation, they're so intent on getting in the good graces of their UFO celebrity heroes. And let's also remember that there's a financial motive here, because that show host I mentioned, his numbers are shit. Unless he has Lue Elizondo on, then he can get 10,000 views and make, what, $1,000, right? Big money for him, loser that he is. Great. So this is Gary, also known as Ack. And by the way, I'm not going to share them tonight, but I have them available, all the screenshots of this person, Gary, who is a producer on that shit show. I'm not even going to mention the name of the show because I don't want to drive traffic to somebody that's doxing me, slandering me, defaming me like an idiot. And by the way, besides being illegal, all those things that other show are doing are completely and totally against YouTube terms of service. I don't know how that guy still has a YouTube channel based on what he's doing. We've got clips of him telling people to CrowdStrike other YouTube channels. That's against YouTube terms of service. We've got clips of him after he's been informed that I have no criminal record and I am not a felon. We have clips of him telling everybody in his audience and publicly on YouTube that I am a convicted felon. That is against YouTube terms of service. And also, I learned a word from Luis Elizondo's lawyer. Doing that is also something that's called actionable, because I can show that he was informed that I have no criminal record. I am not a felon. So that shows that he disregarded facts, and he did what he did with malice. And I have the clip of him saying that and laughing about it. Great. So this is the one-time producer for that idiot who says, and again, here he is now, instead of sucking up to Luis Elizondo, in my opinion, he's trying to suck up to John from the Black Vault, but you know, it is what it is. He's commenting on John's piece on the Luis Elizondo AG complaint. He says, very well put together, John, a very insightful and thorough deep dive. And before I get sued for saying that Luis Elizondo's supporters act like a cult, here's one of the former cult members calling it a cult. He says, there is a cult of Lue, and sadly, I was a part of it for a while, doing things and saying things I shouldn't have done. And by the way, I just want to mention that I'm a Christian and I'm a forgiving man. So if this Gary just contacts me and apologizes for what he did to me and my family, I'll forgive him. But he hasn't apologized, and he hasn't reached out to me to make amends for what he did to me and what he put me and my family through. But if he does that as a Christian man, I'll forgive him. He says, I was doing things and saying things I shouldn't have done. When I stepped back from it and started applying logic instead of blindly following, I noticed a lot of new things. I also know what is going on behind the scenes. There is more to this than meets the eye. Casually place people in certain social media areas controlling various things, and to make sure the diehard followers react to create disorder and chaos. And the same the other way. Talking to you privately, making you feel like you were doing the right thing, being promised stuff that never happens, and the second you question something, you are booted out. There is a few people working on behalf of Lue on UFO Twitter at the moment, whose, quote, job, unquote, it is to make sure we keep fighting. It worked on me for a while. I'm glad to be out of it. It's too nasty and vicious and calculated. Another angle they use is recruiting veterans like Rob Heatherly. And boy, that's another thing. If I was a show host and I had a co-host in the form of Rob Heatherly, who had, hours and hours and hours of 8-year-old girls dancing on his public YouTube channel. And by the way, I have captures of all that. If I was a show host and I had a co-host who had questionable material concerning children on his YouTube channel, I might not want to piss off another show host that has copies of all that, right? Maybe, just maybe, all right? All right. Another angle they use is recruiting veterans, because it's frowned upon to call out veterans, so people don't question anything. It's all a club. Again, thank you, John, for all your hard work on this. So there is the person. And by the way, I have the screenshots of that person taking action against me with the doxing and the threats and the intimidation and the harassment. I have all those shots as well to go with this shot I just shared with you. I'm not blowing my load tonight. I'm not going to blow my whole load. I got good dick control. Okay. I'm going to keep some things. And, I've got a lot more. I got a lot more for you. I got so much more about all this, but tonight we're just going to share a portion of what I have, just enough to show you that I'm serious and that, what I'm telling you is factual. I'm not sitting here making things up. This happened to me. And, but back to someone saying that I'm biased. Okay, you're right. I'll admit it. I may have a bias or a grudge. I might be harboring a grudge against Luis Elizondo because I reached out to him through Twitter and showed him all this and asked him, please, come on, you can't let them threaten my children, my family, or something. I'm paraphrasing. I don't want to get beat up later. Somebody's going to find the tweet. Crickets, nothing from Luis Elizondo. And I suppose The justification from the Lueites, oh, that's another thing. That show host who's telling everybody I'm a convicted felon has said I'm an anti-Luite. So here's another cult-like behavior. It's the cult of Lueites, apparently. Because if you're asking too many questions or questioning Lue Elizondo, you're an anti-Luite. So I'm assuming that the good guys are the Lueites. And we're the bad guys here because, you know, we ask too many questions. That's cultic to me. You got a name for your cult, the Lueites, and they got a name for the bad guys. The bad guys are the anti-Lueites, kind of like Scientology, SPs. Everybody opposed to Scientology is a suppressive person, right? So I have a lot more to share, but we're going to be cautious in just how much I do share. I do want to make sure that I mention. And, you know, sometimes things happen for a reason, and I'm glad for when things happen for a reason, because I was very critical of another show host who I will name, and that would be Lue Elizondo from Unidentified Celebrity Review. I was very critical of the way that he handled some 7 interviews with Lue. And I stated, you can find record of me saying that I thought that Lue from Unidentified Celebrity Review was being used and manipulated. And used for a mouthpiece to get whatever information that Lue Elizondo felt like talking about out without being challenged one bit. And I will stand by my statement that I don't believe that Lue Elizondo did his job correctly in that he did not ask him, in my opinion, any hard questions. You know, there's that and some other things I disagree with, but, you know, largely I felt that I changed my opinion of him because welcome to the party, pal, Lue Elizondo. After years of me getting this crap from these people, some of you are aware that after interviewing Lue Elizondo some 7 times, I believe, they had falling out because one of Lue Elizondo co-hosts asked a question about the sock puppet accounts that Lue Elizondo is, to some people would say, well known to employ to attack his critics. And so that created a rift between them. And then suddenly Lue Elizondo went from being in their good graces and a great guy and a huge supporter to being the devil. He is the devil now. And this, my friends, is more cult-like behavior. Look at what happens when somebody leaves Scientology. Look at what they do to people who leave cults. They do everything they can to tarnish their image, discredit them, call them crazy. All of this right now is happening to Lue Elizondo from Unidentified Celebrity Review. So despite my differences with that guy, I now say I support him because now he's speaking out. You know, and I support him doing that. I hear that tomorrow on his show, he's going to have a banger. And he's going to, you know, he's finally going to open up. And I say good for him. It's cathartic, Lue Elizondo. Get it out. Get it out of your system. It's cancerous if you hold it in. Can't hold that shit in. You got to let it all out, bro. Let it all out tomorrow. Everything you know, all the dirty shit, let it all out. Can't let this stuff continue because if you don't speak up, there's going to be more victims like me, like you. So I stand with Lue Elizondo. And I know stranger things have happened here, but yeah, I'm sticking up for that guy. And by the way, I'm giving everybody my firm commitment that I'm going to try. All I can do is try because I'm a human. I'm going to try to be fair to people. I am very judgmental, right? I have my own set of ethics, morality, and the right way I think you should do things. And I thought about this situation a lot with that guy, and I was unfair to him because I have my own ethics, morality, and way of doing things. And I can't blame somebody who has their way of doing it. I can disagree with that guy and not hate him for it or whatever. So he has my apology for anything that I said unkind, and I did judge him perhaps unfairly. And I'm just glad that he has mustered the courage to do the right thing, and he's going to stand up and speak out. And I encourage all of you to be there tomorrow to support him. I will be there. unless I'm working on Dino Beaver animations. And that's a whole nother story, friends. So there is more to share here. Where did that go? I thought that worked. Yes. Silence dissenters at all costs. These are your heroes, part-time men of principle. And this, of course, is from Lue Elizondo of Unidentified Celebrity Review. And he says, thank you for verifying everything I ever thought about you, and see you tomorrow. Video unavailable. This video is no longer available due to a copyright claim by Sean Christopher Cahill. And unfortunately, friends, for the same reason, I cannot share the thumbnail. So apparently there was a picture of Christopher Cahill in the thumbnail. And Christopher Cahill copyright claimed Unidentified Celebrity Review and Lue Elizondo and got their video taken down. I have so much to say about this, but I think it's probably best to let Lue Elizondo talk about this tomorrow. It's what's happening to him. This isn't me that they did this to. But I will say that I agree with him. This is something that cults do. They silence dissenters at all costs. What right does Sean Cahill have to copyright claim and have a stream that hasn't even been broadcast yet taken down off of YouTube? Does he have the right to do that? I don't think he does. Maybe Lue did use an image from his website or something. By the way, you can follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion, and you can see the image that Lue Elizondo used. And in that image, again, I'm not going to share it because if I share it, they will take down my show here. And we have to be very careful of these things. But in the image, Lue Elizondo says, those UFO propaganda shows. And here's another thing I'm happy about. He's starting to name names. You know, I've told you guys this before, there's an unwritten rule in this thing that you don't go after other people in this thing and tell people that they're bullshit. You just don't do it. You don't name names. I'm one of the only few people that actually name names. I'll tell you, this person's full of shit and why. And we have evidence, you know, we show people, look at this fake crap story these people are pushing. Here's the truth of this story. It's totally fake. And in his thumbnail, to his credit, I'm not going to name him. He can. But yeah, we've got a bunch of shows named. And he says those UFO propaganda shows, clicks with a K, clicks with a Q, and money. And this is taking place tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern time. And by the way, you know, I need a bump from him much more than he needs a bump from me. But I think it's important enough to stop other people from becoming victims of these people. Yeah, I'll send them viewers for sure. And I fully support what he's doing. And this, my friends, will show you what lengths they're going to go to. You're going to copyright strike somebody over a goddamn image? Really? And by the way, Sean Cahill, what you just did may be illegal. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, but you're a public figure. And you're making a lot of public statements that are worthy of criticism, debate, and discussion. Lue Elizondo is perfectly within his legal rights to use an image of you as he's offering commentary about you. So I don't understand how you have some right to copyright claim or copyright strike him and have his video taken down. And friends, this isn't about copyrights. This is about attacking a man who is about to speak out. Maybe, just maybe, Lue Elizondo is about to spill some beans that they would rather stay in the can, friends. That's what I think. I think Lue Elizondo is about to spill some beans tomorrow that they would prefer stay in that can. So here we go, attack them. And what do? These military men, these big, strong, tough guys. Oh, the keyboard warrior. We'll get that video taken down. I'm Sean Cahill. I'm going to copyright claim, so he can't do it. He's just going to put it up without an image of you, dummy. You're not going to stop him. Or I hope to God you didn't stop him. I don't think you can. He just has to put up a new stream. He didn't even broadcast the show yet. So all he has to do is put up a stream and take your ugly mug. By the way, that was personal, and I apologize. I don't care Sean Cahill is handsome or ugly, but I care that I believe that what he just did is a despicable thing to do, is a dirty, underhanded, slimy, rotten, low-down thing to do. A weasel does what Sean Cahill just did. This is your hero? This weasel that has to hide on the internet? I'll take that stream down. Yeah, great. How dare, and this, friends, it's not just Lou Angeles. It's not just me or Manny from Area 503, and can't believe I'm going to defend him, or this goof-on guy, or other people out there channel. There's a lot of shows. Josh and Artemis. It's not just me or Lou Angeles that's getting attacked, threatened, intimidated. It is others. And if we don't stand up and all talk about this and say, this is not acceptable, it's going to keep happening to more people. I don't want anybody to go through what I had to go through and my family had to go through. I don't want that to happen to any other people. That's why I'm speaking out about it. And maybe, just maybe, that's why Lou Angeles is finally speaking up about this stuff. So I have a few more things to share. And by the way, in full disclosure, through Spooky, I did say that Lou Angeles could come on the show, but then I said maybe it's best if he just says what he has to say on his show. But he's welcome here. The door's open, and let bygones be bygones. I think sometimes you have to put aside personal differences for the greater good, and I'm willing to do that if he is. So there's that. So but the subject of tonight's show really is, I got blurry like Bigfoot there. The subject of tonight's show really is the cult of Lou Angeles, or excuse me, not Lou Angeles. Well, the cult of Luis Elizondo, and a shocking comparison. So I found this online, and it's about cult dynamics. It's from a psychology website. And while I read this, I want you to remember these things that are going on. I also want you to keep in mind the revelations that Josh and Artemis brought us when they talked about how Luis Elizondo maintains these secret groups where you could, go have a talk with your hero, Luis Elizondo, and he shows people in these secret groups, these secret things that only the inner circle gets to see. And it's a form of reward for the people that are most loyal. And again, I'm paraphrasing all this. If I'm getting it wrong, don't sue me, Todd McGurtree, or yeah. So apparently there's these secret groups. Josh and Artemis talked about it, where you go and you can talk to Luis Elizondo, and he shows people special videos that nobody else has seen and other things, and promises people secret information that he's not going to talk about publicly yet, but you're in on it. Sounds very cult-like, doesn't it? Now, let's read some of the characteristics associated with cults. And I want you to tell me, and by the way, I'm not saying that Luis Elizondo is running a cult, but I am here comparing what's going on with all of the supporters and people who support Luis Elizondo and the people around him and cults. We're making a comparison here, and I'm just asking questions here. So the question I would ask is, after all this behavior that we have seen, right? Gaslighting people, threatening people, intimidating people, harassing people, all of which were critics or were critical of Luis Elizondo. Secret groups with secret information, only for those most loyal. The way they treat people who leave the group. We've seen that with Lou Angeles. We've seen how they treated Josh and Artemis and others who have left, and more. My question really is, the question here really is, as I read these characteristics of cults, doesn't this sound dead on to what's been happening around Luis Elizondo? 1, the group displays excessively zealous and unquestioning commitment to its leader and, whether he is alive or dead, regards to his belief system, ideology, and practices as the truth, as law. Yes. Number 2, questioning, doubt, and dissent are discouraged or even punished. Well, we've just seen Lue Angeles being punished. They just copyright struck him before he even said a word. That's how scared. I think they're scared of what he has to say. I can't wait to hear what he has to say. It must be good if they're willing to copyright claim him, punish him before he's even said a word. So questioning, doubt, and dissent are discouraged or even punished. Mind-altering practices such as meditation, chanting, speaking in tongues. Well, this one doesn't really apply to Lue Elizondo, but I think it's funny because it applies to Stephen Greer, of course, right? The leadership dictates, sometimes in great detail, how members should think, act, and feel. That is, members must get permission to date, change jobs, or marry. Well, I'm not aware that he's made anybody get permission to date, change jobs, or marry, but I am aware of at least 2 people who contacted me who told me that while really in this group, they were told who they could speak to, who they could not speak to. And I would encourage Lue Angeles. I believe that they told Lue Angeles that he should not speak to me, Stephen Cambion, right? And that would be confirmation of this point by multiple people. Maybe Josh and Artemis have experienced Lue, or, you know, the people in his inner circle telling them who they can and cannot speak to. I believe I was on that list of people that people should never, ever speak to. And, you know, I take that as a badge of honor. It must mean that I'm asking the right questions if the, you know, glorious leader doesn't even want you to talk to me, right? Or listen, by the way. I know specifically that people were told, don't listen to his show, don't watch his show. Why would they tell people what they can and can't watch, friends? But again, it matches cult dynamics here, characteristics associated with cults. Okay. The group is elitist, claiming a special exalted status for itself, its leaders, and its members. The leader is considered the Messiah, a special being, an avatar. Or the group and/or the leader is on a special mission to save humanity. Does this sound familiar to anybody? They're on a special mission? Disclosure. Their whole mission is disclosure. We got to get disclosure. Lue Elizondo is the savior of disclosure. He's going to bring us disclosure. The only information that I have learned from Lue Elizondo since 2017 or 2016, when that New York Times article broke and TTSA came out, the only thing I've learned from Lue Elizondo is that he likes money. That's what I've learned. He has not given us anything new except for, I guess, 3 videos, if you want to credit him with that. And there's a whole thing about that being maybe not legal. Who knows? Nothing new. How is he bringing us disclosure? I don't get it. Okay. Here we go. Another characteristic. The group has a polarized us versus them mentality, which may cause conflict with the wider society. You think so? Us versus them. Hey, that guy, Steve Cambion, hosted a filmmaker who was critical of dear leader Lue Elizondo. We've got to threaten him, intimidate him, harass him, go in his live chat and threaten his wife, mention her name so he knows you mean business. Yeah. They have an us versus them mentality, right? To me, it wasn't personal before they started threatening my family. And by the way, not just my wife, my children were named, right? Somebody stalked my my Facebook and my wife's Facebook. There is definitely an us versus them mentality with these people. And that, my friends, is one of the characteristics associated with cults. So all you people critical of my show title tonight, maybe I'm not so crazy here. You know, I didn't write this. A psychologist wrote this. That's an expert on cults and characteristics of cults. Why does it match so closely what's going on with Lue Elizondo? Right? I'm not crazy. It does match. You can't deny that many of these characteristics associated with cults we can see happening here around Lue Elizondo. Okay. All right, here's another one. The group teaches or implies that its supposedly exalted ends justify whatever means it deems necessary. This may result in members participating in behaviors or activities they would have considered reprehensible or unethical before joining the group. That is, lying to family or friends, collecting money for bogus charities, etc. The leadership induces feelings of shame and or guilt in order to influence and control members. Often, this is done through peer pressure and subtle forms of persuasion. Well, that one's kind of gray. I would say that he shamed Lue Angeles. How dare you ask me a hard question? How dare you share information with Stephen Greenstreet that I would prefer he not know, right? He certainly shamed him. He shamed him by turning his back on his once friend, Lue Angeles. It's a form of punishment, and all cults do it, friends. All cults do that. In some Christian sects, there's something called shunning. The Amish do it. If you piss off the leader, they all turn their back on you. What happened to Lue Angeles? What happened to Josh and Artemis? They all turned their back on them, and now those people are evil. They're liars. They're the devil. Well, why were they such close friends, allies, and associates of yours before they started asking too many questions, and now they're the devil? You can see how this is very cult-like. Subservience to the leader or group requires members to cut ties with family and friends and radically alter their personal goals and activities they had before joining the group. Does anyone else think that it's a little more than a coincidence that a former counterintelligence officer just happened? And by the way, I might be getting this story wrong, and if I am, he's free to correct me or somebody can correct me. But, I heard the story that Lue Elizondo just so happened to walk into a restaurant that Lue Angeles worked in. And Lue Angeles, is a guy running a UFO show, and a former counterintelligence guy, a spook, essentially, intelligence officer, just so happens to walk into the restaurant where Lue Angeles is working while he's also trying to get a UFO show off the ground. I don't think that is a coincidence. And suddenly, Lue Angeles is dropping everything, willing to do anything he can to help Lue Elizondo with his mission of disclosure, right? So that one, we can see at least one example in the form of Lue Angeles from Unidentified Celebrity Review. All right, now we have the group is preoccupied with bringing in new members. Well, I've talked to many people who felt like they were being recruited and asked to do things. So I think that one pretty much applies. Members are expected to devote inordinate amounts of time to the group or group-related activities. I'm not sure on that one, but I'm pretty sure that Lue Elizondo has an army of podcast hosts that are willing to sit there and softball him and volunteer their time so that he can spout his nonsense unchallenged without being questioned or, scrutinized for his, some would say, ridiculous claims. I think that one applies, right? Here's another one that jumped out at me, right? Members are encouraged or required to live and or socialize only with other group members. Again, I've had many people tell me that people were told not to speak to me, not to listen to my show, don't be friends with him, and I'm not the only one. Here's another point. The most loyal members, the true believers, feel there can be no life outside of context of the group. They believe there is no other way to be and often fear reprisals to themselves or others if they leave or even consider leaving the group. Yeah. So there is, it also mentions the group is preoccupied with making money. Yeah. Yeah. So there's an awful lot of these cult-like characteristics that seem to match the current situation. Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to go on over to the live chat. We're going to thank and recognize all our kind and generous supporters. And I'm putting the link to that characteristics of a cult into the live chat. If you want to read that, let me know what you think. Let me know what you think in the live chat. Does this recent behavior match the characteristics of a cult? I know what I think, but I'm more interested in what you think. Let me know in the comments if you're listening to the replay. Is this situation that's been going on lately, does it match the characteristics of a cult? We've read them off. It seems pretty clear to me that there are some severely cult-like characteristics going on here and things that cults do that are going on here. And by the way, I was going to play, I'm not going to tonight, but I will encourage you to, you know what I'll do? I will put a link to it. I have a link to share with you that I think is very, very important and topical. And that is the story of Teresa Llaneras. For those that don't remember or may perhaps be unaware, Teresa Llaneras was once one of the big mouthpieces and inner circle members of the Corey Good cult. And she has experienced all of what Lue Angeles is now experiencing, and others who are leaving the cult of Lue Elizondo are experiencing. Teresa Llaneras had her reputation destroyed, her business destroyed. She was threatened, intimidated, doxxed, harassed, and more. All because she left. And now in her case, it's interesting that she did not, to this day, she has not really spoken out directly against Corey Good. She spoke in general terms about being influenced by New Age cultic-like people that were around her, but she has not really, she hasn't really named names, really. You know, she hasn't said she's talking about Corey, but everybody knows in these videos that she's talking about Corey. And I am going to, you know what, we'll play a portion of it. 1 second, friends. One second, friends. I just want to get this queued up. And we're going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We are educating the public. This is a video formerly, I believe she used to be called Divine Frequency, her YouTube channel, but she has dropped that because most of her Divine Frequency videos were about Corey Good and New Age stuff, and she has since found Jesus. Some have argued that she traded one cult for another. I'm not going to comment on that. I'm a Christian myself. I support whatever she chooses to do. But I think that it's a cautionary tale, because all this has happened before, friends, and it will all happen again. Some of you may remember that before Lue Elizondo was the guy getting the big, huge numbers that everybody was talking about, Corey Good was that guy. He was the alpha dog for a while. And while he was, the same things happened. The same exact things happened. A bunch of echo chamber, UFO disinformation podcasts and show hosts would help Corey Good spread his garbage and hype up his latest, whatever he was selling, and they wouldn't push back. They would all softball him. Does this sound familiar? Yeah, because all of this has happened before, and it will all happen again. Lue Elizondo, in my opinion, is just the latest in a long line of UFO celebrities, saviors, saviors of disclosure that bring us nothing. But they sure fill their pockets with money. They're good at that. They're good at filling their pockets with money, but they're coming through with the promises after they've overpromised and delivered. How long is Lue Elizondo going to hype up UFOs and disclosure before he shows us one tangible, irrefutable piece of evidence of alien existence or visitation on Earth? How much money does he need before he's going to give us that? When will he ever give us that? Or is he just like all the other people who overpromise, underdeliver, and never give us the goods, friends? So this is a transformative work. We're educating the public. And by the way, I have prayed for Teresa Llaneras because she went through hell after she left the good graces of Corey Good. And by the way, in her circumstance, she was encouraged to have a boyfriend that was in Corey Good's inner circle. She was encouraged to only speak to people in Corey Good's inner circle. She was encouraged to start a business that would support Corey Good and work with Corey Good. She was used as a mouthpiece and as a facilitator of disinformation. All of this she freely admits now after having left the good graces of Corey Good. And some of you may be aware that this girl, Teresa Llaneras, her sister, Valerie, is still in the good graces. So I'm unclear whether she has lost her relationship with her sister, but I don't believe that Corey Good, whose lawyer is this girl's sister, who's suing all. Let me say it better. The lawyer for Corey Good, who is suing all of Corey Good's critics, is Valerie Llaneros, who is this girl, Teresa Llaneros, who spoke out and left the cult's sister. That's how damaging this stuff can get. So, where is the... 1 second, friends. I lost it. Oh, let me try that again. All right, I have to get the video now. That would help. All right, we can do this. 1 second. I got it. I got it now, I think. Yes, I do. Okay, so this is a transformative work. We're going to share this video to educate the public about the dangers of UFO cults, and we'll be discussing and critiquing the video while we're sharing it. Let's do that once more. Stupid share. I hate that thing. Share system audio. Great. All right, here we go. Now we got it, friends. Sorry for the delay.
Light occult and dark occult, that magical powers could be harnessed for good or evil. That's not true. It's not true at all. And the occult is the occult, and all of it is evil. You're accessing power from evil realms. You deny God and you take on personal power. You're looking to yourself as a god. I became selfish and I got further and further away from God, and to the point where I couldn't even hear his voice anymore because I was not in his kingdom. I remember when I realized what was going on in my life, when I realized that the occult had brought me to my knees, had put my life in shambles. I picked up my Bible and I started learning for the first time. I mean, I was raised Catholic. I was in the church till I was 16, and then I went off, into college, and I stopped going to church. But I had not real tangible access to the Word of God until a year ago. I think for me, it took me going through the darkness and literally staring the devil in the face to realize that, oh my gosh, this stuff is real and it's evil and it's taking me down and it's destroying my soul.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note that she titled this video "The New Age UFO Cult Hybrid," because she believed that Corey Good was not only using New Age beliefs but also occult beliefs, and it gets pretty woo, black magic and spells and all kinds of dark forces apparently.
I remember when I realized that the tarot cards and all the New Age books that I had around me and all of the New Age philosophies and everything that I had been hanging my hat on and learning about, all of it was not doing me any good at all. The reality is, New Age practices, they get you spun up in this hamster wheel of seeking knowledge. So there's actually something I wanted to read you guys.
You know what? I probably don't have this queued to a good section. So here's what I'm going to do, friends. I will put the link to her video in the live chat. I encourage anybody to really go and listen to her whole video, because she does talk in more detail about, the people around her who are telling her aliens are real and the dark forces that they were messing with and all of these things. It's a cautionary tale. Teresa Llaneros is a cautionary tale because she was deep in the Corey Good, I'm going to call it a cult, the Corey Good cult. She was one of the right-hand people of him. And she was told what to eat. She was told when what friends she was allowed to talk to. And in full disclosure, I did have a conversation with her after her leaving the Corey Good cult, and she was told that I was Satan. That I was not Satan. She was told that I was a Luciferian, Satan-worshiping or devil-worshiping Satanist, and that I was evil, and that I was out to get Corey Good because he was the light bringer, and he was, a light worker, and I was a dark worker. And she, near as I recall, it's been some time since our conversation. And by the way, God bless her. I prayed for her at the time. I will continue to pray for her. She expressed to me that they told everybody that. Corey Good's cult told everybody not to listen to me, that I was evil, that I was out to get Corey Good, that I was a Luciferian Satanist or a devil-worshipping Satanist. And, this is the kind of things that they do. And in the case of Teresa Llaneros, she heard it so much. And by the way, it wasn't just me that they were saying that about. It was Dark Journalist, it was C.W. Channer, it was Joe from the Carolinas, and many other people. All people, Bill Ryan, Richard Dolan, basically anybody that questioned Corey Good's narratives or his lack of evidence or anything, they labeled a Luciferian Satanist devil worshiper that's evil and out to get Corey Good. And they kept repeating this, according to my conversation with her, so much so that she believed it at one time. She believed that I was a Luciferian Satanist and I was out to get him and all of this stuff. But she did wake up and realize that she was being brainwashed in a cult. And here we could see parallels, friends, because I can show you examples of people that are, big Lue Elizondo supporters that are telling people, maybe not telling people that I'm a Luciferian blood-drinking Satanist, but telling people that I'm the bad guy here. Telling people they shouldn't listen to me because, one reason or another. I'm a liar, I'm a felon, I'm a criminal. None of which those things they have established with any facts or evidence, but they will continue to tell people that. It's almost like that Nazi ideology. Who is it, Goebbels? The Nazi propaganda minister who said, if you repeat a lie enough, loudly enough, and boldly enough, people eventually will believe it's the truth. That's what these people do. So I'm the bad guy. And you see, the reason I bring up this Corey Good cult is, like I said, all this has happened before, friends. And I was here for the first movie, okay? This is a rerun to me. And all these things that are happening are another rerun to me. Because I've been through this before with the Corey Good cult. I've been doxxed before, threatened, intimidated, harassed, slandered, defamed. People trying to tarnish my reputation, turn people against me, turn people away from me, tell everybody what a bad person I am. All because I asked questions about dear leader Corey Good. And the same thing happened again when I asked questions about dear leader Lue Elizondo. So this is where we're at, friends, and this is where we find ourselves. I promise you that we've been here before, and I promise you that I believe that more damaging information will be coming forward about one Lue Elizondo, especially tomorrow, I think. But, I mean more than that, independent of whatever Luis Angeles has to say. And by the way, I'm going to pray for him tonight that he, does the right thing, and has the right speech, right action, and right intention tomorrow, and does what he needs to do. I'll pray for him. But independent of whatever Lue Angeles says tomorrow, I'm aware of some things that I hope will be coming out. And by the way, there are multiple sources speaking to me, many of which prefer not to go on the record. I'm trying to get people to come here, show their face, show their name, and repeat what they've told me privately. But as you can understand, they're looking around seeing people with their wives getting threatened, getting called felons, And they're a little hesitant to do that. And I think that's completely understandable, that somebody wouldn't want to go on a show and show their name and face and say anything negative about this group, considering we've seen what they're capable of. And by the way, in full fairness to Lue Elizondo, I replied to his tweets with the information about me and my family and what happened and what that show host did. In full fairness, maybe he didn't read it, maybe he wasn't aware of it, but he did go on that show right after they did all that to me. And it's not just me, Mr. Lue Elizondo. Many people critical of you took that as you rewarding the people on that show, the host, the co-host, and the producer for all that they did to me. Now, in my case, I can prove in a court of law that all that happened to me. I can prove that. I have all of the evidence. I've saved everything, including screenshots of me informing you on Twitter that this was happening. But in full fairness, I have to admit that maybe he didn't read it, maybe he wasn't aware, and in full fairness, and let's be fair to him, he never publicly said, I don't have a screenshot of him telling them to do that. I don't know that he told them to do that. I have to admit that my information about all this is limited, and all I can do is form conclusions based on the available evidence that I do have. So there's a limit to my information and knowledge, and I'm freely admitting that to you, my audience members, and anybody who asks me. But I will challenge Lue Elizondo. I'm going to tweet this video at him, and in fact, I'm going to make it easy for him, and I'm going to clip out this section of the show where we're talking about this specific issue. And I would like to know, what does he think about his supporters doxing people, threatening their children, threatening their family, coming in the live chat and threatening their wife by name? Do you support that, Mr. Elizondo? Do you condone that sort of behavior done in your name? They did it in your name. I have the screenshots. How dare you question Lue? And then they did what they did. It's in all the screenshots, Mr. Elizondo. So I'm going to challenge you. You portray yourself to be an honorable man. Does an honorable man sit back and let his supporters threaten people's wives and children? By the way, my children are 5 and 10. What kind of man threatens a 5-year-old, right? I'm sorry, 6 and 10 now. It was 5 and 10 at the time. What kind of a man threatens a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old child? Do you really support that, Mr. Elizondo? Because people assumed you supported it, since right after that show did that to me, you went on their show again. Good for you. And, I will say again that I'm a Christian person, and I have been really working on myself lately. Some of you are aware that I am now, I am 80 days sober. 80 days without alcohol. But besides the lack of alcohol, which I believe was a detrimental influence in my life, I am just working on other portions of myself. I'm working this 12-step program and other things. And I'm also trying to be a better Christian. And Christians are supposed to turn the other cheek. And I can turn the other cheek about almost anything. I really can, but I'm still having a hard time forgiving all of these people that did this to me, and forgiving Mr. Elizondo, who, in full disclosure, I may have blamed or thought was the cause of it, and I may have done so unfairly I have to be honest. Maybe it's not fair to blame him. Maybe he was unaware. I'll say it again. Maybe he didn't condone it or wouldn't condone that, but we haven't heard a statement from him about this. And while we're on that subject, the Who's Lue documentary film producer Manny was also doxxed. His girlfriend was doxxed. His girlfriend was threatened. It takes a real tough guy, real macho man to threaten a woman, right? To harass, intimidate, and threaten a woman on the internet, right? And also, in full disclosure, I do want to mention that this show host and his and Rob Heatherly, who likes to watch hours and hours and hours of 8-year-old little girls dancing on YouTube, and I have the playlist to prove it. And this ack. I mean, it's really a stupid thing for them to do, to threaten my wife because I'm telling you the honest to God truth. My wife would beat the living shit out of the three of them at once. She's a very tough woman. So, forget about me here. You guys really should shut your mouth. You don't know who you're threatening, especially, I'm gonna you listen. I'm sure there's a lot of women listening to me and within the sound of my broadcast who have children. What would you be willing to do to a man that's threatening your children? How many mothers does everybody know? How does a mother take it when you threaten their children? My wife's a lioness. She will eat them alive. And although she can take care of herself, I'm her husband, and it's my job to protect my family. And let's make no mistake, we have, since this stuff happened, we have a hell of a security system here now. And I have quite a collection of weapons, and I'm just going to leave it at that. And it would be extremely foolish for anybody to come here who wants to threaten my family especially. But we're going to move on with some things. I'm getting some messages right now. I do want to share some things from our chat room monitor, Six's Design, the Sixth Sense, who has been sharing some of this stuff. Some of the things that have been happening. And by the way, these guys really are pussies. There, I said it. These people with these attacks, because there's so many sock accounts and people are hiding behind fake Twitter, fake Twitter IDs, right? All right, let's see here. I'm trying to get Six's Design. I'm trying to get those screenshots that you shared, but you've been tweeting up a storm lately, and I'm scrolling back here. Maybe I'm mistaken, but Six's Design. It's at Six's Designs on Twitter. He has all of these screenshots of them calling, a whole bunch of people, the Felon 55 or the Felon 5. That was a whole nother thing. These attacks are absolutely ridiculous. And I think that it's very telling that people have to hide behind their computers and attack people from a keyboard. It makes me wonder, for example, those three people from that show, what would you do if I was standing right in front of you? Would you do the same thing? And here's another issue where this essentially proves that this is very cult-like. What kind of people risk criminal prosecution to threaten people's families publicly? It's not like they were smart enough to, hide their IP, use a burner Twitter account to dox me or threaten me. They did it with their known accounts. Greetings and salutations, old friends, and hopefully some new friends. Since the year 2017, I have been covering some of the stories involving Lue Elizondo, To the Stars Academy, Tom DeLonge, and more, and have done so quite critically. And it appears that the longer time goes on, the more it appears that I may have been correct in my original criticism of the what I believe was a false narrative that started in 2017. Since then, I have continued to investigate and follow these stories very closely. Tonight on Truth Seekers, we're bringing you a Truth Seekers exclusive story, which involves a man named Rocky Swanson, a former Canadian military member who has had some interesting interactions with people that I would describe in the past as, quote, UFO celebrities, unquote. Also joining us tonight is Jeremy McGowan, who it appears has had some similar experiences with many of the same people as tonight's guest. So we will get right into it. We're going to get right into it tonight, friends. So welcome one and all. We welcome all members of the live chat. Got great attendance here already tonight. We welcome all of the live chat, but just a quick note, for whatever reason, the Instagram live feed was not working, so we're just going to continue. All of our other usual feeds, the Facebook live feed, the Twitter live feed, and the Rumble feed, the Pill feed, everything else appears to be working, so we're just going to roll with the punches tonight and bring in our guests. We have Jeremy McGowan joining us. Welcome. And we have Rocky joining us. Welcome, Rocky.
Howdy.
Yeah, so Rocky, I thought where we would begin was with how exactly did you come to become involved in the UFO subject? But first, can you tell us a little bit about your background in the military, and maybe Jeremy can help us sort of navigate what your responsibilities were and things like that, just so people get a sense of, your military service and credentials?
Sure. Well, when I was a young guy, I joined the Canadian Army right out of high school. I joined the Armored Corps, so I was a tank driver, and I was in the Lord Strathcona's regiment. And after a couple, half a decade or so, and toured to Bosnia in a reconnaissance squadron, I did something called a Land Occupational Transfer Re-Engagement Program. That's a long acronym that basically means I changed trades. I went from the Army into the Air Force, and I went into the Airfield Engineering branch. Airfield engineers there's a whole multitude of trades in there, including emergency services and all kinds of technicians and stuff. And I went into the emergency services area of that field.
And Rocky, were you enlisted? Were you an officer? What was your rank structure?
Right. So I retired as a warrant officer. So I was enlisted, and I looked after troops, but I was not a commissioned officer. No.
Copy that. And is the warrant officer program in the Canadian Armed Forces pretty much the same as it is with the U.S. Warrant officer program?
So that's a good question. I think that I've looked into that myself, and I think that it depends on the trade. I mean, a warrant officer is supposed to be a subject matter expert in their field. I think that's fair to say for all warrant officers. But I believe in the United States Armed Forces, and correct me if I'm wrong, that warrant officers are pilots in some cases in the U.S. Army, and that is not the case in Canada.
Oh, copy that. Okay. Yeah, I was just checking because in the United States, we only have warrant officers in the Army, and they can be helicopter pilots. They may have some fixed wing aircraft certs, but by and large, for the most part, they're helicopter pilots. It's one of the only programs I don't believe you need a full 4-year degree to get the warrant officer commissioning.
Right. It's kind of it's an interesting history to that rank, warrant officer. What does it mean? It's back in the old days in the British Navy. Actually, the king had served in the Navy, and had decided that he was getting some bad info from some of his officers, because back in those days, the commissioned officers, could simply purchase their rank. And so he wasn't getting the straight goods that he wanted. And he knew that some of his most senior NCOs would feed him a no bullshit assessment of any given situation. So he gave a special warrant to the most senior NCOs on each ship, and they were called warrant officers. And the idea being that they could express their opinion without reprisal from the chain of command. So even to this day, it's fairly difficult to charge a warrant officer with a service offense unless it's something extraordinarily serious.
So how long did you stay in the military service total time in uniform?
About 25 years.
25 years. So you retired
Career,
from the
yeah.
military, career military.
Yeah, I could have gone longer, but I figured life's short, so I might as well get out and do other things. So.
Gotcha. And when you were in uniform, and especially with your overseas tours, you said you'd done Bosnia and things like that. Were you wrapped up in the whole UFO topic at that time?
Not at that time, no. I mean, like anybody, I watched the X-Files, you know.
Sure.
I like Star Wars, but no, I didn't really. Well, I didn't think there was any reality to it, so I didn't really pay much attention to it. But it was, you know, I wasn't closed off to the concept. But no, at that point, in most of my career, I wasn't. But at the end of my career, I started reading some books and had experienced a hoax that I kind of fell for, and that. But
Really?
oddly, yeah, that I was up in the Arctic, and some guys knew that I was reading some books on the topic, and so were some other members, and so some members decided to sort of play a hoax, and I basically fell for it. But because of that, I started looking into the topic more seriously, and that got me interested.
Gotcha. And just to confirm, there was a question in the chat. Your military status, was this considered active duty? Was it reserves, National Guard, in American term equivalent, or were you full-time, day in, day out?
Full-time, day in, day out, active service. I did do a couple of years in the reserves, way back, but no, I was full-time.
Copy that. Okay, fair enough. And did you ever have a personal UFO experience that was not a hoax?
Well, I mean, I certainly, when I was a kid, I saw something in the sky that perplexed me. I didn't know about UFOs at that time as a child. I was 10 years old, 9 or 10 years old. And so I saw something that I could not identify. And, but, you know, not knowing about the topic at all, living out in the country, pre-internet, there was no reference. There was nothing to look at. So I saw something, wondered what it was, and left it at that for many, many years. Yeah, that would be about it.
Gotcha. Fair enough. So when do you think was the pivotal moment for you that really brought you into this topic?
Well, I mean, other than the incident up in the Arctic, it was really, there was an interest there because of that. And I'd started reading some books, and had reached out to different UFO researchers, authors, that kind of thing. And so that was probably the start of it. After some years of that, I dropped it because just before 2017, I'd completely stopped. My interest was over. I didn't think there was anything to it. But when the New York Times story came out, I think in, what was it, late 2017?
2017, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My sister sent me a text message late one evening when it hit the news, and she said, "What's all this UFO stuff?" And I didn't even look. I said, "Don't worry, it's bullshit," you know. And
turns out your first impression was probably correct on that article.
Maybe. Yeah. So I did look and sent it to my brother, and we immediately got interested. He's military as well, and so we both looked at that, and we started digging into the characters behind the story. I had actually read Leslie Kean's book, UFOs and Pilots, or something like that. And so I thought she was a trusted journalist. I looked at Mr. Elizondo's credentials, or what were available, and I thought, well, hey, if somebody from the Pentagon is coming out, and it seemed to be more than one, like that was the appearance it had, I thought that there must be something worth looking at.
Sure. And I think that's probably a starting point for a lot of folks, is there's a personal experience connected with a ton of information out there, and you just kind of gravitate towards that and try to check out the things that you have access to, and until you start developing access towards people. And that brings me to my next very pointed question. And Rocky, I would like you to explain this so the viewers don't hear it from me. But you had said that you had read the New York Times article, you had read Leslie Kean's book, and you mentioned Lue Elizondo, but you also have a history with Lue, and you and I have had some very old, years old conversations regarding that. Would you like to take us through the how you came to know Lue and how you came to know me?
Yeah, okay. Where do I start? So I think it was May of 2021. A very dear friend of mine named Byron Delir and I did a podcast on Byron's show. I'm sorry, Byron, I don't remember the name of it. And where we interviewed Mr. Elizondo. And so I was able to ask him a few questions on that show. And being that we were both former military guys, I think we retired very close to the same time. We started messaging one another just via text or Twitter or Signal or whatever. Shortly after that interview, and it was we were both Jeep guys. We both like to build Jeeps, and that's really what we talked about. Was
what was the time frame in this? Was this when I was still with Lue? Was this after I had pulled out? Was I even in the picture at this point in time?
Well, I hadn't heard of you.
Okay.
Sorry. It's just
no, it's fine.
This would be between May and August, let's say, of 2021.
Okay, fair enough. So, had you ever met Lue in person?
No.
Gotcha. And then fast forwarding a little bit, and then we can come back. But fast forwarding a little bit, you became a little suspicious of some of the things that Lue was texting you or telling you.
Yeah, we had conversations by phone about well,
this is my secret apple juice, and it's sealed. I'm opening it up right now.
What happened was Lue and I hadn't talked about the topic of UFOs really at all at that point, outside of that interview. And I was working with a friend of mine on some access to information requests having to do with the topic.
This is the Canadian version of FOIA?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And so this friend of mine is one of the most diligent researchers in the country. And so the reason I was involved with him was that being ex-military, I was able to sort of translate military lingo.
Sure.
To help him understand what things were about, maybe give him context to some things and contacts within the military.
Sure.
And at one point, he sent me a part of a access to information request that he had received, and it was fairly intriguing. It was basically there were some, I think, emails in there between two Canadian Forces officers about some UFO sightings. And one officer said to the other officer, "Have you accessed CL-213?" And the officer replied back, "I've accessed it, opened, and closed it." And I thought, well, that sounds intriguing. What the hell is that?
What is CL-213?
We didn't know at that time. I'll get into it. But so what I said to him was, "Hey, I've got a contact with Mr. Elizondo. I could send him this and ask him if he knows what it means." And so he gave me permission, and I shared that document with Mr. Elizondo. And
so this was a document that had been officially released,
correct,
through an access to information request by the Canadian government. So it's not a classified document. It's not sharing state secrets. It was
right.
It was an official release that you had the ability to.
In other words, like a United States version of FOIA, but the Canadian version.
So, and to be totally clear, that particular version of that document had originally been classified. and obviously declassified through my friend's access to information request. Now, I don't actually know, to be clear, if that's why it was declassified. I don't think so. I think that it just wasn't anything all that substantial. But anyway, he got it. I sent it to Lue Elizondo, and sort of waited for a reply on that. Meanwhile, we found out what CL213 was, and CL213 just stands for Checklist 213. It's a series of contacts, emails, phone numbers, addresses of military offices that should be contacted when a UFO report meets a certain criteria, right? And that can be very basic.
So let me pause you right here for a second. We don't have this in the United States. Until Arrow was spun up, there was absolutely no way for a standardized data collection of pilot reports or military witness reports. And you're saying that the Canadian government had this in place years before we stood up Arrow?
Well, I don't know what I think is that this had to do with NORAD. And so I think you guys definitely had this.
Because NORAD's joint Canadian and US.
Yeah. And so the number 213 may have been a Canadian version of the same document in the American side of NORAD. The ISRD, Intelligence Surveillance Reconnaissance Division of NORAD, has ISRD North up in Winnipeg near One Canadian Air Division, and then ISRD down at Peterson Air Force Base. And they all share those same documents, of course. And so I'm not an expert on that. I don't know exactly, what the American side called it, but there's no doubt they had the same document.
And you said you shared this with Lue. What was his take on when you shared the document with him?
Initially, he said he did not know what it was, but it seemed, and this is from memory what he said, but that he would look into it and get back to me.
Anything ever come out of that?
Not exactly out of that memo. I found it strange that he didn't know what it was, in a sense, because it turned out it was so basic that it was odd, because if you had run a top secret UFO program, the most basic reporting document should have been known to them.
He should have been familiar with that if he actually ran the Pentagon program.
I mean,
right?
if any,
so did that jump out at you as like a red flag then?
Well, it just hit me kind of odd. It just, any fat slob like me can get it. Then it would seem that someone running a top secret Pentagon UFO program would likely have access to the most basic documents, and many of these CL213 documents are not classified. It's just a basic reporting procedure. That's all it is. So it was just a weird thing that he didn't know what it was.
So was this like one of your first interactions with Lue after you had done the podcast? You said, "Hey, I know," and I'm speaking for you, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you basically said, "Hey, we had this podcast, we've been texting for a while. I've got this document I'd like to share with you." And was this kind of like the genesis of a longer, more involved conversation that you started to get into with Lue?
Yeah, I would say that's a fair assessment. Yeah.
So where did it go from there? After Lue said he was going to check in on this document, what happened next?
Well, there was lots of messages and stuff back and forth via text or whatever. Some had to do with research, some did not. But eventually I got a phone call or a text. I think it was a text message from Lue asking if I could take a phone call. And so, of course, I said yes. And then and this was July, I think, of 2021.
Okay.
So he called me up, and somewhere in that conversation, and I don't want to give an exact quote because I can't remember exactly what was said, but something in that conversation led me to believe that I was going to, he inferred that he needed to update my security clearances to bring me in on some program.
right?
Wait,
this is very important. So let's
Yeah,
make sure that we have to, unpack this.
So
go ahead, Jeremy.
You're having a conversation with Lue via text message. We'll call it Signal for lack of better terminology. You're having a conversation via Signal with Lue Elizondo. You've never met him.
Right.
You've only done one interview with him, had a series of phone calls with him, gave him a declassified document that he didn't know about, and now Lue is asking you for personal information by saying the reason he's asking for the personal information is because he wants to upgrade your security clearance to be read in on a program.
That's the way I understood it. Yep.
Did he say what this program was?
Wow. No, I never got a program name or anything like that, but I understood it to be one or two programs with NORAD.
With NORAD,
something to do with NORAD, something to do with Peterson Air Force Base, something in that area, one on the base, one off the base, or something.
So the guy that didn't know what a CL-213 was is going to read you into a program with NORAD, who is the originator of the CL-213.
Whether he was going to read me in or needed my clearances upgraded, I'm not for what purpose, I can only surmise. But when I finished that phone call, I was of the impression that I was basically applying for a job. It was more like a job interview, right?
What did he tell you were going to be doing, or did he tell you what you were going to be doing?
Not really. It was fairly vague. There was some program he was working with. Like I say, it was something to do with NORAD and very vague.
And were you still active duty at this time, or you?
No. I retired in 2016, late 2016.
Okay, so you retired in 2016. This is occurring in July-ish of 2021, and Lue is saying that he's going to read you into a NORAD program, never having met you, and you being a Canadian civilian.
Well, okay, so let's be clear. I don't want to put words into Lue's mouth either. Like, he never said, Rocky, I'm going to read you in. That's not what he said.
Okay.
But it was that I needed my security clearances upgraded so that I could be brought in to some program or programs is what I took from that conversation. So
what was he asking for on a personal level to upgrade, quote unquote, your security clearance?
He didn't actually ask me for anything really. To upgrade it, he just took personal information down. I sent him copies of ID cards, etc. I even sent him a personal record resume, my military record. I don't remember exactly, but I might have sent him something called an MPRR, military personal record resume, just to back up my service. So that I think I sent that to him, but I'm not 100%.
Gotcha. So I'm assuming that was kind of a long process. And did your security clearance ever get upgraded?
No, we never discussed that again, oddly enough. But in the meantime, I found it very odd because, I'm likely the last guy on earth that any intelligence agency would read into a program like that because, hey, I was into UFOs. Look, if you want to get into intelligence and you dreamt of becoming James Bond, they don't want to take you, right? And so a guy who's really into UFOs is not likely to be read into some top secret UFO program. But what I did was, having friends all over the place, I phoned some people at NORAD that worked in the correction departments within NORAD. And I just dropped some names and said, look, and these are people that I've known for 30 years that happened to be at NORAD at that point, working in intelligence. And I said, hey, look, this is what I think is happening, that I may be brought down there. I may be read into a program. Do you know these people? Do you know this man? And my good friend there said, he didn't know the name, but he would definitely look into this for me. He got back to me quickly, within a day or two, and said that no, they had never heard of this guy or anybody.
This guy being Lue.
Right.
Okay.
And that, it was just basically told me, hey, whatever you're getting mixed up with here, it has nothing to do with us. There's no programs like this. And that they'd never heard of him. And
so let me backtrack just a minute. You reached out directly to people that you knew based on your military service for 25 years in the Canadian military. You reached out to folks that you knew at NORAD and asked them if they knew Lue Elizondo, who was saying that he was going to bring you in to a program. And the guys that you talked to at NORAD had no idea who Lue was?
Right. And like 100%.
That's probably another red flag that he's not being honest with. This. Well, I don't want to comment too much tonight because I really want to hear Rocky's story. But this appears to an outsider here hearing this to be very manipulative and deceitful.
So, like I say, I mean, I don't want to put words into his mouth. I don't want to misquote him, but that's what I took from the conversation with Lue. And of course, I did my due diligence and I called the right people at NORAD, and that's the answer I got.
So now that you're sitting on this and you've heard from Lue and he's requested information to beef up your security clearances and made allusions that you may be brought into a program of sorts, you had him checked and folks at NORAD have no idea who he is. What do you do now? What are you thinking now?
Well, what I'm thinking is either I misunderstood him or I need to do some more checking. So I was pretty sure of what I was told. So I phoned a friend of mine at the Canadian Security Intelligence Service. That's sort of our CIA.
Okay.
I don't want to exaggerate that, but that's their Canada's senior intelligence service. And the reason I did that was twofold. One, as at that time, I still held a security clearance. So probably didn't need upgrading in the first place. However, I got a hold of CSIS because there is a defense administrative order and a defense security order that states that if you held a security clearance, if you hold a security clearance, if you're a serving member of the Canadian Armed Forces, retired or whatever, and you are approached by a foreign intelligence service, you must report. And so I made a report that I had been.
Why did you make the report? Because you were approached by a foreign intelligence service. What did Lue say, that he was with the U.S. government, or did he claim that he was with an intelligence agency?
No. To be fair to Lue, I did that because, frankly, I wasn't totally sure he was retired, and I knew that he had been in the Defense Intelligence Agency. So it just seemed like a good, safe thing to do. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't doing something wrong, and that
and it's a requirement for you to do that.
It's the law. I had to, as far as I understood it. And again, I don't want to exaggerate any of that. I felt I had a legal obligation to make that call. So I sent CSIS everything. I sent them every message, everything that I had ever received, everything.
Can I just stop you for a minute? Would that be something that would be FOIA-able via the Canadian equivalent of FOIA then?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Honestly,
I just wanted to make a note of that, and I will check into that situation, because if we can get those correspondences, that that may shed some additional light.
Not only the correspondences, but any internal memos or reports that were generated because of those correspondences.
Yeah, I have a feeling there's a paper trail here that we can follow, and I'll do my very best. If not, I'll try to call in John from the Black Vault for some help. He may be much better suited to try to pursue those than me.
Yeah. So you made the phone call,
right?
And you said that you were approached by potentially a foreign intelligence officer. What was that conversation like?
Well, I just told them what I believed I was told. I told them what the topic was. And now, keep in mind, I'm speaking to someone at CSIS that I know personally, right? Somebody who I'd served with, when he left the armed forces, he went into CSIS. So he wasn't the guy that was actually going to necessarily generate the paperwork, but he was taking my information. And I did it that way because I knew he would take me seriously, right? That this would go somewhere. He's a very senior member of that organization. So he got back to me fast, within a day or so. And the first thing he said was, take those damn things off your phone. Because I had these documents on my phone that I had sent, and I had accidentally cropped out the declassification numbers, and so he thought they might still be classified, but no, they weren't. But what he said to me was that they had looked into this matter because of my report, and that they were convinced that Mr. Elizondo and these people I mentioned were not in any way working with any official government program.
So it wasn't we can either confirm or deny. It was a straight out, no, he's not working with any official interagency intelligence organization.
Right. And again, it's not necessarily that Lue said that. It's that's what I took to believe from our conversations, right? That was the inference. So that's why I did the checking. And I got to mention this too. CSIS is responsible for our security clearances. So if my security clearance is being enhanced, upgraded, or reactivated, they're going to know. They're the ones that do it. So nothing like that had happened. There was no paperwork generated.
Now, are you going back to Lue and telling Lue, hey, I'm finding some inconsistencies in the things that you're telling me?
No, I believe I did tell him that I had to report any contact with foreign intelligence services, but I can't remember for sure if I said that or not. Because at this point, I was starting to not want to really be part of this. I just felt that something was off. So I called a friend. Well, 2 more phone calls were made. I phoned National Defense Headquarters.
Okay.
And I spoke to another friend there, a very senior officer, and just got that officer's opinion of this whole situation. And their reply to me was, it sounds like you're being led down a garden path. Be careful, And so, yeah, I mean, what was I don't know. But that was I started feeling nervous.
But even though you were feeling nervous, you hung out and maintained contact with Lue, correct?
Yeah, right. Because, like I say, maybe I was wrong. And I didn't want to just throw out this opportunity if it was real.
Sure.
I was simply trying. I wasn't trying to smear Mr. Elizondo or anyone. I was trying to approach this like a real possible job offer or a real thing. Like I would, like if I was applying to any other position out there that had to do with classification of any kind, I would have done the same thing, right? This is not special, right?
Right.
So I was just trying to be professional and do the right thing, and that's it. This wasn't really.
And you're doing your due diligence. You need to know the people that you're crawling into bed with.
Yeah. So I started feeling very nervous about this, and I contacted a friend of mine and a friend of yours, and it's that individual said to me something to the effect of, "Hey, this kind of sounds familiar. Do you know Jeremy McGowan?" And I said no, I think, and he said, "Well, maybe you guys should talk." And so he gave you my number. I believe that's shortly after when you and I first spoke.
Yeah. and I will corroborate this. I'm not going to name the person that Rocky's talking about, but Rocky and I do have a mutual friend that he and I were both talking to without knowing the other person. I didn't know Rocky. Rocky didn't know me, but we had a mutual friend, still have a mutual friend that put us in contact with each other.
Right.
So that people hear it from you instead of me. After our friend gave you my contact information, what happened?
Well, I guess there was two, I don't know if I've got this in the right order or not, but there's sort of two things that happened. One was that Lou called me back, and there was no more conversation about any programs, but he really started buttering me up to go on some documentary and to hold up these documents that I had provided him, and to show the validity of whatever this was supposed to be.
What were these documents? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's the CL213 document. I'll have to get Stephen a copy of that.
So Lou, just for my edification, and so I fully understand this, Lou no longer was talking about this program that you may be brought into, but now he's talking to you about a television show, documentary, and he wants you to make an appearance on this show by holding up the list that was declassified that anybody could get, that he didn't even know what it was to begin with, and he wanted you to do that to give validity to the list. What was the point of that?
Yeah, that's the way I took it. 100%. Yep.
So he was using you and your military credentials to prop up this document that was literally nothing more than a phone tree.
That's the way I took it. Yeah. It was. I was told that. I mean, this is almost a verbatim quote, that I would be known as one of the greatest researchers, that I'd be a hero to the cause, quote unquote. You could be known as a ha big hero in this. That's almost an exact quote. I'd be willing to take a
And by the way, Rocky, just to be clear, because a lot of people are asking, and I just want to put this on the record. There was some recorded messages or whatever, and I've heard some of them, in which Mr. Elizondo was telling you that this new documentary, which he wanted you to be involved in and bolster the credibility of these nothing burger documents, was going to be a worldwide phenomenon and would make you an instant big deal in the world of UFOs and sort of a hero to disclosure. I'm paraphrasing a little bit.
Sure.
Just want to put that on the record, that he was leaving you these type of messages. And second, that I have heard some of these messages, and it's not really my place to ask if you're going to release all these messages. I just want to put on the record that I didn't just take Rocky's word for it. I verified his military credentials and background claims to be accurate. Then I've heard some of the, I've seen he's got receipts for everything that he's saying. But it's really Rocky's choice whether he chooses to make those public. I'm sure there's legal things that you might want to look into before doing so.
Yeah. Well, I'm not here to slander or to badmouth or make anyone look bad.
Just to be clear, Rocky has been incredibly fair this entire time I've interacted with him. He's not here with any malicious intent. He's just got an incredible part of what I think is the inside baseball to how this stuff all works. And I think it's incredibly interesting that you basically give him these documents, Mr. Elizondo I'm referring to, and a disclosure and transparency advocate. Instead of just releasing the documents, he's waiting for a documentary deal so that he can maximize sort of the monetization of these nothing burger documents, and also use you to sort of bolster their importance. Am I getting this right?
Well, I mean, that's my take on it. That he said that he wanted to release those in that documentary. He wanted me to appear on camera to show the validity of those documents. And so, what were his motives or intentions? Was it about money? I have no idea. But
what was he telling you personally? Like, what was your level of involvement going to be? Was it just about the documentary? Was there any other things that he wanted to use you for or have you involved with? What was his trajectory for you?
No, it seemed to be that. It seemed to be having guys like myself, veterans, go on camera to bolster the credibility of him and Chris Mellon, Hal Puthoff. Those are the names that he mentioned. To bolster the cause, to be a hero for the cause. And I was very concerned about releasing sources and having anybody's names leak out, that kind of thing, because there were members of the armed forces that were helping me, sort of behind the scenes get stuff. They didn't break any laws, but they didn't want their names out there. And I just remember, there was sort of I don't know what the exact quote was, but it was something about, we all have to take a hit for the team kind of thing. And sacrifices have to be made, et cetera. Right. Something to that effect. Again, not an exact quote, but I felt, and this is just my feelings on this. This is what it all is. Right. But I just felt that I was about, if I said yes, I was about to be used as some sort of a David Grushian type character, some sort of pawn to further some cause that had nothing to do with UFOs. There was something else going on there, and I don't know what, but it didn't. None of this felt genuine, right? I mean, certainly he wanted me on camera, absolutely. But that whole bit about programs and NORAD and secrecy and all, these things didn't match up. And so, again, maybe I'm wrong about everything here, and he was totally legit. Okay, fine. But I didn't find that to be the case.
That wasn't your experience, sure.
Right.
So once you had my contact information, walk us through the initial conversations that you and I had, things that I told you and then told you to watch out for, and then things that you heard after that.
All right. So, sorry, I got distracted by a comment on the screen there, but, all right. So you and I talked, you told me your story. You kind of told me some things to watch out for. And I would say that your experience of being manipulated was the feelings that I was getting. And I'm sorry if I'm a little off topic. This is
no, you're
stressful
good.
here.
You're good.
No, your interpretation of events, is important. That's how you felt. That's how you felt.
Nothing felt genuine. Like, look, I want to be really clear that Lue Elizondo was nothing but polite, generous with his time, and courteous. Okay.
I'll agree. The same conversations that I had with him right up until the very end, he was nothing but amenable.
I felt that. Well, I got angry. I got angry. I just felt that this was all horse shit, and I just stopped. I just stopped contact really at that point. But
well, sorry, Rocky, let's go back in time just a little bit. You haven't mentioned this,
okay?
But and I'm trying to see if you can fill me in on some of the details here. There was a point, and you do not need to name names if you're not comfortable in doing so. I'm not asking for that. There was a point where Sean Cahill and Lou was involved in some dust up with the Canadian government. They had gone up and they were trying to talk to Canadian Parliament, and things went sideways. Were you involved in any of that? Do you have any insight on that, or understand better what happened?
So there was federal government officials that had been in contact with Mr. Elizondo. He had allegedly, and he told me this himself, that he had either come to Canada and given a briefing, or maybe it was over the phone or something. I'm pretty sure it was that he said he came to Canada and gave a briefing. And so at this point, I don't think we were, I can't remember if we were still talking at that point or not, but he had come to Canada and given some briefing to our version of what would eventually become our UAPTF. It's actually called Sky Canada.
Okay.
And so there were some officials that were given a briefing. I don't really know about a dust up, but there was, I was brought in to that, not into the organization, but into the conversation, put it that way, where officials at the very head of this were talking to me. And again, they were asking me for some perspective on the topic, perspective on military things, because they were getting pushback from the Canadian military, from NORAD and whoever. And so they were looking at me trying to be some sort of a link between that organization and the military. And I told them that I knew Mr. Elizondo to a degree, and that they should be cautious because he was a foreign intelligence officer, and that perhaps his motives were not actually in line with theirs, that they should just be cautious of that. Yeah.
And the dust up I refer to, and I don't know where this information came from, but I remember being told that when Lue met with the members of parliament, he actually screwed up and talked to the opposition party, not the party that was in power. And he did so as an intelligence agent of the United States or something like that.
Okay. I see what you mean.
Yeah, it's a little bizarre for an intelligence officer to talk to the wrong guys on purpose.
Let me clear that up as best I can. Is that he was speaking, I believe, to a Conservative Party member of Parliament and his aides. The Conservative member of Parliament has come out in public. His name is Larry Maguire.
He's a big UFO believer, so that's why Lue was speaking to him.
Right. And it is odd that if you're going to come to Canada and give a briefing to the government on something so sensitive, that you speak to the official opposition rather than the sitting government. That's just not how it's done, right? It's subversive in a sense.
And was
in a sense,
to your knowledge, was this Lue Elizondo talking to the Canadian opposition party as Lue Elizondo, or do you think that he was talking to the Canadian opposition party as a member of the Defense Intelligence Agency or as an employee of the U.S. federal government?
Oh, I believe he was straight up. I think he talked to them as Lue Elizondo. I think, as far as I know, he was straight up about the fact that he was retired, etc. As far as I know.
Copy that. Okay. So
just one thing I wanted to bring up is that, sometimes people make big deals about things like, oh, Lue Elizondo's meeting with Canadian members of Parliament, but they do the lie by omission, and they forget to tell you that those guys are like, he talked to Larry Maguire, who is a huge UFO believer. It's not like he went and addressed the entire, assembly of members of Parliament. This is a nothing burger. He went up to Canada and he hung out with one of his UFO buddies, who also happens to be an opposition member of Parliament and a huge UFO believer. And he has used that guy before to push this narrative that Lue has some sort of importance, and he's talking to Canadian government members. It's kind of like it's a nothing burger to me.
To be fair, I don't know if I would categorize it exactly like that. I think that because there was a serious push from that member of Parliament and others, the way I understand it, to get something going. I would say that there was some validity to to this program because it did stand up. They did stand up, the UAPTF, and you know, they thought very highly of Lue, actually. So you know, whatever was said, whoever was all in the room, etc., I do not know. I know there was a number of meetings with various people, not just Lue. So it is not all bullshit. There is some truth there.
And that's what makes this topic really difficult to dissect, because when there is some truth to it, you have a really hard time isolating what is not true.
Yeah. Hi, Steve Long. Never met you, but admire your conversations. I always, sorry to get distracted, but Steve Long, I just noticed him there, and he's a character that I've been a gentleman that I've been paying attention to, because he seems to have a pretty
he's pretty dialed in.
Yeah, he's switched on. Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted.
No, you're good, Rocky. Talk to me a little bit, if you can, about the tone, the inflection, the things that Lue told you, promises that may have been made, how he made you feel, and you know, and I'm asking questions. I'm trying not to be pointed with them, but it's kind of difficult not to, because my experience with Lue was very documented, and I'm just trying to find out what the similarities are between the stuff he told me and the stuff he told you.
Well, first of all, I found him to be very friendly guy. Very, I don't know if gregarious is the right word, but, you know, a big personality. I think everybody can see that. He gives, and none of this is going to be surprising to people. There's a lot of compliments thrown your way, right? And it's too much in a sense, right? Like, it's just too much.
It's like love bombing in a cult, you know?
Yeah, it just felt over the top. But again, how do you disparage someone for being nice, right? So I'm not.
It's a powerful drug. When somebody tells you you're doing a great job, you're going to go far, you're going to be a hero in all this, that's a powerful drug, because everybody looks for a little bit of self-validation.
Right. I mean, look, there's a good chance Lue does not know how I feel about this stuff, right? So it's like, this is my take on all of this was that it was just too much, that I was being sold something, and it just felt off, you know, and so maybe he just tried too hard. I don't know, but here's the thing. Why me? Right? I am nothing. I am a nobody, average slob. And so it's odd that if you're going to either bring somebody into some program, if that was the case, or even get somebody to go on documentaries, I'm not your guy. You know, there are people that you should be going after, and I'm not it.
Well, let me ask you this, and my apologies in advance if this gets really personal, and please tell me to screw off if it does. You are under no obligation to answer this, but I'll start by saying that Lue was very aware with me that I had a very fractured relationship with both my mother and my father. He also knew that I had PTSD from my time in the military, 2.5 years in the Middle East, about a year down in South America with the DEA. Saw a lot of things that I still see. Was that a factor with you?
What, that I'm a case of broken goods or something?
Basically, yeah. Are you as damaged as I am?
Well, I don't know if I am, but I would say that any veteran who's gone on tours of duty overseas in active combat zones has that level of you know, stress and, you know, wear and tear, let's say. And I did get the sense that there was this sort of big brother savior type mentality. Now, is that legitimate, sincere, I want to help my fellow veterans kind of thing, or is it something else? And it's hard to say.
One of the things that Lue did to me was when he was really trying to bolster his self-credentials in the way that I looked at Lue, was an incident that I've talked about quite a bit. Is he reaches into his back pocket, he pulls out his cell phone, and he shows me a video of what he described as a Russian, or I mean, I think it was the Russian Phobos moon mission.
Yeah, it was a blob that came flying into the camera and gobbled up the.
Right. Did he attempt to make you feel like you had access to things that you had no business having access to?
I see. Okay. Did he attempt to do that? I don't know. But the feeling I had was that yes, if I continued down this path, I would have access, I would be read in, something, you know. That was the inference. That's the way I took it. What was he thinking? Who knows? But that was that is the way I took it. Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah, you feel like you're about to be part of a club, that you're about to be part of the big game, that you're being brought in, right?
And we've seen other people, just to be clear, we've seen many other people talk about Lue Elizondo. I'm going to try to be fair with my comments, sort of giving people the impression that they were going to be led into this inner circle, and that's where you're going to get to see the real goodies that he has. Did you get that kind of impression that other people have reported on?
That was the impression, yeah. Yeah, I did have that impression, and is it accurate? I don't know, but Stephen Greenstreet and John Greenwald, two people that I actually deeply respect, did a little conversation online where Mr. Greenstreet was saying that he felt that he was a message boy or something, that he was being used to put out disingenuous messages. And that is the same feeling I had. And I mean, it felt overwhelming. And I at that point, I didn't know anybody. This is going way back, but I didn't know anybody else that was feeling this way. I have a little chat group that we were, we've spent 7 years now sort of investigating this stuff together. Just a small little group of 6 of us, I think 6 or 7 of us. And I went onto our private chat group and exploded. I mean, because we were the fanboys and girls of ATIP, of Mr. Elizondo, etc. And I went on there and I just exploded because I felt that this was all bullshit.
Did you ever hear Lue say anything that you confirmed to be false? I'm not asking you if you think Lue Elizondo lied with intent. I'm asking if he ever told you something like, I don't know, I won the lottery, or I did this, or I know this, or something that you verified was absolutely not correct.
Well, I mean, outside of what I said about NORAD and that, I can't think of anything drastic off the top of my head here. Sorry, I'm having a little hard time with this.
No, you're fine. The reason I ask is because of it, and again, this is well documented. He had told me that he was a 33rd degree Mason, which I have confirmed is not the case. Was there anything in a similar vein that he said to you that could have been him saying it to bolster his position or increase his perceived value?
I think if he did, I'd be speculating. And there were some things about working with the Canadian Special Forces. He said that online in the interview that I did with Mr. Delir and Mr. Elizondo. And I don't know what to think about that. But
wait, are you saying that Lue said you worked with Lue in the Special Forces?
No. Lue said that he had worked with our Coyote trucks doing direction finding. This might very well be true. I don't know. it just sounded odd to me. But look, no, I can't think of anything hard here that I just thought of was an absolute lie. No, I didn't. He didn't tell me stories about being a, what was it, a Mason or whatever. No, I didn't hear those stories.
Copy that. Did you have any interactions at all with Sean Cahill during this time?
No, maybe some messages or something. No, my interaction was with Lue and other people, but those other people I will not name just because they've got no part in this story. And I think they're good people. I think there's a lot of good people out there that have, for one reason or another, gotten involved in this topic, and they don't all need to be doxed and named, and they're not relevant.
Sure.
To this.
No, and I certainly respect that. I think there's I think that a lot of the listeners out there really appreciate your measured approach to this, and the fact that you have been very cautious in not disparaging, not making a definitive statement on Lue lied or Lue's a pile of crap or anything like that. You are being a consummate gentleman in this, and I think that is resonating, and people are respecting that.
Look, I sent Lue a message after some time, and I apologized for doubting him, etc., because I knew that he was going to be having some part to play with the Canadian version of the UAPTF, and I thought I was going to as well, and so I thought it'd be better to patch things up, and that my government, at the time, I thought my government had some official contact with him, and that they had sort of vouched for him. And so I did. I called him up, and Lue was very gracious in accepting that apology, etc. But I couldn't hold on to that. I just kept going back to something stinks, and I don't know what. And it just everything just feels off. It's just I realize that your viewers or whoever is out there may have been looking for some blockbuster story here, but I'm not here to deliver that. I'm just
your story is an honest accounting of your experiences from your perspective, and so far what I'm hearing is that you had made contact through a podcast, you had kept in contact, you used him to validate or research a document that you had uncovered through the Canadian version of FOIA.
Yeah.
And this is me adding things to this now from my perspective. He sees that you have access, that you are researching this. He sees your military background. He sees your access into the Canadian Special Forces, into the Canadian Armed Forces, and he starts to befriend you at that moment.
I got to correct you on something there. I had nothing to do with Canadian Special Forces.
How did that come about then? Because it seems...
okay. Let me clear that up.
Sure.
No, I'm about as far from Special Forces as you can get. No. In the podcast interview that we did with Mr. Elizondo, he mentioned that he had worked with our Coyote trucks. The Coyote trucks are not the same as the Coyote reconnaissance vehicle that I served on. These other vehicles that some call Coyotes are only used by our Special Forces. So it was obvious that was the Special Forces, right?
So he, claiming to have worked with the Special Forces, would have known the disparity in terminology between those vehicles and still got it wrong.
Can you say it again? Sorry.
He had claimed that he had worked with Canadian Special Forces, but yet he still didn't know the terminology difference in those vehicles and still got that confused.
Oh, I think we might be going down a weird rabbit hole here. No, I think he had that vehicle correct. I think that he knew what it was. We're not the only ones that have that vehicle, and it wouldn't have been a big secret that our guys were out there, considering who Lue worked for. I think that Lue, when he went to Afghanistan to conduct some interviews for his job, was in a location where our special forces were located and may have seen them.
Mhm.
You know, that was it. But look, our special forces don't just take people out in the field. And, you know, especially like counterintelligence people, they're not out in the front lines. They're not out dodging bullets. They're not, you know, there's some stories out there that I've heard online and
No, they're in an air-conditioned office way behind the lines, I would think.
Well, that may be. I don't want to take away from anybody's.
Sure,
Look,
no, I agree. Yeah,
I know hard Air Force people that had spent time in the shit in Afghanistan, and nobody would believe it because they were just Air Force. It happens, right? Rarely, but it happens. But no, I just felt that maybe when Lue told that story, it was just a way to have a common ground to speak on. I didn't get I didn't get the sense that he was lying about it. I don't think he was lying about it. I just, that was the only thing that I ever sort of questioned about, you know, some statement. I want to say this again. There is not one thing that Lue said to me about, you know, being a Mason or a black belt or a whatever. Nothing like that. Our conversations were never like that.
It's just an amalgamation of gut feelings that sent you to the cautious side.
Yeah, like I say, one of the reasons I feel sick to my stomach about talking about this right now is that I don't want to disparage anyone, including him, and I'm just here to express caution, saying that something's off.
Well, let me ask you this. Two questions. The first one is, after you separated from Lue and you decided that this just wasn't the path that you wanted to be on, I'm assuming that you paid attention to the things that he said, the interviews that he did, the tweets that he put out. Was there anything that Lue said after you left that you're like, this is completely wrong? This did not happen this way. This is utter crap.
Well, there were some comments about his contacts with the Canadian government and some of those briefings and the sort of high level nature of those. And I did question, and I realize I'm going back to what we were talking about earlier, just how high level that was, because as we've learned, you know, some of these things were more or less, although there was a legitimate program that came out of that, some of these things really had nothing to do with him. Right. No, frankly, when I walked away, I didn't, actually, it made me sick to my stomach to hear about UFOs, and I just turned it off, you know, for the most part. Yeah.
Being as considerate as you are and as careful as you are to not disparage Lue, what would Lue have to do today to be able to gain your confidence?
Explain to me why it is I thought that he was going to be needing to upgrade my security clearances. Explain to me why I thought that there was something going on with NORAD programs. I need that cleared up. You know, that
if Lue came out to you today and he said, Rocky, what I was doing was I was recruiting you. I was trying to get you under my wing. What I was telling you was not the direction that we were going to go. We were going to go full entertainment. We were going to make millions of dollars. And this is the opportunity that you screwed up because you didn't listen to what I say. Would you accept that?
Well, I don't want anyone's money. What I would say is that that wouldn't make a lot of sense, because what I was told was that I asked, why me, right? Why would he need someone like me? And the answer was that, and this could be very legit, okay? He wanted to bridge the gap between the military and the civilian world to help make this topic more palatable, okay? That's a pretty damn close quote. Something to that effect. I believe that's probably been said online. I don't think I'm the only one that's heard that. So that doesn't match with what you're saying, right? About it just being about a money making scheme.
Well, it
know what I mean? Like it's
as I think of it, it actually does fall in line, because we had those discussions as well. We were talking. Well, I was listening. Lou was doing most of the talking, saying that for any advancement to happen, the topic has to become mainstream first, and the entertainment section is the easiest way to make things mainstream. I find that a bit convenient, but that was the reasoning that he had used towards me.
I see. Yeah, he might have said something like that. I am so not into this being on camera and doing media stuff that he would have known that well, you guys know how hard it was to get me to come on here. Like I didn't know until today if I was really going to be here or not, to be fair. So
if you could say or ask Lou one question outside of why did you tell me about the clearances and things, what would you ask Lou, assuming that he had to tell you the truth?
Why do I get the feeling I was being played? That's it, right? Is there some operation, some real mission, something that is the essence of this kind of bullshit? Is there some... Look, that's the last thing I ever said to him via text. I said, I hope your mission is what you say it is, and I wish you the best of luck in that, or something to that effect, if it is. Because if his mission is to disclose the truth of some alien cover-up conspiracy, then go for it, brother. Get it out, right? But something about that whole thing just is so terribly off that it's got to be something else, and I don't know what that is.
Well, I want to put you on the spot for a minute and tell me to screw off if you need to. Throughout this whole conversation, you have really avoided making assumptions.
Okay.
But I want to ask you what you think Lou is doing. What does your gut tell you that Lou's doing? And if you're not comfortable answering that, you don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I had an answer to that, I probably wouldn't be sitting here, right? It's easy to speculate, and it's easy to disparage. It's easy to do all these things that we all do. But here's a highly trained counterintelligence officer who goes to the New York Times. He contacts them. He tells Leslie Kean his story. This story comes out in the way that he wanted it to. He brings in people like David Fravor and these others to tell
also veterans, by the way,
right? To tell all of us a story to imply that there's a giant alien cover-up going on. There's no evidence that any of that stuff is actually happening. So to answer your question, I haven't got a goddamn clue what he's actually up to. And I would like to know, but I would like to know because I felt that our friendship was somewhat genuine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It puts you in a hard spot when you feel as if you have developed a friend.
Yeah.
And then I'm not speaking for you, I'm speaking for me. You realize that friend has lied, has deceived you, and has played you. Not just played you, but played you for a fool.
Well, I felt that way. And again, like, look, it's such a weird topic that outside of holding up an alien head, it's going to be hard to get me to believe that aliens are here. Okay, so that's where I'm at on that. But so what are these people up to? Is it just a grift? Is it just about making money? I mean, some of these people, like like Mr. Mellon, they're billionaires. What do they need money for? Is it about power? Is this about affecting change in government? What is this? Are people like me being used as pawns to, yes, get attention for a topic, but is the sense I get, to answer your question, I guess, if I was to guess, is that this topic is used as a propellant, as a carrier to help move government in certain directions on some other issue, and it's not about aliens.
Just to take a moment to read this comment, because I think it's a very important one. Stephen Greenstreet of the New York Post is here in the live chat and chimes in. Greenstreet here. I've been speaking back and forth with Rocky for a while. I find him to be a sincere and genuine person, and he has receipts. I've seen them. So, just to be clear, Rocky has shared those receipts with both myself, Stephen Greenstreet, and maybe others, for the people that are, asking for proof or whatever, we appreciate that.
No, I mean, look, I was very measured in what I shared. And
to be clear, you only shared a very small percentage of what the total. You just went here. He did that for me, and I think people like Stephen Greenstreet, just so that we would feel comfortable that he was being honest and forthright, and that he has the proof and receipts. And also, this is a very good question. We're going to read all the super chats at the end, but since this is a question for you, I'm going to read this one now from King Milk Fart Harassment Archive. We've already talked about this, but if you want to discuss this here publicly, what does Rocky think of Lue's fanboys harassing his critics, and is he concerned? You are supported, Rocky. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I'm expecting some harassment. I've been harassment online. I don't expect any harassment from Lue. I don't think he does that. I think that his fanboys can all eat a big bowl of fuck. Sorry.
Eat a bag of dicks, you bunch of losers.
I'm not concerned about that. Sorry, excuse my language. I mean, first of all, look, there's a reason I'm here today. I didn't come on here to disparage Mr. Elizondo. I came to give my perspective and my feelings on what I experienced, but mostly I wanted to express some support for Jeremy, because I felt through what I experienced that your story rang true. I felt that there's a gentleman out there who I don't know, but his name is and I'm going to butcher his name probably, but it's Lue Jimenez, I believe, used to have a podcast. It's called Lue Reviews. And it's actually, I get a little emotional when I think about that gentleman, because when he was going through his stuff, holy shit, I felt such a connection there, because I felt I knew exactly what he was feeling, and there was no one to mention this to, right? Like it was just this visceral feeling, and I actually took a video of him, slowed it down, and I put a whole bunch of battle music to it when he was ranting about his experiences, and I sent it to him. He probably thought I was some wackadoodle and never responded, but that's well over a year ago. So to him, and there's a young couple from Canada named Josh and Artemis that had a little show, and they received a lot of harassment, and
we have as well here, just to put that on the record.
For sure.
People have threatened my wife, my children by name.
Right.
Like, congratulations, Sherlock. You looked me up on Facebook.
Yeah.
I've been doxxed and all this other stuff. And, when they go to that length or to that extreme, to me, it means that they have no arguments against the information that we're presenting. Yeah. I want to take a moment to thank King Fart Harassment Archive, and also a big thank you to Drama Alert for kind and generous $49.99. Thank you both for helping us here to continue this journey. We're a viewer-supported show. We appreciate your support. And where do you think we should cover next, Rocky? Do you have some other things that you think are important to share?
Well, I mean, number one, I just wanted to throw a little, like I was just saying, throw a little support to some people, because regardless of what Lue's intentions were, this is the feeling, the effect that we all had, right? And so I get it loud and clear that people really did have these experiences, and they really did feel this way. I feel this way. I guess if people if veterans are being contacted by people like this, and they're being told that they're going to be heroes, and they're being promised things that seem a little bit too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true. And be very weary of these kinds of things, and ask questions. Get out there and do your due diligence and check for yourself, right? Again, I'm willing to be proven wrong, and I in fact hope to be proven wrong about all of this. That would be awesome. I would love my own pet ET or something. That'd be great. But I don't think it's going to happen.
So Rocky, two questions for you. One, I want people to know who you are belief-wise, because one of the things that people are going to do, and if you are, that's fine. That's who you are. But people are going to label you as a skeptic, an anti-Lue nut job, all sorts of things. What is your personal feelings on UFOs, UAPs, aliens, the phenomenon?
Well, I think, like a lot of people, I go back and forth. I'm open to the idea of the extraterrestrial hypothesis. They're out there somewhere. We are here. If you look at that famous photograph taken from the Voyager spacecraft, the pale blue dot, we're just another pale blue dot with all kinds of life. There's lots of pale blue dots out there. Right. So I think that it's inconceivable that there isn't more life out there. Now, is that life coming here and taking our cows and stacking rocks to make pyramids and doing crop art? Nope. Right? I don't think there's an ounce of evidence for any of that. I think that there is a religious type cult behavior behind most of the ufology world today. I think that the ufology world today needs to do a self-check and start looking at objective evidence and start embracing science a little stronger. We scare scientists away. We scare skeptics away in that field. Guys like Mr. Mick West, they come out and they give their opinion on something, and people attack them for being skeptics. Well, we should embrace skepticism, because if we're analyzing something and we want the truth, then let's be as skeptical as we possibly can be, so that we can clear the table of all the bullshit and find out what's actually there. So it's not about belief for me. It's about getting to the bottom of whatever the mystery is. And I don't care what everyone's passion is, whether it's UFOs or ghosts and goblins. I don't care.
No, I appreciate that. And I think that tells the world, that you're not here to debunk. You're not here to crash the UFO narrative. You're not paying.
Yeah, one of those common things, and it drives me nuts. I'm sorry to interrupt you, is that people go, "What are you saying, Stephen? That UFOs aren't real?" No, but we have to go through each thing individually. And of course, UFOs are real. There's always going to be things in our sky that we can't identify. I just have a problem with the jump to aliens that everybody does. It's too quick,
And Rocky, one of the things that I do want to talk to you about briefly, because everybody is asking, and Steve has mentioned it, you have recordings. These are not clandestine, secret recordings. They came to you the same way that mine came to me, when like Lue Elizondo and Sean Cahill would text me or send voice notes and things like that. Is that an accurate statement?
Sure. I mean, my friends and I do that back and forth all the time.
Okay.
We can create the AI version of them and do it that way to avoid any potential problems.
I'm not going to go put things online. That's not my
Right.
goal.
What would it take? What would it take for you to, and I'm not asking you to do it, I'm just asking you what it would take for you to say, you know, here's the message that proves everything that I've just said. Does Lue Elizondo himself have to come out and say that Rocky is a liar? Or what would it take for you to show the world that, very similar to what I did with the articles, if it was bold and in quotes, I've got the receipts, I've showed some of the receipts, so everybody knows that everything else is out there should I ever need it. But what is your Rubicon there?
I don't know the greater value of that. I mean, sure, people want to believe or not believe.
Let me ask you the question a different way.
No, I got your question, Jeremy. I get it. But I mean, if for example, if Lou said, like I claim that he said things to me like that I would be a big hero for the cause or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can prove that.
Okay.
You know, that there are things that I can prove and there's things that I can't prove. And
if Lue Elizondo ever filed a frivolous lawsuit against you for libel or slander,
good luck. I have no money, so you know, no problem.
Do you have the evidence?
One of the best
to back
defenses.
Right.
Sorry.
Do you have the evidence to back up that everything that you're saying is 100% true and that case would get kicked right out of court?
I believe so. I mean, obviously, some of this stuff is speculative, right? There's things about, you know, the programs and stuff that I don't know if that's exactly right, but a lot of this is very much backed up. Yeah.
Copy that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Steve, I don't have many more questions, brother.
Well, I have one from the audience, and this will help us to also to clear up the super chats. For those unaware, we read every one, but when we're doing an important interview like this, I try to hold them to the end, but we've gotten through them. So Pinzer says, kind of generous $3, even haters know Steven's a good researcher. Yeah, they always attack me personally. They never have attacked my research, and that'll tell you something. High Speed Chase has a great point. Thanks for being a member, and a very kind and generous $50 super chat says, I believe that grifters and debunkers share similarities with finding the truth. How do you gentlemen feel about that?
Yeah, I would agree with that in many ways. I think that, well, it's just my feeling. I think that, look, I don't think the separation between believers and skeptics, as I would call them, is actually that big. I think that we've got to get to a place in this topic where we can have some common ground and where we can have a civil discussion, like I believe we've just had, where, you know, I may disagree with some of the things that I was told, or maybe people disagree with my feelings on some of this. But the reality is, if we're looking for proof on things, then we got to work with evidence. That's it. And I think we can agree to that.
I think for me, belief that grifters and debunkers have similar goals, or whatever the question was, I think that we first have to define grifting. For me, it's the peddling and profiting of false stories.
I agree with you 100%.
If that is the case, then they do not have any equality or similarity between them. If you define grifters as just peddling unsubstantiated claims that may or may not be true, then maybe. But if they are peddling falsehoods, and they are known falsehoods, and they are perpetrating hoaxes, or they are straight up lying to people, then I do not find any similarities whatsoever.
Yeah, fair. And again, I'm actually not here calling Mr. Elizondo or anybody a liar. I'm saying that I simply don't believe certain things. You know, only they know whether they're telling the truth or not. And my attempt to verify things, you know, I wasn't able to verify certain stories or whatever, right? But so I don't need to call anyone a liar. I just try to figure out for myself what's happening.
What would you tell a prior service Canadian military person that comes to you and says, hey, I just got contacted by Lue Elizondo. I think he wants me to work for him. What would you tell that guy?
Wow, I would say get everything in writing, check your facts, believe nothing. Just get your facts straight, right? Like, don't work off of belief. But that said, I would say that really about working for anybody. So it's, that's what I would say. But more importantly, I would say that if you feel like you're being brought into something and you're not being given the full picture, something stinks, right? So it doesn't make any sense, right? You've got to be given the full picture. So I would just say ask as many questions as you can and get some verification for whatever that is. But I would also say that if you're being asked to do a job on UFOs, run. Just don't, right? It's whatever this is, it isn't about UFOs and it isn't about aliens. It's something else. And if they're not willing to share that with us, then it's probably not worth getting involved with.
I did have some questions that we haven't really covered, because I think a lot of this ties into a lot of this stuff that we're talking about. Lue Elizondo certainly would tie in with the Grush story, because Brian Bender has claimed that Elizondo groomed Grush for his current situation. And I want to ask Rocky, do you think that he was recruited in a likely or similar manner to this current role that we've just heard your description of, and Jeremy had a very similar experience? And we're at 245 days now, so and still no evidence that Grush has provided. So I just wanted your take on that. Do you think he was recruited in a similar way to you and Jeremy, with promises of, sort of being a hero of disclosure? And do you think he's ever going to show us any evidence, or is this just another perhaps person that was manipulated by this whole machine?
It is my honest feeling that he has been manipulated by someone, that he has been coached, that he has been used, and yet, having said that, I mean, maybe he enjoys some part of the limelight. I don't know, but I don't get the sense that whoever approached him, because Mr. Grush said he was approached, right? And that, as soon as I heard him say that, it was like every flag went up. Fuck, flares were going off, right? Like he was approached and told things, and it just felt familiar to me. So I would say that my opinion is that he's being coached, and that there's something wrong with that story. I mean, there's something very wrong with the Grush narrative of things, extraordinarily wrong. The whole thing is wrong. But how does a gentleman like that get to a position where he's telling these stories about, the giant Star Destroyers being buried in a hangar or whatever? I don't know, but something's wrong there.
Yeah.
Obviously, the sense of reality of the story is wrong, but I mean, there's something else wrong.
Rocky, were you ever encouraged to say things that weren't necessarily a lie, but was a little bit more of an exaggeration than the way it actually was?
No. I felt that being asked to go on camera and speak about these documents, knowing that they were so mundane, was weird, right? Mm. That's akin to that, but no. So I mean, absolutely not. I mean, nobody, not Lou, not anybody, came up to me and said, I want you to say this, and it's not true. No.
Yeah, and also, I wanted to ask you, Rocky, because besides Elizondo, you sort of interacted with some other people that I would use the term UFO celebrities and quote. Yeah. And in one case, you were sort of a source for somebody, but then went back to them and said, no, the story's a hoax.
I tried to go back.
Tell us a little bit about that situation, because I think it sheds light on this whole game a little bit. You know,
I like I said at the beginning, I'd kind of fallen for a hoax years ago. No, not kind of. I did. I believed that a UFO incident had occurred up in the high Arctic. I really was intrigued by that. I passed that on to a famous UFO researcher.
You're not going to name him?
I don't know if it's fair. In fact, you know what? I don't want to.
Okay, fair enough. Well, let's just tell the story, and we'll just say it's a prominent, well-known UFO.
Yeah, I would say about as big as they get. And so I passed that story on to him. I didn't know if it was true, but I felt like maybe it was. There was some kind of UFO, is what I thought. And in the end, it turned out to be BS. But I tried to get that message back to this gentleman that hey, look, I've got new information.
But he'd already run with the story.
He did, and that's unfortunate. And I think he felt that I was full of crap because there was some stuff happening in the Ukraine in 2014. I was sitting at home talking to him on the phone, and we're talking about the Ukraine stuff, and we get off the phone. My work phone dings, and it's another warrant officer saying, "Hey, Rocky, you're being deployed to Ukraine." And I'm like, what are the freaking chances of that happening that fast? So I said to this researcher, call me back. And I told him the story, and I don't think he believed me. And we've never talked since. And I never did end up going to Ukraine. The guy that sent me the text message, this fellow warrant officer, first name's Scott. I'll just leave it at that. He ended up going in my place because I had done enough tours of duty that I was frankly done doing tours of duty. So that's what happened with that. And I'm sorry. I feel like if I put that name out there, that I'm dragging someone into my own bullshit.
You're good.
Yeah, well, this is an excellent question from Tekken Fighter. Thanks for the $5 super chat. He's asking to the guest, did Elizondo ever mention Richard Butt, Counter Mundi, on Twitter?
Interesting. There were conversations about, and look, I can't quote this because I don't remember the exact nature.
You can paraphrase. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah. There were conversations about some of these people, and he knew that they were supporters of his, etc. But there was, I knew, for example, that there was a Twitter handle that Lou was using that was a different name, and that's the very Twitter handle that Lou Jimenez and his team discovered. I knew about that.
Are you talking about Faceless Bureaucrat or Robot Mafia?
Yeah, Faceless Bureaucrat.
Faceless Bureaucrat, yeah.
Yeah, I knew about that before they did, and I knew about that.
Did you know about that from Lou?
Yes.
So Lou admitted to you that Faceless Bureaucrat was in fact his account.
I think so. I mean, look, there was two ways that I got that, and one was from a mutual friend that said, "Hey, this is his other handle," and so I contacted him that way, and so it had to be him because we were having conversations, and it was just obvious. But
well, that's interesting. So we have further confirmation of the use of sock puppet accounts by Lue Elizondo.
Whether he told me or it was someone else, I don't think it matters. But yeah, I'm 100% confident that was his. And look, I had a handle. I was the Dino Beaver on Twitter, and so I was when I backed out of this topic. Yeah, I created a handle like that, and I went online and I was having some fun. I talked to different folks on Twitter, and I did that for about 2 months a couple years ago, and I had some fun as the Dino Beaver. But so yeah, there were handles out there. There was a whole string of people that are either close to Lou or fanboys that once they knew we were communicating, they all kind of started communicating with me, and it sort of brings you into that circle. There were Facebook pages that were well known in that circle that Lou was on under different names that people would communicate with. Nothing nefarious, just private groups.
Well, it kind of is when he's using those accounts to harass his critics as well, and we have verification that that's actually him
If that happened, then yeah. But I didn't personally see him. I've never in my life seen Lue Elizondo harass anybody. Right. I never.
That could be an unfair characterization, so I take it back.
No, I mean, if that's your experience, I never. Again, my whole experience speaking to Lue was that he was a gentleman to me. He was polite. He was generous with his time. All of that, you know, there's nothing to report that way. I regret the fact that I'm here today having this conversation, in the sense that I wish that it had turned out differently. You know,
did you get the fact, Rocky? Sorry to interrupt, but did you get this sense that the majority of Lue's efforts was geared towards narrative and image control more than it was researching the topic? Did he come off as actually being knowledgeable about UFO UAP histories?
Oh, that's a good question. No, I don't think he had much knowledge about ufology, about its history. I studied this stuff hard when I got into it, and I think that I wouldn't call Lue a scholar of the topic by any means, and I don't think he claimed to be.
Would you find that to be odd for somebody that claims to have run the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program that, actually, according to him, was supposed to study UFOs?
Well, actually, no, I don't find it odd. I think that ufology is so polluted with garbage that if I was to be in a program like that, I would want to focus on advanced aerospace, not ufology. So I would steer away from this. The fact that he got involved in this at all is mind-blowing to me. That's the part that I find surprising. I think that Lue actually answered that a few times quite well on different media platforms, where he said he wasn't part of this. That he had no interest in it. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But I think that, yeah, I would have to defend him that way and say that I too would not have gotten involved with ufologists and ufology if I was there to actually study a real event. The only way you get involved in ufology, I think, is if you have nothing.
But if you talk about remote viewing and extra humans, or
sure,
the others, and extra dimensionals, you would think that somebody that has the ability to speak on those topics would also have been well versed in the ufology aspect.
Yeah, okay, I could agree with that. But I mean, I don't think that ATIP was a program in the way that a lot of the believers think it was. I think that the evidence for what it really was is crystal clear, actually, now, thanks to Mr. Greenstreet and Mr. Greenwald and a few others. I think that, and actually Mr. Elizondo, I think that Mr. Elizondo's IG report showed that the ATIP thing was a hobby, right? Now, that said, now we start getting into the rabbit hole of OSAP. Was, according to Harry Reid, ATIP was a nickname for OSAP, etc. We all know the story. And so I surmise that when Mr. Elizondo said somewhere, he said online that he always maintained he was not part of OSAP, but that he had done some security for OSAP. Remember that? There was something to do with that. Well, I surmise that the security was real, that he was looking at the security classification around it, the paperwork generated, what the hell was going on there, because that was a real program. And I don't think that the Defense Intelligence Agency was very happy when they found out about the Dino Beaver, ghosts and goblins. And so they didn't want that stuff out. Perhaps Mr. Elizondo's job was actually security. In other words, keep that shit closed, right? And then when they closed the program down, he had access to those files, knew that he could get away with using the word ATIP, because that was not a real name. That was not a classified name. OSAP was. I don't think that perhaps he didn't expect that Mr. Lakatsky would come forward. And perhaps that derailed this, right? That when Mr. Lakatsky came out and started saying, well, wait a minute, I ran OSAP. I had the money. That kind of threw a giant wet blanket on all of this, right? So anyway, that's a big bunch of my that's my hypothesis. I don't know.
Based on everything that you know from personal experience from Lue, what do you think is going to be in his book?
Wow. Hopefully not me. I don't know. I look forward to it, actually. You know, I want to read it. I hope to get an autographed copy. Maybe it'll just be a big middle finger or something. But no, I don't know. I hope that maybe his book will clear it all up, right? And
don't hold your breath.
Yeah, I'm not holding my breath. But look, I want to say something here, and that is that we don't know the structure. We don't know the org chart of everybody around Lue. We know the public organizational chart. We know about Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis, all of these folks, even Kit Green and others. We know that. But is there another layer to this beyond? And I think maybe there is. And so whatever that is maybe perhaps one day we'll hear something about it. I don't know. But Lue likes to talk about things being like an onion, and maybe one of those skins will be peeled off. I don't know.
Rocky, I've got one final question for you, and this goes back to your military service. Speaking from personal experience with 12 years service in the Air Force, being deployed 2.5 years in the Middle East, a little over a year down in South America, all over the place. I served with hundreds of people. If need be, I could call up people and have them vouch for where I was, what I did, when I did it, things like that.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you have the same thing.
Easy.
Do you not find it odd that nobody that Lue Elizondo has ever served with has stepped up and said, I shared a foxhole with Lue, or I rode a Bradley while Lue and General Mathis were fighting the Taliban? There's been no corroboration from anybody that ever served with Lue.
Yeah, it's odd. That said, I doubt that a lot of people want to, because of the topic, right? Because of UFOs being what it is, it's unlikely that people would want to jump to that person's defense necessarily, just because it's such a roast fest, right? But yeah, it's odd, and that you do see in cases, for example, of stolen valor, where people make all these claims about their service, and there's no one there to back them up. Well, that is a telltale sign. I always find it funny when you see these people online exaggerating their service. How come I'm the only guy that ever just swept a floor, right? Like it seems like everybody was special forces or some super secret job. I spent a lot of time picking up cigarette butts in my career.
So, if it moves, salute it. If it doesn't move, paint it.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting point. I don't know. And first of all, I don't know. Is that the case? No one's ever come to back up. I don't know if that's the case. But I think that Lue did serve in the DIA. That much is true. He was a counterintelligence officer in the Army. I think that is true. I think that he was highly educated. I think that's true. So, there's a lot of truths there. Not everything is just a pile of horse shit. So
Sure.
So
no, I completely get that. I just find it odd. I'm not saying it's nefarious. I'm not saying it's it is a red flag to me, but I'm not saying it's a huge point of contention or concern. But I would just have expected that since 2017, when the New York Times article came out and Lue Elizondo became a household name, that somebody somewhere wearing the same pair of boots that he wore would have stood up and said, I know him.
Yeah. Oh, that'll probably happen. I think that no matter what, it's likely, now that you've said it, it may happen because, we all have friends, and I'm sure he has plenty too. So I don't know. I just think that the topic is toxic, right? Like, look, none of my military friends want any part of this. Before this interview today, everybody was telling me, don't do it, stay away, stop. Yeah. It's it'll be the end of you.
And by the way, you've said you're one and done. You're not going to be on every podcast for the next 2 years, right?
I've said to one other person that if I ever do this again, it'll be their show. But I did tell him that I don't know if I can do this again. That's why I want to get this right and just say my piece. I'm sorry to people that were expecting more. This is just my truth.
Yeah, and to be clear, I try to manage expectations.
Yeah,
but, and I get it. Like, we didn't want to hype this too much, but I really do believe that the gist of what I put in the thumbnail and the title is another card falling, because I think, and I want to thank you for your courage to come and tell your version of your experiences with him, because I think it corroborates a lot of what other people have said who have gotten attacked and called liars. Once is a fluke, but 2 or 3 times is a pattern.
Yeah. There's I really hope that he's not behind that stuff. I got no sense at all that he was when I was speaking with him about people attacking others. I got no sense at all that he was behind that. In fact,
well, he certainly. I've never said that he's behind it.
Yep.
But what I've said is that he's aware of it. People have made him crystal clear aware of it. People have texted him that have his phone number saying you have to condemn this, and he never has. That's my major problem with it. If he would even just issue a half-ass, I don't condone or support anybody being doxxed or threatened or their families intimidated or harassed, that would be enough for me. But the fact that he's never done that makes me believe that maybe he doesn't direct it or create it himself, but he doesn't step in and say, don't do that, and that's a problem for me, especially when people are throwing around like, oh, military veteran, hero words. An honorable man would say, what are you doing? You're attacking people's children and wives by name. Yeah. You're threatening people. Like, don't do that in my name. And to be clear, people have done that in his name. Like,
I really hope that he does speak out against that stuff, because really he probably could control that just by speaking out,
or at least tamp it down a great deal.
Well, we all need some safety here.
But instead, he follows the people that do that. Like on Twitter. Yeah. So it sort of encourages that behavior, and I just want to put it on the record to be clear. Somebody said, Stephen, all of this, these people that did this stuff to you and your family before, they're all going to be back even more pissed off and do it again. I'm at the point where if anybody does anything like that to me or my family, I'm pressing charges. I let it go the last time. I'm pressing charges. I'm getting restraining orders. I'm pressing charges for terroristic threats and across interstate lines. It's a felony. Best of luck to you. They have to investigate it and they have to do something about it. I'm not going to just sit back and let it go in the future. And I think nobody should. All it would have taken is 1 or 2 people to get arrested for that kind of behavior, and it would stop instantly. But these keyboard warriors think that they can just keep this stuff up. And I'm real big on saying this, and I mean this. You can say anything you want about me. I don't care. You can say anything you want. But when you involve my wife and children, who, by the way, my wife, she calls this crazy world. She hasn't, she's an accountant. She knows nothing about any of this, doesn't care, To involve her and people going as far as saying like, oh, I'm outside of your house at this address. Your wife looks good tonight in my live chat. Maybe I'll hurt her like by name. That's just way too, that's just too much, and at some point you have to say, no, we're not going to just let this go. I'm going to report. I'm just going to start filing charges and reporting people, get restraining orders.
I hope that after tonight that people who, don't believe me or whatever, I hope they can just leave it at, look, this is my feeling and my opinion of these things, and not get too upset, because we all have differences of opinion. And I think that, this behavior that some people have displayed over the years, harassing others, of course, it's in some cases it's criminal, and none of us need that crap, and I'm certainly not going to put up with it. I'm not worried about it. I'm sure that right now on some social media platform, somebody is saying that I've got a face like a boiled boot or whatever, but I don't care. They can say whatever they like about me or whatever, but yeah, to start harassing our families and our workplaces and all that kind of stuff, that's not cool at all. So I guess before I go, I just want to say that I caution people when they're getting into this, if you don't have hard evidence for something, demand it, because there's this narrative that has been spun since 2017 is garbage. There's something absolutely wrong with it. The tic tac gimbal go fast, it's all falling apart. There is some other pile of horseshit being conducted, and I don't know what it is. Like, I tried to answer your question earlier, Jeremy, about it, but I don't know. But the current packaging of whatever this is crap. And
yeah,
so I will pull the eject handle now from ufology and hopefully never return. So
yeah, well, just so you're aware, you're always welcome. Like, you just don't feel like you're not, because you say that. You could change your mind. Maybe in a few months you say, maybe I'd like to be on a panel show with people that are skeptical of certain stories and do that, or
And Rocky, maybe
welcome.
you spin up your podcast again.
Oh,
yeah,
God.
good timing.
People have already.
Maybe you can get Lue to guest and talk about his new book on your podcast.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have any interest in being on camera ever again, and
well, you're barely on camera now.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, I know. I'm in the dark, but no, my wife doesn't want me to be part of this either. She didn't really want me to do this.
Well, then you better not, or you're going to have a tough life.
Yeah. So she keeps saying, I'm like, this is the last thing I'll ever do, and she's like, yeah, you said that last time, and I'm like, oh God, I know. So it's really got to be it. I don't want to be on camera ever again. So that's it. And it's not, and I appreciate the opportunity. I thank you both.
Well, I thank you so much for coming here, because I knew that I think that this is extremely important to put it on the record. And now we have more corroboration of what a lot of other people have been saying. And, it becomes harder and harder for people to deny these things. The more
there's
people
something
come
wrong.
forward. And by the way, I can't confirm when or there's somebody else like Rocky that I've been speaking to that tells an incredibly similar story. So
I know someone else too.
We may get them here as well to further, drop another card from this house of cards, because I agree with you, Rocky. This whole narrative that we were fed is a carefully manipulated illusion. It's not real. You start picking it apart, how it was put together and managed, and the lies by omission in order to make it work, and we'll put these two things together. It starts to fall apart. And this incredible, I just don't understand the hero worship of people who are just filling their pockets with UFO dollars every chance they get. The documents with you is a perfect example. Why hype up ordinary documents with somebody's military credentials to help sell it or drama it up? Why not just release them or talk about them? No, we got to wait for the documentary. It shows that their true intentions aren't. I don't think these people care about disclosure or care about transparency. In my view,
maybe they don't want disclosure because there's nothing to disclose.
Yeah,
there's no.
Oh well, it would end the grift. Imagine if it did happen.
Well, I thought about this a lot, and somebody had asked me one time, not too long ago, if I had definitive proof that extraterrestrials had or are visiting Earth, what would I do with it? And I thought about it, and my answer was, and it still is, I would release that evidence to the world immediately.
I agree.
And then I would write a book about it, but I wouldn't release it as a book.
Yeah, no, that's kind of where I'm at with it. You know, if the information is important, just let it go. And we do things here like we maintain a Google Drive, and any documents that I share or research, everybody can have it. Everybody can have it. You know, I think this whole disclosure and transparency, they want disclosure and transparency, except when it comes to what they're doing. It doesn't line up.
Rocky, one final question, and I swear I'll shut up. In your conversations with Lue, were you ever introduced to Knapp or Corbell or any of the main talking heads that are out and about today?
Not through Lue. No, okay. Not at all. No. In fact, when I spoke to Lue back then, or ever, it was actually me that brought up these people, not him. Yeah. So
what was his take on him? Do you remember?
The feeling I got from, because I don't remember exact comments, was that for example, Greer, those kinds of guys, he just thought they were batshit crazy. So I could agree with that. Corbell and Knapp, and those guys. I mean, I had minor contact. Corbell was on I used to manage a Facebook page on this topic. Yeah, believe it or not, it was called the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program Discussion Cell. We were fanboys and girls, and I personally booted Corbell off of that page. So that's the last connection I ever had with him.
That's funny.
But I don't. He's an entertainer, So
yeah.
But anyway, I do thank you both for this opportunity to speak about this. And
don't be a stranger, Rocky. I've enjoyed talking to you over the last bunch of months and getting to know you and your take, because I'm, there's not many skeptical people that, but I would call Rocky a skeptical believer. Like we discussed, he believes there's probably, just like me, he believes there's probably intelligent life, but he wants to see evidence of it before people jump straight to aliens are visiting Earth.
Well, I'm hoping there's intelligent life somewhere, because I haven't.
It's not here.
It's not here. Yeah,
it's
not here. Right. It's so somewhere. But yeah, no, I think that it's out there, and I hope that James Webb or Kepler proves that.
And UFOs are real, right?
People fail to identify objects all the time. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. So, yeah. But, look, lastly, I do have friends, close friends that really believe that they've had very hard to believe encounters with things. And these are very honest people. And so something convinced them of that. They're not crazy. So I don't have answers for everyone's sightings or everybody's experiences or beliefs. I don't claim that to know. I know that those people, some of my closest friends, really do feel that they've had incredible experiences, and they want to know why. They want to know why they believe that. And
I believe that stuff is out there. I just don't believe in this bullshit narrative that we're being spoon-fed.
Yeah.
And Rocky, I'm deeply appreciative of you.
Me too.
Being able to come forward and say everything that you've said. And I want to let people know this is me talking. This is not Rocky talking. He was very reserved, very cautious in his words. And I'm pretty damn certain that if Rocky was an American instead of a Canadian, this conversation would have taken a completely different path.
It's the Canadian nice guy thing. Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, like I say, I was never treated badly. I just felt that if Mr. Elizondo wanted me to be involved with something, that something was wrong and with that narrative, and it needed to be cleared up. That's it. That's all.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's time to throw you out of here. And I appreciate everything that you've done tonight. I think it's really important that you came forward and told your experiences and your story. And we appreciate you doing so.
Thanks, gentlemen. Really appreciate it. And one last thing, one more time to Lou Jimenez. I saw him make some quick comment, and I really did feel for you, Mr. Jimenez. And I hope I'm saying your name right, but I did.
Rocky, I just got a text from Lou this very second, and he says, "Please tell him thank you from me."
Yeah, he thanked you in the live chat as well. So
I would love to just have a private conversation with him.
I'll get in touch with him. Sure, I'll get in touch with him right after the show, right after the broadcast.
It'd be my absolute pleasure. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. All right. Well, thank you for all you've done, Rocky. You have a great evening. I'm going to throw you out of here. All right. And Jeremy, just to wrap up, that's a lot to digest. But what are you thinking now that somebody's sort of, I don't want to draw conclusions, but to me, this is so similar to your own experience that I know you have to be feeling a certain kind of way because you were attacked, called a liar. There's people on Twitter right now, character assassinating. How dare you have Jeremy on your show, the fanboys? Does this sort of vindicate you? Do you feel like a little vindicated?
It absolutely helps. It certainly does. I appreciate Rocky's approach. I appreciate his measured approach. I appreciate the fact that he does not want to libel or slander or degrade or insult anybody, even the people that he has questionable issues with, right? But if you look between the lines, if you look what he said, what the intent was behind what he was saying, the recruitment tactics that Lou used on Rocky, saying that, hey, you're going to be a hero, you're going to go far, you're going to be a really important person in this whole part of disclosure. That's what happens. That is 100% what happens. And to hear it from someone else that directly went through it with a degree of separation from me at the time, we hadn't influenced each other at all. Rocky didn't know me, I didn't know him until he was embedded in that. And that's
and just so you're aware, I've been talking to him for many months now. And when he first started telling me his story in confidence, he was like, "This is off the record," and I said, "Okay, I'm always a man of my word when it comes to that." As soon as I started hearing his story, do you know the first thing I said to him is, "I have to put you in touch with Jeremy McGowan, who's had a very similar experience to you." Now, I don't recall. He may have said, "I've already spoken to him." I don't really recall the sequence of events completely. Either he had already I think he'd already contacted you. So that was my first. When hearing his story, I said, "I've got terrible deja vu of Jeremy McGowan's blog. This sounds like a repeat of Jeremy McGowan's blog." And, wanted him to get in touch with you, if for nothing else, for moral support. And I appreciate that you were willing to come on tonight and sort of help him, navigate this, because, it's not an easy situation.
Patterns tell stories. And the story that we are being told now is that it's a load of crap. We don't know what the end goal is. We don't know why it's being framed the way it is. We don't know why the approach is occurring the way it is, but it's not right. Yeah,
no, I agree with you 100%. Yeah, but I think tonight we got a little closer to the truth. I still am of the opinion that this is all about making money, because there's a reason that people sit on things for 2 years until the documentary deal comes around before they release them while calling themselves disclosure advocates,
I think that has a large part to play in it, but I think it actually goes deeper. I think money is at the crux of the pyramid. And then as you build that base of the pyramid out, I honestly think that there is a group of individuals that have unwavering beliefs in the UFO aspect with leanings towards the occult, beliefs that have been around for centuries that they are rekindling.
Yeah, since Madame Blavatsky, yeah.
Yeah, and they're bringing it back in the digital age.
Yeah, I think that you might be right. Well, I thank you for coming on. This has been one of my favorite shows so far. I love that we can, this is when I feel like this, I always say we want the show to be a public benefit. And tonight I think it was. And thank you for your help making that happen.
I appreciate the invite. And Rocky, if you're still watching, thank you for coming out. And I know that you're pulling out of ufology, but stay in touch.
Yeah, absolutely.